Chapter 61. There were a total of 17 recruited mages, all of whom were scholar mages, each with their own areas of expertise. When Rosen found them, they were standing by the wall of the first staircase in the hall, looking at the busy flow of people with a bit of a loss. Everyone was very busy, and no one cared about them for a while. Seeing Rosen coming, the mages breathed a sigh of relief and came to salute him one by one, with a much more respectful demeanor than before. Every mage had clearly realized that the young man in front of him was a lord with real power, and he was on the other's territory. It is a wise move for smart people to maintain basic respect for the owner of a piece of land. Rosen waved to the group of people. "Come, I take you to the residence. It's not too good, but I urgently ask someone to repair it. It should be comfortable. Every castle has a place to entertain guests, and Crescent Castle certainly has one. Located in the backyard of the castle, it is a courtyard separated by a white stone wall, in which a group of relatively high-quality two-story wooden buildings are built. But it can be seen that the small building is quite old, and the courtyard has been uninhabited for a long time. So many carpenters are trying their best to repair the damage, and many servants are cleaning the courtyard. In the open space in the courtyard, there are many wooden boxes and packages, which are filled with various magic items." Rosen and the magician stood in front of a wooden house that had been repaired, with apologies written all over their faces. "The conditions are still relatively simple for the time being. Please be patient. After a while, when the situation on the island is stable, I will let you live in the new house as soon as possible." The weapon refiner Alonso and the potion master Wego are both people who have suffered a lot. They are not picky about material conditions, but they are very concerned about the quality of magic materials. Alonso walked to the supply box. "Lord, these boxes are written with my name. Can I open them and take a look?" "Of course." Alonso carefully opened them, and found that they were small melting pots for high-temperature alchemy. He took them out and took a closer look, and was immediately surprised. Spherical multi-temperature layer crucibles, this is a rare and high-quality product. Where did it come from? Not to mention the Shire County, this thing is not available in the entire Whalon Island, and it must be specially imported from the Wick continent. Wegu, who was standing by, was immediately attracted and walked over to take a closer look, and immediately came to a conclusion. It is a high-quality product produced in the Crystal Valley of Lavender. Look at this multiple triangle mark, which means that it was made by the apprentice Henry VII, the master of refining, and certified by the master himself. The Cow mages were originally evaluating the pros and cons of the wooden house. After hearing this, Gatland immediately went to open his supply box. After opening it, she was also surprised. High-speed flow meter, and it is first-class goods from the Jade Factory. This thing is a good thing. At this moment, the call wizards did not care about the simple accommodation conditions, and went to check the supply boxes. As more and more boxes were opened, it was found that most of the things inside were good things from Lavender. Wegu couldn't help asking, "Lord, these things are very valuable. Where did you get them from?" She roughly calculated that even if they were purchased in Lavender, the total value was close to 40,000 ogre, not to mention a small northern city in Whalon. She couldn't figure out where Rosen got this batch of good things from. Rosen naturally wouldn't tell about his secret deal with Marathi. He just smiled faintly, but didn't explain. Alonso looked around. "Lord, the quality of these equipments far exceeded my expectations. But where is the laboratory to house these treasures?" Master Luokato and other Cow mages also had the same doubts. Although this batch of equipment is excellent, it has strict requirements for the preservation and use environment. They can't see a suitable place to place it nearby. Rosen was naturally prepared. He pointed to the small wooden house next to him. "Look over there. There is the entrance to a small wine cellar. This wine cellar has been emptied by me. Why don't you follow me to take a look?" For scholar-type mages, the magic laboratory is their second life. Every mage attaches great importance to this matter. The mages also know that when the conditions are simple, building an underground magic laboratory is indeed a good stopgap measure. So, a group of people followed Rosen and entered the wine cellar. As soon as they entered, Wegu shook her head. "No, this place is too small. It's too small for one of us, let alone so many people. This wine cellar is specially used for storing wine for distinguished guests. The underground height is 3 meters, and the area is about 50 square meters. It is indeed quite small." Rosen smiled slightly, raised his hand, and tapped the ground, releasing a transformation spell. The ground immediately changed rapidly, showing a 3-dimensional underground structure diagram. "Please look, everyone, this is the soil layer around the underground wine cellar. You can see that this large area nearby is all compacted homogeneous yellow clay. You only need to deform the soil layer appropriately to safely expand the area of this basement to more than 5 times the current size. If you believe me, I can use extraordinary transformation spells to quickly create a safe and stable double-layer basement, with each layer covering nearly half an acre of land. As he spoke, the three-dimensional structure diagram on the ground also changed rapidly under the effect of transfiguration, and finally turned into a large double-layer basement. It looks beautiful, spacious, and stable. But building underground buildings is not a trivial matter. If the professional knowledge is not up to standard, it will leak at the least and collapse at the worst. Alonso has carefully studied the transfiguration alchemy given by Rosen, and knows that Rosen's statement is not a big problem. But he still has doubts. Lord, how do you solve the problem of underground water seepage? Rosen smiled. If you look carefully at the structure diagram, you will find many special drainage grooves. Using these grooves, plus the assistance of some magic arrays, all kinds of sewage can be discharged into the castle's sewer pipes. Of course, for safety reasons, I also specially set up a sewage pool to store experimental sewage. Look, it's here. Alonso looked carefully and found many fine structures, which surprised and embarrassed him. Well, okay, I overlooked it. Has the Lord also studied architecture? Rosen nodded. I have indeed studied it carefully, and I have also studied the settlement and deformation of various soil layers, and have done a lot of practice. Alonso was convinced by Rosen's achievements in magic, and since he said so, he nodded. Then I have no problem. Wegu immediately asked, what about the underground ventilation problem? You know, the magic laboratory must suppress power fluctuations, so the airflow array cannot be used. Rosen smiled slightly. I set up a special ventilation pipeline, and used a low-level wind guiding array at the far end of the surface, which fully meets the requirements. Master Luokato then asked, I have a question. As we all know, the energy of transformation will be retained in the transformed object to maintain the transformation effect. As this energy gradually dissipates, the transformation effect will gradually disappear, and I am afraid there will be many hidden dangers. Rosen did not speak. He looked at Alonso beside him. Alonso shrugged and explained on his behalf. Master, standard transfiguration does have this problem, and this must be considered when transforming life. But our transformation object this time is the non-living element in nature. Look at the surrounding soil layer. It is all compacted yellow clay, and the texture is uniform. This is the simplest transformation object. Seeing that the cow wizard still didn't understand, Alonso immediately gained a sense of superiority in knowledge. He explained more and more diligently. Soil and rock are essentially the same. Soil is water-mixed rock that has been broken into powder, while rock is dense and dry soil. Through some extraordinary deformation techniques, the water in the soil can be squeezed out and made very dense and strong. Even without the support of deformation energy, it is enough to maintain the stability of the new structure. Master Luokato looked suspicious. It sounds good, but whether it is effective or not, we have to practice to confirm it. How about you demonstrate it? Alonso was embarrassed. I am not very proficient at the moment. Rosen took over the conversation at the right time. I am familiar with this, but to do this, you need intermediate strength mana. So, who will connect me to the soul bridge and let me borrow some mana? The mages looked at each other, and finally Wegu came out. My magic power broke through to the advanced level the day before yesterday, so I will help the Lord condense the energy for transformation. Rosen naturally would not refuse. After skillfully building the soul bridge, he said, Let's start, Ms. Wegu. Wegu condensed the energy for transformation as she said. A pure white condensed light appeared in her hand. Following that, the condensed light was controlled by an invisible will and floated to the earth wall on the side. Swish snap. A sound similar to stirring wet clay was heard, and the earth wall of the wine cellar kept retreating, while clear water kept seeping out of the wall at an almost violent speed. Alonso checked the location of the underground sewage pipe in the castle and helped drain the clean water out. Okay, Lord. Alonso also used the transformation technique to make a temporary drainage pipe to drain the clean water squeezed out of the clay layer one by one. After 5 minutes, the basement expanded by more than 50 square meters, and Wegu could not hold on any longer. Lord, my mana is almost exhausted. Let's change someone. Master Luokato was itching to see it, and immediately followed up, I do it. The transformation continued. As a 4-ring 30-star magic master, the transformation energy he condensed was pure and powerful. The expansion speed of the basement also accelerated suddenly. When Luokato's mana was exhausted, the basement area had already appeared in a double-layer structure, and the area of each floor reached an astonishing 400 square meters. But there were still many fine structures that needed to be improved. The 3 senior magicians of Cal immediately replaced the master. Cal's middle and low-level magicians assisted Alonso to drain the large amount of clear water that gushed out of the soil after the transformation. When the 3 senior magicians also exhausted their mana, a large underground magic laboratory with a double-layer structure, a single floor of more than 3 meters high, more than 400 square meters, and various fine structures was completely formed. The walls of the laboratory are yellow-white and very smooth to the touch, similar to jade. The floor is frosted, and it feels like pebbles when you step on it, non-slip and comfortable. The supporting columns and the reinforced piles on the side walls ensure the stability of the basement structure, and Rosen has transformed many epic artistic reliefs on the surface, adding a lot of lively atmosphere to the monotonous and boring underground hall. On the ceiling, many light runes dedicated to the laboratory are also transformed. The mages only need to cast the light spell on it, and they can stick to the rune steadily, maintaining stable lighting while suppressing the leakage of power to the greatest extent. Finally, the laboratory is divided into 3 relatively independent areas, namely Alonso's refining room, Wei Ji's potion room, and the weapon research and development area of Cal mages. The most important thing is that every detail is very exquisite, and the naked eye can't find the slightest flaw. It can be seen that the mages are very satisfied with this exquisite underground laboratory. Every mage looks around and touches around, looking endlessly. Now, everything is ready, only equipment and materials are missing. Rosen looked at Stonard, who had been following him silently. Sure too, go arrange for people to move in the equipment and materials. Be careful, and do your best to meet the requirements of the gentlemen and ladies. This kind of auxiliary work is only done well by Sure too, a wizard. Alia, a rough warrior, can only stare blankly. Stone immediately turned around to do it. At this time, Wei Gu suggested, Lord, don't you give this good place a name? Alonso also said, yes, you need a name, otherwise it doesn't feel formal. The Call Wizards also agreed. Rosen thought for a while, and smiled. Let's call it the first magic center of the island. Because this is the first and most important magic laboratory on the White Sturgeon Island. The name is very grand, and the wizards nodded in agreement. So, Rosen carefully printed the name of the laboratory in a solemn and majestic relief font at the underground entrance of the laboratory. Chapter 62. At dusk. Since the old Baron's accidental death, Crescent Castle has shaken off the sad and cold atmosphere for the first time and has become bustling. The empty warehouse was carefully cleaned and filled with supplies. The garbage in the yard was cleared, the puddles were filled with gravel, a large number of magic lights were lit in the castle hall, and the mottled walls were carefully repaired with wall plaster. In the castle hall, the first dinner of the new lord's accession began. Under the lord's bench, a horizontal table was temporarily placed, which was the dining seat for Rosen and Princess Selena. There were several slightly shorter tables on both sides of the horizontal table, which were the seats for the lord's family and family ministers. There were only 4 people at present. On the left were Rosen's mother and sister, and on the right were Alia, who was appointed as the head of the guard, and the intelligence chief Stonard. The 2 vertical long tables further down were the seats for important members of Crescent City, and they were already full of people at this moment. These people are divided into many groups. The warriors. Among them are the commander of the Flame Regiment, the deputy commander, and the captains of each team, who are nominally the princess's personal guards, and more than 50 Crescent Knights, who are loyal to the Baron. The mages. They are Alonso, Vigo, and 15 Call mages. Finally, there is a group of talents in government affairs. The mercenary Kruber, who was just appointed as the acting chief administrative officer, and the loyal staff, who just survived the disaster and were pulled out of the castle dungeon. There are currently 17 people in this group, forming the first batch of government backbones in Crescent City. At this moment, the table is full of delicious food, which is cooked by the chef hired by the Shire County, using high-end ingredients and spices brought from the Shire County, and also served with pure silver tableware brought from the Shire County. Beside the fire pit, there were also a group of beautiful dancers invited from Shire County singing and dancing. Everything was so grand that the people of the White Sturgeon Island could not even imagine. Naturally, the atmosphere of the banquet was also extremely warm and cheerful. The Lord's family, warriors, and subjects could all enjoy the banquet to their heart's content, but the Lord could not. The Earth's ancestor said that it was better to prevent the disease before it was cured. In other words, the hidden dangers must be eliminated before they emerge. Sitting in his seat, Rosen saw the increasingly arrogant attitude of the members of the Flame Corps. He also saw the dissatisfaction of the Crescent Knights hidden under humility and tolerance. He knew in his heart This borrowed fierce dog must be shackled. Otherwise, the fierce dog will soon devour its master. When the banquet was halfway through, Rosen suddenly looked at Captain Yope, who was sitting at the top left. He gently stirred the milk caviar with a shining silver spoon, and spoke in a low but clear tone. Captain Yope, there are still many rebellions in my territory, so I still need you to help defend the castle. Of course. Yope was very proud. Rosen changed the subject. But this situation will never last too long. When the black guards who protect my wife arrive at the White Sturgeon Island, the castle will be completely safe. Then the captain can start the investigation mission. After saying this, Rosen found that the members of the Flame Corps were quiet for a while, and everyone pricked up their ears. The locals on the island didn't quite understand the meaning of the black guards, and they couldn't hear clearly from a distance, so there was no big reaction. But this word was heard by everyone in the Flame Corps, and the effect was no less than a thunderclap. Yope and the 3 deputy captains beside him exchanged glances, believing Rosen's words about 80% to 90%. Although the Duke clearly prohibited trade between the counties and the White Sturgeon Island in the notice sent to the counties, and also stated that the princess could not leave the White Sturgeon Island, he did not cancel Selena's princess status. Since she is a princess, she naturally represents the dignity of the Adrian family. Therefore, it is reasonable for the Duke to send the Black Iron Guard to protect the princess's safety. As for why he did not send them directly, Yope also thought of the reason, probably to consider King Aaron's face. Yope immediately asked, Baron, how many black guards will come? Rosen did not hide it. The first batch will be about 50, and the second and third batches will come later. After all, we have to consider King Aaron's face, so not too many can come at one time. But although there are not many people, they are all very powerful high-level professionals, including 20 high-level combat mages. This made Yope take a breath of cold air. 50 high-level black guards, this combat power is enough to crush them. No wonder the other party dared to say that it was completely safe. This matter is also very important, involving their attitude towards the Baron in the future of the Flame War Corps. If there were number 50 black guards, they would be the most powerful force on the White Sturgeon Island. If the Baron wants to rely on their strength, he must maintain enough respect for them. There is no need to worry about any punishment if he crosses the line in some aspects. But if there are black guards, and it seems that the final number may be more than 100, then the situation will immediately change. They must show sufficient respect to the Baron, and strictly abide by the laws of the White Sturgeon Island. Yope personally thought that this was not a bad thing, because he clearly felt that many of his men had become a little too excited today, and they all wanted to continue to take money from the Baron. After thinking for a while, he asked cautiously, how long will it take? The specific date is not yet determined. It depends on the timing, but the first batch should not exceed half a month. Oh, I see. Yope nodded, turned his head, and looked at the deputy captains, and found that the most excited Deputy Captain Harry's eyes became much clearer. Obviously, the battle mage has sobered up. On the other side, Rosen took a sip of maple wine, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Okay, the biggest troublemaker is suppressed. He turned around and talked and laughed with his family. Because the food was delicious and rich, this dinner was naturally a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. After the meal, when all the guests had left, everyone began to busy themselves with their own affairs, and Rosen called the old butler Affu. Has the castle dungeon been cleaned up? It has been cleaned up as much as possible, and the entrance has been completely blocked. Affu responded humbly, his body straight. The tone of the young Baron in front of him was much gentler than that of the old Baron, but he deeply felt that the other party had a power far beyond that of the old Baron. This made him dare not slack off in the slightest. In fact, all the servants in the castle were very afraid of Rosen, and even Mrs. and Miss Saxon were very cautious. Rosen knew this very well. Because this was the image of a leader he deliberately created. Since this image could intimidate a battle master like Yope, it would naturally cause terrible psychological pressure on ordinary people. But he was not prepared to show the mercy of a superior. After a long time, the servants would naturally understand and adapt to his character. He nodded with satisfaction. Very good. He looked at Mrs. Saxon again. Mother, are you satisfied with the layout of the bedroom? Mrs. Saxon still felt like she was dreaming, and her mind was a little dazed. After not seeing her for 10 years, this son has changed so much. The dullness at the beginning are completely gone. It's like a different person. The only thing that can be confirmed is that with such a strong son, she doesn't have to worry anymore. When she heard the question, she answered subconsciously. Good, everything couldn't be better. In this case, Rosen looked at his sister again. Evelyn, what about you? His sister also shook her head repeatedly, not knowing whether it was because of fear or she was really satisfied. But seeing that she was eating with oil dripping from her mouth, it should be mostly satisfied. At this time, there was a noise outside the hall again. After a while, a crescent knight ran in to report. "Lord, the soldiers of Gaoshan town are back, and they brought back all 3,300 Gaoshan townspeople. Crescent City is about 15 kilometers away from Gaoshan town. The soldiers of Gaoshan town set out at noon, and now they have brought more than 3,000 townspeople to the town at 8 o'clock. It seems that they really tried their best." Rosen smiled in his heart. "My engineering team is here." He insisted on moving the Gaoshan townspeople back, of course, to fulfill his duty as the Lord's guardian. But there are also some private considerations. Because the island will vigorously build various projects in the future, which requires a lot of labor. Although there are many people in Crescent City, 90% of them are farmers. If they are asked to do engineering, no one will farm the land. As for the people in Gaoshan town, they left their homes, and naturally lost their land. They were simply the proletariat in another world. It was reasonable to turn them into professional engineering population, and use their labor to make money. Of course, this little thought could not be said. He said solemnly, "Go and call Kruber and the knights who are carrying out the mission." Soon, the two groups of people arrived. Rosen gave Kruber serious instructions in front of the knights who betrayed him. "The townspeople of Gaoshan town are also my people. As the Supreme Lord of the White Sturgeon Island, I have the responsibility to protect every one of my people. You find a vacant lot in the city, prepare enough cold-resistant supplies and food, and arrange for them to stay first." "Yes, Lord," Rosen emphasized. "Don't let me hear that anyone bullies the people of Gaoshan town or is hungry, otherwise I will punish them severely." These words were said to the knights of Gaoshan. Kruber was a smart man and immediately gave a loud guarantee. It can be seen that the tense faces of the more than 20 mountain knights have obviously eased a lot. Rosen looked at the traitorous knights again, his face relaxed and his tone gentle. "You have completed the task well and successfully helped the residents of the mountain town escape the miserable fate of being killed by foreigners. I will also fulfill my promise and forgive your crimes. From now on, you will no longer bear the name of betrayal, but the glorious Crescent Knight. The corresponding feasts will also be conferred one by one." This time, a group of corrupted Crescent Knights were executed, and their fiefs were transferred to this group of new knights. "Huh?" The knights all breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Rosen said to Lai Fu again, "The warriors have been running around for an afternoon and must be starving. Bring all the food up, so that the warriors can have a good meal." Ah Fu immediately had people bring enough wine, meat and bread. The knights were already starving, and seeing the rich food, their eyes turned green. They saluted Rosen hastily, and immediately sat aside to eat voraciously. Until this moment, Rosen had completely taken over the Crescent City, and obtained most of Alish's inheritance. Now, he has more than 80 official Crescent Knights with rich combat experience, more than 800 official warriors, and 20,000 people. In addition, there is an additional Flame War Corps, 17 scholars and mages, plus countless supplies. Because of the blessing of the princess's husband, his status as a lord is as solid as a rock. This start is quite perfect, and he has many more cards to play. But he still can't relax. Because the messenger he sent to the 4 knights has not returned yet, it is highly likely that the 4 knights intend to fight him to the end. So, we have to move on to the next plan immediately. And this plan is carried out in their own magic laboratory. He turned to his wife Selena and whispered, "Let's go to our secret magic laboratory. This magic experiment is very secretive. Only he and his wife know that its location is the nominally blocked castle dungeon. The nominal opening of this dungeon is blocked, but Rosen used transfiguration to open a secret entrance in his bedroom. When the two returned to the bedroom and entered the secret dungeon along the passage, Rosen's footsteps suddenly paused slightly. He received the message sent back by the detection guard seal. Under the moonlight, in the mountains and forests on the edge of the Crescent River Valley, a team of about 200 forest elves was quickly sneaking towards the direction of Sturgeon Wharf. Rosen smiled secretly in his heart. The revenge came quickly, but unfortunately he will miss it. He has moved all the residents of Sturgeon Wharf back to Crescent City. Chapter 63. Every wizard who wants to move forward must have his own magic laboratory, either to verify the wisdom of the sages, or to explore new knowledge. Rosen is both a lord and a wizard, and he is still young and strong, so of course, he will not stop moving forward. In addition, he has a lord-specific demand for his experimental center. That is the production capacity of refining equipment, as large as possible. the original site of the castle dungeon. Selena covered her nose with a perfumed handkerchief and watched Rosen drag the wooden boxes filled with supplies into the dungeon one by one, with a puzzled look on her face. "Dear, you are the Lord. Why do you choose such a dirty place to build a magic laboratory?" "Because it needs to be secret." Selena half understood. "Are you going to secretly study the new formula of transmutation alchemy here?" Rosen shook his head and took the last wooden box into the dungeon corridor through the secret passage, and there were already more than 50 boxes in the corridor. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Madam, this dungeon is still too small and not secret enough, so I have to borrow your magic power to transform it. This is of course a small problem." Soon, the two of them connected their hearts through the soul bridge. Rosen used the master-level transformation energy condensed by Selena to carefully modify the existing dungeon. About a quarter of an hour later, Selena consumed 50% of her magic power, and the dungeon also swept away the dark, smelly, and terrifying image, becoming neat, open and exquisite. Selena took off her handkerchief and smelled the air. It doesn't seem to smell anymore, only a little bit of soil smell. Rosen smiled slightly. "Because I turned all the soil layers on the surface of the dungeon to the deepest layer. Now, this secret magic laboratory is about 400 square meters and more than 3 meters high. The deep soil layer is a natural secret keeper, and various runes will be drawn on the walls to shield various energy fluctuations. Rosen can conduct various magic activities here secretly without worrying about being discovered." Holding a hammer and a crowbar, he began to carefully dismantle the wooden boxes containing supplies. Selena also helped Rosen with the magician's hand. "Dear, tell me about the next magic plan. This laboratory will be divided into 3 parts." As he spoke, Rosen disassembled a wooden box, and inside was a high-precision balance. He carefully carried the balance to the stone platform beside him and placed it. The first part, of course, is a traditional magic laboratory, which only needs 50 square meters. The second part will be a fast refining center, which will occupy half of the remaining space. Selena didn't understand at first. "What's fast?" Rosen explained in detail. "Fast refining center. I don't quite understand." Rosen explained in detail. "I will create a group of craftsman puppets, and let these puppets assist me in large-scale and high-quality refining work. The first major task at present is to create a group of humanoid combat puppets, and disguise them as black guards." Selena was confused. Use combat puppets to disguise black guards? I thought they were disguised as sheep. The black guards were something they had discussed in Shire County long ago, with the purpose of balancing the elite warriors borrowed from the Earl. But Selena didn't expect Rosen to do this. Suddenly, she thought of something and immediately asked, "Honey, you are not also proficient in puppetry, are you?" Rosen paused his unpacking work and looked up at his wife with a grin. "Madam, you guessed it right. First, I am proficient in transformation, and second, I am proficient in puppetry. By combining transformation with puppetry, you can create a combat puppet that is difficult to distinguish from the real one in appearance." Selena thought this idea was great. Oh, what a genius idea. Wait! She recalled one thing again, that is, at that night in the Blue Whale Mansion, she felt that Rosen was a little abnormal twice. For a long time afterwards, she didn't think much about it, but she never forgot it. At this moment, after hearing Rosen's words, a light flashed in her mind, and she finally figured it out. "That night at the Blue Whale Mansion, you asked me to leave first, but you rushed out of the mansion. The one who rushed out was not you, but the combat puppet you created?" Rosen grinned. "Madam, you finally figured it out." It was his careful consideration to reveal the existence of puppet number 2 to Selena. First of all, Selena is trustworthy enough, and the interests of the two are completely tied together. Secondly, Selena is his bedmate, and it is difficult to hide it. It is better to disclose part of it to her, so that she can get her help when needed. Selena was really surprised. Can puppetry be so refined? In fact, it is not refined enough. There is a difference between it and the real person. Madam has already experienced it. Selena nodded repeatedly. It is indeed a little stiff, but you must experience it carefully, and you must be very familiar with the person to feel that something is wrong. If you can imitate the black guard with this level of precision, you don't have to worry about being exposed. She was quite excited. After turning around a few times, she suddenly thought of a new question. Can this black puppet fight? Of course. How strong can it be? With my current level, and with the help of my wife's master magic, I can create puppets with power comparable to that of high-level professionals. Selena was even more surprised. This is already very powerful. How many can you create at most? If you can create a puppet army composed of high-level professionals, Wouldn't it be able to sweep the world? Rosen saw his wife's shining eyes, and knew that she was blindly optimistic. He interrupted her fantasy mercilessly. At least for now, a puppet army is unrealistic, and it is not a good thing. Seeing that Selena was puzzled, he explained in detail. First, the puppet I used that night was so sophisticated because I secretly used the soul bridge to remotely control it at all times. If it is an independently operated puppet, not only will the precision of anthropomorphism be greatly reduced, the combat adaptability will also be greatly reduced, and there will be many defects. Once the defects are discovered and specifically targeted, the puppet army that has spent a lot of effort to build will become useless. Selena also had a superficial understanding of puppetry, and knew that what Rosen said was correct. Are there any other shortcomings? Rosen nodded. Second, the charging problem. You know, the essence of a puppet is just a moving magic weapon, and all its power comes from the magician. If you want to build a puppet army and keep it running, you must have enough charging magicians. Obviously, we don't have that many charging mages. The fire that had just risen in Selena's heart was completely extinguished by Rosen. She pouted and complained, "Oh, my dear husband, can't you let me be happy for a while?" Rosen took out a flame salt sifter and smiled. "Madam, the bad news is over. I will tell you another good news." Selena blinked her big eyes, looking like a curious baby. Rosen smiled and said, "I have thought of a way to replace some of the functions of the charging mage." Selena was shocked again. "Ah?" Rosen explained in detail without waiting for her to ask. Call Storm Sage Barup said that mana comes from the power of creation from the magic circle. Because of its creation attribute, it can transform all types of magic energy in the world. The sage also said that different magic energies are divided into noble and humble, just as people are divided into nobles and commoners. The sage also said that the arcane magic system where transfiguration and food making are located, the psychic magic system where puppetry and whisper of the mind are located, and the mysterious magic system are naturally more noble than the light system, electricity system, wind system and other magic systems. The reason is that arcane and psychic energy can only be used by the magic circle, created by mages, very rare. And the magic energy condensed by the following magic systems exists naturally in nature, and there are countless of them. Selena didn't understand. Yes, then what? Rosen smiled. Then, I found a way to convert a large amount of lightning power without using magic power, and a way to store these lightning. Selena was shocked. You didn't lie to me? In the clouds of nature, free lightning power can often be seen, and there are also many crazy mages who try to capture lightning in the clouds. But this is extremely dangerous, and no one has really succeeded yet. Now that her husband said this, she was shocked and scared. Rosen shook his head. Have I lied to you about magic, ma'am? Well, it seems not. Selena felt her heartbeat slightly accelerated. It is safe enough and will not turn people into charcoal, right? Yes, it is safe enough, and it can even be said to be gentle. Therefore, I call it tamed lightning. The earthlings have played lightning to the pinnacle, and this world has the strange power of mana to assist in controlling lightning, which is an order of magnitude lower. So, it is real taming. Selena felt her breathing a little faster because of excitement. Admittedly, the power of lightning is a low power in the magic system, but its destructive power is quite amazing. If you can really get a huge amount of lightning power, at least you can get a huge advantage on the battlefield. She clenched her white fists and turned around twice in excitement. So, the third part of the lab is a lightning container? Yes. How big can it be? Based on the current materials, it can hold the lightning energy converted by 50 top-level masters. It's really big. Selena was almost drunk. Then what kind of power do you plan to convert into lightning power? How fast is the conversion speed? For the time being, I plan to use light power. With the current amount of materials we have, when the weather is clear, we should be able to convert the power of 20 masters of magic in one day. After a moment of silence, Selena immediately said, Dear, let's get started right away. Rosen was waiting for this sentence. As you wish, ma'am. He began to arrange a specific plan. Let's build a lightning container first, and then build a craftsman puppet based on it. You may not understand, but believe me, the power of wild lightning is very explosive, but once tamed, it is very, very useful, etc. While talking, the detection guard set up around Crescent City sent another message. The Forest Elf Night Raid army, which had just failed at Sturgeon Wharf, turned around and sneaked into Crescent City again. After eavesdropping on the other party's conversation, Rosen grinned. You are unwilling to fail, so you want to sneak into Crescent City to kill a wave of guards to vent your anger? It's just right to use you to establish your authority. So he frowned. Madam, I feel something is wrong. What's wrong? Selena didn't notice it at all. Rosen didn't answer. He clasped his hands together and quickly performed a divination hand seal. After more than 10 seconds, he said in a concentrated voice, "It seems to be dangerous. It is likely that the forest elves will attack at night." Selena was surprised and a little panicked. What should we do? She grew up in a comfortable environment from childhood to adulthood, but she has never experienced such danger. After all, the alien forest elves do not recognize her as a princess of the human race. Rosen immediately comforted, "Don't worry, madam, we are very safe here, just continue. I will let my combat puppet go out to deal with the things outside." Chapter 64. At midnight, a bright moon shone in the sky, and a few thin clouds drifted with the wind. In the field to the Crescent River Valley, a group of figures hid in the drainage ditch between the ridges, looking at the Crescent City located on the round moon hill. Suddenly, a shadow flew silently in the sky, gently landed on the shoulder of one of the figures, and made a coo, coo, coo sound. It was a black-feathered owl. After it cooed for a while, the figure spoke softly, using a language that was very different from the common language of the Natural Alliance, and the voice was a little hoarse. "Lord Phoenix," it said, "that there are many warriors patrolling in Crescent City." With this, a male voice with implicit disdain came from the drainage ditch. "Ted is still a warrior, but his son is a coward who can only shrink his head and be a turtle." This resonated with many people, and a low echo sounded in the drainage ditch. After they got the news, they gathered urgently and hurried over here, intending to teach the new Baron a lesson. As a result, they went to the Sea Breeze outpost, but the outpost was empty. They went to the Sturgeon Wharf, but the wharf was also empty, not even a dog. I felt a suffocation in my chest, and I couldn't get it out. It was so uncomfortable. After a while, the man's voice spoke again. "We can't just leave like this. We must let the human race know how powerful we are." As he said this, a figure stood up in the drainage ditch, and the frosty white moonlight reflected on it, showing the clear outline of his facial features. This person has wild facial features, a pair of amber-gold eyes, and a head of dark green hair tied into a dozen thin braids. Looking at his figure again, the body wrapped in animal skins is very slender, with a thin waist, broad shoulders, long arms and legs, and the overall appearance is full of explosive power, just like an elegant leopard. If an island resident sees this man, he will recognize at a glance that this is the alien forest spirit from the White Sturgeon Island. The golden eyes of this forest spirit warrior sparkle in the moonlight, staring at the Crescent City in the distance without blinking, and one hand is leaning on a hardwood warhammer made of wood knots. The wall of Crescent City is very low, and we can easily climb over it. Although there are many soldiers patrolling, the city is very large and there are always omissions. We quietly climb in, find a military camp, fight with all our strength for a cup of tea, and then leave immediately. He is the commander of this night attack, and the hero of the tribe. More than 20 human warriors have died in his hands. Since he has decided so, other forest spirit warriors immediately began to prepare for battle. Drink water, eat food, excrete, and put your body into the best fighting state. About half an hour later, Phoenix issued the last order: all forest warriors, drink the potion. The forest elves do not have the fighting spirit of human warriors, but the forest elves, who can be called forest warriors at least, have the physical strength similar to that of high-level human warriors. Following his order, 50 of the 200 lurking forest elves stood up, including Phoenix himself, and took out the pottery jars on their waists and drank it all in one gulp. As the potion entered their stomachs, each forest elf's eye showed a ray of blood, and the exposed skin showed a clear silver-gray metallic luster, just like a group of steel warriors. "Let's go!" Phoenix jumped out of the drainage ditch first, strode forward, and followed the cover of various shadows in the field, sneaking towards the nearby Crescent City at a speed that was almost ghostly. 50 forest warriors followed closely, and then a group of ordinary forest elves. According to past combat experience, even with a high degree of vigilance, the human race would most likely not be able to find the forest elves sneaking in quickly in the dark night. First, because the forest elves are very good at lurking and have a strange affinity for plants and animals, the hunting dogs domesticated by the human race will not give any warning at all. Second, because the human race's night vision ability is far inferior to that of the forest elves. As long as the forest elves hide in a place where they can't see clearly, the human race will become blind. But this time, for some reason, as the distance got closer and closer, Phoenix suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. It was like being stared at by a beast in the forest. When he rushed to about 50 meters away from the guardrail, the premonition of danger was so strong that he had to raise his hand to issue a new command gesture. "Stop, retreat." Retreat immediately. His rich combat experience made him realize that he might have stepped into a trap carefully set by the hunter. But the team had 200 people after all, and the formation was somewhat scattered due to the requirement of stealth. Although the order was issued, it did not spread throughout the team for a while. For a while, some people advanced, some stopped, and some retreated, and the formation became a little chaotic. At this moment, behind the guardrail, a row of bright light balls suddenly rushed into the sky, illuminating the position where the forest spirit was as bright as day. Immediately afterwards, a row of figures stood up above the guardrail. At first glance, there were at least 200 of them, all archers. Following that, there was movement in the field beside him. It was the sound of horse hooves. The neat sound of horse hooves was connected together, making the ground tremble slightly. It was the cavalry of the human race. Looking at the movement, there were at least more than 150 of them, and it was estimated that all the war horses in the New Moon City were pulled out. There was no doubt that they rushed into the ambush circle carefully arranged by the human race. Phoenix felt his heart pounding, and was full of shock. It has always been the forest spirits who set up encirclements in the mountains and forests to ambush the human race, but tonight, they were ambushed by the human race. Break through with all your strength. Phoenix roared, and under the effect of the potion, his voice also had a strong metallic taste. He waved the wooden knot warhammer blessed by the prophet vigorously, rushed to the front of the team, and rushed towards the nearest mountain forest. Archers, shoot. A familiar voice came from behind the wall, and Phoenix remembered the other party's identity after a little thought. It was the Knight Commander of Crescent City, Codlin. The two sides had fought several times before, but they were all inconclusive. But he didn't expect that he would be defeated so thoroughly today. Pong. A rain of arrows rose behind him. Phoenix shouted, dodge, counterattack. For humans, dodging arrows is a high-end operation, but for the agile forest elves, this can only be considered a mid-range operation. Many forest elves can even counterattack while dodging, and their shooting is quite accurate. Because forest elves live in the mountains and forests, they have been shooting arrows and hunting since childhood. Puff puff puff. At least 90% of the human archers missed their targets, but 10% of the arrows hit the target, and more than 20 forest elves died or were injured. In this case, being shot by an arrow is no different from death. Phoenix also saw many comrades fighting back, but the sharp counterattacks in the past were ineffective tonight, because he did not hear the screams of the human warriors. In the midst of his busy schedule, he looked back and found a strange scene on the parapet. Although there was nothing, the arrows of the human race could be shot out from behind the parapet, but the arrows of their forest elves could not shoot through. It seemed to be blocked by an invisible force. It's the magic of the human race. Phoenix immediately understood the other party's intention. Not only did he want to destroy them all, but he also wanted to minimize his own casualties. Obviously, this was a death trap carefully built by the other party, and there was no possibility of breaking through. This discovery made Phoenix feel desperate, and after despair, there was surging anger. He couldn't help but let out a long roar to the sky. Forest warriors, follow me and charge into the city. Let these despicable humans have a taste of our power. If it were before, he would not have the courage, but now, he has obtained the power of the dragon's blessing. Even if he dies in battle, he will bite off a piece of flesh from the enemy. Roar, roar. 50 forest warriors roared in response, turned around and followed Phoenix, charging fiercely towards the protective wall, facing the rain of arrows. If they were shot at the body, they would not dodge. If they were shot at the eyes and other vulnerable parts, they would either lower their heads or use the hardwood weapons in their hands to block. This is a combat skill summarized from previous combat practice, which was very effective in the past. But Phoenix found something wrong after rushing less than 10 meters. He actually heard the screams of the forest warriors. This is not right. How can an ordinary iron arrow hurt a blessed warrior? Just as he was shocked, an arrow suddenly flew towards him. The trajectory of this arrow was straight, and the speed was much faster than the previous projectile arrow. With the intuition of a strong warrior, Phoenix knew that this must be a human archer who was specifically sniping him. In a busy moment, he dodged to the side. Hiss. With a sharp whistle like a venomous snake, the arrow flew past his arm. The tip of the arrow shone with a strange luster that he had never seen before, and when the arrow had rubbed his skin, it easily scratched a blood mark on his arm. When the burning pain from his arm spread to his heart, Phoenix knew something was wrong. The other party mastered an extremely sharp weapon that could easily penetrate the body blessed by the Dragon Clan. The screams of the forest warriors kept coming from him. Less than 40 meters away from the wall, only less than 20 of the 50 forest warriors were left. At the same time, Phoenix also heard dense screams from the field behind him. He looked back and found that the human cavalry were wearing sophisticated thick leather armor, holding spears or steel crossbows, and frequently urging their fighting spirit to attack his fellow tribesmen crazily. The human cavalry's equipment was too sophisticated, and their weapons were too sharp. The moment their fighting spirit burst out, they had strength and speed far beyond the limits of their physical bodies. In a head-on fight on the open ground, the forest spirits were no match for the human warriors. What's more, the human race had war horses, so they couldn't run away even if they wanted to. At this moment, Phoenix's heart was bleeding. These were the most valiant warriors in the tribe. Because of his wrong decision, they fell into such a death trap and were harvested by the enemy like wheat. Ah! He roared in grief and anger, his eyes suddenly red. He no longer cared about anything else, and only had the earth wall in front of him in his eyes. He wanted to rush up, climb over, rush into the human city, and kill all the human warriors he saw until he used up all his strength and shed his last drop of blood. He was indeed an extremely good warrior, and a hero of his race. After getting the power of the potion, he became a terrifying killing machine. He sprinted, relying on his terrifying physical strength and extremely high spell resistance, and forced his way through the resistance field in front of the earth wall, and climbed over the protective wall. He wanted to kill like crazy, but there was no one on the protective wall. When the archers saw him coming, they retreated far away early. He immediately rushed towards the nearest archer. "Die!" he roared. Just after 2 steps, he saw a tall figure rushing towards him. It was his old rival, the Knight Caudron. "Caudron, you're just in time!" Phoenix roared, and swung his gnarled warhammer at Caudron fiercely. Caudron immediately burst into fighting spirit, and raised the steel round shield in his hand. Bang! With a dull sound, Phoenix took 2 steps back, but Caudron was smashed and flew off the city wall. Phoenix roared again, dodged an arrow shot at his thigh, and then jumped off the city wall. He must kill this old rival tonight. Puff! He landed on the ground, but did not see Caudron. Suddenly, he heard the sound of horse hooves. He turned around, and saw a knight slowly walking towards him from the left. Under the silver moonlight, there was a black horse with black armor, a tall man and a majestic horse, and 2 exquisite crystal daggers were slowly flying around him. At this moment, even if he was his mortal enemy, Phoenix had to admit that this human knight was an extraordinary person. At least it looked like that. He soon discovered that this man looked very much like the old Baron Ted, but much younger than Ted, with much more gorgeous armor on his body, and the warhorse under him was obviously more handsome. A thought emerged in Phoenix's mind. This must be Ted's son, the new Baron Rosen. "Okay, you actually hid here, and you dared to face me alone. I just killed you." With a roar, Phoenix rushed forward. The Baron did not flee, but still sat on his horse. His face was as cold as ice. But the 2 crystal daggers around him turned into 2 streams of light in an instant, whistling towards Phoenix. "Ha, useless trick." Phoenix swung his warhammer to block. He is indeed a hero in the forest spirit tribe. Facing the dagger as fast as a stream of light, he blocked it perfectly. Dang 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 dang. Intensive vibrations came from the dark night. 2 streams of light flowed around Phoenix endlessly, as if an invisible assassin was slashing wildly. Phoenix blocked for 2 seconds, and the contempt in his heart completely disappeared. Because he felt terrible pressure. The 2 floating daggers were obviously not powerful, but the attack angles were extremely tricky. Not only did they avoid his counterattack, but they also specifically drilled into the most difficult to defend dead corners. He was like facing an assassin master with perfect combat skills. It was extremely difficult for him to defend, and he didn't even dare to breathe, because he was afraid that his power would be slightly interrupted by breathing. But how can a person not breathe, especially when facing such heavy pressure at this moment? After holding back for about 15 seconds, Phoenix finally couldn't help it and took a deep breath. The next moment, this tiny loophole was caught. There was a light sound of puff. Phoenix felt his left arm getting cold, and he lost consciousness in an instant, and his movements also stagnated. Oops. During this stagnation, his body was attacked one after another. Puff puff puff. Arms, thighs, lower abdomen, etc. were hit by knives one after another, and the hard body blessed by the Dragon Clan had no defensive function at all. In less than 2 seconds, Phoenix was hit by 9 knives in a row. He felt that his body strength was completely drained, and he fell to the ground with a puff, and an idea came to his mind. So strong, in terms of strength, he may be several times that of the opponent. As long as he hits the opponent once, he can win the game, but the opponent doesn't give him a chance to attack at all. Ta-da-da. The sound of horse hooves rang in my ears, and a calm and almost indifferent voice came from above my head, like a god who dominates fate. Codron, tie him up, stop the bleeding, don't let him die so easily. Yes, Lord. It was the voice of my old rival, Codron. This stubborn, rarely obedient peasant knight actually showed deep respect in his voice. Is this Ted's eldest son? My clan is in trouble. Before fainting, Phoenix had a last thought in his mind. Chapter 65. Early in the morning, Selena was awakened by the crisp cry of the snowbird. She opened her eyes, and saw the golden sunlight coming through the narrow window into the bedroom, forming a golden light curtain in the room, which was very beautiful. She subconsciously tried to wake Rosen up, but she came up empty-handed. Then she recalled what happened last night. At 10 o'clock last night, there was an invasion of forest spirits. After more than an hour of anxiety, they said that the forest spirits had been completely wiped out. Then she yawned and Rosen asked her to go back to the room to rest. She wanted to insist, but he said that girls who stay up late get old quickly, and told her to sleep first, and he would follow after finishing the chores at hand. Anyway, after a series of soft and hard reasons, plus she was really sleepy, she went back to the bedroom in a daze. Now it seems that her husband has been busy all night. She was grateful for her husband's care, but worried about his health, so she got up quickly, washed up, and went straight to the underground alchemy room with breakfast. The door of the alchemy room was covered with a magic barrier, but of course, it would not stop Selena, just like the barrier set by Selena would leave a special pass code for Rosen. As soon as she entered the basement, Selena found that it had changed a lot compared to last night. There were many strange-looking craftsman puppets. Some had arms that could rotate and move, some were flat plates that moved steadily on the ground, and some were some that had never been seen before. These puppets were busy all the time, transporting materials, carving runes, operating alchemy equipment, etc. Among these craftsman puppets, a human skeleton had been completed for more than half, and was taking shape at a rather incredible speed. But as a mage, Selena could see clearly at a glance that these fancy craftsman puppets were not the key. The most important thing was a huge rectangular block with a side length of more than 4 meters and a height of 3 meters in the corner of the room. The outer surface of the rectangular block was engraved with strange inscriptions that she had never seen before. It looked similar to lightning inscriptions, but with many unique changes. And her husband was standing next to this strange rectangular block, with one hand around his chest and the other hand supporting his chin, thinking. After hearing the movement, he turned around, and a gentle smile appeared on his face that Selena felt very familiar. "Good morning, my beautiful lady." His tone was very cheerful, and his complexion was very good. He didn't look like he had stayed up late at all. Selena was relieved and handed over breakfast. "How are the invading forest elves?" "There were 200 of them. We killed about 180 on the spot, and captured more than 20 alive. None of them ran away." "What about our soldiers?" 5 or 6 were injured, but no one was killed." "Oh, that's great." Selena was very happy, but also worried. Will such night raids happen frequently in the future? Rosen shook his head. "No, this may be the last battle. If you are unlucky, you will have to fight one more battle. But there will never be a third battle." Seeing Selena's confusion, he explained more. "The battle last night defeated a group of the most capable forest elves. Their status in the rebels is no less than that of the Flame Regiment to us. Beat them, and we will establish our prestige." "Oh, I see." Selena was relieved and turned to look at the rectangular block. "Is this the lighting container you mentioned?" "I think it should be called the Lightning House." Rosen smiled. "Then let's call it the Lightning House." Selena walked around the Lightning House. "I saw many light guiding runes. Do they guide sunlight from outside?" "Yes." "What is the conversion efficiency of light power into lightning?" Rosen squinted and smiled. "About 10 parts of sunlight can be converted into 6 parts of lightning. The 60% photoelectric conversion efficiency would make a group of scientists jump on Earth, but in this alien world, there is still a lot of room for improvement. Based on Rosen's current research level, the limit should be 91.5%. Selena's eyes lit up. "That's great." Then asked, "How long will it take to create 50 combat puppets?" "If we work together, plus the assistance of these craftsman puppets, we can make it in 7 days." Rosen explained while eating breakfast. After finishing eating, he clapped his hands and said, "Let's get started, madam. The next 7 days will be our busiest 7 days. After that, there won't be much heavy work." Selena was stunned. "You are the Lord. How can you stay in the laboratory all the time?" "The Lord is a person who is in the spotlight. I don't know how many eyes are staring at him. If he has diarrhea, it will spread all over the city. Not to mention that he doesn't show up for a long time. Rosen clapped his hands. Wake up. In the corner of the room, a curtain was lifted and a person walked out. This person is exactly the same as Rosen, and it is puppet number 2. This is the first time Selena has seen puppet number 2, and she immediately walked over to check it carefully. After a few minutes, she commented, "It looks very similar to you, but there is still a sense of stiffness that is not there." Rosen smiled. "Madam, you are a master of magic, and you are very familiar with me. Naturally, you can easily find the difference, but others can't see it." "That's right, but how does he cast the spell? Is it the common method in standard magic puppet?" "Yes, it is to use the crystal lattice in the body to cast the spell. I installed a total of 58 crystal lattices of 4 types: mind, wind, force, and arcane. That is, this puppet can release a total of 58 low-level spells. This is very cumbersome, and subsequent charging is also very troublesome. An obvious ultimate solution is to use pure mana crystal lattices. What spell energy is needed? Use pure mana to convert it in real time. Unfortunately, this is a dream. Because there is an iron law of magic that makes countless geniuses bow down, called the supreme law of life. That is, pure mana cannot be stored in any non-living container other than the soul. So far, there has been no exception. Back to the topic. Selena sighed. It's really hard for you to fit 58 low-level crystals into such a small body. It's a bit troublesome. Rosen controlled puppet number 2 to walk towards the exit of the laboratory. Next, I can remotely control him to handle government affairs while busy in the laboratory. After all, most of the time, the Lord just needs to sit in the study and take a nap. Selena praised. This is a good idea. She also calmed down and focused on helping Rosen continue to improve the magic laboratory. The view returned to puppet number 2. After walking out of the underground laboratory, Rosen immediately took 5 bottles of Dragon's Blessing and went to Wei Ji's potion room. After the battle last night, the rebels were either too scared to come, but if they came, they would definitely be very well prepared and there would be a large number of people. It would most likely be a decisive battle. As a lord, of course, he did not want to see the worst situation, and would try his best to avoid it, but he had to prepare for the worst. They soon arrived at the end of the field. Wei Gu had already laid out all the alchemy equipment and various materials. In addition, she also recruited 5 young apprentices with a basic knowledge of magic and a clean background on the island as assistants. When Rosen arrived, she was studying the improved steel potion according to the task originally assigned by Rosen. After seeing Rosen, she turned her head and looked at him, and her eyes quickly fell on the pottery jar. After taking a closer look, she immediately handed the work at hand to a young apprentice beside her. "Is this the dragon's blessing from the forest spirit witch master?" Rosen handed over the potion. "It seems that you already know a lot. This potion is very strong. After drinking it, you will be extremely powerful, and your body will be as strong as steel. And I haven't found a dispelling spell to remove the effect yet." Wei Ji's eyes suddenly showed a very interested light. "Well, even you can't dispel it. It seems that this witch medicine is really a bit famous." In her opinion, although Rosen's magic power is not high, he is extremely knowledgeable. She opened the medicine jar, sniffed it gently, and tested it one by one with various potion reagents. Finally, she closed her eyes and thought for a while, and concluded, "This is not the witch medicine of the primitive tribe, but the medicine refining method of the ancient Set Kingdom." Rosen's eyes flashed when he heard it. The Set Kingdom on the giant island of Wailon? He had always been wary of the witchcraft master of the forest spirits, because the other party was a wild way with unknown origins. But if there is evidence, the threat level of the other party will instantly drop by an order of magnitude. As long as you look up the relevant information of the ancient Set Kingdom, you can feel the veins of its power. And Lai Fu has this information in his database. I have to take the time to take a good look. At this time, Wei Ji's voice came again. "Yes, it is the ancient kingdom destroyed by Saint Wailon. According to the research of Master Samira, a famous naturalist in our country, when the country was destroyed, some scholars of the Set Kingdom took the magic data and fled by boat. Now it seems that some scholars should have fled to the White Sturgeon Island." Rosen was very happy. This is very good news. This is the benefit of cooperation and exchange. You can borrow other people's knowledge to fill your own knowledge blind spots. Wei Gu carefully poured out a little potion again, stirred it with some new reagent potion and tested it, and came to the second conclusion. There is a very powerful raw material in the potion, a kind of blood. But I don't know what animal's blood it is yet, and I need time to explore. Rosen immediately left the remaining 4 bottles of potion. "These are all for you to use as test products." Wei Gu nodded happily, and gave Rosen another idea. In fact, the refining method of this potion is very crude, which greatly wastes the power of blood. I know a magic potion formula that can use ordinary materials to create a potion with similar effects, or even stronger. This is Lavender's court secret medicine, called Hero's Hymn. This is a very good solution. Rosen immediately asked, how much is the output? According to the current situation, about 1 liter a day, 50 bottles can be filled. Are there any side effects? After drinking it once, the effect lasts for 1 hour, but you will be weak for 10 days, so you can only use it desperately. I understand. Rosen thought for a while and said, then prepare the next batch as soon as possible, as many as possible, at least 200 bottles. This potion is enough to be his trump card to defeat the rebels. No problem. Rosen was very satisfied with getting a new trump card unexpectedly. Just about to leave, he heard Wei Gu say again, Lord, if you want to prepare the hero's hymn, the improvement of the steel potion will have to be postponed. It's okay, the hero potion is more important at the moment. Rosen was not disappointed at all. He now felt that this court magician was a good treasure. After leaving Wei Ji's alchemy room, he immediately went to the refining room of the Cow Mages, and found that the progress of the lightning torrent crossbow was also very good. It is estimated that the first batch of finished products will appear in half a month. This lightning torrent crossbow is his second trump card. After a few words of encouragement, he finally came to Alonso's refining room. Alonso also recruited a few local apprentices from the island as assistants. When Rosen arrived, he was carefully debugging various refining equipment. After seeing Rosen, he was very happy. Lord, this is the best alchemy equipment I have ever used, and the performance is surprisingly good. Seeing that he liked it, Rosen was also very happy. After a few pleasantries, he got to the point. I have an urgent job on hand to deal with the threat of the rebels. Alonso immediately became serious. Lord, please give me your orders. Rosen handed over the Transformation Alchemy Book of Intermediate Lightning Amulet. I will provide you with sufficient materials, and I hope to forge a batch of induced defense amulets as soon as possible. Alonso took the alchemy book, quickly glanced through it, and smiled. If you use transformation, it is very easy. I can make at least 30 amulets a day. He has been studying transformation alchemy for some time, and he is already quite proficient in the transformation alchemy techniques of some low and medium level magic tools, and has a lot of experience. But we need to ask other mages for help to charge the amulets. Don't worry about charging, I have a way. I need a batch of such amulets, the more the better, at least no less than 300. This is serious business, Alonso immediately promised. I will get it out as soon as possible. Very good, just tell me what you want. I will try my best to meet it. Alonso shrugged. Apprentices, I need a group of smart and capable apprentices, preferably those with a basic knowledge of refining, who can help me with the work right away. Okay, I go to Shire County to recruit them. Alonso grinned. Civilians, because they are smart and hardworking. No problem. In this way, the third trump card is also available. After leaving the refining room, Rosen went to find Knight Commander Codlin again. To be more precise, he went to see the forest elf prisoners. He has a lot of use for these prisoners. Chapter 66. With the castle dungeon gone, the forest elves were locked up in a mud house next to the castle barracks. To prevent them from escaping, Codlin and his men were locked up in log cages and heavily guarded. After Rosen arrived, Codlin quickly brought him a reclining chair and stood in front of him with a heavy shield. Rosen activated the leadership technique and sat lazily on the chair, looking at the forest elves in the wooden cage with an indifferent expression. After drinking the dragon's blessing last night, these forest elves were full of energy. Now that the effect of the medicine has faded and they are injured, they are listless, like dogs in the water. Looking at Phoenix, who was the most seriously injured and drowsy, Rosen said to the guard beside him, "Pour a bucket of ice water to wake him up." The guard did as he was told. With the ice water poured on his head, Phoenix perked up a little. He tried to prop up his upper body, and looked at Rosen with hatred. "Ted's son, no matter how you torture me, I will not tell you any news you want, not a single word." He spoke the common language of the Natural Alliance, not very fluent, but understandable. Rosen looked up and down at Phoenix's agile body that resembled a basketball player in his previous life, and smiled faintly. "I know you, the hero of the Nalin tribe, the Skull Crusher Phoenix. I also know that you can easily endure physical torture, but we mages like to skip the body and torture the soul directly." He said these words with mental magic, which can bypass the language limit and make all forest elf warriors understand. Phoenix was startled, and the deep amber eyes showed the fear that could not be hidden. The performance of other forest elf warriors was worse than his, and some even couldn't control and began to tremble. No matter how brave a warrior is, it is difficult to resist the fear of the unknown. Rosen continued, but I personally don't like torture, because torture not only tortures the tortured, but also pollutes the soul of the torturer. Since you don't plan to betray your tribe, I won't force you. Let's make a deal. Phoenix secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He clearly felt the pressure brought by the young man opposite. This guy is much more terrible than his father. How do you want to trade? You are warriors, and I respect warriors. I think it is the honor of a warrior to defeat a warrior head-on the battlefield, but there is no honor in torturing the warrior's body and soul after winning. Phoenix was stunned and looked at Rosen seriously. He felt that this human lord was not completely bad. Other forest elf warriors also had similar views. Rosen continued, my trading method is very simple. You are prisoners of Crescent City. In our human race, we can exchange prisoners for ransom. Now, I plan to do the same to you. I will choose one of you, of course. It can't be you, Phoenix. We send him back to the mountains and tell your tribal leader, or any forest spirit, who can make a decision. Tell them that they can use gold, gems, animal fur, or anything valuable to Crescent City in exchange for your lives. Of course, my patience is limited. So, if your leader does not respond within half a month, I will execute you. What do you think? Phoenix listened carefully and nodded in agreement. Your trading method is very fair. The forest spirit tribe often has frictions. After losing a battle and being captured, the tribal leader will use various precious materials to redeem the warriors. Rosen's eyes turned around the forest spirit warriors, and finally fixed on the youngest forest spirit. Let him deliver the letter. The forest spirit warrior immediately turned to look at Phoenix. Phoenix nodded. Go, tell the leader to let him use gold to redeem people. When Rosen heard about using gold to redeem, he said, if it is gold, you want 2,000 og, which is about 20 kilograms of gold. For the others, each one needs 1,000 og, which is 10 kilograms of gold. Phoenix immediately looked embarrassed, because there were 21 warriors here, adding up to hundreds of kilograms of gold. There is not so much gold in the tribe, not even half. Rosen immediately said, gems are fine, animal skins, medicinal herbs, etc. are also fine. Phoenix breathed a sigh of relief. There are quite a few of these things in the tribe, which should be enough for them to go back. He turned around and gave a few instructions to the forest elf warriors, and then said, send him back. Rosen glanced at the forest elf and waved to Codron. Give him some dry food, a portion of clean water, and a clean coarse cloth to wrap his wounds, return his weapons to him, and send him back to the edge of the forest. As soon as these words came out, it was obvious that the hatred in the eyes of the forest elf warriors was much less, and there was much more frustration. Obviously, their fighting spirit has greatly declined. Just as Rosen was dealing with the prisoners of war, in a small forest near Crescent City, a team of forest elves wearing animal skins were hiding in the bushes, quietly spying on the human city in the distance. After a while, the group heard rustling noises coming from the bushes in the distance. Soon, a middle-aged male forest elf with dark green hair and a scar on his left face emerged from the bushes. He walked up quickly and introduced to a young male forest elf in his 20s. Iganini, I have found out clearly. Baron Ted's eldest son Rosen is really back. He defeated Alish, took back the castle, and wiped out the dragon blood warriors of the Nalan tribe last night. Also, everyone says that he married Princess Dawn of Whalon. The princess brought a lot of property, as a dowry, and a very powerful guard. The young man called Iganini had emerald green hair like a bud, a pair of beautiful amber gold eyes, and a very handsome face. His weapon was a hardwood longbow wrapped with vines. He showed a deep shock on his face. Ted's eldest son Rosen actually married the princess, and wiped out the dragon blood warriors. Don't you all say he is a waste? If he is a waste, then are there any talents in this world? The other forest elves present took a breath of cold air, and each of them showed horror. After a long silence, Iganini asked, what is the attitude of the human knights? I heard that the 4 knights did not recognize the qualifications of the new baron, and also doubted the authenticity of the princess. They even put aside their grudges and secretly joined forces. Iganini was stunned. In other words, the human race is still fighting among themselves. Are those knights stupid? They can't see the powerful power of the new baron? The middle-aged scout laughed. Iganini, I'm afraid they are not stupid, but they have no choice. What do you mean? The young captain frowned, somewhat puzzled. The middle-aged scout whispered, now it seems that the rumor is probably true. They joined forces with the Nalan tribe and the Hegi tribe to kill the old baron, so there is no way out. Iganini's face immediately showed sadness when he heard this. Bahat is not a prophet at all. He is a complete lunatic. Following him will only lead to destruction. The middle-aged scout seemed to have a different opinion. I think Bahat will not necessarily lose. Iganini frowned. What do you mean? The middle-aged scout immediately analyzed it. Look, the two major tribes of Nalan and Hegi who are following Mabit now have a total of more than 10,000 people. The human race controlled by the four great knights also has more than 10,000 people. After the two sides joined forces, the total number has exceeded 20,000. Moreover, Bahat is a very powerful wizard. Under his leadership, the coalition forces can not only fight the impact of human warriors on the plains, but also carry out guerrilla attacks on the territory of the new baron in the mountains, consuming the opponent's strength bit by bit, and maybe they can really win. Hearing this, the forest elves showed joy on their faces. Derlin is right. Aha, those dirty and smelly idiots started the chaos first. It would be best if both sides fight their brains out, and we can just watch the show from the side. No, I think we should not only watch the show, but also fan the flames, let them fight harder, and it would be best if they all die. The forest elves were discussing enthusiastically, but suddenly heard Iganini's low voice. Don't dream, it's not that simple. He looked around at everyone. Didn't you hear it? That's Princess Dawn of Varen Island. Does the princess only have one guard? No, it's far more than that. I heard that there are at least 30 million people living on Varen Island. That's 30 million. How many troops should a princess with 30 million people have? Once the princess feels the pressure, won't Varen Island send more and stronger support? So, the two tribes will definitely fail, the knights will definitely be killed, the barons will definitely win, and our ego tribe will suffer together. It's just a matter of time. As soon as these words came out, it was like a sharp blade cutting off the throat, silencing all the words of the forest elves, and every forest elf showed despair on his face. 30 million, a number that is so huge that it is incomprehensible. Just hearing it makes people feel powerless, let alone fighting against it. Scout Delin struggled to refute, but the knight said the princess is a fake. Ignini sneered, Are you stupid? This is an obvious lie, can't you see it? Human lords are always full of lies, in order to coax their subordinates to work for them. Ignini sneered even more, Can't you think for yourself? Rosen is a small baron, dare to use the name of Princess Waelon? Does he want to die? If you don't accept it, ask yourself, do you dare to spread the word that you married the goddess? As soon as these words came out, all the forest elves were speechless. Ignini sighed, Just wait and see, in the near future, our lives will definitely undergo unpredictable and huge changes, even devastating changes. At this point, his face showed deep worry. Let's go, we will rush back immediately, and report these things to the great-grandmother. Chapter 67. Rustle. A team of forest elves was running wildly in the forest, led by Igo. He was not only the captain of this team of scouts, but also the son of the forest of the Igo tribe, with the most orthodox blood of the goddess flowing in his body. On the White Sturgeon Island, there are more than 30 forest elf tribes of various sizes, but there are only 3 tribes with more than 4,000 people. They are Nulin, Heg, and Igo. Therefore, Igo, who has noble blood, has a high status on the White Sturgeon Island. Soon, he followed the familiar road and came to a hidden cave covered by vines. After entering the cave and moving forward for about hundreds of meters in the maze-like cave, the front suddenly opened up and a very huge cave in the mountain appeared. There are many large and small zigzag cracks on the top of the cave, which connect to the outside world, bringing in light, fresh air, and some rain. There are many small caves on the 4 walls of the cave, some natural and some artificial, and each cave is home to a family of forest elves. At first glance, it looks like an oversized ant nest. Iganini followed a wide spiral corridor, and went up to a relatively wide cave entrance, when he reached a height of about 50 meters. At the entrance of the cave stood 2 guards as tall and slender as him. They were warriors of the tribe. Iganini saluted them, and then said, I have heard about the situation on the island, and I want to report it to my great-grandmother. The warrior returned the salute and said, May the goddess bless you, and then gave up his position. Iganini stepped into the cave. The cave floor was flat, dry, and not dark, because there was an additional window-like opening on the side of the mountain wall, which could receive some sunlight from the cracks on the top of the cave. Right next to this window, Iganini saw his great-grandmother, who was also his biological grandmother, an old woman with white hair and a kind face. The old forest fairy woman was mending a fur cloak. she said without raising her head. I feel the fear in your heart, child. Plop. Iganini knelt on the moss cushion, with his hands respectfully placed on his knees. Grandmother, Ted's eldest son has returned from Dawn City. The great-grandmother looked up at her eldest grandson. Did he do anything great? He married the Dawn Princess of the Whale on Giant Island. The great-grandmother paused, frowned slightly, and her finger was accidentally pierced by a bone needle, leaving a bloody wound. Reason tells me that this is ridiculous, but the long years tell me that all kinds of ridiculous things always happen in the world. So, I believe what you said is true. Then what? Iganini said bitterly. He came back in the morning, and at noon, he took back Crescent City from Alish, and at night, he wiped out Phoenix's Dragon Blood warriors. I also heard that although they did such a big thing, the Crescent Knights suffered almost no losses. The great-grandmother put down the animal skin cloak and bone needle in her hand, straightened her body, and looked at her eldest grandson seriously. Any other news? The princess brought back a very powerful guard, and it should be this guard that defeated Phoenix. In addition, he immediately moved back to Gaoshan Town, and the people of Sturgeon Wharf even gave up the Sea Breeze outpost and retreated completely to Crescent City. He also brought back a large amount of supplies. It is said that all kinds of food were piled up into a small mountain in the warehouse of Crescent City. The great-grandmother listened carefully, and after Iganini finished speaking, she sighed. It seems that Bahat has been defeated. Iganini agreed with this. Yes, there are endless reinforcements on the Whale on Giant Island, and Bahat has no chance of winning. The great-grandmother shook her head. Even without reinforcements, Bahat will not have any chance. She continued to lower her head, and so she took off her fur cloak and said leisurely, he married a princess at a young age, commanded a powerful army, and possessed a huge amount of resources, but he was not arrogant and proud, but cautious. This is enough to show the excellence of the eldest son of the Baron. Just wait and see, in the next period of time, he will force Bahat step by step until he is forced to the edge of the cliff, and forced to jump off the cliff, and fall to pieces. Iganini trembled slightly when he heard it, and couldn't help asking, Grandma, what should we do? It's not what we should do, but what the goddess will choose. The white-haired old woman showed a trace of sadness on her face. The goddess believed in Bahat's lies, and gave him her divine blood. This was not a big mistake, but who would have thought that Ted would give birth to such an outstanding son? Ah! The old woman sighed, shook her head slowly, and continued to sew the fur cloak. Iganini looked unwilling. Grandma, are we not going to do anything? What? Betray the goddess and join the human lord? No, persuade the goddess to change her mind. The old woman showed a relieved smile on her face. It seems that you have not been completely overwhelmed by fear. I will persuade her, but the goddess does not have much deterrent power on Bahat, so wait a little longer. Iganini looked anxious, but Grandma, why wait? If there is an irreparable conflict during this period, even if the goddess changes her mind, I'm afraid it will be too late. Don't worry, Ted's son is very cautious, Bahat is crazy, but unfortunately his control over the tribes is very limited, and everyone will not fight with him. As for the goddess, have you seen the goddess take action personally, hee. The old woman laughed a few times, and continued to sew the cloak seriously. Compared with the calmness of Grandmother Yaij, the Nalan tribe, which had just lost 200 warriors last night, was in a panic. The Nalan tribe also lives in a mountain cave similar to the Yig tribe. At this moment, in the largest cave, various quarrels are surrounding the appearance of a scarred middle-aged female forest elf. I think we should retaliate immediately. Unite the Hague tribe and the human knights to form a coalition and attack Crescent City. This is simply impossible. The Hague tribe has never been on the same side as us. They supported Sad to fight against Alish before. How could they join forces with us now? Yes, that's right. Anosha of Hague is an enemy of Phoenix. He wants our Phoenix to die. Yes, maybe they are celebrating our failure. And those human knights, if they had no way out, I bet they would definitely go and lick the new Baron's asshole right away. The scarred female forest elf finally had enough, picked up the wooden stick beside her, and knocked hard on the ground. I don't know whether my husband Phoenix is dead or alive, but you are still arguing here. If you can win an argument, I think you would have become the king of the world long ago. As soon as these words came out, the forest elves were speechless, looking at each other for a long time. Finally, a tall male forest elf said cautiously, this revenge was proposed by the prophet Bahat. Now that there is a problem, we should find a solution from him. As soon as the voice fell, a human-faced wooden sculpture hanging on the wall suddenly spoke. It's not my fault. I asked Phoenix to lead people to attack Sturgeon Wharf, but I didn't let him attack Crescent City. It was his own decision that led to the failure. The scarred female forest spirit was immediately furious and roared at the wood carving. Prophet Mahat, are you going to ignore it? The wood carving avoided this question. I can feel that Phoenix is still alive. So wait, since Ted's eldest son let him live, he will definitely come to you to make conditions. This news greatly calmed the anger of the scarred female forest spirit. Very good, then we will wait patiently for a few days. Chapter 68. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On the morning of the third day, the forest elves came to redeem the prisoners. Rosen was not surprised at all, because he knew that there were many different tribes of forest elves, and 20 forest elves warriors with physical strength comparable to that of senior knights were indispensable forces for any tribe. The Nalin tribe where Phoenix was located had lost 180 warriors. Without these 20 warriors, they would have to live with their heads down in the future. For matters like redeeming captives, the Lord naturally did not need to come forward in person. In the end, the 20 Crescent Knights led by Knight Commander Codlin came forward, with 100 regular warriors. In addition, there were several clerks who were familiar with the market prices of various materials. The exchange location agreed by both parties was on the south bank of the wooden bridge of Hansui River, an open space with a clear view, less than 2 kilometers away from the mountain forest at the edge of the river valley. Early in the morning, Codrin took Phoenix and other forest elf warriors out of the wooden cage, gave each of them a few sips of water, and then took them to the exchange site. The warriors were still injured and hungry, so they couldn't walk far, so they were pulled all the way by an ox cart. The exchange site was 5 kilometers away from Crescent City, and it would take some time to get there. On the way, Phoenix naturally had a lot of time to observe the warriors of Crescent City. He found that the Crescent warriors were all wearing brand new armor, and their weapons were much better than before, and it seemed that even the war horses were much stronger. These changes made him feel frightened and confused, and he couldn't help but think of the terrible rumors he had heard before. Rumor has it that the Baron married the Princess of Dawn, and it is also rumored that the princess brought a huge dowry, and it is also rumored that more of the princess's guards will be stationed on the island in the future. He didn't believe it at all before, thinking that these rumors were particularly absurd and must be lies spread by the Baron to confuse them. But after dealing with the new Baron Rosen and observing all these details, he couldn't help but believe it about 70%. After the ox cart went a few miles in the field, he finally couldn't help it, turning around and shouting to the old acquaintance of the escort team, "Hey, farming knight!" Codrin ignored him. "Hey, Knight Codrin?" Still got no response, and didn't even look at him. "Knight Commander Codrin?" Codrin turned his eyes away now. "If you have anything to say it quickly. I heard that the Baron really married Princess Chinwetchin of Whalon." Codrin snorted and laughed, with a proud face. "It's Princess Chinsi." "I don't believe it," Phoenix said with a forced face. Codrin said indifferently, "Believe it or not, it's up to you. Anyway, you forest spirits just need to wait for death in the forest." Phoenix has heard this kind of words many times, but in the past, human knights always roared, but now, they said it calmly, as if narrating an indisputable fact. This is the most terrifying. He swallowed dryly, but felt that his throat was still dry and smoking. Why would a big figure like Princess Whalon marry a little baron? She must be crazy. Codrin looked at Phoenix with the eyes of a country bumpkin. "What do you know? People in big cities are pursuing love. If there is love, the princess will even marry a beggar, not to mention that our Lord is such a talented person." Phoenix felt that he didn't understand what he said, and couldn't help asking, "What is love?" How could Codrin know what love is? But as the leader of the human knights, of course, he had to maintain his image of being knowledgeable in front of the country bumpkin forest elves. "You see a girl, you want to sleep with her, and the girl is willing to sleep with you, which means you have love." Phoenix still didn't understand. "I see all the beautiful girls want to sleep with her, and many beautiful girls in the tribe are willing to sleep with me. Why don't I feel love?" In the weather that was about to enter winter, Codrin's forehead was sweating. He racked his brains to recall the love stories he heard about big cities, but couldn't find a reasonable explanation. There was no way, he could only play tricks. "Love is unique to our human race, you forest elves don't know shit." Phoenix still thought it was nonsense. "That's because your human brains are broken." Codrin didn't bother to pay attention to him. After walking a little further, Phoenix couldn't help asking again, "Will the princess stay on the White Sturgeon Island?" Of course, she married the Baron, so of course she lives on the island. She will have to give birth to children for the Baron in the future. The more Phoenix listened, the worse it felt. He subconsciously looked around the Crescent Knight, and suddenly found a detail. "What are you wearing on your chest?" "It's silver, and looks pretty." Codlin raised his hand, and gently touched the silver amulet on his chest. His face showed a strong sense of superiority again, and he remembered the Baron's previous instructions to him. Remember, our real opponent is the witchcraft master hiding behind the scenes. The forest elves, the betrayed knights, and even some of the fishermen tribes are just the minions of this witchcraft master. The reason why these minions follow the sorcery master is largely because they believe that he can lead them to victory. Codlin remembered very clearly that the Baron had a faint smile on his face at that time, as if he was a god judging fate. So, to defeat this cunning master, the first step is to make his minions realize that following the master will not lead to victory, but will only lead from one failure to another, until the final destruction. These words made Codlin suddenly enlightened, and he felt a superb wisdom far beyond the past. At this moment, he glanced at Phoenix again, with the eyes of a country bumpkin. Don't you understand? This is the lightning amulet, a treasure that the princess brought as a dowry. With this thing, you will be hit by terrible lightning before you touch me, and then I will pierce your throat with a sword while your head is numb. In addition, your most commonly used sneak attack arrows are useless, because no matter how fast the arrow is, it can't be faster than lightning. Phoenix believed this, because he knew that the wizard whale on outside the island would make this thing, and Baron Ted had it. He heard that when Yosha of the Heg tribe was sniping Ted, Ted slashed his neck with a sword. If it weren't for the blessing of the dragon, Yosha's head would have been gone directly. But he also knew that this kind of magic weapon was a very expensive treasure, and only Baron Ted had it on the island. Now, every knight is equipped with one. It's really too scary. After that, Phoenix didn't speak on the road. He kept his head down and thinking about something. About half an hour later, the ox cart pulled them across the wooden bridge over the Hansui River. The tribe's warriors were already waiting, about 100 of them, all looking as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The human warriors around Codlin all looked relaxed, as if they didn't take the 100 forest elf warriors in front of them seriously at all. Phoenix was angry. Codlin, we have about the same number. Even if our warriors can't beat you, we can still make you suffer heavy losses. Codlin smiled contemptuously and patted the potion bottle on his waist. See this? The hero potion that the princess brought as a dowry is stronger than your dragon's blessing. If you look carefully, you will find that each of our knights has a bottle. He patted the quiver beside him. We also carry sharp arrows specifically for shooting dragon warriors. If you dare to play tricks, I promise to leave all your people behind, and we will be unscathed. Phoenix's heartbeat accelerated when he heard it. Codlin, lies can't scare me. Codlin sat on the horse's back, looking down at his old rival, and the contempt in his eyes almost overflowed. If you don't believe it, try it. Phoenix clenched his fists, and his heart was furious, but he didn't dare to try. The warrior's intuition told him that Codlin was not lying, and he was really sure to kill them all. The human clerk walked over and began to pick and choose the ransom property brought by the forest elves, while the Crescent Knights stood guard leisurely nearby. Phoenix saw that his people were very unhappy and wanted to get angry several times, but he immediately signaled them with his eyes to let them not be impulsive. Crescent City has changed and has a power that is far beyond its previous strength. Their previous plan can no longer continue. Half an hour later, the redemption process was completed. The Forest Spirit tribe paid a large amount of property, including gold, fur, gems, etc. According to the market price of Crescent City, these things are about 20,000 Og. But if these furs and gems are taken to Shire County, the price will increase a lot, and it is estimated that it will be sold for 40,000 Og. The Crescent Warriors also released the people as promised, and even returned the weapons of the warriors. When Phoenix was supported by the tribe and limped away, he suddenly heard the voice of Codlin behind him. Hey, country bumpkin, our leader wants me to say 2 words to you. Phoenix was very unhappy with the superiority of his old opponent, but there was no way. The other party was now better than him. So he could only hold his breath. Farming Knight, if you have something to say, please speak up. Our Lord said that the world outside the island is very broad. Don't just look at the barren island under your feet. If you open up a little, you will find that this world already belongs to the human race. Your resistance is just a dying struggle. Phoenix subconsciously wanted to refute, but he couldn't say anything, because he knew that what Codlin said was right. He could only smile bitterly in his heart. Do you think I'm stupid? But you don't know how terrible the prophet is. Codlin continued. The second sentence is Princess Dawn is a kind and tolerant princess. She doesn't want to see the bloodshed on the island continue, and she also hopes that the hatred of all races can be eliminated. She is also a wise princess, because she is only 23 years old, and she is already a powerful magic master. After saying these words, Codlin waved his hand, returned to the city. The Crescent Knight left very simply. Phoenix was also helped to continue to return to the forest. He looked calm on the surface, but there were already storms in his heart. Chapter 69. ZZ. TSK. Kacha. 7 days later, an S-shaped circular assembly line appeared in the Lord's secret magic laboratory, with strange-looking craftsman puppets standing on both sides of the assembly line. With all kinds of strange sounds, the assembly line slowly flowed, and wisps of lightning jumped and flowed on the assembly line like elves. On both sides of the assembly line, strange-looking craftsman puppets were running at an almost crazy speed, so fast that afterimages were almost appearing. But such a speed, but it maintained great precision. It revealed a strange beauty of order and precision. At the beginning of the assembly line, there were only a few simple parts, but the further you go, the more complex the assembly becomes. At the end of the assembly line, a crude humanoid puppet appeared. As soon as these humanoid puppets landed on the ground, they could walk and talk. At first glance, they looked like living people. They walked to Rosen's side automatically. Rosen had been waiting for a long time. He borrowed the 4-ring deformation energy condensed by his wife Selena to finally deform the rough-looking humanoid puppet and stabilize the deformation effect. After this beautification process, the rough-shaped magic puppet became a real black iron guard. This black iron guard wore a frosted hardened mithril mask on his face, a silver-striped black hooded leather armor on his upper body, a black rune leather windbreaker on the outside, a pair of black leather pants with weapon buckles on his lower body, and a pair of long steel-soled combat boots with matte metal buckles on his feet. In addition, on the back of the leather windbreaker, there is a large golden sun emblem embroidered with dark gold thread, indicating his noble status as a guard of the Adrian family. He also wears exquisite hardened mithril magic tools on his neck, chest, and belt. He holds a rune dagger in his left hand, and a carved hardened mithril staff, with a simple and elegant style in his right hand. These details show that this man is not only a black iron guard, but also an upper-level commander of the Iron Guard. His style is cold and strong, and he fully embodies the strong aura of the Duke's Guard. Ordinary people will be terrified if they are stared at by him. Even a warrior who has experienced hundreds of battles will feel cold in his heart. This is the 50th Black Iron Guard, the last finished product of the first batch, and the best one. Rosen's voice was very light, revealing a strange sense of tenderness. Selena on the side found that there was a trace of love in his eyes when he looked at the puppet, just like a father looking at his best child. She was a little confused. It sounds like it's very powerful. Rosen nodded gently. I used the best materials at hand, a fully debugged craftsman puppet, and my latest experience in puppet manufacturing, all poured into it. In terms of materials, it is naturally far inferior to the Sage Levin, but in terms of advanced technology and the completeness of the puppet heart, it is much better than Levin, which is a reflection of Rosen's latest puppet manufacturing level. At this moment, his heart was filled with a sense of joy to show off his proud achievements to his fellow mages. Because when he was in Dawn City, no matter how good and cool he made something, he could only admire it alone. He walked to the side of the puppet and continued to introduce it. According to the setting of the puppet heart, it is a high-level 20-star battle mage named Akali, who masters the 4 spells of Arcane, Mind, Force, and Lightning, and is particularly proficient in lightning spells. Rosen defined the identity of the Iron Guard commander in this way. Selena circled around the puppet Akali. Huh? It's actually a female mage? Rosen shrugged. Since it is the lady's personal guard, it should be reasonable to use female battle mages for close protection, right? Selena nodded. That's true. She stretched out her hand and pinched the soft flesh of the Black Iron Guard's chest. Why is it so hard? The close-fitting armor made of hardened mithril is reasonable, right? Reasonable. Selena continued to check, and then found that the female mage's figure was very good, even perfect, and she was a little envious. Since she's a warrior, she should be thick and strong. Why would she make her waist so thin and her hips so big? I just did it for fun. Sorry, ma'am. If you don't like it, I change it. Forget it. I hope no ruffian will fall in love with her. Hey, you also gave her an excretion area? A warrior without normal life activities will arouse suspicion, so when necessary, they can perform normal eating, drinking, defecating and urinating, and even have personal desires and needs, so as to dispel the suspicion of those who are interested. Okay, it's really exquisite, but how about their combat effectiveness? In terms of combat effectiveness alone, they are quite powerful. Their biggest advantage is not the many spells they master, but their fast reaction speed, which is much faster than that of humans. The only way to defeat martial arts in the world is to be fast. No matter how many tricks you have, I am faster than you, so no matter what monsters come, I only need one move. Does she need you to control her remotely? Basically not. I set up a nearly complete puppet heart for her. In terms of combat, she can be completely autonomous. At the same time, because the mask and clothes cover almost all the details of the body, there is no need to worry about flaws in her expression. The biggest reason why Levin and puppet number 2 need Rosen's remote control and occupy a lot of computing power is to control the puppet's facial micro-expressions. People are very sensitive to facial expressions, so facial expressions are real people. It is simply a computing power black hole. It sounds like there are no disadvantages. Yes, and it is unavoidable. Rosen walked to the side of the combat puppet, lifted the leather armor on his top, and poked his finger into the belly button with a little force. Although I use as much lightning energy as possible, arcane energy, mental energy, and psychic energy for controlling puppets must all be charged from here. Although each one is small, 50 together is a big burden. To charge 50 high-level puppets at a time, it is necessary to consume 5 tubes of mana of a magic master like Selena. That is to say, Selena needs to spend 5 days to do this. And if it is not used after being charged, the power in the crystal grid will slowly drain away, and it can only last for 3 months at most. Selena suddenly had a headache. Can we use lightning instead, remove arcane energy and mental energy, and only have puppet psychic energy? Rosen shrugged. Madam, this suggestion is very good, and I have some ideas for solutions, but they have not been successful yet. My dear, I sincerely hope that you will succeed soon. At this time, because the last puppet was successfully built, the powerful production line stopped completely, and the frantic work of the artisan puppets on both sides also stopped. Selena looked at it once, and then looked at it again, and felt very unhappy. Such a powerful artisan puppet has stopped working like this. What a pity. Anyway, the power of lightning comes from the sun. It's a waste not to use it. Rosen felt the same way, but he had to let Serena pay attention to a fact. Madam, the supplies purchased from Shire County have been basically exhausted. Hey, supplies. The biggest advantage of islands is that they are isolated from the world and are natural fortresses. The biggest disadvantage is that the place is small, there are few people, and resources are scarce. Rosen was not idle either. He walked to the assembly line and began to fine-tune the artisan puppets. Although large items cannot be produced, some small items can still be produced. Alonso has been so busy refining tools these days that his hands are about to smoke. It's just right to take over his work so that he can concentrate on exploring new knowledge for us. In Rosen's expectation, the greatest role of Alonso, Wei Gu, Cal mages, and outstanding mages to be recruited in the future is to help him create things that do not exist in the world, rather than being dragged down by boring, monotonous, and repetitive labor. The repetitive work can be left to the craftsman puppets. At present, Rosen can't help Wei Ji's potion learning, but Alonso's refining work is the strength of the puppet production line. As long as the operating parameters of the craftsman puppet are set according to the refining book, and then various energies are charged to it, the number of magic tools it produces in a day will be more than Alonso's in a month, and the quality is very stable. If the process requirements are raised to an extremely high level, the final product will be very exquisite and highly competitive in the market. Because most of the production process is powered by the lightning house, the mana consumption is less than 1/10 of that of a normal craftsman puppet, and there is still a huge room for optimization in the future. The extremely low mana consumption means that the demand for charging mages, and even the population of the territory is far lower than that of traditional lords. The extremely high production efficiency means the potential for an amazing burst of production capacity. As long as the resource shortage problem can be solved, the production capacity can be burst like crazy, and this is the biggest trump card that Rosen, a small island lord, dares to have the idea of hegemony. Of course, everything is just the beginning. Madam, the Black Iron Guards are ready. Let's find an opportunity to let them appear. But how to appear? Selena asked with her head tilted. Rosen thought it was cute, so he leaned close to her white jade cheek and whispered for a while. Selena's cheeks were itchy, and she subconsciously shrank her neck to avoid it, but soon took the initiative to meet her and rubbed her husband's ears. She also listened carefully to her husband's plan, and her eyes became brighter and brighter. My dear, this is a great idea. It will surely scare the rebels so much that they won't be able to sleep. Chapter 70. Did you know? The Black Guards are coming to our White Sturgeon Island. Hey, you just found out? I knew it the night before yesterday. I say, what is going on? In the Wishun Yu Tavern in Crescent City, several Crescent warriors were chatting as if no one was around, and the content of their chat was very eye-catching. After a while, a large number of drinkers gathered around the warriors, and everyone asked questions. What are the Black Guards? The warrior, who was asked, immediately explained with a big tongue. Hey, you don't know this, you are really ignorant. The Black Guards are the most elite soldiers among the princess's guards, and each of them is very good at fighting. Better than the guards in the castle? Of course, otherwise how can they be called the most elite soldiers? When will they arrive? In the next few days, maybe even today. Don't disbelieve me, I heard Lord Stoddard say it myself when I was on guard that day. Well, how will the Black Guards come? Will they come by boat? I don't know. Maybe they will fly directly from Dawn City, after all, they are so powerful. The soldier shook his head, and continued to drink. As he drank, he suddenly heard a huge noise coming from the street outside. The sound was so loud that people couldn't help but wonder if the Forest Elf War group had invaded the New Moon City. The drinking soldiers immediately stood up cursing, pulled out the new steel knives from their waists, and rushed out of the tavern quickly. The first soldier rushed to the door of the tavern, and was about to shout angrily, but then he saw the situation on the street clearly. He was suddenly shocked and sobered up. The second warrior rushed over immediately. Hack to use balls, right? Oh, Mother Nature, Black Guards. He quickly put the knife back into the scabbard. Because he was too excited, he tried several times but failed, and even almost stabbed his leg. The third warrior also rushed to the door. He heard his companion's words, and was extremely curious. He wanted to rush out to see what was going on, but he was blocked by the wall of people in front of him and couldn't squeeze out. He was also short and couldn't see the situation in front of him. He was anxious and simply climbed up to the beam. He took a look and his eyes were dazzled. Oh good, so fucking good looking. On the street outside, 10 Black Guards wearing silver masks formed a row, a total of 5 rows, and several very strong Black Guards in the middle were carrying 2 huge wooden boxes engraved with many runes and silver threads. There were only 50 people, but the sense of oppression they created was as terrifying as thousands of troops. Wherever the team went, the crowds of onlookers retreated desperately, as if they were squeezed by an air wall. In order to retreat faster, they even rolled desperately in the mud. Because of this abnormal movement, a horse was frightened. The horse raised its front legs and flipped the rider on its back, then raised its forward legs and rushed towards the formation of the black-clad iron guards from the side. Be careful, the horse is frightened. Hide quickly, people shouted subconsciously. In a blink of an eye, the horse rushed to 30 meters in front of the black-clad iron guards. At this moment, a black-clad female mage in the first row suddenly raised the exquisite and cold staff in her hand and pointed it at the galloping horse. Snap, rub, snap. 3 consecutive lightning bolts as thick as arms burst out, instantly crossing a distance of 30 meters and hitting the horse like a whip of God. Look at the horse again. It was on fire all over, and the place where it was electrocuted was bloody and flying. It died immediately, and its body rolled on the ground simply because of inertia. Just as the rolling horse was about to hit the crowd of onlookers, a burly man suddenly rushed out from the black iron guards. He took a step forward and actually reached the horse. The man lifted his black sun emblem windbreaker with both hands and stepped down. There was a muffled bang, and the rolling horse was actually stepped on the ground, and the fire on the horse was directly blown out by the strong wind brought by the black iron guard's sprint. This lightning and trampling, the tacit cooperation, solved this sudden crisis in an extremely violent way, but extremely safely. The people of the White Sturgeon Island, whether ordinary people or warriors, and even a few knights who were watching the excitement, were all dazzled. People who grew up on a small island, where have they ever seen such a handsome and pretentious style? Clatter, clatter, clatter. With the sound of neat footsteps, the heroic and cold black iron guard solved the crisis, ignored the crazy people at all, and instantly returned to the neat formation and walked towards the crescent castle on the top of the mountain again. It was not until the black iron guards walked away that the shocked people came to their senses and began to discuss wildly. My God, the horse was electrocuted. Look, there is a footprint here, the horse's ribs are all broken by 1 foot. Is this still a human? 1 foot stepped on the rolling horse on the spot, and there was no burst of fighting spirit at all. This physical strength is more explosive than that of a senior knight. They are indeed the elite of the elite, so strong. Will the rebels in the mountains be beaten into a pulp? That's right, our Crescent City is completely safe. The story of the Black Guards did not end there. When the neatly lined Black Guards arrived at the gate of Crescent Castle, they stopped. One of the big boxes was placed on the ground, while the other one continued to be held. At the gate of the castle, all the Crescent warriors on duty had arrived, more than 200 people. They also stood in a neat line. The reason was that the Baron and the Princess were going to make an important speech at the gate of the castle. Because it was at the gate of the castle, many people in Crescent City who loved to join in the fun also gathered around and watched from afar. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Baron said loudly, "Crescent warriors, you are blessed. Because my wife, the Princess of Dawn City, has ordered a batch of powerful magic amulets from Dawn City specifically for you. Today, every warrior present will receive a magic amulet, and it will be worn on your chest by the leader of the Black Iron Guard, the senior battle mage, Miss Akali." Hearing this, the breathing of the Crescent warriors was almost stagnant, with a look of disbelief on their faces. They are just ordinary warriors. Can ordinary warriors also wear magic amulets? At this time, Princess Selena came out and looked at the shocked Crescent warriors. "Warriors, in the past half-month, I have seen your determination and efforts to defend Crescent City. Crescent City has also been protected very well by you, so these magic amulets are the rewards you deserve. Even the princess has spoken, so it must be true." The Crescent Moon warriors were all confused. The warriors from a small place had never seen such a big move, not to mention the Crescent Moon warriors, the Flame War Band, who came to watch had never seen it. In this world, is there a lord who gives ordinary soldiers magic amulets? The warriors of their Flame War Band haven't even equipped them yet. Yop and several deputy captains felt sour. Deputy Captain Harry couldn't help but say, "Her Royal Highness is so generous." He was a little jealous. Yop looked at the group of Black Iron Guards next to him, who exuded a murderous aura, and the more he looked, the more frightened he became. He couldn't help but whisper to the deputy captains, "I feel that there is at least one combat master in that group, maybe two. Anyway, I feel that I have no chance of winning against them." Harry curled his lips subconsciously. It's better to rely on magic weapons. Look at the leading female wizard. Her staff looks inconspicuous, but it is equipped with 3 high-level lightning lattices. He is well informed, and has already known about the street electric horse. Look at his staff. There are only 2 lattices, and they are both intermediate lattices, which are not at the same level as the opponent's weapons. If the 2 sides confront each other head-on, he will be gone in 2 rounds at most. Just when the commanders of the Flame War group were envious, the black-clothed female wizard with a great figure and as cold as ice walked to the side of the huge wooden box and opened the heavy lid with one hand. When the lid was opened, a dazzling silver light suddenly appeared inside. Everyone squinted and looked at it, and they all took a breath of cold air. It's a magic amulet. There are countless magic amulets. Obviously, each of them is very exquisite, but they are piled up casually like stones, as if these things are not worth anything at all. But God knows, on the island in the past, only the Baron could afford such good things. Everyone was stunned on the spot, motionless for a long time, just like petrified. Akali spoke, with a hint of feminine hoarseness in her cold voice. "Loyal Crescent warriors, follow the Q order and come to me. I will wear the badge of courage for you." Baron Rosen immediately explained, "These are low-level lightning amulets." The battle mages of the Black Iron Guard said that once the lightning energy in the amulet is stimulated, you can go to them to recharge it at any time. If it is broken, you can also replace it directly. It would be better if he didn't explain it. Once he explained it, the commanders of the Flame Legion were jealous and almost hated it. Harry grinned and said, "There are at least 2,000 amulets in the box, with a market value of more than 150,000 OGs. Even if they are produced by the Duke's workshop, the cost is more than 50,000 OGs. Alex, the deputy commander of the Shield Guard, sighed. "The Baron is not marrying a princess, he is marrying a mountain of gold." The 4 commanders sighed together, and they couldn't understand why the dignified Princess of Dawn would be willing to marry such an ordinary-looking little baron on such a broken island. For a long time, Harry found a reason to make himself feel better, and thought to himself, maybe the Baron is living a good life. Look at those Crescent warriors again. When Akali put on the amulet for them, they wanted to stick their chests up to the sky. Their excitement made people doubt that even if this cold lady in black stepped on their faces with her fragrant long boots and told them to die on the spot, they would be very happy, and would not hesitate to do it. There were 200 Crescent warriors on duty in the castle. Although Akali moved quickly, when the last warrior was wearing the amulet, almost an hour had passed. Rosen waved to the Black Guards and said loudly, "Noble and glorious warriors, you have worked hard. Now, follow me to the resting place specially prepared for you. This resting place is naturally in the Lord's Longhouse. On weekdays, only 10 guards will be shown for show, and the remaining 40 will be parked in the underground magic laboratory to save power consumption. When needed, they can be used for emergency. Anyway, the Black Guards have always been known for their mysterious and terrifying nature, and no one has the courage to explore the details. As the Black Guards entered the castle, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. But the topic of discussion was still all about the Black Guards and the 2 heavy boxes they carried. People couldn't help wondering, since a big box contained so many magic amulets, what kind of treasures did the other big box contain? There is no answer for the time being, but various speculations and rumors about it are flying around like wings, almost flying all over the whole Sturgeon Island in one day. At the same time, the return to peace decree issued by the Baron also flew all over the island. The content of the decree is, the Baron is the supreme lord of Sturgeon Island, and the 4 great knights and the forest spirit tribe are all rebels. But the Baron is kind, except for the murderer who directly participated in the murder of his father. The rest of the rebels will not be held accountable as long as they are willing to surrender. Ordinary people in the 4 towns can get 50 kilograms of potatoes as long as they go to New Moon City, and they will be properly settled in New Moon City. As long as they abide by the New Moon City decree, no one can bully them. At night, Felix, who was doing restorative exercises in the cave and preparing to avenge his previous shame, heard the news. Dang dang. The wooden warhammer in his hand could not be held and fell directly to the ground. Turning around to look at his companions, he saw that they were all filled with deep despair. The gap was so huge that it was impossible for people to have the desire to fight. After a long time, Felix silently picked up the wooden warhammer, but did not continue to practice. Instead, he sat down with his weapon and sighed deeply. Ah! The great-grandmother of the Ego tribe also knew the news. After a quarter of an hour of silence, she found her eldest grandson Igo Nini. Go to the Nalan tribe to find Phoenix, and discuss how to deal with the Heg tribe together. Yes, grandmother. Igo Nini took action immediately. Chapter 71. 3 days later, the Lord's government study. Rosen listened carefully to the report of the Chief Administrative Officer Kruber. Lord, since yesterday, people have been coming here one after another. Only more than 10 people came yesterday, but more than 30 people gathered outside the city gate early this morning. The 4 betrayed knights have a total of more than 10,000 people. If so many people come out in one day, Crescent City will not have to do anything, and they will soon be left alone. But Kruber was still a little worried. Lord, although we still have a lot of food, we may not be able to consume it if we continue like this. Rosen smiled slightly. It's okay, I'm prepared. Because he had received a letter from Marathi, at most 10 days, he would transport a large number of supplies from the new route, including a large amount of food. So, even if more than 10,000 people from the 4 towns all come, he can afford it. Seeing that Lord Rosen looked calm, Kruber was relieved. He began to report other government affairs, and Rosen listened carefully. It can be seen that Kruber is a very capable and down-to-earth political talent. Therefore, most of the time, Rosen was silent, and only a few times would he express his opinions and make some key instructions at key points. This also made Kruber feel that the young mage lord in front of him was not the kind of noble lord who was not down to earth. He had a very deep understanding of all social classes, even the poor beggars on the street, and he was extremely knowledgeable and well-informed. The little tricks he occasionally used to fool the fiery mercenary group in the past did not work in front of him. So Kruber also put away all his extra thoughts, worked carefully and down to earth. Just as he finished his report, another young mage Chow came over. Lord, Master Luakato wants to see you. Rosen's heart moved, and he quickly checked the content of Detection Guard and laughed in his heart. My flat attack artifact is here. 5 minutes later, he came to the Weapon Research Department of the Island Magic Center. On the table, he saw 3 lightning torrent crossbow samples laid out in a row, and 10 matching disc-shaped lightning lattice arrays, and he was full of relief. Rosen took the refining book, read it, and compared it with the real object, and he became happier and happier. Not bad, very good, this is a wonderful result. Everyone's work efficiency is much higher than I thought, and the finished product is much better than I thought. It took a total of 14 days to make 3 mature lightning torrent crossbow samples and 10 lightning crossbow trays. Each crossbow tray contains 300 lightning crossbows and can fire 10 rounds per second on average. In other words, you can fire 300 attacks in half a minute without taking a breath. Let's look at the appearance of the torrent crossbow. Although it is called a crossbow, it doesn't look like a crossbow at all. Instead, it looks a bit like a shotgun in an alien style. The gun body is about 1 meter long and weighs 10 kilograms. When using it, just aim the muzzle at the target, and then release the lightning ball in the crossbow tray. The usage limit is a low-level mage who masters the lightning missile technique. This threshold is very low, and any mage can do it. Even the White Sturgeon Island in the Magic Desert can find 56. As one of the three main forces of the Torrent crossbow, Gatlan the mage also looked relieved, but the most embarrassing thing on his face was embarrassment. Lord, this thing is good, but charging is a big problem. A 300-round lightning crossbow disc contains the lightning power of 300 low-level lightning missiles. This power is so huge that even Master Luokato can only charge half of it in one breath. To fill the 10 lightning crossbow discs on site, 15 Cal mages will have to spend more than half a month. So, although it seems very powerful, it has a huge shortcoming of being difficult to charge. It is precisely because of this shortcoming that when they took the arcane torrent crossbow to Shire County to attract investment, they were ridiculed as taking off pants to fart style whimsy. Rosen smiled faintly. It is indeed a difficult problem, but I will find a way to recruit enough charging mages. After hearing this, Master Gatlan felt more and more embarrassed, even ashamed. It feels that the work they do is not authentic, it's like cheating money. If Rosen was a hypocritical and greedy lord, he would have cheated, but the other party was honest, generous, and very reasonable. In the past half-month, they were treated to good food and drink, and they also invested a huge amount of money to build such a good refining room for them. So I felt very sorry for the Baron. Turning to look at the other call wizards, everyone also had a guilty expression. Rosen seemed not to see it. He turned to look at Master Luokato. Master, I read the refining book of the Torrent crossbow. It is very well written, and I am very satisfied. These finished products are also very good. I am also very satisfied. You have fully fulfilled the contract, so I will also fulfill the contract. According to the contract, the reward of 10,000 AUG, plus 5,000 AUG compensation, a total of 15,000 AUG, right? This is a lot of money, but it is not for the Torrent crossbow, but for buying bones. The Count mages all nodded. Although Gatland, Markley and Grank, the three main senior mages, also nodded, they all nodded with shame. Rosen waved to Alia, who was following him. Alia, give me the money. Alia had brought the cash box, and immediately took out 140 gold coins, plus 1,000 gold coins of AUG. It's exactly 15,000 AUG. Everyone, please click. The bright light of the gold coins made the Count mages all narrow their eyes. They were born as civilians, and poor little nobles, and they had never seen so much money in their lives. When Master Luokato took the cash box, even with the tenacious heart of the magic master, he could hardly suppress the trembling of his hands. A group of people counted over and over again. After counting 10 times, Luokato said in a trembling voice, Lord, that's right, not a penny less. Rosen said, then as agreed, you are free, go wherever you want. The Count mages didn't expect that Rosen would be so straightforward. One by one, you looked at me, I looked at you, wanting to leave immediately, but a little confused, not knowing where to go next. After all, they stayed very comfortable on the island during this period of time, and their lives were very fulfilling. Now that they suddenly regained their freedom, they felt like they had nowhere to go. Rosen ignored them, and ordered Stoddard to start receiving the finished products of the Lightning Torrent crossbow. When the Torrent crossbow and the Lightning crossbow plate were all taken away, the Count mages had not left yet, and were still standing in the corner of the refining room to divide the money. They seemed to have some disagreements and quarreled from time to time. Rosen knew it well, but he pretended not to see it. About half an hour later, the money was finally divided. Master Luokato left with a group of young mages, but 3 senior mages and several mid-level mages were still standing there. Rosen smiled and greeted Master Luokato. Master, are you ready to go back to Cal? Luokato nodded. I owe more than 800 AUGs in debt in my hometown. My family has been humiliated for many years because of this. I have to go back to pay off the debt. Rosen nodded. We have to go back quickly. I wish you a safe journey. Luokato nodded and said, Baron, you are a truly noble lord. I know you need talents. In fact, I also want to stay here and continue to serve you, but I am really old. Sighing, he continued, when I return to my hometown, I will definitely publicize your deeds. I believe that many young and outstanding Count mages will follow you. Rosen nodded happily. Thank you very much, master. 7 or 8,000 AUGs of money in exchange for a magic master to advertise for him. It's worth it. Luokato left with a face full of emotion. After he left, 3 senior mages came over, with 5 young intermediate Count mages behind them. There are 8 people in total, accounting for half of the 15 call wizards. They are the elite members of the team, much more capable than the other 7, and are the absolute main force in building the Torrent crossbow. Among the three, Gatland is the most capable, and it is him who speaks out now. He is full of shame. Lord, in fact, the lightning torrent crossbow has many fatal flaws. The three of us unanimously believe that if we don't solve these problems thoroughly, we will be ashamed of the Lord's trust. Rosen was not surprised at all, because it can be seen from daily interactions that these three senior wizards are wizards of the engineer type of otherworld. They all have the obsessive-compulsive disorder of a first-class engineer who strives for perfection. He smiled and asked, "What are your plans?" Gatland said, "We plan to continue to improve the lightning torrent crossbow. We don't need extra compensation, as long as the Lord can manage our daily life and research consumption." He smiled awkwardly. "I know that even so, the consumption is actually not small." He felt more and more guilty as he spoke. Rosen snapped his fingers and agreed very straightforwardly. "No problem, not only the lightning torrent crossbow, you can communicate with me if you have any new ideas in the future. As long as you can convince me and make me feel useful, I will invest money to support it." The eyes of the Cow mages were bright. Markley mages laughed. "I knew this would work, but you still don't believe it." The other mages were all happy, because Rosen's promise meant that they would have a decent income in their lives, and they could also do the work they are best at and interested in. There are not many people in the world who have such good luck. Seeing this, Rosen joked, "I say, don't you plan to continue the adventure?" Gronk Mage smiled and said, "Lord, there are many ways to adventure. Some people like to adventure everywhere, but we like to find the treasure hidden by the Creator in the magic world." Rosen nodded in agreement. "When you find the treasure, you will have a great sense of achievement that resonates with the Creator. That feeling is more charming than the most mellow wine." As soon as these words came out, the eyes of all the Call mages suddenly lit up, and they all looked at Rosen with a look of seeing a soulmate. Rosen continued, "Then I wish you all a smooth adventure. By the way, I will also show you a good thing." After the eyes of the Cow mages, who had voluntarily stayed turned to him, he smiled and said, "Do you know why I want to create a lightning torrent instead of an arcane torrent?" Gatland immediately asked, "We are all confused about this question. Why?" Rosen set up a silent barrier, and then said, "First of all, I want to explain that since you intend to serve me formally, we have to sign a confidentiality agreement. This is natural, after all, every lord has his own secrets." The Cow mages also nodded in agreement. Rosen did not delay for a moment, and immediately took out the confidentiality agreement and began to discuss and sign it with the Cow mages one by one. The signing process was very troublesome, and the rights and obligations of both parties were discussed in detail. It took about 2 hours in total. When they signed the contract, the 7 Cow mages headed by Master Loakato had already left the island by boat, and the group of Cow mages who stayed behind completely tied their lives to the White Sturgeon Island. Now, they are no longer called Cow Mage, but Crescent Mage of the island. Then, Rosen revealed the secret word by word. "Because I found a lightning house in the Creator's treasure house that can automatically draw and store lightning power from nature." As soon as these words came out, the mages were stunned and looked extremely shocked. "I don't believe it. This is impossible," Gatland shouted in surprise. Rosen smiled slightly. "I will show you this. You can open your eyes, but be careful that your eyes fall out of your eye sockets." Of course, it is not to show the highest achievements of the underground magic laboratory, but a part of the simplified samples. He also believes that this group of highly qualified engineering mages will become the most important maintainers and improvers of various automatic production lines on the island in the future. Chapter 72. Early morning. In a forest somewhere on the White Sturgeon Island, a dark forest. No one can be seen, only a very low conversation can be heard. There is a dead end ahead. If we go any further, everyone will die. The voice is very young. Of course I know this, but I really can't do anything. That guy not only holds my life, but also the lives of my family. The second voice is very deep. It is the fate of a soldier to die in battle. I can ignore my own life, but my family, especially my little daughter, who has just learned to walk, I really awe. The long sigh is full of sadness and helplessness. The young voice sounded again. So, you are going to drag the lives of nearly 5,000 tribesmen of the entire tribe to destruction because of the fate of a small family? You are so disappointing. You are not worthy of the title of the son of the forest at all, let alone the hero of the tribe. The deep voice was angry. It's easy for you to say that. If it were you, would you be willing? The young voice sneered. If it were me, I would not have been fooled by that guy from the very beginning. He does have powerful magic power, but his methods and his character are not worthy of the title of prophet at all. Now, I want to remind you that you can certainly hesitate because of the fate of your family, but the Baron has issued a decree of peace, and your pathetic coalition is about to collapse. At this time, if you don't stand up to save the fate of the tribe, then you will be completely abandoned by other people in the tribe who want to survive. By then, you and your family will still die. After they die, their souls will be cursed by countless tribesmen, and their corpses will be trampled on by the tribesmen as the foundation for dancing. After these words were spoken, the forest was silent for a long time. Finally, the owner of the deep voice said, "I can't betray him openly, and I won't join forces with you to deal with Heg. But I can tell you some news about him. Don't force me, this is the limit of what I can do." "Okay," you say. The forest returned to silence again, but this time it only lasted for a while. At the beginning, we found some strange stone slabs with many mysterious symbols recorded on them. We couldn't understand them, so we didn't take them seriously. He couldn't understand them at first either. But everyone gave up, but he didn't. He kept thinking about it, and then one day, he suddenly gained terrifying power. The young voice listened carefully. "Is the stone slab big?" "Yes, it is big, as tall as 2 people, very heavy, in a cave at the top of Longnian Snow Peak. There is a large snow lotus at the entrance of the cave. It is easy to find." "Oh, I know that cave." "That's good to know." "In other words, if you want to fight him, you must find a way from the stone slab." "I don't know, maybe." After a pause, the deep voice said, "Even now, the Heg tribe still firmly follows him. Enosha is even more of a fanatical madman. He firmly believes that the prophet can destroy all enemies on the island." The young voice sneered, "But the princess is not from the island. She is from outside the island. It's useless. You can't reason with a madman, right?" "That's right. The only way is to destroy him." After a pause, the young voice continued, "I know you are still hesitating, but I must remind you that the forest elves' fear of the Baron is quickly overwhelming their fear of him. Perhaps most of the forest elves are still hesitant now, but Ted's son is an ambitious and strategic figure. He is a hero of the human race, just as you are a hero of your tribe. He will never give his opponent a chance to breathe. His next card is about to be played. And by then, the fear of the prophet it will become insignificant. And then, when you sleep at night, you must be careful not to be beheaded by your tribesmen." The owner of the deep voice was still hesitating. "Don't force me, I'm in a mess now. I don't want to do anything, I just want to have a good sleep." "Okay, Phoenix, you are a coward." "Whatever you say, but at least the trees and mountains will not laugh at me. They will silently protect us forest elves. I don't believe that the Baron can overturn the dragon sleeping Snow Peak." After saying this, there was a rustling sound of footsteps in the woods, which gradually became smaller and finally disappeared. Another figure appeared behind the bushes. It was Iganini, the son of the forest of the Ego tribe. He looked at the direction where the Nalan hero Phoenix went away, sighed lightly, turned around and followed the way back to the mountain cave of his tribe. Soon, he met his grandmother again and reported the situation to her truthfully. The old lady with snow-white hair was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, "Ah, it seems that I overestimated Phoenix, but no matter what, we now know the existence of the mysterious stone tablet." Iganini said softly, "Grandmother, Enosha of the Heg tribe has always been a shrewd guy who would not easily go to extremes, but this time he is like crazy. He is almost the most powerful warrior of our forest elves. Even if the lives of his entire family are threatened, he would not be manipulated so much. So why is it now? Did Bahat poison his soul?" The old forest elf woman shook her head. "Our forest elves' souls are blessed by our ancestors. Bahat does not have the ability, and dare not use this kind of soul poison. Otherwise, with his character, he would not have only used Enosha, but not Phoenix." This convinced Iganini. The old woman narrowed her eyes, and her still clear amber eyes also showed a hint of confusion. "I suspect that Bahat should have mastered some powerful assassination methods, and Enosha believes that he will be able to successfully assassinate the Baron and the princess. Assassination and beheading are the only means to reverse the defeat at present." Iganini was slightly startled when he heard this. "Grandma, do you think it will work?" "It must be very powerful, but it must be very troublesome to use, and it may not even work on the Baron, otherwise Bahat would not have let the Baron live until now." "Grandma, what should we do?" The old woman thought for a while, and said, "You go out first and guard the cave entrance. Don't let anyone in. I want to take a nap." It was a strange answer, but Iganini did it, because he knew that what Grandma meant by taking a nap was to try to contact the goddess in his sleep. This may not be successful, because the goddess sometimes ignores people, but it is better than doing nothing. Inside the cave, the old woman took out a piece of wood, and threw it into a small stove beside her to light it. When a faint green smoke with a strange fragrance spread out, she curled up on the warm animal's skin, slowly closed her eyes, calmed her thoughts, and kept chanting the name of the goddess in her heart. Melkalina, Melkalina, Melkalina. She kept chanting, and gradually immersed herself in a dark dream. I don't know how long it took. The old woman felt a slight light in front of her eyes, and then she found herself sitting in a warm and dark closed cave. In the middle of the cave, there was a jumping bonfire, and in the darkness, where the bonfire light could not reach, a slightly blurred figure sat on the ground with legs curled up. Sally, what do you want to talk to me about? The figure spoke, and it was a young woman's voice, which was several times more pleasant than the snowball bird in the forest. The old woman immediately knelt straight, clasped her hands in front of her lower abdomen, and saluted the figure seriously. Goddess, I'm very sorry to disturb your sleep, but I have to come because the situation on the island is very critical now. Hey, Bahat said it was critical 3 months ago, why is it still critical now? The goddess' voice was confused. The old woman of the forest fairy immediately said, because Bahat did not carry out your will truthfully. He did not restore the balance of power on the island as he said, but completely destroyed the balance. The vague figure moved, from sitting lazily with legs curled up to sitting upright. Did something big happen outside? Yes, goddess, Bahat used some immoral conspiracies to kill Baron Ted. Oh! The goddess seemed very surprised. Ted, the bad-tempered Baron, is he dead? After a pause, she said, but this shouldn't be a big deal, right? The lords of the human race always like to have wild ideas, and they always die in various accidents. Doesn't Ted have a son? Let him come back, and continue to be the Baron. The old forest elf Sally sighed lightly. Yes, Ted's son is back, and intends to avenge his father. Alas, Bahat did a terrible job. It was obvious that he only needed to be deterred, but why did he provoke new hatred instead? The blurred figure moved again, supporting his chin with one arm, and seemed a little distressed. But I heard that Ted's son doesn't have much talent, so he shouldn't be able to complete his revenge, right? The old woman Sally smiled bitterly. Goddess, the rumor is wrong, very wrong. In fact, Ted's son is an extraordinary hero. Less than half a month after returning to the island, he has already forced our forest elves to the brink of genocide. Ah? So serious? The goddess sighed again in surprise. I have only slept for 3 months. Has it become like this in 3 months? 3 months ago, a forest elf named Bahat complained to her that the forest elves were being oppressed more and more by the human race, and their lives were extremely difficult. At that time, he was crying and begging her to help. She looked really pitiful, so she helped. As a result, 3 months later, the White Sturgeon Island was still not peaceful. The condition of the forest elves not only did not improve, but also went to the brink of genocide. This is really outrageous. It seems that she must understand the situation carefully, otherwise the fire will definitely burn her head. Sally, tell me what happened in the past 3 months, especially what happened after Ted's son returned to the island. Tell me everything you know. The old woman Sally was waiting for this, and immediately told the goddess everything her grandson had found out. The goddess also listened very carefully. After Sally finished speaking, she changed her posture and supported her chin, and commented softly, I really didn't expect it to be like this. As for Ted's son, he is indeed very unusual. Let me take a good look at him. As he spoke, the bonfire in the cave began to jump. Gradually, the flames outlined clear light and shadow on the fire, which was a high-altitude bird's-eye view of the Crescent Castle. The light and shadow gradually pulled down, and the castle gradually became larger and began to show more details. Just when she was about to see the patrolling soldier's face clearly, an accident suddenly occurred. Beep, snap. The firewood in the bonfire suddenly jumped violently, and the originally stable flame suddenly shook violently, and the clear light and shadow disappeared in an instant. Then, the bonfire went out, and the cave suddenly fell into darkness. The darkness lasted for a long time before it was dispelled by the rekindled bonfire. Sally knew something big had happened, because she saw the goddess stand up and walk out of the shadow in the corner, revealing a small half of her body outline. Although it was only a small half of the outline, and the specific appearance was still not clear, she could already feel the strange temperament of the other party. There was a faint loneliness and sadness in the elegance, like a snowball bird that had lost its wings, and like a former darling abandoned by the god of time. This was the first time that Sally had a clear view of the goddess. She couldn't tell whether she was a human or a forest elf. After all, the two races didn't look much different. She just felt very shocked. An idea popped up in her mind. It turns out that life can be so beautiful. But the goddess obviously didn't have time to care about the thoughts of an old forest elf. She stared at the rekindled bonfire for a long time before she returned to the darkness and returned to the appearance of a blurred figure. Sally, I can't control what happens on this island. You forest elves can do whatever you want. Goddess, but why? This son of Ted is not an ordinary human hero. He may be a candidate for the true king of the giant island of Erin. He may be a big man who will hunt the world in the future. After saying this, the cave, the bonfire, and the blurred figure disappeared together, and Sally's eyes fell into darkness completely. It was unknown how long it took before the old forest elf woke up from the cave, and her amber eyes showed deep shock. Why does a son of a baron, a candidate for the true king of Waylon, still hunt the world? She didn't understand, but she knew that although the goddess didn't manage things, she never lied. Since she said so, there must be a reason for saying so. If the other party's vision is the Lord of Waylon, then this small island in front of him is just a small stepping stone under his feet. The end of blocking the way must be ashes, but if you obey or even follow, it will be another scene. After some thinking, the old forest elf woman named Sally has made a clear decision in her heart. Iganini? She shouted the name of her eldest grandson, who is also the heir to the next leader of the tribe. I'm here, grandmother. Go to Crescent City. Chapter 73. Early morning. Crescent City. There are still more than 2 months to go before the Wintervale Festival, which ends winter. Now is almost the coldest time of the year. Under the personal protection of Alia, Rosen stood on the castle wall that had been raised and reinforced for a long time, looking at the Crescent City district of the Round Moon Hill. It has been 5 days since the Black Iron Guards entered the city, and the number of human beings who have come here every day has stabilized at about 200 a day. After these people were settled, they all became the new force of the Crescent City engineering team. What does the engineering team do? Repair the city's outer walls, repair roads, clear the garbage accumulated in the corners, build temples, build new houses for people to live in, and so on. As long as there is a need for improvement, there are engineering teams, almost turning the entire Crescent City into a large construction site. Efforts are also very effective. Today's Crescent City has both stronger defenses and is cleaner and tidier. It looks much better. Taking a deep breath of the fresh morning air, Rosen turned his head and looked at the towering Lungmian snow peak in the sky to the east, but he felt a little confused. The one who spied on me in the early morning? Was it you, the goddess Melchelina? His Levin puppet had been exploring the mountains and forests for many days, and had disguised himself as a forest elf, and had dealt with peripheral members of various tribes, and learned a lot of information about the forest elves. Among them, the goddess Melchelina is a kind of pan-belief of the forest elf tribe. I say belief because the goddess has a high reputation in the forest elf tribe, and add the word pan because the goddess doesn't care much, even less than the mother of nature, Zigralana. The only thing they did was to respond to the requests of the leaders of each tribe every year, and bless the outstanding young people in their tribe, to make them grow taller and stronger. This group of forest spirits was called the Sons of the Forest. Originally, Rosen didn't take the goddess seriously, because he had just dealt with the Sons of the Forest. Phoenix of the Nalin tribe was a son of the forest. He didn't feel anything special, just stronger. He thought the goddess was just a fictitious totem of faith, and had no real entity. But the peeping from the direction of the snow peak in the early morning made him feel a strange six-ring power. The peeping spell he used was very sophisticated, and he couldn't locate its exact position with the anti-tracking spell, so he could only use the pan-interference spell to fight back. To some extent, in this secret magic confrontation, he was actually at a disadvantage. Sure enough, there are countless secrets hidden deep in the world, and there are far more powerful people than on the surface. Fortunately, I have always kept a low profile. If I enter the scene in a high-profile manner, others will hide in the dark and spy. At that time, it may not be the spying technique that is waiting, but a fatal blow after being caught by someone. I am still too young, and I have too little time to explore high-level magic. In terms of high-level magic achievements, I am far inferior to those high-level mages who have lived for a long time. This is Rosen's biggest shortcoming. The reason is that there is no place to learn high-level spells above the 5th ring, and you can only rely on yourself to explore bit by bit. How to deal with it later? What kind of response will the opponent make? Rosen is not very clear. It's not that he is particularly worried, because he doesn't feel the other party's malice. In addition, he also got several tricks when exploring the high-level magic field. Among them, when exploring the 10th magic ring, he was lucky enough to get a very powerful defensive spell. Rosen named it the Law Interference Holy Shield. He was confident that even if he couldn't win in a single duel, He should be able to escape successfully. While thinking, Alia's voice suddenly came to his ear. Master, look, a group of shirtless people wearing shorts came to the North City gate. Rosen came back to his senses and turned his head to look over. And he really found a group of shirtless guys. In this winter, the weather is -7 or 8 degrees. Aren't you afraid of freezing to death with so little clothing? Immediately switch to the perspective of detection guard of view, and you can see it more clearly. A total of 13 people. No, it should be said that they are forest spirits. Considering that the appearance of forest spirits is actually no different from that of humans, the slight difference in appearance is similar to that of the two races on Earth, so it's okay to call people. These 13 forest spirits, aged between 18 and 30, 9 men and 4 women, were naked from the waist up, wearing shorts on the lower body and bare feet. Looking at the shorts again, they were not real shorts, but were made of thin strips of thorns, with sharp short thorns growing on them. Although it would not kill people or leave any disabilities, it would definitely be a great punishment to walk in this thing. The unexpected appearance of this group of strange forest spirits also immediately attracted the attention of the guards of Crescent City. Rosen heard a guard on the city wall shouting, "Forest spirits, stop!" After the forest spirits stopped, the guard shouted again, "I say, what are you doing? Aren't you afraid of freezing to death?" Rosen saw a forest elf in front of him speaking. "We are the sons of the forest of the Ego tribe. We have heard about Baron Rosen's deeds, recognized his status as the Supreme Lord of the White Sturgeon Island, and apologized to the Baron for the past grudges, and begged the Baron to forgive our crimes." After hearing these 2 sentences, Rosen quickly checked the fragmentary information collected by the detection guard seal, and he already understood what was going on. This was fooled by him and took the initiative to come and surrender. He immediately waved to Alia. "Go quickly, make sure that the forest elves walk to the Crescent Castle safely. I want to meet them properly." "Yes, Lord." Alia immediately burst out with fighting spirit and jumped directly from the more than 10-meter high wall. She kicked the wall halfway and landed safely after a little leverage. Rosen said to the guards on the wall, "Put down the big drawbridge and wait for them to come." "Yes, Lord." The guards began to put down the big drawbridge. Rosen quickly returned to the Lord's longhouse and found his wife Selina. He briefly told her what he saw, and then smiled. The deterrence of the black iron guards has a great effect. Selina was also very surprised. Is there really someone who doesn't wear clothes and wears thorn pants in the middle of winter? How uncomfortable is that? It's okay for men, but if women do this too, how can they get married in the future? Rosen smiled slightly and explained, "As far as I know, men and women have their own division of labor in the forest elves, and neither is indispensable, so their status is almost equal. In fact, because women are better at taking care of plants, their status is slightly higher. The forest elves are equivalent to the primitive society on Earth in the stage of food gathering and hunting, with a tendency towards a matriarchal society." Selina still felt surprised. The 2 of them sat in the Lord's chair and waited patiently. To show their power, 10 cold and strong black iron guards were on each side. To show formality, Rosen brought the commander of the Flame Regiment, the 3 knight commanders stationed in the castle and 14 senior knights, as well as Kruber, Alonso, Vigo and other leading figures to witness the forest elves' active surrender. Speaking of which, this should be considered a milestone event in the history of the island. On the White Sturgeon Island, the human race and the forest elves are enemies. Since the human race landed on the island in 200, the 2 sides have been in constant conflict and friction, fighting for a full 200 years. It has always been a state of no one submitting to the other. Now the forest elves have come to the door in such a humble manner to express their surrender. People outside the island may not feel much, but the local human race on the island are all proud. About half an hour later, the 13 forest elves finally walked to the castle. As children of the forest, and because they have been running around in the mountains and forests for a long time to make a living, they have very symmetrical and agile bodies. The men are tall, and the women are fit and healthy. But because they are naked, their white skin is frozen blue and purple, and many bloodstains can be seen on their thighs from the thorn shorts. Fortunately, the fire pit in the hall is lit 24 hours a day, so the hall is very warm, relieving the suffering of the forest elves from freezing. When they got closer, under the gaze of Rosen and Selina, and also under the gaze of all the human leaders, Iganini led the tribe to kneel on the ground. "Lord, Lady Lord, we are children of the forest from the Ego tribe. I am Iganini, the eldest grandson of the tribal leader. We, the Ego tribe, live on the east side of the Crescent Mountains. We don't have many conflicts with the human race, and we have never participated in the assassination of Lord Ted. We admire the strength and civilization of the Crescent City. We beg the Lord and the Lady to forgive the mistakes our Yigo tribe made in the past, and accept our Yigo tribe's following." After saying that, the 13 forest spirits supported themselves with their hands, knelt on the floor with their heads slammed, and performed a great ceremony of prostrating themselves. This gesture was really humble to the dust. The human race masters present had nothing to say, because Iganini was right. The Yigo tribe and the human race did not have any great hatred. Since the other party was willing to submit to the Lord, there seemed to be no reason to refuse. Rosen certainly agreed in his heart. First, he had to set an example and show his broad mind. Second, because the Yigo tribe had more than 5,000 people, and there was not much difference between them and the human race. If they intermarried and mixed blood for a few generations, they would be indistinguishable from each other. But it must be a sincere surrender. If you come here and make a claim, but in fact you are you and I am me, it is meaningless. So he asked, "Agoni, your attitude is very sincere, but I not only want to see the attitude, but also the actions. I ask you 3 questions. Lord, please ask. Do you accept the freedom to settle and relocate in your respective territories and live together as a 2-race family? Yes. Do you accept free intermarriage between the 2 races? Yes. Do you accept a unified management system and set up a mixed army of warriors from the 2 races as a guard garrison? Yes. There were 13 forest spirits present, and nearly half of them actually wanted to object, but in the end Agoni resisted the pressure and agreed to all of them. Rosen had been observing carefully, and knew that Agoni was a radical among the forest elves and was more interested in humans. He was a key figure in promoting the integration of the 2 races. If Agoni could stay in office, there would be no problem with the integration. Originally, Rosen could make the decision directly, but he could achieve his current achievements so quickly and well, which was inseparable from the support of Princess Selena. So Rosen turned his head and whispered to his wife, "Madam, what do you say?" Selena was not very interested in government affairs. Since she was promoted to a master of magic, she was a little bit overwhelmed. Her mind was full of magic, and she wanted to go further and become a sage. At this time, she felt that the group of forest elves in front of her were quite good-looking and with good attitudes, so she nodded, "I agree." Since that was the case, Rosen said loudly, "My wife, Princess Dawn, and I, the Lord of White Sturgeon Island, unanimously agree to accept the following of the Ego tribe. From this moment on, the Ego tribe is my people. As long as they abide by the laws of Crescent City, they can be protected by the Crescent Warriors." After the declaration, he waved his hand and said to the servants beside him, "Bring up the warm new winter clothes and change them for my new people." With these words, the servants came forward one after another and brought human-style clothes and pants according to the figures of the forest elves. The forest elves were not shy either. They took off their thorny underwear in public and put on the new clothes directly. After putting them on, because of their well-proportioned figures, they actually looked quite good, much better than most of the bloated human race. But it can also be seen that perhaps because the speed of change is too fast, this group of forest spirits still have a lot of resistance. So, Rosen clapped his hands and said, "Iganini, and all the sons of the forest present, you will live in Crescent City for the next few days, get familiar with the life in the city, and tell me the stories in the mountains and forests. In 3 days, I will show you a very powerful attack weapon, and you can have a good look at it." Iganini's heart skipped a beat when he heard it, and he couldn't help asking, "Attack weapon? Did the Black Guard bring it?" "Yes, they brought it. It is so powerful that it can be called a destructive artifact," Rosen said meaningfully. After he finished speaking, he saw that the sons of the forest behind Iganini, who had some resistance on their faces, all quieted down. Obviously, they were frightened by Rosen's words. And this is exactly the effect Rosen wanted. In addition to super weapons, he planned to use as many methods as possible to scare them. The more frightening it is now, the better it is to form an irresistible mental imprint in the other party's mind, and the less resistance to fusion in the future. While thinking about a solution, he suddenly had an idea. It was the detection guard seal set up at the dock that sent an unexpected message. A sharp-nosed speedboat, which was obviously used for river navigation, entered the dock. There was no flag on the boat to indicate its identity, but after the boat stopped, a gentleman in a black tuxedo came out. Rosen took a look and was moved. "Hey, it's an old acquaintance." Chapter 74. Captain Codron, find a group of trustworthy knights and take the forest elves to visit Crescent City. Be careful to protect their safety. Butler Krober, go to the newly built Crescent Inn and arrange the best rooms and food for them. Make sure they are satisfied. Ignini, Take your people to have a good rest for a day. We will talk about it tomorrow. Yes, Lord. Ignini has always wanted to visit Crescent City openly, instead of just spying from a distance like before. After Night Cauldron took the forest elves away, everyone dispersed and went about their own business. Selena immediately returned to the inner room to think about spells. Rosen did not rush back to the underground magic laboratory, but sat in the government study outside, patiently waiting for the arrival of the old acquaintance. Obviously, this old acquaintance was also impatient, and rode a fast horse all the way. In less than an hour, he arrived at Crescent Castle with 2 guards, and a guy whose identity was unknown, but who looked like a shrewd businessman. A few minutes later, the old butler Affu brought people over. 2 people came. One was an old acquaintance, the younger brother of the Earl of Gaoshan County, and the Countess of Shire County, Sir Humphrey, who met at the Blue Whale Mansion that day. The other was a shrewd businessman. Rosen waved his hand to let the old butler close the door, and then released a 2-ring arcane sealing barrier at the door, isolating the study from the outside world. Sir Humphrey took off his black round hat, put it on his chest, and saluted slightly. Greetings to the Baron. The businessman next to him also took off his hat to greet. Rosen nodded in return, then opened a bottle of high-end maple wine and poured a glass for each person. Sir, and this gentleman, the conditions are a bit simple. Please feel free to sit down. There is a high-quality thick leather bench against the wall in the study, which is specially used to entertain distinguished guests. At this moment, the 2 of them were not polite. After sitting down, Sir Humphrey smiled and said, "It seems that my sister Soul Gem has worked on the Baron." Rosen certainly knew what this meant. It is indeed extraordinary. It has greatly accelerated my practice speed, and allowed me to break through to the intermediate level of mana. At this rate, I estimate that I will be able to break through to the advanced level in at most 1 year. The low-level mana is not enough, and it is not convenient to always borrow Selena's mana, so Rosen is ready to upgrade 2 levels. As a Baron Lord, with the assistance of the precious Soul Gem, it is reasonable to have a high-level profession, and it will not be conspicuous. Sir Humphrey himself was a high-level mage, and he knew that the high level of the 3rd ring was not difficult, so he congratulated him in a formal way, and then immediately got to the point. "Baron, I thought your territory would be in chaos, but now it seems that you have basically settled the civil strife, right?" Rosen nodded. "Almost. It may take another half a month to be completely over. It's much faster than I thought, but it doesn't surprise me. After all, the Baron's victory chess has clearly predicted this." After saying this, Sir Humphrey patted the slightly restrained shrewd businessman beside him. "This is Mr. Aji, the most loyal confidant of my Wolfland family, and also one of the largest smugglers in the black market of Shire County, specializing in smuggling some scarce and expensive magic materials to Gaoshan County. Earl Robert knows this very well, but this is a small business that the Countess does to take care of her family, so he has kept his eyes closed." Rosen nodded to show that he understood. He could feel that this black market merchant was not the main dish today, but a small dessert given to him by the night. He could also understand why Humphrey thought this was a dessert for him, because he must have thought that he lacked magic materials. But in fact, he did not lack it, and he could even buy raw materials for processing and export them. Of course, before he found out the other party's intention, Rosen pretended to know nothing. He looked interested. "Mr. Aji, what magic materials can you get?" When it comes to eating skills, Aji immediately began to explain with confidence. "Various magical instruments from the Wick continent, secondary process medium and high-level magical materials, the latest magic books, the latest research papers, important magical intelligence and current affairs news, etc. As long as I think it is useful to the Earl, I will try to get it in. If the Baron needs instruments, I will also try my best to help, but the price will be 10% or 20% higher than the market price in Shire County." Rosen looked enlightened. "Of course I need it. He actually doesn't need it much, because he can find a way to produce it himself, but he does need some obvious sources to explain the source of high-quality goods in the territory. Marathi is a source, and now Aji can also be a source." Sir Humphrey saw Rosen swallowing the dessert, and continued, "Baron, there is one more thing I want to discuss with you." Originally, he didn't want to come, because his main purpose this time was to find Earl Robert, but his sister Kalina insisted that he stop by to consult the Baron's opinion. Thinking that the Baron was young but had a good brain, and the princess was also on the island, so the journey was not far, he, who was supposed to return directly to Gaoshan County, took a detour and rushed over quickly. Seeing Rosen's listening expression, he asked, "Baron, have you heard about the news that a safe new route has appeared from the Wick continent to the north of our Whalon?" Rosen raised his eyebrows slightly. He knew that this new route would definitely bring huge waves, and he had already made some plans. In fact, he and Marathi have been in close communication, and the latest situation surrounding the new route was recorded on it. Sure enough, in less than half a month, the earls in the north of Wales had been alarmed. He smiled and said, "Of course I know, this matter is very beneficial to me. Of course, it is also very beneficial to the counties in the north of Wales." Sir Humphrey was quite surprised. He originally thought that Rosen had been busy sorting out his barren island and had no time to care about him. Now that he knew, he could talk about business directly. His face was a little heavy. The bad thing is that Aaron, the Duke, and the continental earls of the southern coastal counties of Arran also know about it. These guys can't stand the benefits of our northern island faction, so they desperately send pirates to the new route and rob merchant ships when they see them. Sir Humphrey became more and more angry as he spoke, and couldn't help but slap the armrest of the chair hard, making a loud bang. It's okay for others to rob, but the southern counties rob, and the Duke robs too. It's simply blatantly robbing money from the pockets of our northern counties. Aren't they afraid that we will rob it back from the land? These Rosens also knew that this was just the beginning, and there were not many official pirate ships from various forces. But this bonus window is closing quickly. It is estimated that the new route will be completely useless in a month. Seeing that the knight's cheeks were flushed with anger, Rosen comforted him. "What are you angry about? Aren't they always robbing? These days, there is no reliable navigation. Ships are afraid of getting lost, and they sail close to the shore, so every ship that goes to the northern county has to be skimmed by the southern county. It has been like this since the establishment of the Principality of Wales." The knight sighed. "Mother Nature, it is the emergence of the new route that made me lose my composure." He looked at Rosen. "What do you think about the new route, Baron?" Rosen crossed his fingers on the table and tapped the table with his little finger. "No matter what, at least the shipping time from Lavender and Cow to the north has been shortened. Originally, they had to go around Arran, but now they can cross the ocean directly, which directly saves 1/3 of the shipping time. As for other benefits, they are not visible for the time being. Unless our northern counties can control the 2 intermediate supply islands on the new route and build military ports on the islands, we can defeat the Arran people's lion fleet at sea." Sir Humphrey smiled bitterly. "Arran has the largest navy in the Natural Alliance, with more than 150 warships of various types. How can we defeat them at sea? It is difficult to build naval warships these days. The wood required for the keel of the warship must be old oak that is more than 100 years old, which is very difficult to harvest. The Lion fleet composed of 150 warships is the invincible fleet of this era, which can walk sideways on the sea." Therefore, he felt that Rosen's words were just like a dream. Rosen spread his hands. "I mean, there is no good way. At present, the other party has used the nominal pirates to blockade, which has already preserved the last face. So, under the current situation, we can only accept reality." Sir Humphrey certainly knew that now that he heard this, he completely gave up. He couldn't help but sighed and cursed. What a son of a bitch southern county. Compared to Arran, he hated the earls in the south more. But at this moment, he suddenly heard Rosen say to Aji, "Mr. Aji, if our Sturgeon Island produces some magic items, can you help me sell them to the northern inland counties?" Aji was stunned. "Baron, what do you mean by magic items?" "Mainly various low-level finished magic tools." While speaking, Rosen took out a low-level lightning amulet from the drawer of the desk and handed it over. "It's a magic tool of similar quality. In fact, to a certain extent, the blockade of the new route is not entirely a bad thing for Rosen, it is even a good thing. Because this means that the market competitiveness of finished magic tools from the Wick continent has been greatly weakened due to the high price, and he has also benefited greatly from the high price. For example, the low-level lightning amulet, the price of local production in the northern counties is more than 160 og, while the landed price imported from Arran to the Broken Gold Wharf is only 120 og. This means that as long as Rosen sells it for less than 120 og, he will definitely be able to sell it. But his production cost is only 8 og at most. Then why are the prices of self-produced products in the northern counties higher? One reason is that the expensive refining equipment is controlled by the Wick continent, and a large amount of money was scraped at the beginning. Second, the craftsmanship is backward and the production efficiency is low. If the price is not high, the northern magician will lose money. If the earls had not deliberately increased the customs tariff and forced the market price of imported magic tools to the same level as the local ones, the magic industry in the north of Wales would definitely wither quickly. Let's look at Aji again. He looked at the low-level lightning amulet over and over again, and found that the level of refining was very high, the lightning power was very stable, and the appearance and craftsmanship were also very exquisite. How much does the Baron plan to sell it for? How many? Rosen pointed a finger. If it can be sold, I will give you 110 og each, and I currently have 300 such finished products on hand. Aji almost jumped up on the spot when he heard it. How can it be so cheap? Where did you get the goods, Baron? He did not think that this product was produced by the White Sturgeon Island, and subconsciously thought that the other party also had smuggling channels. And similar magic tools, the lowest price at the Broken Gold Wharf has been fluctuating around 120 og. Now, the Baron sells it for 110 ogs. He gets the goods and goes directly to Broken Gold Port to sell it to local black market merchants, making 10 ogs immediately. These 10 ogs are just 60 kilometers of safe waterway. Rosen smiled mysteriously. Mr. Aji, I naturally have my own channels for purchasing goods, but this doesn't seem to be something you should ask, right? Yes, I'm talking too much. Aji pointed to the low-level lightning amulet in his hand and said, if other amulets are of similar quality, I take all 300. After receiving the goods, he certainly won't sell them in Shire County, because he won't make enough money. He plans to take this batch of good goods to Gaoshan County, and give it to the Earl of Gaoshan County to sell, and sell it for more than 170 ogs to earn excess profits. Rosen smiled. Of course, it's the same quality. Aji asked again, Baron, do you have any other goods on hand? It's better to have higher level ones. The low-level lightning amulet is almost the most common defensive magic weapon. It is low level, and the spell energy is cheap. Although it has a large civilian market, it can't be sold at a high price. Rosen shook his head simply. This batch of goods is the only one at present, and it will be similar in the future. I can't get high-level goods. Ah. Aji was a little disappointed. Rosen shrugged. The supply market of high-level goods has always been controlled by the Wick continent, especially the Aran people. They are staring at this piece of fat meat. My channel suppliers are neither capable of making it nor dare to sell it. Destroying someone's money is like killing their parents. Now the White Sturgeon Island has little self-protection ability. If it directly grabs the fat meat in the mouth of Aran, it will really attract the lion fleet. So, Rosen plans to open up the lower-level market that the Aran people don't look down on, and take the road of surrounding the city with the countryside first to accumulate strength. Aji understood and sighed. Baron is right. Then asked, how does Baron plan to collect payment? Cash, magic supplies, or? Rosen said without hesitation, all kinds of ways are needed. But mainly supplies, preferably various primary supplies produced in the northern county. Primary supplies are various raw materials, which are the most scarce things on the island. After saying that, he sighed deeply again. For a poor island like mine, foreign trade is very important, but the Duke gave me a trade ban. At the end, he sighed helplessly again. Let the Duke eat shit. Sir Humphrey said this. It can be seen that the knight has a very bad temper. Humphrey felt that he understood. The smuggling route of the cheap magic weapon of the Baron is most likely related to a big shot in the city of Dawn. This person is definitely not the Duke, because the Duke hates Princess Dawn. It may be Master Shahram. Sir Humphrey, who thought he had figured it out, said, Baron, since the Duke doesn't care about the life and death of our northern counties, we don't need to care about his ban. As long as you can get good and cheap magic weapons, we will take as many as you can. Then, you just need to make a list of supplies, and we will definitely find a way to transport them to you. This is what Rosen wanted. Sir, you are so straightforward. Since the knight is so straightforward, I will also give you a definite answer. There are also big shots in the south who are very dissatisfied with the Duke and think that the Duke is a coward without any guts. Therefore, some people are willing to secretly support my wife, and my wife is a woman with a strong character. She hates Aran, and has never forgotten her people. Speaking of this, Rosen pointed to the south and said bitterly, he wants to be a dog for outsiders all the time, and steal the rice bowls of his own people everywhere, so that everyone can't live well. But my wife wants to stand up as a person, and she also wants her own people to stand up as people together. Humphrey believed this, because he personally experienced the night of the Blue Whale Mansion and heard Princess Chincy swear a sacred oath with his own ears. At that time, he was shocked and wanted to do something big. I thought that Princess Chincy would be wiped out by the dangerous environment when she arrived at the White Sturgeon Island. But I didn't expect that the princess not only had a strong character, but also had such strong action. Not only did she break through the fourth ring in magic, but she even contacted the power of the south. Princess, I'm afraid she can succeed. So, Rosen's few words made his blood boil, as if he had returned to his young and passionate youth. He clenched his fists tightly and waved them vigorously. Baron, you are right. We in the northern county have had enough of that wimp. When the time is right. Rosen immediately signaled silence. Sir, don't be impulsive. You need strength to do anything big. When you don't have enough strength, it's best to keep a low profile. Humphrey nodded repeatedly. Right, I was reckless. Chapter 75. Afternoon. Rosen pointed to the clay topographic map of Lungmyen Snow Peak. Show me the location of the cave you mentioned. Iganini saw the clay deform with his own eyes, which made him feel very magical, and at the same time he felt that the Lord's means were very unfathomable. He stared at the topographic map for a long time before matching it with the actual mountain topography, and then pointed to a valley about 100 meters above the snow line and said, Here. The entrance to the cave is very secret, blocked by a huge rock lying on an angle. There are many snow lotuses growing on the open space at the entrance of the cave that are not afraid of the severe cold. They are excellent herbs for treating falls. Rosen looked carefully at the place pointed out by Iganini, and compared it with the topographic map recorded by Lai Fu, and soon found the corresponding location in the database. Thank you very much, Iganini. This news is very important to me. As a reward, this is for you. Rosen handed over a mithril amulet specially made in the shape of a flying bird. Intermediate lightning amulet, the lightning power contained in it will help you escape from danger. No need to charge. After activating it once, it will take effect again if placed in the sun for 10 days. This amulet is specially made, and it is also the super high-end version of the magic weapon he will sell in the northern county in the future. There is no need to be careful about leaks, because he used an encrypted spell lock that requires supercomputing power to crack, wrapping up the real technical core. Iganini looked at the amulet in awe, and saluted Rosen seriously in the etiquette of the human race. Thank you very much for your reward, Lord. Come here, I put it on you. Iganini looked at a loss, showing a look similar to being flattered. Obviously, he didn't expect that the human lord would treat them, the forest spirits, so gently. Just as he stood awkwardly in front of Rosen to accept the amulet, the number 1 puppet sage Levin had quietly rushed to Lungmyen Snow Peak. Although you can see the snow peak when you turn your head in Shinua City, the straight line distance is actually more than 20 kilometers. If you fly all the way there, you will have to consume 40% of Levin's strength. But if you run on the ground, the time consumption will naturally increase significantly, but you only need to consume half of your strength. Considering the complicated situation of Lungmyen Snow Peak, Levin ran over quietly. About 3 hours later, Levin arrived at the end of the field. Compared with more than half a month ago, there is basically no change here. In addition to the snow, there are some black rocks and soil exposed outside. After walking a little, I really saw some frost-purple snow lotus and a huge stone lying on the side. Worried about encountering a sneak attack, I didn't rush in. First squat down, press your hands on the ground, and start to release the 4th level spell Detect Soul. This spell was stolen by Rosen from Master Sharam. It was a big risk at the time, and it is also one of the highest level spells he has learned from others. Although it is only a 4th level, its performance is very good, especially stable. Because it is knowledge existing in the current magic system, it has been repeatedly studied and pondered by a large number of mages, and has been repeatedly tested in a large number of actual combats. The spell structure is mature, the performance is reliable, and there is basically no detection loophole. Unlike the high-level spells that Rosen explored himself, they are all beta test versions, and there is no way to know where the fatal bug is hidden. Lai Fu can't help him with this. Because there is no new data added, repeated use of old data for training will lead to overfitting, and the trained data can only be used for self-entertainment. After about 10 seconds, the feedback results showed that there was no soul breath within at least 300 meters around. So he got up and continued to move forward. After bypassing the boulder, he saw a very inconspicuous small cave, about 1.5 meters high and more than 1 meter wide. Some old footprints could be seen at the entrance of the cave. Judging from the characteristics of the footprints, all the people who came here were forest elves, and the last forest elf who came here should have been 5 days ago. For the sake of caution, Rosen controlled Levin to follow the footprints of the forest elves. At first, the cave was very narrow, but gradually widened and became a dim cave of about 50 square meters. There were several burnt pine torches on the ground of the cave. Rosen saw the mysterious stone slabs mentioned by Iganini. There were 3 pieces in total, leaning against the left, middle, and right stone walls respectively. The stone slabs recorded a large amount of text in a very small size, and occasionally interspersed with simple graphics and runes. As soon as he saw these words, Rosen felt familiar and immediately asked in his heart, Lai Fu, is this the text of the Kingdom of Set? Retrieving and comparing, confirmed, translating. With this information, Laifu added virtual subtitles to Rosen's vision, making it much easier to read. The Set people's recording habits are very strange, with a snake-like writing method from bottom to top and then from top to bottom, which is really awkward to read. Fortunately, Laifu's translation is powerful, so Rosen's reading speed is not slow. The golden ring appears in the world, and it will last for more than 6 degrees. The end of the world is coming, and the kingdom is about to be destroyed, which makes me cry bitterly. Laifu's translation. I, Sabatis, fled my homeland, intending to worship the holy land of my ancestors and seek the treasures of my ancestors to save my country. However, after 10 years of searching the holy mountain, I only found white snow and black soil. My body has reached old age, and my left leg was accidentally broken. I am no longer able to search. I can only leave some meager wisdom in this cave to prove that I once existed. The above is the general outline of the stone tablet. If you only read this general outline without sufficient knowledge, you can understand it, but you will miss a lot of useful information. For example, the so-called golden ring is actually the solar eclipse of this world. Because the outline of the moon is not as big as the sun, there will be no total solar eclipse, only a circle in the middle will be covered, and a ring will be leaked on the side, so it is called the golden ring. It lasts for more than 6 degrees, which is the timekeeping method of the kingdom of Set, and 1 degree is 10 minutes. In other words, this solar eclipse lasted for more than an hour, far exceeding the quarter of an hour of an ordinary solar eclipse. This special solar eclipse with a long duration is called the Demon's Eye in the current astronomy of the Natural Alliance. First, it looks like it. Second, during this period, the magic circle will experience abnormal fluctuations, and practicing magic at this time can easily damage the brain. According to astronomical history records, the average period of the Demon's Eye is 173 years. Comparing it with the history of Whalon, it can be inferred that this ancient Set named Sabatis landed on the White Sturgeon Island about 527 years ago. And 3 years after this year, Saint Whalon landed on the giant Whalon Island. 10 years later, the ancient Set kingdom was destroyed by Whalon. Rosen was amazed. Hey, this Sabatis' astrology is really accurate. I just don't know if it was accurate at the time, or if he found signs later and came back to make up for it. It is likely that it was recovered later to add glory to itself, because judging from the time when the stone tablet was written, the kingdom of Set was almost destroyed by Whalon, and it may have even been destroyed. Therefore, the stone tablet was written about 504 years ago. It is very important to know this when looking for ancient relics, because the effects of many long-term constant spell locks will decay in an orderly manner over time. When cracking, the decay time must be considered, otherwise the failure of cracking is only a small matter, and it will be bad if the spell accident destroys the relics. The following content is the so-called wisdom of Sabatis. The words are very small, and the content is a lot, estimated to be tens of thousands of words. Rosen read it carefully, and soon found that it was recorded on it. It was a very strange magic system, and the magic energy condensed by it could transform almost all substances into metals that are harder than steel. It is precisely because of this that it is called steel magic. As he looked at it, Rosen immediately thought of the faint energy of a different kind of metal that he felt in the soil when he first came to the island. Sabatis called this mountain the Holy Mountain of the Ancestors. He also thought of the dragon's blessing potion, one of the effects of which was to make the body invulnerable to swords and guns, and the forest elf prophet Bahate, who obtained power from the stone slab. What is the relationship between these three? He continued to read down, and as he read, he found that the iron spell could not be released with bare hands, but required the help of a special casting material. This material was called iron blood by Sabatis. Rosen immediately thought of Bahate's dragon's blessing. Iganini said that Bahad got the blood of the goddess, and then he got a new power. Could it be that this goddess is the ancestor of the kingdom of Set? The situation is getting more and more mysterious. Rosen continued to read. Soon he found a very critical new information, which was 3 puzzles. There is a puzzle at the end of each slate. If you solve the puzzle, you can get the so-called reward of Sabatis. Rosen checked the puzzle and found that it was actually 3 math problems. 500 years ago, this thing might be difficult, but today, 500 years later, mathematics has made great progress, not to mention Rosen, who came from the Earth and has the Earth soul of Laifu GPT. 3 puzzles together did not stump him for 10 minutes. Well, it turns out that there is a reward hidden in each slate, and the answer to the puzzle is the key to get the reward. Let me see what the reward is. Rosen looked at the first slate first. Following the instructions on the stone slab, He soon found a nearly perfectly hidden cavity inside the stone slab. The cavity was carefully protected by a 5-ring long-lasting constant spell lock. Although the puzzle had been given the secret key, it could not be solved directly. Because more than 500 years had passed, the current spell lock was no longer the same as it was at the beginning, and it would definitely not be able to be solved with the original key. The problem of spell decay must be considered. Rosen pondered for a long time before unlocking it. Zizizizi, Kacha! It was close, the spell almost collapsed. This is a very precise spell lock, which needs to calculate the decay time accurately to the year. Fortunately, Rosen has a wealth of knowledge, otherwise he would probably only get a pile of residue. After wiping off the sweat, he gently pushed open the stone slab behind the cavity, and found a dagger made of ceramic material hidden inside. He took it out, and tried to feel it. It felt very brittle and delicate. It would probably break if it fell. There was also a scroll behind the cube with relevant introduction written on it. The Dagger of Domination, a treasure left by the ancestors, can be used to convert mana into pure steel power without the help of steel blood. The principle is unknown, it cannot be copied, and the efficiency is extremely low. Attention! It is brittle, so keep it carefully. Rosen asked Levin to test it on the spot. Levin certainly couldn't use pure mana, but he had a Philosopher's Stone in his body, which was a good treasure created by Rosen. This thing can be used as a relay station to pass Rosen's pure mana to the void. Of course, doing so will have huge additional losses, and Rosen basically doesn't use it unless necessary. As pure mana was input, a strange black light suddenly appeared on the surface of the ruling dagger, especially at the tip. Rosen tapped the dagger on the stone slab, and saw the black light quickly spread on the stone slab, looking like frost flowers spreading on glass. Wherever the frost flowers touched, the stone slab really showed a strong metallic luster. Rosen put away the dagger and touched it with his hand, and found that it felt cold and hard, almost exactly like iron. The power of steel, worthy of the name. The problem is that the conversion efficiency is indeed not high, 10 parts of mana, only 1 part of steel power. Moreover, the effect of this steel power is not long-lasting. As the dagger left, the steel-made part of the stone slab gradually lost its metallic luster. In the end, it didn't even last 10 minutes. But Rosen was not disappointed at all, but very surprised. The free steel power alone has such a strong effect. If you want to develop a sophisticated steel spell, the effect will be amazing. So, this ruling dagger is really a great treasure. Put it away carefully. He checked the second stone slab, and found an intact cavity. There was a scroll, and an exquisite rune bottle in the cavity. The scroll read, "Potion, the power of the ancestors' blessing." If future generations find it difficult to recognize the full information on the stone slab, they can directly obtain part of the ancestors' wisdom after drinking the potion. He took the bottle, and found that the potion was ineffective. The potion liquid was still there, and had not deteriorated, but the power contained in it was gone. After checking the stone slab cavity where the potion was stored, some subtle traces of power erosion were found. After careful analysis, Rosen understood. Well, now it seems that this gift was accidentally obtained by Bahat. From the effect of the potion should be integrated with spiritual energy. The biggest feature of spiritual energy is that it will resonate with the soul due to strong emotions, resulting in uncontrollable and difficult to shield ghost transfer. Bahat, an illiterate man, certainly couldn't understand the stone tablet, otherwise he wouldn't have left so many things to Rosen. But he was obsessed with studying the stone tablet day and night, and it was very likely that he accidentally absorbed the power of the potion due to resonance. A little disappointed, but the loss was not big, because Rosen could fully understand the contents of the stone tablet. He looked at the third stone tablet and found a cavity, but inside was a map. After opening the map, it turned out to be a topographic map of Longnian Snow Peak, and a mark was made at one of the locations. There was also a paragraph in the lower left corner of the map. In fact, I have found the temple of the ancestors, and the mark on the map is the entrance to the cave. I entered it with hope, but I only saw some ancient murals that were severely eroded. If future generations are lucky enough to get this map and are interested, they can go and observe it themselves. Rosen was very interested. Shall we go over and take a look now? I want to act immediately, but I have some doubts in my heart, because there seems to be a goddess with 6 rings of power hidden in this mountain. From the known information, the goddess and the first group mentioned by Sabatis are inextricably linked. I am afraid that I will encounter the true body of this so-called goddess during the exploration. Chapter 76. After a little hesitation, Rosen decided to go and take a look. Because the goddess described by Iganini was non-aggressive, and the spying he felt before was not malicious. In the end, he came with a puppet instead of a real body. Following the map prompts, Rosen rushed over quickly. Soon he arrived at the end of the land, which was higher than the previous cave entrance, almost at the top of the mountain, and the location was more secretive, even buried by thick snow. If it weren't for the map instructions, it would be basically impossible to know that there was a huge underground cave hidden in this place. After digging through the thick snow, Rosen saw a very thick black rock. It looked no different from the surrounding rocks, and it blended perfectly with the mountain. But when he touched it with his hand, he vaguely felt that the temperature was slightly higher than the surrounding snow, not much, probably less than 1/100th of a degree. If Lifu hadn't helped analyze it, he wouldn't have felt this subtle difference at all. This should be a magical artifact, with a high-level steel spell on it, with a strength of 5 rings. This Sabatis has used the power of 5 rings many times, so he should be a sage. It is precisely because of the strength of the 5 rings that it is still effective after 500 years, and judging from the speed of mana loss, it is estimated that it can last for another 200 years. Since we know the types and strengths of spells, and have learned a lot of knowledge about steel spells from the stone slabs, we can naturally remove it easily. Rosen fumbled around a little bit, and after about 10 minutes, he heard a click, and the hard rock suddenly softened and turned into a pile of black stone powder, and behind it appeared an ancient and exquisite stone corridor. Obviously, this is the entrance to the Temple of the Ancestors. He took a deep breath, controlled Levin to walk in, and activated the enhanced cat's eye spell, giving Levin dark vision. With the help of the spell, a black and white underground corridor appeared in front of Levin. The air was filled with a damp smell of soil and mold. On the stone walls on both sides of the corridor, various figures and animal reliefs were painted, as if they were intermittently recording some ancient history hidden by the long-lasting sand of time. Rosen walked and looked. The corridor became wider and wider, and gradually, it turned into an underground palace 7 or 8 meters high, hundreds of square meters, and filled with a large number of giant stone columns. Then, Rosen saw a beautiful stone sculpture of a giant beast in the center of the temple, which looked like it was about to spread its wings and fly high. No, this is not a giant beast, but a dragon. Because the stone sculpture has fine scales on its skin, its wings are also membrane-like, and its front and rear claws also have very sharp claws, and it has a huge and ferocious head with sharp horns. Is there a giant dragon sculpture hidden inside the sleeping dragon Snow Peak? Is the ancestor of Sabatis a dragon? Is the blood of steel dragon blood? Rosen was very curious. He approached the sculpture and observed it more carefully. Soon he saw an inscription under the sculpture. It was written in an ancient language that was older than the Set language, but it was obviously a continuation of the same lineage, Mountain Tyrant, perfect type of steel dragon. The first part was easy to explain, but the 3 words perfect type at the end felt weird. It made people feel that this thing was not a living thing, but some kind of man-made thing, just like the Type 59 and Type 99 tank models on Earth. Could it be that this is not a living creature, but an ancient battle puppet? This is very possible. Rosen became more and more interested, and immediately walked around the sculpture to examine its details. The more he looked, the more certain he was that the prototype of this sculpture was a man-made object, and it should be a battle puppet formed by first kneading clay and then solidifying it with steel magic. Because many of its details do not conform to the common sense of biological evolution, but seem to be the product of artificial superfluous. For example, the 2 pairs of wings on the back look cool, but they are not aerodynamic. Even if they can fly, they will consume a lot of mana. It is estimated that most of the time, they are used for gliding, or assisting acceleration and balancing the body when running wildly. In addition, this one in front of him is just a pure stone sculpture, not the battle puppet itself. Soon, Rosen lost interest in this rough man-made object. He began to check the epic murals around the temple. The murals here are much more exquisite and detailed than those in the previous corridor, and the stories depicted are also much smoother. Rosen looked all the way, and roughly sorted out the situation of the ancient epic. In ancient times, roughly 3,500 years ago, there was a very intelligent being on the giant island of Whalon. He was inspired by the Creator, and gained very powerful power. He created the Iron Dragon, and conquered the giant island of Whalon with it. At the same time, this strongman also gave birth to a lot of children. These children were also very competitive. They multiplied and thrived on the giant island of Whalon, and established a powerful ancient kingdom. But after a few generations, the children began to lose their composure and fought against each other, so the kingdom fell apart, the powerful family gradually withered, and the noble bloodline gradually died out. As he read, Rosen suddenly thought of something. Lifu, check the book Natural Epic Ancient God Wars immediately. The key word is Iron Dragon. A few seconds later, Lifu responded, the third volume of the Natural Epic Ancient God Wars is Iron Dragon, the Fall of the Mountain Tyrant in Starub. Upon hearing this, Rosen was shocked. Oh my god, it's right. He immediately read it carefully. The book said that in ancient times, Instarub was a legendary dragon, wreaking havoc on the earth, and was eventually killed by the grandfather of Mother Nature, the mighty Father Odergunser, on the White Sturgeon Island, and the sleeping dragon Snow Peak got its name from this. Rosen immediately felt very wonderful, and at the same time a little horrified, because the existence in ancient mythology is actually a portrayal of real history. He immediately began to flip through the entire natural epic ancient mythology and read it carefully. As a result, he found that the information that he had only read as a story before actually concealed many historical mysteries. The more he looked, the more frightened he became. He couldn't help but think, since the mountain dragon really exists, then the gods of nature, and the contemporary mother of nature, are also real. As soon as this thought came out, Rosen felt a little cold on his neck. But soon, he regained his composure. Even if Mother of Nature really exists, it's no big deal. Because history tells Rosen that the strong men in mythology, whether good or evil, are essentially powerful practitioners. He, Rosen, can use luck to break through to the 10th ring of magic power, and there are always people who break through to the high ring because of other coincidences and become high-ring mages. In ancient times, people's wisdom was generally not open, and suddenly such an awesome practitioner appeared, so naturally everyone respected him as a god. If it were now, with high-level professionals everywhere, masters everywhere, and various magical tools to assist, then high-level strongmen would have to live cautiously. The reason is simple, the world version has been updated, and the good times when a single hero dominated the era are over. Of course, if it is a one-on-one fight, these ancient high-level strongmen and their descendants are still very powerful, so they should still be low-key. Rosen gathered his mind, carefully compared the detailed descriptions of natural epic and the murals again, and then roughly guessed. Instarub should be the last king of the ancient Whalon kingdom, probably a 7th ring mage. And the mighty Father Odergunser should be a battle mage, who has comprehended the power of the 9th ring. Through the detailed description of natural epic, careful analysis can find that the 7th ring is not called the 7th ring, but the legend. The 8th ring is called the demigod, and the 9th ring is called the true god. As for the 10th ring and the 11th ring, there is no corresponding existence in natural epic. The name does sound very cool, but that's it. In essence, it is all the self-praise of powerful practitioners who become rulers. It is the same routine as on Earth. The purpose is to intimidate people and facilitate rule. As a lord, if you want to achieve something, the first step is to see through the conceptual barrier and only look at the most essential power difference. If you can't see through it, you will be ruthlessly played by those who see through it. After reading the book, Rosen walked around the temple again, carefully checking every detail, trying to find some good things. But these histories are estimated to be 3,500 years ago, and they have been carefully searched by the descendants, Sabatis, so it would be strange if there are any good things. Facts have proved that, apart from the severely eroded murals, almost nothing was left. He was unwilling to give up. He climbed up and down again, even turning over the ceiling, but found nothing except some peeling mural fragments. When he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly had another idea. So, he finally came to the giant dragon sculpture and shouted at the dragon head. Melkalina, Melkalina. He shouted with his voice at first, but there was no response, so he changed to whispering in his mind. Still no response. Rosen took out the previous domination dagger, activated the philosopher's stone in the sage's body, poured pure mana into the dagger, and then poured the converted steel power into the body of the sculpture. He just wanted to give it a try, and success or failure didn't matter. As a result, when the gray steel power was injected into the stone sculpture actually made a cracking sound, and then collapsed with a bang. Only a broken square base was left. Rosen was a little surprised. Is there any mechanism? After a careful inspection, it was found that there was no mechanism, simply because the stone sculpture could not withstand the erosion of time and was already very fragile. After being tossed around by him, it naturally collapsed. Well, I thought too much. He was a little disappointed, and planned to turn around and leave. But just as he turned around, he found out of the corner of his eye that there was something wrong with the square base. There were several cracks on the base, and the cracks seemed to be empty. He decided to do it once and for all. Rosen immediately went back and dismantled the base. When the base was opened, A very exquisite coffin appeared inside. The black and white perspective provided by the cat's eye technique was not very real. Thinking that he had to toss around like this anyway, he simply turned on a light technique. When the bright light shone on the coffin, the reflected light immediately blinded Rosen's eyes. Oh my God, a golden coffin. Such a big golden coffin. Immediately went forward to check. Soon I confirmed that the main body of the box was gold, and there were a lot of dark blue arcanite runes painted on the outside of the gold. After weighing it hard, I felt that the total weight was probably more than 2 tons. Even without adding arcanite, the total value of 2 tons of gold alone was more than 200,000 ogs. Of course, let's not talk about the money first. It's not moral to think about selling the golden coffin when you see it. The question now is, who is lying in this coffin? Chapter 77. Swish. Rosen controlled the wise man Levin, and pushed the lid of the coffin open. Although the coffin was written with the ancient Semitic language, the whole family of the person who opens the coffin will be cursed with endless bad luck. Rosen had never seen a curse that could take effect for more than 2,000 years. Moreover, this thing might be more than 3,500 years old. Moreover, he did not sense any power through Levin. Sure enough, nothing happened after the coffin was opened. He looked inside, and saw a gorgeous mummy lying inside. There were also many gorgeous jewelry burial objects next to it, including a pure gold blackboard recording history. Rosen took the blackboard and found that it recorded historical details. After reading it, he completely understood it. It turns out that this is the first-generation ancestor of the Iron Dragon in Starup. No wonder such a gorgeous golden coffin can be used. That is to say, the Iron Dragon in Starup may have fought with the godly father Odergunther in order to guard the ancestral cemetery. After the first battle, Starup fell, but Odergunther must have been injured, and even seriously injured, because the ancestral cemetery was intact, and in the mythological records, not long after this battle, the godly father returned to the natural god court and never appeared again. It is likely that he was seriously injured. Rosen looked at the body of the mummy. He was wearing a very gorgeous golden robe, a jeweled crown, and a scepter inlaid with gems in his hand. After all, it was gold. Even after 3,500 years, it was still shining like new. But the body was not good. After 3,500 years, it was so dry that it was unbearable to look at. Looking at the gorgeously packaged mummy, Rosen sighed. Brother, gold and arcane are both liquid currencies. You have been in possession of them for more than 3,000 years after death. It's worth it. Let's make a deal. I will help you bury you properly, and put you to rest in peace. You can't take these things with you anyway. Just consider them as my reward, okay? If you don't say anything, I will take it as your consent. After some self-consolation, Rosen raised his hand, and took the body of the Iron Dragon ancestor out of these dazzling and dirty things. He carried the mummy to the top of the snowy mountain outside the temple, dug a deep pit in the black mud, and buried the mummy deeply. Then he bowed several times, and Rosen was completely relieved. He was going to return to the temple directly, but suddenly an idea came to his mind, so he quietly cast a detection guard seal on a nearby exposed rock. Then he returned to the temple, pressed one hand on the golden coffin, and activated the transformation spell. Dust to dust, earth to earth, gold, gold and gems all belong to me. The golden coffin was melted into a metal ball, and Rosen covered it with a layer of soil to prevent wear and tear, and the gems and other things were put into the pocket of his clothes. Then, he pushed the huge golden ball all the way out of the underground temple. After reaching the outside, he closed the entrance of the temple again, and then continued to push the golden ball forward. As he pushed, he felt that the magic power in the body of the sage Levin might not be enough, and the gold was not very useful for the time being. After thinking about it, Rosen found a secret place to bury the golden ball carefully, and then after eliminating all traces, he finally put a detection guard seal. Then he took more than 30 flawless gems of various types as big as pigeon eggs, and returned to the Crescent Castle first. Shortly after he quietly left, a figure wearing a white hooded cloak suddenly appeared on the top of the snowy mountain, and stood at the place where he buried the mummy. The figure looked at the stone inscription on the ground, and after standing for a long time, he suddenly knelt down and saluted the inscription. After the salute, the figure whispered, "Ancestor, your glory has disappeared for 3,568 years, but I have been trapped in front of your mausoleum for 200 years by the oath of protection. You gave me noble and powerful blood, and as a reward, I guard the mausoleum for you. This is fair and just. But now, an invader who is far more powerful than me has appeared, destroying your mausoleum and my oath of protection. So I am free, and you should leave completely. The voice is not heavy, but it can be distinguished as the voice of a young woman. After saying these words, she exhaled a long breath, and then suddenly jumped a few times on the spot, like a prisoner who gained freedom after the chains were cut off. After jumping a few times, she immediately bowed to the stone tablet and muttered an apology. But soon, the cheerful figure became lonely again and asked herself softly, "But where should I go next?" The long-term protection and long-term sleep to reduce the speed of life aging have completely disconnected her from the outside world. After thinking about it, she suddenly turned her head and cast her eyes on the plain on the west side of the snow peak. That should be the most lively and interesting place in the entire White Sturgeon Island. After looking for a long time, she subconsciously took a few steps forward, but immediately stopped. He is a lord. No matter how he behaves on the outside, it is all a disguise. The lords are all a group of very complex and deep characters. I don't know what kind of person he is. If I go there rashly, I'm afraid I get into a fatal disaster. From the brief fight between the two sides, the opponent's magic power was very overbearing, which made her feel like she was facing a violent tsunami, and he was very sharp and had a very fast counterattack speed. This shows that the opponent's magic power is more than 2 rings higher than hers, and he is extremely good at fighting. If there is a misjudgment and a conflict, she will probably die. But she has just regained her freedom, and there will be a good time in the future. She doesn't want to die like this. Wait, will I really have a good time in the future? From what she has learned recently, the world outside the island seems to have changed dramatically. Even the descendants of the great otter Gunther have become very low-key, let alone her? Let's quickly learn about the new world. Thinking so, she ran down the snow mountain. Originally, she planned to leave the island directly, but halfway through, she suddenly changed her mind and turned to run towards the mountains and forests in the northeast of the island. Just after the woman left, Rosen smiled in the Crescent Castle. So that's what happened. It seems like she's a poor person. Since she's not an enemy, Rosen felt relieved. He was very interested in this girl, but he didn't bother to track her down. After all, she was very sensitive. If she was discovered, she might be afraid of him. In addition, he had a lot of things to do, and didn't have the energy to pay attention to one person for a long time. Go to the potion room to find Wei Gu first. As soon as Wei Gu saw him, she said, "Lord, the stock of medicine materials is running low. When will the new stock arrive?" "It will arrive in 5 days at most, and it's a large batch." "That's good." Wei Gu was relieved and handed over another medicine refining scroll. "I have analyzed a lot of results about the Dragon's Blessing potion. The wonderful thing is that the blood component contains a completely unfamiliar magic energy, and this magic energy actually has a similar effect to the steel potion, but it is much more powerful, because it can almost turn all common substances into steel. If this effect can be reproduced through the potion, then you can exceed your preset goal, Lord." Rosen now knows that this is the so-called steel dragon blood. He couldn't help but think of the goddess Malchelina again, because she might be the only one in the world who has steel dragon blood. I don't know if I can meet her next time. I have the urge to forcibly capture the other party and study his blood, but I am worried that the other party has hidden tricks. No, the other party has a family background. His ancestor in Starub even used the power of the 7th ring to seriously injure the 9-ring godly father. He must have hidden a life-saving trick. So let it go. After all, even if there is no iron dragon blood, with the domination dagger in his hand, and the knowledge he got from Sabatus, as long as he puts in research, he will definitely be able to stably produce iron power in the end. Thinking of this, Rosen put aside some dark thoughts in his mind. In order to facilitate Wei Ji's research on iron power, Rosen plans to use the new knowledge he has just learned to make an iron lattice to store iron power as soon as possible. So he said to Wei Gu, "I recently got a piece of information about iron power, and I will sort it out for you as soon as possible. I hope it will be helpful to you." "Oh, this is really good." Wei Gu was very happy, but she was also a busy person, and soon immersed herself in the research. Rosen stopped bothering her, and turned to the weapons research department. Since knowing the existence of the Lightning House, Gatland and his team started working overtime to build the Lightning Torrent crossbow as if they had taken stimulants, and at the same time, they made many improved fine-tuning during the process. When Rosen arrived, they had already made a full 10 Torrent crossbows, plus 30 Lightning crossbow discs, and the size of the crossbow discs was also increased to 500 rounds. Of course, the weight has also increased a lot. But this thing is positioned as a positional warfare artifact, and ordinary people in this world are also strong, so it is not a big problem. Looking at so many new weapons, Rosen decided to start building momentum in Crescent City and show this powerful new weapon to the whole island. He didn't rush to leave, but stayed to discuss the specific improvement ideas of the torrent crossbow with the mages. For example, they tried to build a mid-level torrent crossbow, or even a high-level torrent crossbow, as well as a crazy master torrent crossbow. Although there are many difficult problems in the art that cannot be solved, everyone is very optimistic, and the discussion is very heated. Just as Rosen was immersed in a strong academic atmosphere, a detail suddenly flashed through his mind. When I first arrived at the Sleeping Dragon Snow Peak, I felt a very, very subtle free magic energy in the mountains. Now I think that it should be the power of steel. Then what did this steel power escape from? Goddess? Or the mausoleum? Or something else? I wonder if this steel power still exists now. Not sure, I have to go and investigate in person to be sure. Rosen was always uneasy until this matter was clarified. So, he quietly left the Crescent Castle in his true body, and quickly ran back to the Sleeping Dragon Snow Peak. The result was soon obtained. Strange, this power is still there, and it has even increased a little. Although it is very subtle, even the goddess may not be able to detect it, but with the sensitivity of Rosen's Tenring magic power, and Lai Fu's careful exploration, they can naturally feel it. The goddess has left, and the mausoleum has been destroyed by him, but the power is still there. Who got the power? After Rosen pondered for a moment, he began to follow the concentration distribution trend of the free power in the mountains, and carefully searched for the source of power. 3 hours later, he got the exact answer in a cave in the mountains. You are so good, Mahat, you actually secretly made this kind of plane for me. Okay, if you want to plot against me, don't blame me for being cruel to you. Chapter 78. It was another sunny and warm afternoon. Perhaps the creator was favoring the new island lord, and the weather was good every day during this period. In Crescent City, another shocking news leaked out from the Gentle U Tavern. Have you heard? The Lord is going to show off new weapons, which are powerful weapons brought by Her Royal Highness the Princess. Someone came up immediately. The weapons brought by Her Royal Highness the Princess must be very powerful, right? Of course, I heard that it is a very terrible magic weapon, which can cut a large area with one sweep, faster than a sickle cutting wheat. The warrior's tone was very exaggerated, and there was an unconcealable fear in his eyes. Someone else asked, where does the Lord plan to show it? I heard that it will be next to the Hansui River Bridge in 3 days. Can anyone see it? Since it is a display, everyone can see it, otherwise I would not dare to say anything. Beihong Island is a small place. Once something new is encountered, it will spread all over the city quickly. The shock brought by the Black Guard some time ago has not yet ended, and this new shock has appeared again. Just like a huge stone thrown into a small pond, the waves quickly spread to every corner of the White Sturgeon Island. In the Crescent Inn, 13 children of the forest led by Iganini gathered in a room, each with a solemn expression. Iganini whispered, it seems that the Lord has completely lost patience with the rebels. Another person immediately asked, why do you say that? Iganini turned his head to look out the window, and through the crystal-clear glass, he could see that it was the direction of the Crescent Castle. His amber eyes revealed a sense of reverence that he himself was not aware of. Showing a powerful weapon is like a warrior showing a big and strong fist. If you still don't surrender, the next step is to hit the opponent's face with this iron fist. By then, I'm afraid it will be a terrible massacre. The other children of the forest looked at each other, with fear and relief in their eyes. Fortunately, they followed this powerful lord in time, and didn't have to worry about the disaster of extermination. A young male forest elf chuckled and said, the Lord is still merciful. If I had such a terrible weapon in my hand, I would have rushed over to wipe out the rebels long ago. Another female forest elf rolled her eyes at him, and said contemptuously, so you are just a warrior, not a lord. After that, she turned to look at Iganini and said, brother, can you lend me your flying bird amulet for a few days? It's pretty. Iganini was reluctant to give it up. No, this is specially given to me by the Lord. Compared to the easy life of the Ego tribe, the rebels in the mountains and forests had a very hard time. Phoenix of the Nalan tribe huddled in the cave all day long, ignoring anyone who came to find him, saying that he was seriously injured and had not recovered yet. The cave was just about to be sealed. The towns of the 4 human knights were like having their femoral arteries cut, with people fleeing every moment, and even some low and middle-level knights began to run away. Only the knights and those senior knights, who had no way to retreat, were still holding on, but they were also in a state of panic, and could not even sleep well. They were afraid that while they were sleeping, the fleeing knights would cut off their heads, and take them to Crescent City for the reward. But there was a place in the mountains that was different from other places. People in other places were panicking, but here, there was a tragic and resolute atmosphere. This was a spacious cave in the mountains, not far from the Heg tribe's territory cave. In the cave, two people were talking. One was a giant over 2 meters tall, and the other was wrapped in a thick animal skin cloak, very mysterious, and his specific appearance could not be seen clearly. The giant said, "Prophet, the situation has reached a very critical point, and we must fight to the death." "I know." The cloaked man was called the prophet, so he was naturally Mahat. He nodded. "The location where the Baron will display his weapons has been determined. I have seen it. It is not far from the forest, and is a good place for an ambush." After a pause, he said, "I have completely built the secret weapon and injected enough power into it. What you have to do is to gather all the warriors and fight against the Baron's Crescent warriors with the greatest courage at the right time. This will definitely result in the death of a large number of warriors. So do you have the courage to do this?" "Of course I do," the giant man said in a low voice. "To die on the battlefield is the highest honor of the sons of the forest. I am not the coward that Phoenix is." "Very good." Bahad nodded slowly. "I will not let my warriors bleed in vain. I will let the traitorous knights of the human race rush out first to explore the way. After that," he chuckled, "let the civilians of the human race watch their lord slaughter the warriors of the human race." Crescent Castle, the Lord's Longhouse. A small restaurant in the back. Compared to the turbulent waves of the White Sturgeon Island, this place is very calm. Rosen, Selina, Mrs. Saxon and Evelyn were enjoying dinner around a round table. Under the warm candlelight, the family was enjoying the delicious food while chatting and laughing, and the atmosphere was very warm. Selina was eating her favorite moonlight white sturgeon. This was caught by fishermen, who broke through the ice of the Hansui River. The taste was indeed as Rosen described, tender and fragrant, and had a very unique flavor. After eating a few bites, she said with satisfaction, "Dear, you seem to be very busy these days. Is there anything new?" It was also very busy before, but it was even busier these days. The generals of the Crescent Warriors and the commanders of the Flame Regiment frequently went in and out of his government study, and even affected the research of the magic laboratory. It felt like a storm was coming. Rosen was using a table knife to cut thin lamb rolls, half for himself and half for his family. "There are some new situations, but don't worry, I have completely dealt with them." Since that's the case, Selina was relieved. She picked up the thin lamb slices with a fork and put them into the hot soup, then said, "I recently mastered a 4th ring spell called Evil Barrier, which should be helpful to you." Rosen naturally knew this. These 4th ring spells were all memorized by Selina from the family library. She had kept them in mind when she was preparing to be promoted to the 4th ring, but she didn't expect that she would be stuck for many years and had not broken through. Now that she has broken through, she will find time to write them down and naturally start to study. In fact, he also knew the content of the spell, because Selina never avoided him when she flipped through the spell book. He knew that there were a total of 4 4th ring spells in his wife's spell book, and the spell performance and power were much higher than the 3rd ring. More importantly, these 4-ring spells that can be included in the Duke's family library are all top-notch spells that have been tempered and refined. The overall performance is much better than the Detect Soul that Master Shariam secretly learned. It is estimated that only the family libraries of the major royal families in the Wick continent can find better spells. He learned it secretly, and felt that he benefited a lot. As for this Evil Barrier spell, it is a very powerful black magic defense spell, which has a very strong defensive effect on almost all types of attack spells, especially curse spells. After a little consideration, he nodded and said, "It is indeed helpful. I will personally participate in the weapon display tomorrow. In order to prevent the Witchcraft Master Mahat from sneaking attack, give me a constant one." Selina smiled slightly. "No problem." After speaking, she saw Evelyn listening carefully, and smiled. "Evelyn, do you want to learn spells too?" Evelyn did not express her opinion, but turned to look at her brother first. Although her brother had only been back for a few days, she already knew that his words were the most important in this family. Rosen smiled and said, "If you want to learn, then learn, but let me make it clear that once you learn, you must learn well, and not give up halfway." Mrs. Saxon interrupted, "Why should a little girl learn magic? Learning magic is so expensive. Just learn to read and do math, and then learn some embroidery." Evelyn immediately said, "Mom, I don't want to learn embroidery, I also want to learn magic, so that I can be as good as my eldest sister-in-law in the future." Rosen smiled and said, "Mother, since my sister wants to learn, let her learn." In this case, Mrs. Saxon acquiesced. After all, The son is the master of this family. He is willing to spend money to support his sister, so naturally, as a mother, she has no objection. Rosen put this matter on the agenda. Your sister-in-law is busy learning new spells recently, so I will be the one to teach her spells. Once she has the basics, she can decide which path to take based on her talent, and then hire a special tutor. Mrs. Saxon was startled. It's so expensive to hire a special tutor, it's better to send her to the famous wizard in Shire County as an apprentice. Rosen smiled. There are not many famous tutors in Shire County, and it's not good for my little sister to go out alone. What do you think, Your Highness? Mrs. Saxon looked at Selina. She was worried that the noble princess would be unhappy because of spending too much money. Selina didn't have a big concept of money, because she had basically never lacked money since she was a child, and after marrying Rosen, she only lacked money for a while. She saw Mrs. Saxon's cautiousness and smiled. Mother, don't worry about the money. Rosen has many ways to make money. Looking at Evelyn again, leave your sister's enlightenment to me. You're busy every day, don't delay the girl's best learning time. Rosen agreed with this and said, then let's do it together. The matter was agreed. Then, they started talking about some trivial things in life, and the small restaurant was suddenly filled with a warm atmosphere. After a short break after the meal, Mrs. Saxon started embroidering as usual, while Selina was playing with cats in the corner. Rosen acted decisively, and brought a stack of spell books of Island Magic Enlightenment 12 volumes. Pang put it on the small table in front of his sister, and the little girl was stunned. Here, starting from today, for the next 3 months, memorize the contents of this stack of books, and don't make a single mistake. Selina on the side was very surprised. She took a book and flipped through it quickly. Honey, did you write this yourself? Yes. When did you write it? I wrote it recently when I was sitting in the government study, but the content of the book is a summary of the past 10 years. Selina was just reading it casually, but after flipping through it, she began to read it seriously. As she read, she couldn't help but say, Honey, you write very well. It's obviously just an enlightenment book, but she feels the atmosphere of a master's work. There are even some places that make her look like she has suddenly become clear and transparent. The details that she couldn't figure out before were figured out at once. It feels that her family's magic enlightenment books are not at this level. Rosen smiled and said, Who made me an apprentice for 10 years? My mind is all on enlightenment. This thing is a summary of his many years of practice. This set is a detailed version, which he uses to teach his sister. There is also a simplified version, which is a textbook for training civilian mages, which can enlighten the young people of the White Sturgeon Island with magic power at the fastest speed. He turned to look at Evelyn again, and the sternness of a mentor appeared on his face. Sister, from now on, I am your magic mentor, not your brother. So you have to call me mentor, remember? Remember, brother mentor? Evelyn responded timidly, as obedient as a quail in a thunderstorm. Rosen was very satisfied and handed over the first volume. Come on, read it once, I will listen carefully. Evelyn did it immediately. Although she had learned to read, she didn't learn it well, so she read it haltingly. Rosen listened carefully, and if the other party read it wrong, he would correct it immediately. This is a patient job for ordinary people, but it is an easy job for Rosen. Because he quickly threw the correction work to Lai Fu, and he whispered to Selina about love affairs, which made the noble princess blush and excited. It was another warm and beautiful night. The next morning, the number 2 puppet, which was upgraded to intermediate mana, gathered the 3 major military leaders of Crescent City. They were Crescent Knight Captain Codlin, Flame War Corps Captain Yop, and the mysterious Black Iron Guard leader Miss Akali, who had a great figure but was taciturn. Rosen said in a serious tone, This is the last battle. Bane Bahat worked tirelessly, and all the stubborn old forces on the island were gathered by him. Rosen would naturally not miss this rare opportunity. Don't have any concerns in this battle, do your best to kill all the rebels who dare to resist, and don't leave any. Yes, Lord. The 3 answered in unison. Codrin was in high spirits, Akali was as calm as ever, but the battle master Yop was a little confused. For a moment, he couldn't tell who he was fighting for. Chapter 79. Wheels, Wheels. Amid the sound of wheels turning, a large group of Crescent Knights escorted the Lord of Crescent City, with 4 ox carts covered tightly with coarse cloth, all the way to the Hansui River in the south of Crescent City. Because of the news announced in advance, the whole Crescent City was boiling. As long as the citizens of Crescent City, who were free, followed the team all the way, intending to broaden their horizons. There were 2,000 or 3,000 people following. At about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the team arrived at the Hansui River. This is the narrowest part of the Hansui River, only 60 or 70 meters wide. Because it is the dry season in winter, the water flow is very shallow, and the surface is covered with thick ice. About 1 kilometer away from the other side of the river is a mountain forest with lush trees. On the grass on the other side of the river, many human-shaped targets made of logs were placed in advance. There were a lot of them, more than 50, scattered on the grass slope by the river. After arriving at the end of the river, 4 ox carts were lined up on the river bank. The coarse cloth on the ox carts was lifted, revealing giant square boxes nailed with thick wooden boards. There was an opening on one side of the box, and you could see what was inside. This must be the powerful weapon brought by the princess, and no matter what weapon it was, it must be very large and heavy. The deep ruts on the ox carts clearly prove this. While the ox carts were being arranged, in the mountains and forests on the other side of the river, the forest elves and the betrayed human warriors all hid in the dark, holding their breath and spying on the human race on the river bank from afar. Among them were not only forest elves from various tribes, but also wizards from the forest elves tribe. They might not know the human eagle-eye technique, but they could borrow the vision of eagle training through witchcraft, so more than 20 black eagles were circling in the inconspicuous 1,000-meter sky. Among them, there was a black eagle, belonging to the forest elf prophet Bahat. He did not come alone, and behind him was a huge monster carefully disguised with a lot of grass and trees, and there were more than a dozen forest elf warriors standing around him. Through the perspective of the black eagle, he closely followed the situation on the other side of the river. He saw the ox cart, and the huge wooden box on the ox cart. After a little observation, most of his fear disappeared. Hey, I thought it was something powerful, but it turned out to be a clumsy iron turtle. They forest elves have always been known for their agility and swiftness, and they also fight mountain guerrilla warfare. The opponent made such a heavy thing. Even if it was powerful enough to slay a dragon, as long as they went around, they would not be able to hit the forest elf warriors. He also saw Ted's eldest son. He was wearing a beautiful and solid armor, shining with silver, and was surrounded by the Crescent Knights, and those knights were holding thick pure steel shields. He couldn't help but snort coldly, "What a coward! For the past half-month, this guy has been hiding in the castle, otherwise, he would have found an opportunity to curse him to death with the voodoo doll. Of course, it's not too late to come out now. He is confident that he can curse him to death. Even if the other party learns powerful spells in Dawn City, his magic power is only low level and far inferior to his strength." With the help of Black Hawk carefully observing the other party's appearance, Bahat's 10 fingers began to jump quickly. On his palm, a lifelike straw doll is taking shape quickly, just like the young baron in the distance. Before obtaining the power of the stone tablet, he was already a very powerful forest wizard. He also practiced the wizard's voodoo spell very well. He relied on this trick to control Phoenix, forcing this guy, who was frightened by the human race, to come to the battle with his people unwillingly but helplessly. At this time, the 4 ox carts were finally arranged. The wooden boxes in the carts were unloaded on the river bank, surrounded by wooden supports and filled with soil. They stood on the river bank every 30 meters, looking like 4 extremely simple square huts. Bahat became more and more disdainful. "For turtles, what's the use?" At this time, the Crescent Knight began to drive away the insignificant onlookers and drove the crowd to a high ground on a slope 300 meters away. Bahat estimated that the weapon display was about to begin. Sure enough, after a while, a Crescent Knight's roar came from the other side of the Hansui River. "Ready, start." As he said this, Bahat saw a large number of platinum-colored light balls coming out of the wooden boxes on the river bank. Each platinum light ball was about the size of a candy date, and its flying speed was much faster than that of an ordinary arrow. Its appearance frequency was also surprisingly high, with an estimated 4 balls appearing in 1 second. For ox carts, that's 16 balls. In an instant, the surface of the Hansui River was covered with a large number of platinum light balls, and these light balls crossed the Hansui River, which was 50 or 60 meters wide, in the blink of an eye and flew to the log targets on the grass slope on the other side of the river. Hula, hula. A strange sound appeared continuously, and a large number of raging lightning arcs could be seen on the log targets. These lightning arcs easily ignited the logs, turning them into blazing torches. In less than 10 seconds, more than 50 log targets were all turned into torches, and the platinum light balls were still raging wildly, constantly sweeping the lawn. As a result, the grass on the entire lawn was ignited, the flames were burning fiercely, and there were a lot of exploding lightning arcs in it, like a spider web that wrapped the entire lawn. Bahat was slightly shocked when he saw it. How can there be such a huge lightning force? A single lightning ball is nothing. He can easily block it. Blocking more than a dozen times is not a big problem. But in the past 10 seconds, the total number of lightning balls shot out by the 4 ox carts has exceeded 160. This power has far exceeded his limit, enough to turn him into charcoal in an instant. But soon, Bahat calmed down again. The power is indeed very strong, but these are all spell attacks, and my dragon warriors are very thick-skinned. Dragon warriors are not afraid of swords and guns, nor are they afraid of most common spells. Unless they encounter a stronger force than him, they are iron lumps that cannot be killed or stopped. But then again, the Baron also has a very sharp arrow in his hand, so if they really fight later, whether they can win or not will still depend on luck. But no matter what, the powerful magic weapon brought by the princess is not a big threat to his dragon warriors. On the other side of the Hansui River, the lightning balls still didn't stop, and they were still shooting continuously, as if they had endless power. The weeds on the other side of the river had been burned, but the lightning was still raging, so the soil on the ground began to show signs of melting. Although not much, it was already very scary. The people of the Crescent territory, who were watching on the high ground on the shore, were speechless, with a look of luck in their eyes. Fortunately, this is the Lord's weapon. If the forest elves had this thing, it would be impossible for people to survive. The Crescent Knights were speechless. Anyone with combat experience knows that if they encounter these magical weapons when charging in groups on the plains, it would be the most terrifying nightmare. The forest was also silent, as if even the mountain wind was frightened and held its breath. Finally, the lightning ball on the ox cart roared for a full minute, turning the grass slope opposite into a hot, scorched land. The original log target had long been left with no wreckage. A Crescent Knight shouted, "The weapon display is over, return to the city." As he said this, Bahat found 2 people walking out of the 4 square wooden houses on the shore. The 2 walked one after the other, carrying a very clumsy and heavy wooden box with a wooden stick. It can be seen that the box is very heavy, so that the thick wooden stick is shaking. Judging from the situation, it must be at least hundreds of kilograms. For wooden boxes, 8 people, carrying 4 heavy wooden boxes, and walking back to the ox cart. At this moment, Bahat suddenly felt a shock in his heart. Because the power of this super weapon was temporarily exhausted, and the number of Crescent Knights around the Baron was less than 100. Although this was not a small number, it was a big gap compared to the fighting force they organized with all their strength. So now is the perfect time to attack. He immediately shouted to the 2-meter-tall giant beside him, "Andoxia, the time is ripe." Andoxia was shocked by the powerful power of the lightning weapon. When he heard this, he was stunned. "Prophet, can this be defeated?" He didn't know how to train eagles, so he couldn't see the details on the other side of the river clearly. Bahat quickly explained, "The power of the lightning weapon has been exhausted, and it is very heavy, and it has lost its threat. There are still a lot of civilians on the other side, and there are only 100 Baron guards." After saying this, Andosha's eyes suddenly brightened. "Prophet, you are so right." Bahat shouted, "So now." Andosha immediately shouted, "Start the action." With this, the dozen forest elf warriors around him immediately took out the conch horns hanging around their waists, and blew them hard. Woo! The high-pitched horn sound spread throughout the forest, scaring a large number of flying birds in the forest. With the sound of the horn, the first batch of warriors rushed out of the forest first, but they were the human knights and their senior knights. There were really not many people. The 4 great knights added up to only 30 people. They rushed out on horseback, and the horses' hooves stepped on the hard frozen soil, making a bang 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 sound. On the other side of the Hansui River, a sharp-eyed civilian immediately noticed the situation and shouted, "There are cavalry! There are cavalry! Cavalry running very fast!" Rosen looked across the river, and saw a group of human cavalry rushing out of the forest. Both people and horses were shining with a faint metallic luster. They all drank the dragon's blessing potion. It seems that Bahat is desperate. He narrowed his eyes slightly and grinned. What a bunch of running dogs! No matter which world, running dogs are the most pathetic, because they are destined to be cannon fodder. Chapter 80. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of horse hooves was as loud as thunder, and 30 cavalrymen rushed out of the forest. This movement was naturally discovered by the Crescent warriors immediately. The Crescent Knights seemed to be surprised and shouted loudly, "Protect the Lord, retreat, retreat quickly." So, a group of knights guarded the Crescent Baron and quickly retreated towards the Crescent City. Maybe the situation was critical. The team seemed messy. The ordinary people who were watching were shocked when they saw the Lord turn around and ran away. They also ran towards the Crescent City desperately. For a while, the situation on the other side of the Hansui River became extremely chaotic, and there was a chaotic sign of the army's collapse. In the forest, Bahat's blood vessels were dilated, and he felt his heart beating and the blood vessels on his forehead twitched. He was very excited. "Ha ha, son of Ted, I let you look down on me, I let you show off in front of me, today I must kill you, ha ha." He turned around and told Enosha beside him what he saw. Enosha also vaguely saw the chaos 1 kilometer away. His cheeks flushed with excitement, and he felt his whole body was hot, and the hot blood in his chest was surging like lava. He shouted loudly, "Warriors, charge, charge out, don't let the human knights look down on you." He was worried that if he rushed too slowly, the Baron's head would be chopped off by those human knights. With his roar, about 200 forest elf warriors, including Enosha, drank the dragon's blessing in hand. They roared and rushed out of the mountains and forests like angry lions, rushed onto the plains, and chased the Crescent Baron, who was fleeing in a panic on the other side of the river. As these more than 200 forest elf warriors rushed out of the mountains and forests, the other side of the Hansui River became even more chaotic. Ordinary civilians ran away crying for their parents, and the Crescent Knights, who were protecting the lords, were completely in disarray. They even abandoned the 4 ox carts loaded with weapons, and threw them on the roadside. Anyone who saw this scene knew that the Crescent warriors were doomed. They would definitely not escape the pursuit of the forest elves. Bahat tightly held the voodoo doll he had just made in his hand, and his blood was boiling. "Ha ha, we won. This was a perfect ambush, a rout with almost no casualties. I wanted to curse you to death, but you are so useless. Then let the warriors kill you, poke your body through with a wooden stick, and take it back to the forest as a trophy." Behind the more than 200 forest elf warriors, there were about 2,000 ordinary forest elf warriors. This group of warriors included both men and women. 70% of them belonged to the Heg tribe, and 30% belonged to the Nalin tribe. Among the more than 10,000 people from the 2 tribes, the most capable and strongest were all here. This time, the 2 forest spirit tribes were forced into a desperate counterattack by the Crescent Baron. If they failed, it would mean the extinction of the tribe. Under the pressure of survival, the forest spirits rushed forward. Among them, the forest spirits of the Heg tribe rushed the most fiercely, shouted the loudest, and soon rushed to the front of the team. The forest spirits only regretted that they did not rush fast enough and were escaped by the human baron. When the first group of human barons rushed to the ice of the Hansui River, all the forest spirit warriors who participated in the battle rushed out of the mountains and forests. There were nearly 2,300 warriors in total, 230 of whom were terrible dragon warriors, which was already an extremely powerful force on the White Sturgeon Island. In the past, this force was even enough to attack Crescent City head-on. "Kill, charge!" The rebel warriors roared like crazy, as if they wanted to vent all the repression and fear they had suffered for more than half a month. Bahat looked at the Crescent Knight, who was fleeing frantically again, and also saw the Crescent City Baron, who was riding a warhorse and guarded by a group of elite knights. He ran fast, but unfortunately, he was far inferior to the Dragon Knight. According to the speed difference between the 2 sides, the Dragon Knight would soon catch up with the Crescent Baron and kill him. But at this moment, an accident occurred. The situation suddenly changed dramatically. I don't know where a team of 100 people came from, and they penetrated into the back of the forest warrior from behind at a very fast speed, like a sharp knife. At the same time, the rumbling sound of horse hooves came from the side in front. Bahat was startled and immediately turned his head to look. As a result, he saw a cavalry of 200 people rushing over from the side. The leading knight was the old rival of the forest elves, Knight Commander Codron. Unlike the past, this group of cavalry was extremely fast, even faster than the Dragon Knights. Like a guillotine, they quickly stabbed in front of the Dragon Knights and blocked their way. That was fine, after all, there were only 300 people in total, and they had more than 2,000 warriors. But at this moment, lightning began to appear in the 4 temporary wooden houses by the river. It was the same lightning that was shown just now. No, not only the ox cart awnings were shining, but also the 100-man battle group behind the forest elf warriors began to shine. No, it was much more fierce and dense than before. Countless lightning balls began to wreak havoc on the plain, with a range of nearly 300 meters. For a moment, lightning wreaked havoc in front of the forest elf warriors, not only blocking the way forward, but also blocking a range of 300 meters. There was also lightning wreaking havoc in the back, blocking the retreat and blocking a range of 300 meters. The lightning on both sides almost merged together. In front of such a dense, light network, all evasion and defense were in vain, and all operations became meaningless. Bahat saw that those agile forest elf warriors fell down like cut wheat straw. Looking at the 100-man battle group again, Their formation was clear, with shield guards in front and crossbowmen in the back. Shooting and marching in formation, just like the god of death harvesting lies. So, the powerful knight team in the front blocked the dragon warriors' peaks with stronger power, better weapons, and better defensive equipment. The death light net in the back and the middle was madly harvesting lives, making it impossible to fight or escape. In just 1 minute, more than half of the 2,300 rebel soldiers fell, and the remaining soldiers were also falling rapidly. Whether it was the human knight, who was cannon fodder, the heroic Hague tribe, or the Nalan tribe, who went to the battlefield unwillingly, they were all killed indiscriminately. Too fast. The change was really too fast. It was so fast that Bahat didn't even have time to take out the secret weapon he had been building, and he didn't even have time to cast the voodoo spell. The ordinary forest elf warriors, those good young men, all died and turned into charcoal. This is not a battle at all, this is a massacre. Bahat's mood fell from the peak to the abyss. He heard Phoenix's roar, retreat, retreat, retreat to the forest. He also heard Endosha's tragic roar, kill, kill. Bahat took a deep breath. Since it has come to this point, no matter the outcome, we can only fight to the end. As soon as he thought about it, the secret weapon he had prepared for half a month finally appeared. Crack. A giant lizard-like creature with a metallic luster emerged from the bushes. Its shoulder height was more than 6 meters, and its body length was more than 10 meters. It took heavy steps and rushed out of the woods at a speed that seemed slow but was actually faster than a galloping horse. The first goal was to violently crash into the 100-man battle group that slaughtered the forest spirit warriors. Bang, 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 bang. Under the heavy sound, this big guy was like a tank from another world, moving forward with the momentum of destroying everything. Yop took a look and his heart skipped a beat. What is this? Just look at its fierce momentum and huge body. If it rushes into the battle group, it will definitely wade through a bloody path. Deputy Captain Harry immediately shouted, "It's a battle puppet, disperse, disperse immediately." One after another, he threw dispel spells at the beast, but it had no effect. Harry's face turned pale. Its magic resistance is so high. I can't disperse it. Yop immediately shouted, "Disperse, disperse." Before he finished speaking, a cold and pleasant voice suddenly came from the side. "Leave him to me, Captain Yop." With these words, a team of black-clad warriors appeared from the invisible curtain. The leading warrior was the extremely impressive black-clad battle mage Miss Akali. At this moment, she was wrapped in a layer of faint light, and she led a team of 10 black-clad wizards, sliding across the grass at a very fast speed. Then she rushed to the side of the giant beast in an extremely agile manner in a crescent arc. Then she pointed her staff and said, "Shatter." The voice was as cold as ice. The black-clad battle wizards behind her cast spells almost at the same time. The 10 staffs were in unison, and 10 metallic black lights were like spell spears pierced out in a neat manner. It was obviously a battle, but it showed a breathtaking beauty. When the black lights fell on the giant beast suddenly began to tremble and shiver, and the surface of its body quickly lost its metallic luster, and then it disintegrated into a pile of lifeless clay. After the giant beast collapsed, Akali did not stop for a moment, just glanced at the deputy leader Harry, and turned and drifted away. Harry shuddered when he was looked at like that, and a complex feeling of frustration and surprise rose in his heart. He couldn't understand how there could be such a cold and powerful female wizard in the world. Pa! He was patted on the shoulder by Captain Yop. "Come back to your senses, Harry, that's a woman you never get." Harry turned his head and smiled bitterly. "Captain, don't talk nonsense. I don't want to be hit by a club when I sleep." As far as he knew, Captain Akali had an absurdly high status in the minds of the Crescent Warriors, and those barbaric soldiers would not tolerate anyone saying a single word of blasphemy. He shook his head, adjusted his mentality, and continued to fight. Oh no, slaughter. In the forest, Bahat stared blankly at the clay on the ground, and then stared blankly at the fewer and fewer forest elf warriors, and then his eyes gradually gathered. What a cruel trap. But Baron, have you ever thought about how to deal with the Witch Master's desperate attack? Whispering, he picked up the straw doll he had just woven. Chapter 81. The forest in winter is cold and dark. Under a hidden bush, Bahat, wearing black animal skin and an animal bone mask, was dancing strangely. He was filled with hatred, silently reciting the full name of Baron Crescent, thinking about his appearance, and then waving the straw doll, like the creator controlling the ants in the mortal world. He is the most powerful wizard among the forest elves, and may even be the most powerful wizard on the island. He wants to use all his magic power to curse someone to death, and no one on the island can stop his curse. Baron Crescent, You are worth dying for so many warriors of my tribe to die with you." As the witch dance progressed, the magic power in his body was gradually aroused by the hatred in his heart, and began to be poured into the straw doll bit by bit. As he moved, the straw voodoo doll became more and more refined, and gradually, it looked like Rosen. It was exactly the same image that Bahat had seen before. Ancestors in the forest, listen to my story. Evil spirits hidden in caves and pools, listen to my call. There is an extremely evil demon ahead. His name is Rosen Saxon. He is in this form. He is slaughtering the warriors who serve the forest, and is ravaging the heroic children of the forest. Listen to my command, tear his body and devour his soul. With this murmur, Bahat poured all his magic power into the straw doll in his hand, then raised his hand, pinched the doll's head, and used all his strength to tear the head off the body. Ah! It didn't work. Baron, you still have some tricks, but all struggles are in vain. Grit your teeth and try again. Hey, ah! It still didn't work. My hands were sore and weak, but the doll didn't move at all. This thin neck is harder to twist than an iron rod. Okay, you are awesome. Taste the fangs of the forest spirit. Bahat didn't believe it, so he put the voodoo doll in his mouth and bit it with his teeth. Snap! A sharp pain came from his gums, and the pain in his gums made Bahat almost cry on the spot. He took out the voodoo doll and saw that it was still intact, with a lot of blood and some broken teeth on it. It was obviously a straw doll, and it was obviously the mana he infused, but he couldn't complete the last step of the voodoo curse. He couldn't even bite it with his teeth. Bahat couldn't figure out why, and he was full of hesitation. Ancestors, evil spirits, have you abandoned me? No response, only the whistling forest wind and the screams of the warriors outside the mountain. Plop. Bahat collapsed to the ground powerlessly, staring at the voodoo doll in his hand that was harder than steel, in a daze. He knew he was defeated, completely defeated. Suddenly, there were tiny footsteps in his ears, and before he turned around, he heard a familiar voice. Bahat, I didn't expect you to go this far. The voice was pleasant and mellow, like the singing of a snowball bird in the mountains. Bahat's body shook violently. Goddess. He wanted to look back, but his body was fixed by a force and couldn't move, so he could only keep his back to the source of the sound. Help me, goddess. Please help me one last time, please. Look outside. Look at those cruel human races. They are slaughtering the children of the forest you favor. The balance of the White Sturgeon Island will be completely broken by the evil Baron. The prophet's voice was panic, and he even cried bitterly. But the goddess's answer disappointed him. I won't be deceived again, Bahat. In your heart, I am not a goddess. You just use me as a tool for revenge. I also found out the source of your hatred, because your father died at the hands of the human race. So, you want to kill all the human races on the island, right? Bahat was hit by the heart, and he also felt the indifference in the goddess' words. He immediately knew that his performance was completely useless. At this point, he no longer hid his thoughts. All human beings deserve to die. I only hate that my magic power is not strong enough and my magic is not profound enough. Goddess, I have probably guessed your identity. I tell you frankly that I despise you. Because you obviously have such great power, but you don't go to avenge your ancestors, but stay safely on such a remote island. If I had your power, I would not only kill all the human beings on the White Sturgeon Island, but also kill all the human beings on the Whalen Island, and even the human beings on the Wick Continent. I would kill them all. The goddess laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Am I wrong? No, it's ridiculously wrong. Although the goddess' voice is indifferent, it is as pleasant as ever. Bahat, let me tell you, there are no great gods in this world anymore. In today's world, there is only great power, and kings who are great because of power. I do have some special powers inherited from my bloodline, but even so, if I rush out of the forest and face the human race outside the mountain, my combat performance will not be much better than Enosha. Maybe he can resist more than 40 lightning balls with potions, and I can resist 60, but facing the powerful magic weapons of the human race, is there any difference? Bahat roared. You can also assassinate. Yes, I can assassinate, but who should I assassinate? Assassinate the king who holds power in your mouth. Assassinate the Crescent Baron opposite. The goddess smiled again. Master of witchcraft, you still don't understand. The king is great because of power, not the other way around. And the fundamental source of power is the will and strength of countless human beings. So when I kill a king, I only kill the user of power, but the power itself is not damaged. The king's ministers will immediately elect a new king to take charge of power. Believe me, there is never a shortage of people who can be kings in this world. Even if I kill 100 kings, the 101st king will emerge the next day. But there are tens of millions of people on Violent Island, but I only have one life. Bahat shook his head repeatedly. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. There must be a way to get revenge. There must be a way. Of course there is a way. What way? Tell me quickly. Tell me quickly. Bahat looked like a madman. Wear the crown, become a king, and hold power, and you will have the greatest power in the world, a real power that can destroy everything and change everything. Seeing that Bahat was stunned, the goddess laughed softly again. It's a pity that you are just a witchcraft master with hatred in your heart. Of course, you don't know how to be a king. The tragedy is that the opponent you are facing is a person who knows how to be a king. The pressure that you have been feeling all this time, everywhere and all the time, no matter how hard you try, how hard you struggle, you can't get rid of, comes from his giant hand that holds power. Even, everything you do is to serve the king in the castle. I serve him? How is this possible? No, this is absolutely impossible. Bahat shook his head again and again, his faith was about to collapse. You helped him gather all those who were dissatisfied with the new king's rule, and helped him send these people into the trap he set. Now, these opponents have all been slaughtered, and everyone else on the island has felt the new king's iron-bloodedness and cruelty. Who will dare to oppose him in the future? So, aren't you helping him consolidate his throne of power? Ah! Bahat screamed, feeling a sharp pain in his heart, and a stream of hot blood flowed out of his chest. He covered his chest fiercely, trying to spit back the blood. Puff. Finally he failed. The blood spurted out of his mouth violently, turning into a hot blood mist in the winter forest. It seemed that even his soul was spurted out with the blood. He was heartbroken, but he still had one last doubt. I don't understand why my spell is useless. If he could curse the Crescent Baron to death, he would be willing to die even if he knew all this. The problem is that the spell didn't work. Because I secretly turned your voodoo doll into a steel doll. Ah you poof. Bahat vomited blood again. Hee, I lied to you. I don't have the ability to secretly replace your voodoo doll. It's just right that you lied to me once, so we're even. Bahat wanted to vomit blood again after hearing this. Then why didn't the spell work? Because the Baron's princess wife is a master of magic, and you were not fighting the Baron just now, but his wife. So that's how it is. Bahat sighed suddenly, his mind completely lost its support, and he was no longer able to support his body. With a poof, he fell forward to the mud. Behind him, the mysterious woman in a white cloak shook her head slightly, and sighed in her heart, in fact, I haven't told you one thing yet. There are many kings in the world, but few true kings. And the one you are facing happens to be the candidate for the true king of Waylon. So you are unlucky. Chapter 82. The center of the New Moon City Market. The newly established execution ground. Under a brand new guillotine, stood a row of prisoners with their hands tied, wearing black hoods and coarse prison uniforms. Behind the guillotine, the temporary chief judge, Iganini, the son of the forest from the Igo tribe, was reading out the crimes of the prisoners aloud. Bahat, an ancestor wizard from the Hague tribe, 47 years old, male, committed regicide, treason, and voodoo coercion, and was sentenced to death by beheading. As these words came, two tall and strong warriors stepped forward, grabbed Bahat's arms on the left and right, and took him to the guillotine. Swish. The black cloth hood was torn off, revealing a face with gray hair, wrinkles, and a dead face. No one could have imagined that such an ordinary guy would be a terrifying witchcraft master who was famous and frightened. Iganini looked at Bahat, whose eyes were dead in front of the guillotine, and finally asked, Bahat, you can say one last word. Bahat's eyes turned slightly, and glanced at the young Iganini. He glanced at his new and straight human-style clothes, and suddenly felt an indescribable sense of absurdity. He asked, Iganini, son of the forest, are you going to completely abandon your ancestors? Iganini looked confident and calm, and he raised his hand and pressed it on his chest. The Lord has never forbidden us to worship our ancestors. Our tribe follows the Lord and continues to multiply and grow. The ancestors will always be in our hearts. But you have completely cut off the bloodline of our ancestors. Bahat's body shook, and his eyes were completely dead. He said in a voice that no one could hear, so this is the source of power. He finally understood, and was defeated beyond words. He put his head on the guillotine, and Iganini raised his hand to ring the soul-severing bell. Dang. Clang, click, puff. The chain slid, and the sharp guillotine slid down, cutting off Bahat's head cleanly. The government study room of Crescent Castle. Rosen was looking at an animal skin scroll, titled Molokans in the Sea, written by Bahat. The content of the scroll was about the observation and research of the habits of Molokans. It can be seen that this witchcraft master once wanted to use the Molokans for revenge, so he studied the Molokans for many years and learned a lot of unique knowledge about Molokans. It's a pity that he could never overcome the disadvantage that Molokans could not stay out of water for too long, which forced him to give up the revenge plan for Molokans. But it must be said that this knowledge is very useful. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked. Iganini is here. After handing over a list, he began to report the situation respectfully. Lord, there are 34 death row prisoners in total. Among them, 10 from the Hague tribe, 5 from the Nalan tribe, 4 from Blackstone Town, 6 from Blue Flower Slope, 3 from Howling Valley, and 6 from Creekwood Town have all been executed. Rosen raised his hand to check the list, looked at the names marked with a bloody big X, nodded with satisfaction, and said to Iganini with a gentle face, during this period, the discussion about the new island policy has been heatedly carried out throughout the island, and I have also heard a lot of voices from the people. But I also noticed that the Igo tribe did not pay attention to this matter, and even seemed indifferent. This attitude is not good. Speaking of this, Rosen emphasized his tone. The new island policy concerns the overall interests of 66,000 people on the entire island. It not only concerns the present, but also the fate of the future. 66,000 people, 32,000 of them are human race alone, and the remaining forest elves of multiple tribes add up to 34,000, which is almost half and half. It seems that there are not many people, but because of the harsh living environment on the island, the population pyramid structure is very young, and the base is surprisingly large. The high reconstruction population under 20 years old accounts for nearly one-third, that is, nearly 20,000 people. Rosen stared at Iganini's clear amber eyes, and said slowly in an encouraging tone, in the future, will we continue to be trapped on the island as rabbits to be cut by others, or will we go out and become dragons that soar high in the sky and dominate the fate of others? Let's start with today's new policy. When you go back, you must persuade the tribesmen to come out of the mountains and actively participate in island affairs. Iganini's heart beat violently, because he felt a very strange but also very huge vision from the Lord's words. A picture of leading all island residents to enter the world stage and compete with many powerful people from the outside world. In the past, this was something Iganini dared not even think about. He was originally just a hunter who lived in the mountains and forests of the island and chased hares all day long. He answered loudly, "Yes, Lord, I will definitely let my people get out of the mountains and forests." "Go for it, young man." Iganini walked away with his head held high. After a while, the acting chief administrative officer Kruber knocked on the door, and came in, with a thick list in his hand. "Lord, the rebel population of the Hague tribe, the Nalan tribe, and the 4 towns has been counted, a total of 10,318 people, and have all been settled in the criminal camp." Rosen took the list and checked the details. It was discovered that among these 9,000 people, there were only 2,000 people in the original human race. Originally, each town had more than 3,000 people, especially Sir Thad's Creekwood town, which had nearly 5,000 people. But because of the return to peace decree he promulgated, those who could run away ran away, and the rest were either the old, weak, sick and disabled who could not run, or the confidants and families of the original knights and senior knights. On average, there were more than 500 people in each town. After looking through it, Rosen said, "The old, weak, sick and disabled who have nothing to do with the betrayers should be identified and returned to their families. These people are useless. He would have to support them in the criminal camp. It would be better to return them to their families, which would not only preserve human ethics, but also save management troubles." "Yes, Lord." Kruber immediately wrote it down. "There are an estimated 1,700 remaining human races. Let them live together with the forest elves and be counted as criminals together." In this way, he had 10,000 criminals who could be reasonably exploited, and someone would do the dirty work. As he said this, he looked at the Linjing tribe again. The 2 Linjing tribes accounted for nearly 8,000 people, of which more than 5,000 were women and 3,000 were men, most of whom were weak and gentle like sheep. Because those guys with fierce temperaments and strong bodies had all died on the banks of the Hansui River. How to arrange it? Rosen had naturally thought about it long ago. He pointed at the booklet on the table. Establish a child care home for all children under the age of 8. There are about 800 people here, all of whom have left their mothers and are raised by the care home, but mothers are allowed to visit them on a limited basis, such as once every half a month. More than 800 people aged above 8 and below 16 are also temporarily detained separately. Later, they will be sent to the island magic school to be established to learn magic. As for the young and middle-aged people between the ages of 16 and 40, all of them will be sent to Sturgeon Wharf as laborers to repair the port. Remember, all the marital relationships between these criminals will be cancelled, and men and women will be separated. After Kluber started recording, he stopped talking about the details and began to talk about the purpose of dealing with the criminal laborers. My steward, you have to remember one thing: from now on, there will no longer be a distinction between human beings and forest elves on the island, nor will there be a distinction between tribes and other town residents. There will only be one kind of people in the future, that is, island citizens. Even these criminals are island citizens, and their basic civil rights must be protected. It's just that they have committed crimes, so their freedom will be restricted, and they will have to do extra work to atone for their sins. Do you understand? Kluber carefully experienced it, but still had some doubts about the scale of the detailed operation. Lord, does the separation of men and women mean that these criminals are prohibited from having children? Rosen shook his head. To be precise, it means that the forest spirits will lose the custody of the children. We should also vigorously encourage intermarriage between the two tribes to accelerate the integration of the tribes. For example, you can declare a decree that as long as the original human male marries the original tribal criminal girl and raises a child, the tribal criminal girl's status as a criminal can be exempted. But how to implement it specifically needs to be adjusted in practice. If they are lazy at work, can they be whipped? Rosen raised his eyebrows. My steward, we are not short of supplies. It is far more useful to guide with rewards than to punish and prohibit. Punishment should be used very carefully. After all, no one will work if the body is broken. Kluber got it and nodded. I understand, Lord. Very good, then do it right away. Especially the port. The recent construction progress is not fast enough, but our goods are coming soon. It's a large amount of goods. Don't let there be no place to park the ship when the time comes. Kluber was a little unsure after hearing this, and asked quickly, Lord, how much do you mean by a large amount? Rosen pointed at the table. The largest flat-bottomed eagle-beak ship in ocean shipping currently has a capacity of 2,000 tons. 6 ships have arrived, all fully loaded. According to the date, it should arrive in a week. Murati took advantage of the bonus period of the new route, and tried his best to get this cargo for him, most of which was food. It was also the biggest confidence for him to implement the new policy on the island later. What new policy? Of course, it is the new policy of absolute centralization and imitating the division of labor among departments in modern times. For such a small island with such a small number of people, he didn't want to do the inefficient thing of enfeoffment of knights again. When Kluber heard that so many ships were coming, his scalp was numb. He immediately said, Oh Lord, you should have said it earlier. The current port scale is really not enough. Fortunately, we have so many laborers. If we work overtime, and don't care about the quality of the port, we should still be in time. Rosen reminded, we are not short of food. At least we can fill the stomachs of the sinners. Understood, Lord. Kluber trotted away. Rosen was not idle either. To be precise, the puppet was temporarily idle, but the real body in the underground magic laboratory was busy. The new policy he was about to launch was a brand new thing in this world, which completely violated the traditions of the island and even Whalon. Even in the southern continent, although many reforms have occurred, it is still groping forward and has to retreat from time to time. In any world, it is very difficult to completely deviate from tradition and create something completely new. If you are not careful, you will easily get into trouble. He was not worried that the islanders would oppose the new policy, because he had eliminated all the opponents. He was worried that the management technology and the quality of the population were not in place, which would lead to a lot of drawbacks in the new policy. And now, his new policy still lacks a key technology. A technology that is most indispensable for centralized management. Chapter 83. ZZ. In the magic laboratory, 2 silver rune forks separated by more than 10 meters actually appeared with tiny metal arcs at the same time. The strange thing is that Rosen only infused power into one of the silver forks, while the other silver fork clearly had no source of power. You must have played some confusing tricks and secretly added something to this silver fork. Selina had an expression of I don't believe you. Rosen smiled. Why? Did you feel the fluctuation of mana on the second fork? He asked this because mages are extremely sensitive to fluctuations of mana, and the higher the ring number, the more sensitive they are. As a 4th ring mage, Selina believed that there were few mages in the world who could hide the fluctuation of mana in front of her, especially since her husband was only a 2nd ring intermediate mage. So she was confused. I didn't notice any fluctuations, but I think you must have secretly done something in the metal fork, such as hiding a tiny lightning house inside. Rosen smiled slightly. My dear lady, you can check it yourself. I want to check it carefully. She picked up the runed silver fork, which had a very simple structure, and checked it over and over again, even using transmutation alchemy to roll it into a ball, pull it into a thread, and grind it into a piece. As a result, nothing was found except pure silver metal. Strange. Rosen smiled. Restore it to its previous appearance. Selena did as she was told, and put the silver fork back to its original place. Rosen stimulated the power of the silver fork in his hand again. ZZZZ. The two silver forks showed lightning synchronously again. Selena finally understood. There is an invisible lightning force that has been transferred from the silver fork in your hand, just like the ghost transfer phenomenon of mental power, right? Snap. Rosen snapped his fingers. Yes, this is the ghost lightning phenomenon I accidentally discovered when I was experimenting with magic. Selena was a little confused. It's amazing, but the efficiency of power transfer seems to be very low. Because the electric fire on the silver fork in Rosen's hand is obviously brighter than the other silver fork, the efficiency of power transfer is less than 1%. Rosen smiled. It's really low, basically can't be used in combat, but it can be used for long-distance communication. Selena is also a very knowledgeable wizard, and immediately said, there are many long-distance communication spells, I know more than a dozen. The farthest meeting in a dream may even be able to be transmitted thousands of miles away. It's really far, but meeting in a dream is extremely unstable, isn't it? Talking about spells, Selena became excited. If you want to talk about stability, then the three-ring psychic resonance can provide stable communication within 30 kilometers, and it doesn't consume much mana. As long as a mage outpost is set up every 30 kilometers, the message can be transmitted to thousands of miles away in a very short time. In fact, there are many special telepathic communication routes like this in the Wick continent, and there are even many telepathic communication mages and special telepathic communication stations. While listening, Rosen controlled a black-clad iron guard to deliver 2 black boxes as big as small school bags to him. After Selena finished speaking, he raised 2 fingers. I have also heard of telepathic communication stations, but this kind of thing has 2 insurmountable flaws. First, the communication and relay communication must be carried out by a mage. Selena shrugged. Psychic resonance is not difficult, and there are many high-level mages related to it. Rosen immediately asked back, but each node is up to 30 kilometers long, so how can we cross the 200-kilometer-wide Gilded Strait? Selena insisted. We can set up ships in the sea. What if there is a storm? How can we keep in real-time contact with moving ocean-going ships? Selena was speechless, because she knew her husband was right, so she focused her eyes on the black box next to her husband. So, is this the communication tool you built based on ghost lightning? She walked over and looked at it carefully. The main body is a black box, and there is a telescopic metal rod on one side, one of which is equipped with a shoulder strap, which means that this thing can be carried on the back. She reached out and picked it up again, and found that it was a bit heavy, about 10 pounds. Your lightning device is not ordinary heavy. Rosen smiled. Of course it is heavy, because it has a small lightning house that is charged by sunlight. Selena immediately understood the advantages of this device. So, ordinary people can use it? Yes, anyone can use it, even monkeys and cats. As long as they can press down and stick the 2 pieces of metal together, it can easily achieve the ghost transfer of lightning. If you put it at a slightly higher place, such as a mountain top, the ghost lightning can be transmitted 100 kilometers away and stably received by another black box. Selena looked surprised. 100 kilometers, which is enough to cover the entire Sturgeon Island. The Sturgeon Island is an oblong, and its shape is somewhat similar to the front feet of a rooster, but the north-south length is only a little over 70 kilometers, and the total land area is about 3,000 square kilometers, which can be easily covered. Rosen smiled and added, the 60-kilometer wind breath strait can be easily crossed. Selena nodded slowly, but there was still doubt on her face. But is this thing reliable? Will it be eavesdropped? After saying this, Rosen pointed another finger. Eavesdropping, or leaking secrets, is the second biggest disadvantage of telepathy. You don't even need to eavesdrop, it may be mistransmitted to other mages, or even ordinary people's heads. The reason is very simple. Everyone has a mind, so everyone is a signal receiving station, and there will always be a few people who resonate by chance. Speaking of this, Rosen suddenly laughed. I can guarantee that the use of lightning communication will never repeat the sorrow of the Sith. Hearing this, Selena laughed out loud. The probability of this happening is very small, and not everyone is as ridiculous as Aaron's Sith mage. Aaron Sith Mage was a court telepathic communication officer 30 years ago, serving King Aaron exclusively. Once, he was having an affair with his female assistant, and an urgent communication mission happened to come. He made a mistake in his haste, and sent the happy signal to the king's head. The king happened to be holding an important meeting with his ministers, and he made a big fool of himself on the spot. The king was furious and locked up the Sith Mage and the estrus donkey together, and ordered that unless the Sith could make the donkey pregnant within a month, she would be physically castrated. This is known as the sorrow of the Sith. Rosen patted the black box again, and said seriously, with more and more telepathic mages, the frequency of leaks will also increase, but this thing has no such problem at all. Selena really began to take it seriously. How do ordinary people communicate? Just talk to it? Rosen shook his head. Of course not, it uses a set of ciphertext. In fact, this thing is a telegraph machine of the magic of another world, and Rosen intends to use it to transmit a set of Morse code modified for the text of another world. It's very primitive, but it's enough. For more advanced sound transmission, or even image transmission, the structure is really a bit complicated, and he can't figure it out in a short time. It's not realistic to rely on him alone to figure it out. He has to spend money to train relevant talents, and then he will propose the guiding ideology, invest a large amount of money, let a large number of talents help him work, and achieve rapid iteration and upgrade. Back to the topic. While talking, he took out a code booklet and handed it to his wife, and at the same time placed 2 telegraph machines on both sides of the laboratory, 20 meters apart. Then, Rosen kept sending codes to Selena on the opposite side of the room through the telegraph machine. The code reads, "Madam, you are as beautiful as a flower." Selena listened to the beeping sound of the telegraph box, while translating it with difficulty by referring to the code book. After Rosen repeated it more than a dozen times, he heard Selena's excited voice in his mind. "I understand. Ah, this is quite interesting, but a little troublesome." "It is a little troublesome, but reliable and long distance." "Then I have another question. If others also have this thing, can't they also receive the signal?" "Indeed, but lightning signals can also be encrypted. I have currently developed 2 encryption modes. One is to encrypt the signal itself, and the other is to encrypt the message. With the dual means, there is no need to worry about others eavesdropping. The former is to use a separate electromagnetic wave band. The latter is cryptography." Selena began to not understand what he said, but she knew that her husband's research on lightning signals should have reached a very profound level. Recalling what he had done before, she suddenly saw a vague development trend. "My dear, you seem to be getting rid of your dependence on pure magic power." Rosen smiled slightly. "Yes, I am doing this, but I am not the only one doing this." At this point, he stood with his hands folded across his chest, with a subtle expression on his face, as if he was a little urgent, and as if he was looking forward to it. "My beautiful lady, in the past 30 years, especially in the past 10 years, a trend has emerged in the magic world of the Wick continent. Replacing noble power with cheap power, and replacing the quality of noble power with the scale of cheap power. And the magician has also gradually transformed from a provider and controller of power to a pure controller of power." The first time Selena heard this statement, she was subconsciously shocked. But then, she remembered a story from the kingdom of Aaron that she heard a few months ago. It was said that a civilian potion mage had developed a red fire mud with amazing power. Just a piece as big as a baby's fist could produce a power comparable to that of a second-ring fireball. She also heard that after Danger learned of the news, he made an exception and awarded the civilian mage the honorary title of knight, and summoned him to the Royal Lion's Tooth Manufacturing Bureau. She didn't think it was scary before, but now she has seen the lightning torrent crossbow made by the mage cow. With only more than 300 people, almost no losses, more than 2,000 forest elves were slaughtered in less than 5 minutes. Suddenly, I felt that this story became very scary. Rosen saw his wife's face was different, and he asked, "Madam, did you remember Sir Bell, the inventor of the Land of Fire?" Selena was not surprised that her husband could see through her thoughts, because he was such a perceptive person. She nodded gently. "I am worried that the Coldwater River Massacre will also happen in Dawn City." Rosen nodded seriously. "Wellen has fallen behind by a large margin. If we don't hurry up, it may really happen." After speaking, he patted the telegraph black box. "This is also the biggest reason why I insist on implementing the new policy on the island. And this lightning message box is the most critical auxiliary to the implementation of the new policy. The first key factor to ensure the effectiveness of central rule is the high-speed transmission of information within the territory. Just like a person, he is a collection of cells ruled by the brain. If the transmission speed of brain nerve signals is the same as that of a turtle, then this person is a waste and can't even survive. Of course, Selena knew the content of the new policy, but she thought it was shocking and difficult to accept before, but now, her mentality has changed. She felt that Waylon was like an old man in his twilight years, and her husband's new policy might be the magic medicine to save Waylon. She walked to Rosen, threw herself into his arms, and said softly, "My dear, I now completely understand your thoughts." Rosen stroked his wife's soft long hair and was very happy. Very good, my princess wife is very obedient." Selena suddenly thought of another question. Will the noble energy spells be useless in the future? She learned all the noble energy spells, and she felt that she was eliminated by the times. Rosen shook his head. Of course not. Arcane, mental energy, force energy, and even the steel energy we just got, all have unique and powerful effects. It's just that cheap energy is easy to be recognized and used, so it is promoted on a large scale. When one day, noble energy is also deeply recognized, it will naturally shine. Chapter 84. Sturgeon Wharf. No, now it should be called Sturgeon Harbor. Because the scale has expanded many times, almost all deep water areas have been covered. The port has not been idle. From the third day after the Battle of Hansui River, unidentified cargo ships have been coming. Most of them are some smart small cargo ships, and they don't carry much supplies. After transporting a batch, they don't stay and turn around and leave. Sometimes they even come in the middle of the night, sneaking like thieves. The transport team of Shinua City is also very diligent and ready at all times. Once the things arrive, they are immediately transported to Shinua City and never piled up at the dock. Anyway, everyone who works at the port knows that a lot of supplies have been transported, but no one has an accurate number of the exact amount. This strange state lasted for several days before it ended. It was noon on the 7th day after the Battle of Hansui River. The weather was fine, and there were only a few white clouds floating in the sky. Sturgeon Harbor was still as bustling as before. Led by a group of dock construction craftsmen specially invited by Shire County, the laborers in the Sinners' camp worked clumsily but very hard. They had to work hard. Although the Lord forbade whipping, they would be hungry. It was really uncomfortable to work on an empty stomach. The men were responsible for some hard work, while the women did various auxiliary work, such as boiling water, cooking, or doing some small, but trivial work that did not take much effort. Suddenly, someone pointed to the sea in the distance and shouted, "Look, there is a ship, a big ship." Everyone looked up, and on the endless, blue sea, they saw the slowly approaching ship. Many ships came. They were all very large cargo ships. The white sails on the masts were as high as the clouds in the sky. Because of the perspective, they looked like they were connected end to end. From a distance, they looked like a moving island. Everyone on the dock looked sideways, and forgot about their work. After a while, someone ran to tell Knight Tato. After a while, Knight Tato hurried over with his adjutant. Tato was mentally prepared because the chief administrative officer told him a few days ago that there would be large cargo ships coming soon. He thought it was similar to the cargo ships brought by the Lord last time he landed, but he didn't expect it to be so big. There were actually 1, 2, 3, and 5, a total of 6, and they were all super large cargo ships with a length of more than 50 meters. It was the first time in his life that he had seen so many large sea ships. From the draft depth, it can be seen that each cargo ship is fully loaded with cargo. When Tato thought that these goods would eventually stay on the island, his heart was pounding. Just a few days ago, so many small boats came, and now so many big boats have come. There are so many things, and there are so few people on the island. Can they all be used? Although these things belong to the Lord, there are only 4 people in total, including the Lord and his family. Most of the things must be used as rewards. How good the future life will be, Tato can't even imagine it. He couldn't help but think again, the Lord is really a capable person, and you will definitely have a good life with him. The Lord will issue a new policy in a few days, and he heard that some people think the new policy is unreliable. So he couldn't help but think angrily, what a bunch of idiots, they don't have much real ability, but they are good at talking. If I meet them, I will definitely smash their mouths. As his thoughts turned, he hurriedly said to his assistant beside him, "Quick, go and call Mr. Swain over." Swain was a dock manager hired from the Shire County, a low-level wizard, and also the assistant of General Kruber. Originally, Tato had some complaints about the chief using outsiders. But now he had nothing to say. Because of such a large volume of trade, the locals on the island simply could not cope with it. Soon, the extraordinary and shrewd wizard Swain arrived with several clerks. Tato also handed over the reception task to this well-dressed and elegant middle-aged man with a heavy burden. Mage Swain picked up the glass telescope and carefully observed the approaching ship. The main flag is a double-headed eagle flag, and the secondary flag is a silver Pegasus flag. It should be a ship of the Lavender Silver Pegasus Ocean Trading Company. Oh, there is also a small flag, a blue-bottomed silver thorn flower flag. Wow, this is a big shot of the Nobundo family. Just as Master Sven was observing the origin of the cargo ship, a man flew up from the deck of the flagship in front of him. The man quickly approached the dock. When he was 100 meters away, Sven heard a voice in his mind. I am the consultant wizard Oridan of the Silver Pegasus Trading Company in Lavender Aerial City. I want to ask, can this dock accommodate large ships? Although it seems that the dock is being expanded, it looks messy. Although Master Sven's magic level is average, he still knows several commonly used spells. While he took the red and white signal flag handed over by his assistant, and waved the universal flag language of sea transportation, he whispered in his mind. It's a little crowded, but it's completely possible to dock. The water is deep enough, the berths are wide enough, the mooring piles are deep enough, and the anti-collision cork is thick enough. Look, this is the berth, this is the number 1 position, just go left from here. After seeing the professional flag signal, the wizard was relieved and turned back to the deck of the big ship. After a while, the big ships began to lower their main sails, relying only on the power of the small sails to slowly approach the berth. Sven the wizard immediately said to Tato, who was a little confused beside him, Knight, there will be a huge amount of supplies to be unloaded later, and the warehouse at the dock alone is not enough. We must quickly notify the transport team to transport the goods. Oh yes, I will notify them right away. Also, the soldiers need to maintain order. These are all the Lord's goods. Don't let thieves steal them. Got it. Tato pressed his helmet with one hand and ran towards the barracks, whistling as he ran, and shouted loudly, Assemble, work. He immediately ran to the Harbor Communication Department on the top floor of the harbor wooden building. This department was just established, and a group of young civilian mages were recruited. Although it was a brand new department, it quickly became one of the most important departments in the harbor with its powerful capabilities. As soon as he rushed over, he shouted, Young men, quickly send a message to Shinua City, saying that the sea ships have arrived. A full 6. There were 5 young men in their 20s sitting in the communication department, all of whom were folk mages on the island, and now renamed as communication mages. They immediately picked up a booklet, facing the booklet, and fiddled with the black square box beside them in a clumsy manner. Tato couldn't understand it either, and looked at the black square box in awe, and then ran back to the dock to help maintain order. Just as the people at the dock were preparing to receive the ship and unload the cargo in a hurry, in the cabin of the fleet's flagship, a blond young man with handsome features, but a slightly gloomy brow was standing at the window, watching the port pier getting closer and closer. He frowned slightly. Murati, this place is worse than I thought. Murati stood beside the young man. He bowed slightly to the man, with a respectful look. Sir Maxim, believe me, although it looks unsightly, there is absolutely no safety problem. As long as you think about it, the noble Princess Chinsi is on the White Sturgeon Island. You should understand that the White Sturgeon Island is absolutely safe at this moment, isn't it? He and the Baron had a letter, and knew that the Baron had completely pacified the island, so he was very confident. The blond young man shrugged, still not confident. He turned to look at the man in black standing in the corner of the cabin. Ade, be alert later. The man in black stood against the wall with his arms folded, and smiled slightly. Don't worry, young master, I won't let anyone get within 2 meters of your body. That's good. The blond young knight asked again, Murati, I saw a lot of green-haired people at the dock. Are these the captured forest elves? Murati nodded. It should be, but the so-called forest elves are just barbarians in the mountains, and now they have been completely defeated by the Baron. Maxim looked at the forest elves carefully, and nodded in approval. Let's calculate the time. It's only been more than a month since the Baron married Princess Chinsi. He's quick enough. He's a capable guy. Murati breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense mind relaxed a lot. He laughed. If you don't have the ability, how dare you snatch Danger's woman? Ha ha ha. The handsome blonde knight laughed heartily, and the gloom between his brows dissipated a lot. Danger really lost face this time. It is said that his angry roar can be heard 10 miles away. As the laughter ended, the gloomy feeling gathered again. Are you sure the Baron can really help me? Murati didn't dare to guarantee it, because after he hinted to the Baron in the letter, the Baron didn't guarantee it either. He could only say this. If there is someone in this world who can help the knight, then this person is most likely the Baron. Hey, I hope the Baron won't let me down. The gloom between the blonde knight's brows became much thicker. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, I'm still a little nervous. Let me observe the situation on the island for a few days, and then decide whether to meet the Baron. Chapter 85. Afternoon. On the parapet of Crescent Castle, Rosen once again stopped, and this time Selina also came. The two stood side by side, looking at the river valley plain west of Crescent City. There was a transport team that could not be seen at a glance. First, it was the smuggling from the merchant Aji of Gaoshan County, and now it was the large amount of seaborne materials from Marathi, which brought a total of 15,000 tons of food. There are only more than 66,000 people on the entire island. Even if the island itself does not grow food, based on the annual consumption of 200 kilograms per person, this batch of food is enough to feed the residents of the entire island for more than a year. What's more, the island itself also produces food. Winter wheat planted in the fields, fish caught in rivers and offshore, seaweed, shells, wild animals in the mountains and forests, and various local products planted sporadically, all together, can barely make the islanders eat half full. Food is the first necessity of the people. If you are not hungry, you will feel at ease. If you feel at ease, no matter how Rosen tries, nothing will happen to the island. In addition to food, there are more than 4,000 tons of other materials. Not only did it greatly make up for the previous consumption, but it also provided a batch of materials for building a navy. If an island does not have a navy, it is just like a man without toys in his crotch. It is absolutely not acceptable. There must be a navy, and it must be established as soon as possible. It must be as strong as possible. In the short term, at least offshore denial must be achieved. Otherwise, all the wealth accumulated on the island will be just a temporary deposit of the strong. Of course, this is very, very difficult, especially expensive. As far as Rosen knows, the top ironclad ruined battleship on the Wick continent, also known as the Dreadnought battleship, weighs 2,000 tons and costs at least 500,000 OGs per ship. This is just a ship. Such a valuable thing, let alone Rosen now. Even the Earl of Shire County dare not think about it. But the sky is high and the ground is flat. No matter how difficult it is, we will find a way to build a navy. On the parapet, the two looked for a long time, and Selina whispered, the island meeting will be held tomorrow. A group of brave knights will be disappointed when they hear that you will no longer confer titles on town lords. There are 5 towns on the island, and the lords of the 5 towns and their core knights are all trapped by the Hansui River. But according to the island tradition, the 5 towns always need lords. So the Crescent Knights with high status and sufficient qualifications naturally think about the canonization of knights. Now that Rosen said that he would not confer titles, those with good tempers would feel disappointed, and those with bad tempers would curse secretly. This is human nature. But the knights would not resist because of this. Because it is just a disappointment of expectations, not a deprivation of what is already there. The former will cause far less resistance than the latter. Rosen could hear the worry in Selina's words. Because she grew up in the traditional feudal system, although she supported Rosen's new policy, the sudden change made her feel insecure. People always feel comfortable in familiar things and environments, and subconsciously resist completely unfamiliar things. This is human nature. He smiled and said, Thank you for your reminder, madam. I will pay close attention. He has not been idle these days. He has summoned every knight with high reputation, high qualifications, and high ability to talk to him one by one, and has already taken control of the situation. Seeing that he looked as indifferent as before, Selina found a familiar sense of security in him, and was relieved. In the hustle and bustle of fulfillment and joy, the island quietly spent a night. The next morning, the meeting to promulgate the new policy of the island was officially held. The venue was the Crescent Castle. The main venue was the Lord's Longhouse. The participants were all well-known figures on the White Sturgeon Island. There were more than 300 people, almost filling the second level of the hall. This group of people included the Crescent Knights, the magicians of the Magic Center, the famous gentry on the island, the elders of the Ego tribe, etc. The commander of the Flame Regiment, Yope, and several deputy leaders were also there. There were only 4 people in total, very inconspicuous. In their own opinion, they were just pretending to follow the employment contract. The first level of the hall, connected to the open space outside the house, was the civilian audience. The invited people were civilians with outstanding abilities in all walks of life on the White Sturgeon Island, including honest small businessmen, craftsmen with outstanding craftsmanship, farmers with outstanding farming skills, etc. Anyway, people who have some influence in the countryside. This group of people was as many as 1,000 people. This was the first time they received an invitation to such a conference. Although they were just listening, watching the operation of the highest power on the island at such a close distance made every invitee feel extremely excited. In the corner of the open space outside the hall, Murati, Maxim and his attendants were also there. All three of them wore hats, casual clothes, and kept a low profile. Looking at the boiling crowd in front, Maxim whispered, "If the open space was not wide enough, I suspect the Baron would invite everyone on the island." Murati shrugged. The Baron might really do such a thing, because he always has many strange ideas. Maxim laughed softly. "It is indeed a strange idea, but I am afraid that it will not be able to end in the end." The attendant beside him also said, "Young master is right. Look at these civilians. Most of them are not here to attend the meeting, but to see something new." At this moment, a clear but solemn young female voice came from the hall. "Please invite Lord Rosen and Lady Princess Chensi to take a seat." The spacious door of the long house was open, and a large number of magic lights were lit in the house, illuminating the hall like daylight. So through the densely packed backs of heads, Mulati and the other two clearly saw the Baron and the Baroness, who took their seats. After taking a look, Mulati whispered, "He looks much more majestic now. A month ago, he was just a tall and outstanding young man, but now looking at him, Mulati felt heavy in his heart and felt a pressure that could not be ignored. This is a trait that only those lords, who have strong control over the territory have. Because in this territory, he is the only master, and his will can easily determine the fate of anyone on this land." Sir Maxim also felt it, and he whispered, "He looks a bit like Aaron's Lion King. Oh no, he has more elegance of a wizard and less savagery of a warrior than the Lion King, and seems to be more profound." The Lion King is another name for King Danger. No matter how people criticize his bad habits, Danger is indeed the most powerful king in the natural alliance. The attendant Ade grinned and said, "Master, he is just a small island baron with only tens of thousands of people. How can he be compared with a king with more than 100 million people?" Maxim smiled slightly. "Whether they can be compared, you will know after seeing the content of the new policies he will promulgate later." Ade was startled. A small island is still a small island no matter how much trouble it makes. The new policy is not an oracle. Can it be crowned? Besides, even the oracle is not very useful these days. Maxim whispered, "The big trees in the sky grow from small seeds. The Baron was originally just the seed of a small shrub, but he married a princess." He kept silent at this point, and raised his hand to stop the servant from talking. "Read on, Ade." At this time, the tall female warrior beside the Baron shouted again, "With the honor bestowed by the Lord, I declare that the first citizen assembly of the White Sturgeon Island is officially opened. The first step of the assembly is the promulgation of the new policy." The female warrior's voice was young, but also loud and clear, and with the blessing of the mind spell, it was clearly transmitted to the ears of every participant. The new island policy, the full name is Island Citizen Participation System. Citizens are individuals who are recognized as legal by the lords and live in the triangular sea area within the three islands of Saint and Island, Hank Island, and the Three Islands. These words sound a bit complicated, but the meaning is clear, and the complexity lies mainly in a series of place names. There are many more places than Saint and Island. At this point, the female warrior looked around the audience and said loudly again, "Every citizen of the island will have 5 basic rights. For the right to life, the right to property, the right to protection, the right to education, and the most important right to participate in politics." This statement caused a lot of feedback, but because the right to participate in politics was not explained in detail, although the people were very concerned, they didn't know where to start. The female warrior continued, "Every citizen also has 4 basic obligations: paying taxes, abiding by the law, safeguarding the public interests of the island, and performing military service." Because it directly involves everyone's vital interests, the island residents attending the meeting all listened carefully and discussed in a low voice. "It seems that there is no special change from before. There is one more right than the obligation. The Lord is really kind. I wonder how big the right to vote is." The female warrior waited for a while, emphasized her tone, and said loudly, "Now, please let the Lord speak." Rosen, who had been sitting, stood up. All the islanders also subconsciously pricked up their ears. After Rosen looked around the audience, he said in a deep and majestic tone, "I know that everyone present is very curious and confused about the right to vote, and doesn't know what these 3 words mean. I will explain it to you later, but first, I want to tell you something." After everyone focused, Rosen spoke again. "I want to tell you that the world we live in is moving forward rapidly, and the power of the countries outside the island is rising at an astonishing speed. In order to meet this challenge, we must make profound changes and enhance our own strength to resist the powerful enemies who try to invade the island. Otherwise, the next person who lands on the island will not be me, the son of the old lord, who has returned from Dawn City, but the barbaric bandits who come to enslave the island or even destroy the island. As soon as these words came out, the knowledgeable people on the island felt cold all over. Yes, the one who landed this time was the son of the old baron. Although he had great power enough to destroy everything, he always maintained the greatest restraint. But this is because Rosen is everyone's lord. But what if he is not? Then the island will be completely destroyed, and everyone will become slaves of the invaders and be enslaved to death. For a moment, many people had cold sweat on their backs. From the expressions of the people, Rosen knew that his words had touched everyone's heart. It must change quickly, and everyone must change. You must change. As a lord, I must change too. The so-called right of island citizens to participate in politics means that the many military, political, business, and many new fields that will appear on the island will all be open to island citizens. As long as there are island citizens who show enough ability, no matter what your background is, whether you are male or female, you can get a position corresponding to your ability. Even if this position is the chief administrative officer, the chief of the Crescent Knights, or even the mayor of the town. After the last sentence appeared, all the island residents present were instantly in an uproar. The first two are fine, they are ministers serving the Lord. As long as they work hard and have some luck, ordinary people can barely get on. But the 5 major towns were originally knights, and the title was hereditary, and had nothing to do with ordinary people. Now it is open to all island residents to compete for. The value of this citizen participation in politics has suddenly increased to an astonishing level. This change is indeed astonishing, even shocking. If it were in the past, the island knights would definitely fight back and quickly help the Lord correct this outrageous mistake. But the knights of the White Sturgeon Island were all killed. Some interest groups that depended on the knights were also purged. Because of the harsh living environment, the island residents have a stronger capable people are king's mentality than people in other regions. Because without ability, you will really die. Therefore, Rosen saying that the capable people should be the mayor is very consistent with the island people's ideas. If the capable people don't rush to the front and lead the people forward, who will lead them? Should they be led by idiots and rogues like Bahat and Alish? Therefore, whether it is the Crescent Knights, the elites from all walks of life, or even the forest spirits who came out of the mountains, after careful consideration, they all think that the Lord's idea is quite reliable. This is what the Lord of the White Sturgeon Island should do. So, the crowd cheered violently, especially the ordinary people who were listening outside the house. The cheers were so loud that they almost overturned the roof of the Lord's long house. Of course, there were also calm bystanders. The attendant Ade whispered, "I thought it was some great new policy. Isn't this just a copy of our national reform?" The national reform of Lavender began 10 years ago. Murati shook his head gently. "No, it's not quite the same." Sir Maxim also nodded. "It's indeed different." "What's different?" Maxim said. "He increased the right to education. In addition, all the upper nobles on the island were killed. So, this may be the most thorough reform implemented in the entire Wick continent. Lavender's national reform did have some results. The problem is that the aristocracy still firmly controls the lifeline and upward channel of the kingdom, so the so-called national reform is nothing more than a gorgeous firework. Speaking of which, he is also an aristocrat, even an upper class among the aristocracy. He has seen many national ills, but it's a pity." Ade muttered, "It's not completely thorough, the Baron's family is still there." Maxim's ears were sharp, and he smiled softly when he heard this. It is impossible to pursue the most thorough perfection in the real world. The Baron is the most indispensable leader of the island. Without him, everything else exists. Without him, this is just a marginal island. Servant Ade was convinced. The young master is right. At this time, the Baron spoke again. After many days of discussion, a new island management system of 3 treasuries, 6 departments, and 12 towns was launched. Next, the appointment of heads of various new departments of the island will begin. Chapter 86. The appointment of the steward had been discussed in advance, and it was now publicly announced. Alia was still the one who announced it. She said loudly, "The Island Citizen Assembly is held every 4 years. Therefore, all stewards are appointed every 4 years. The steward of the same position can serve for 3 consecutive terms at most. At the end of the term, if there is no mistake, he will be at least awarded the title of primary honorary citizen of the island, and enjoy the treatment of an honorary citizen for life. The following is the list of appointments. The Steward of the Government Department, Kruber. The Steward of the Army Department, Knight Codrin. The Steward of the Magic Department, Mage Wei Gu. The Steward of the Trade Department, temporarily vacant, will be temporarily replaced by the Lord. The Steward of the Education Department, temporarily vacant, will be temporarily replaced by the Lord. The Steward of the Navy Department, temporarily vacant, will be temporarily replaced by the Lord. The Mayor of Kaohsiung Town, Mr. Luo Cao. One name after another was read out, and there were 18 stewards of various departments and mayors of various towns in total. Among the 18 appointments, except for the 3 new departments of Commerce, Education, and Navy, 2/3 of the other department heads are civilians who are not knights. Even the knights are all newly promoted knights. Not to mention the previous generation, I was a farmer when I was a child. And the mayors of the 12 newly established towns are all local civilians on the island, fully fulfilling the promise of the island citizens' right to participate in politics. Soon, the heads of departments and towns were appointed. Next is the head of the 3 warehouses. The 3 warehouses are the grain warehouse, the military supply warehouse, and the bank. This was still announced by the female warrior Alia. The grain warehouse stores food, which is related to the dining table of every island citizen, and is the top priority. Establish 3 granaries, and appoint 3 granary managers. Each manager is directly responsible to the Lord. Manager of the first granary, Iganini. Iganini suddenly felt his blood boiling. The islanders often go hungry, and everyone knows the importance of food. Now the Lord has handed over the management of the first granary to him, which shows great trust in him, the Igo tribe, and even all the original tribal members. When this appointment was made, the faces of the original forest elves were all bright, and the vague vigilance and humble look that had been shrouding them disappeared for the most part. Alia then announced the appointment of the managers of the second and third granaries, one of whom was a human, and the other was a rare hybrid of forest elves and humans. The arsenal stores various military supplies, and has 2 arsenals. One is the standing arsenal, which is headed by Knight Cossin. Cossin was originally one of the 3 knights, but he is very meticulous and straightforward. When he encounters something he doesn't like, he will jump out immediately no matter what the occasion is, so he is not very popular. The arsenal manager needs such a calculative and iron-faced person. The second is the magic arsenal, which is headed by Mage 1. 1 is one of the original Cao mages, with intermediate mana, average magic engineering ability, and online magic level, so he was pushed out by Gatland and others. Alia began to announce the third arsenal, which is the bank. The bank is the money treasury, and its full name is Island Citizen Bank. The Island Citizen Bank is used by all citizens, but because it is a new institution, suitable talents have not been found yet. The bank manager will be temporarily managed by the Lord. When suitable talents appear in the future, he will be directly responsible to the Lord. At this point, Alia said loudly, at this point, the appointment of the general manager has been preliminarily completed, and will be gradually improved in the future. I hope all citizens of the island will work harder, master relevant skills as soon as possible, and share the heavy government affairs for the Lord. After saying this, Alia stepped back, rose and whispered a few words to Selena, and stood up to announce. Now, please invite Princess Dawn to speak, and conduct the ceremony of awarding the first citizen of the island. Princess Dawn is the glory in the hearts of the islanders. Speaking and listening to the princess' words are glorious things. At this time, everyone applauded vigorously. Selena has experienced many big scenes in Dawn City, so she will naturally not be stage fright at this time. After everyone calmed down a little, she smiled and began to speak in a gentle tone and clear voice. I know that many people are curious about why I chose to marry a baron. At the beginning, many people must have doubted that I was a fake Princess Dawn. I also know that some of you already know about the past between me and the baron in Dawn City. As the princess spoke, everyone's attention was deeply attracted. It is indeed very outrageous that Princess Waylon, a member of the noble Adrian family and a direct descendant of Saint Waylon, would marry a small baron with less than 100,000 people. And a few people who know the inside story also have doubts in their hearts, and don't understand why Princess Dawn must choose the Baron of Sturgeon Island. After all, even if she doesn't choose King Danger, she can choose other kings. Even if the Duke disagrees, the princess can go alone to find a husband, and there will definitely be a king or duke who will come to ask for marriage. After all, Danger is only the king of a member state of the Natural Alliance, not the emperor of the Natural Alliance. The 2 kingdoms of Lavender and Cal may not really be afraid of him. especially lavender. It is not adjacent to Erin, and its national strength is also very strong. It is the little overlord of the Golden Cape in the east of the Wick continent, and has no concerns about King Danger. Captain Yope and several deputy captains have always been curious about this question, and now they are listening attentively. Outside the hall, Maxim whispered to Murati. If Princess Chintzy had contacted His Majesty Sheila in advance, he would have agreed given his playful personality. Murati shrugged. Your Majesty would definitely agree, but there is no if. Princess Chintzy obviously doesn't like our king. Maxim glanced at Rosen sitting on the Lord's bench. She has reason to dislike him. In terms of pure masculine charm, His Majesty Sheila is far inferior to the Baron. The attendant Ade nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Baron looks very majestic and has a calm personality. Women love this kind of man the most, and our king is still a playful child. At this time, the princess' voice continued to be heard in the hall. In fact, the original reason was very simple, because I have known the Baron for 10 years. He is the man I am most familiar with besides my father, even more familiar than my brother. At first, I just thought he was an ordinary little boy, but as he grew up, I found that he was getting taller and more majestic, and I like tall and majestic men. Speaking of this, Selena smiled and looked around at everyone. So, don't you think your lord looks very manly? This is true. Anyone with eyes can see that the Baron has an extraordinary appearance, especially his temperament. He has the majesty and depth of a lord, the strength and bravery of a warrior, and the mysterious elegance of a wizard. In addition, after he landed on the island, he showed amazing abilities that everyone saw. Many people believed that he was the biological son of Mother Nature. Therefore, the princess's words immediately resonated with all the islanders. Because of her words, she and the islanders were greatly shortened. The islanders felt that she was very kind, not floating in the sky, but a princess standing beside them. Looking at the noisy crowd, the princess thought to herself, not only is she good-looking, but she also has amazing talents, a reliable and gentle personality, and she is particularly strong and powerful. She naturally thought of her recent intimacy with her husband, and the endless joy of wandering in heaven. She felt her heartbeat slightly accelerated, and her legs became a little weak. Anna said that my life would not be difficult. Not only was it not difficult, but it was extremely happy. But these mysteries naturally cannot be told to outsiders. After recovering from her shock, she continued, okay, the biggest doubt has been resolved. Now, it's time to award the Medal of Honor to the heroes who helped quell the rebellion. As she spoke, Arya brought a tray filled with exquisite medals. A row of glittering metal medals were neatly arranged on the tray. This medal was not simple. It was made of silver-white hardened mithril, with runes drawn in dark blue arcanite, and inlaid with a grain-sized, flawless sapphire. Its exquisite craftsmanship and expensive materials attracted everyone's attention as soon as it appeared. Even the commanders of the Flame Legion were jealous. Harry licked his lips. The cost of the materials for this medal is at least 500 ogs. The Lord is so generous. Yoke grinned. This has nothing to do with us. He was also very eager in his heart. But reason told him that he was just a mercenary of the Baron. Since he had already taken the money, the honor naturally had nothing to do with him. At this time, the princess took a beautiful medal in her hand and said solemnly, the Island Hero Medal, made by my husband and I, can trigger the activation of the Advanced Thorn Lightning Shield. After one activation, it can be assisted by a magician to charge, or it can be charged independently by placing it in the sun. A total of 12 medals, rewarding 12 island heroes, who have made outstanding contributions in the unification of the island. Wow! As soon as these words came out, the semi-knowledgeable warriors envied, and their eyes lit up, while the fully knowledgeable mages almost drooled with longing. Even the court potion master Wei Gu, who had seen many good things, couldn't help herself. Advanced Thorn Lightning Shield, very strong. Self-charging in the sun is a unique technology, and even she heard of it for the first time. This is the first time she wants a magic weapon so much. Murati and Maxim outside the door were also surprised. Murati whispered, if this thing is real, it is worth a lot of money. Maxim said, indeed. As a member of the nobles, he has much deeper knowledge than Murati. He knows that Lavender has also made some new achievements similar to self-charging, but they are not very mature. Considering that the Baron took out this thing as a medal instead of selling it, it is probably because it is not very mature. But no matter what, this is enough to prove that the Baron and his wife have achieved great success in magic. The princess's clear voice was heard again in the hall. The first hero of the island, my captain of the guard, Sir Jop. As soon as the voice came out, Jop's whole body shook violently, and he felt his heart pounding, and his mind was full of disbelief. I am just a mercenary, and the Baron has paid me, and he is giving me a hero medal. This medal is more than just a medal, it is also the supreme honor of a soldier. Is it just a formality? But he was not notified in advance. In a daze, he walked in front of the princess and stood upright. The princess's voice came. Sir Jop led the guard to participate in every major battle, and made great contributions in the battle. He is the first hero of the island, worthy of the name. After that, she personally hung the medal on Jop's chest and whispered in her heart, Captain Jop, this is what you deserve, so it belongs to you. Hua la la. Everyone on the island applauded. Jop was a battle master, and an excellent battle commander, and everyone was convinced by the honor of being awarded. Jop felt his heart was burning, and his heart was filled with a strong sense of honor. He couldn't help but raise his chest high, and an idea came to his mind from the bottom of his heart. The Baron and the princess were so generous. It would be great if I was really the head of the princess's guard. After he retreated to the deputy heads, Harry immediately asked, Captain, I will return it later. The second hero of the island, the deputy head of the guard, Master Harry. Harry was shocked and rushed to the princess in a few steps. The third hero of the island. As a result, the head of the Flame Regiment and the 3 deputy heads all won a hero medal. The 4 people looked at each other, and then looked down at the shining medal on their chests, and then they were all silent. Baron, you are so generous. Where can you find such a good lord in the world? Afterwards, 3 senior mages, Alonso, Vigo, Gadland, and 3 knights, including Codrin, also received the Island Hero Medal. After the 12 hero medals were awarded, 50 warrior medals were issued, but they were worn by Miss Akali. Finally, the medals were awarded. Rosen announced loudly, the first Island Citizens' Assembly is over. The general framework has been set up, and the next thing to do is to pile up details into the framework bit by bit. He glanced at the members of the Flame Corps again. The iron mine agreement with the Earl should also come to an end. Is there an iron mine on the island? I don't know. It's still under exploration. But the island is already his, even if there is. As for the Flame Corps, he has his own arrangements. Chapter 87. The first Island Citizen Assembly ended. While the island citizens were still immersed in the joy of gaining new power, Rosen summoned the 4 commanders of the Flame Corps separately. Sit down, everyone. Yop and others sat down on the bench by the window. The 4 people looked very respectful and sat upright, which was completely different from their unruly appearance when they first entered the island. Especially Yop, who had changed the most. He was a master of combat, but he even looked a little restrained at this time. Because he clearly felt that the Baron in front of him could decide the fate of him and his brothers, and he had no idea what would happen next. After the 4 people sat down, Rosen said in a very regretful and guilty tone, These days, I asked people to carefully investigate the island forests, but so far, no black iron ore has been found. My father may have given me a false news. The 4 looked at each other, not knowing how to respond to this. Their biggest mission on the island was to investigate the iron ore, but now the iron ore is gone. Although it was only the Baron who said it, the Baron has proved his good reputation. Moreover, the island is so small that no one would stop them if the Flame Corps really wanted to find it, so there was no need for the Baron to lie. The iron ore is probably really gone. If the iron ore is gone, their investigation mission will be over, and there will be no reason to stay on the island. Yop said, In that case, we have to return to Shire County to report to the Earl. He felt a little reluctant. Because he had a good time on the island during this period. He did not have to be excluded by those high-ranking colleagues, and was also respected by the people. The material conditions are indeed a little worse, but everything is getting better quickly, and will definitely get better in the foreseeable future. Now that he suddenly left such a hot place, he felt empty in his heart. Obviously, the 3 deputy captains around him had similar ideas. Because they all had similar experiences in Shire County, they had outstanding abilities, but because they had no background or connections, they had always been wandering on the edge of the upper class. Rosen observed his expression, and knew that the time was almost right. He changed the subject. However, I still have 2 islands to conquer, and there are many sea fish people to deal with in the sea. I also admire your abilities very much, especially when you first landed on the island. You showed a rich experience in naval warfare, which impressed me deeply. Captain Yop immediately looked humble. Shire County is a coastal county, and naval warfare is an important training subject for the Flame Corps. In fact, our naval warfare level is very average. Harry on the side disagreed, and immediately refuted. Captain, I don't agree with you. We do all the dirty work of coastal patrol. Although we don't rank first in the assessment, that's because Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Yop. Okay, stop talking. Harry stopped talking. From their expressions, it can be seen that the three deputy captains were very unconvinced. Rosen smiled and said, You all saw the appointment just now. A new Navy department has been established. There is a lack of a general manager and corresponding talents. When these words came out, the four of them were stunned. Especially Yop, he was shocked all over. He was not stupid and understood the meaning of the words. The Baron was recruiting him and promised him the position of the general manager of the Navy department. For a moment, he felt his heartbeat quicken, and it was difficult to breathe, even a suffocating feeling. Of course, Shire County also has a navy, and currently has 10 800-ton maple leaf warships, which are the Earl's favorite. The Minister of the Navy of Shire County has always been a member of the Robert family, and has never been appointed outside. Now, the Baron actually gave him such an important position. Although the island does not have warships for the time being, with the financial resources and ambition shown by the Baron, there will definitely be one soon. The treatment and status in the future will definitely be very generous. And he did the dirtiest work in Shire County, suffered the greatest exclusion and contempt, and only received a salary of 400 ogres a year, which was not even 1/3 of the price of the hero medal on his chest. He was greatly moved. Master Harry on the side could naturally understand. He was also a straightforward person, and he said directly, but it's not easy to explain to the Earl. Being able to say this shows that he was also greatly moved. Ned, deputy leader of the Crossbow Corps, and Alex, deputy leader of the Shield Guard, also subconsciously clenched their fists, showing their excitement. Rosen smiled and said, If you are willing to continue to serve me, I will naturally explain all this to my uncle, and give him corresponding compensation. The Flame Corps are all very professional warriors, and they have the unique toughness of Northerners. As long as they are equipped with magic weapons, their combat effectiveness will not be inferior to that of the real Black Iron Guards. Moreover, these 100 people are at least mid-level professionals, and each of them is an extremely outstanding talent. Many people can stand on their own with a little training. Therefore, this 100-man corps is worth his big price to ask the Earl for. After they were asked to help build the Navy, they were also asked to serve as instructors to train new soldiers. His promise made the four commanders happy, but they were still a little worried. Captain Yope whispered, Without iron or on the island, the Earl will not have the expected income, and I am afraid he will ask for a large amount of compensation. He was worried that the Baron would fail to negotiate because the price was too high, resulting in false joy. Rosen smiled slightly. Don't worry about the compensation, captains. I will naturally find a way to get my uncle to nod. What I am most concerned about now is your attitude. I respect the heroes who have contributed to the island. Your wishes are the standard for whether I take action. These words were very useful to Yope and others. The ability of the Baron in front of them is also obvious to all. Since he has said it clearly, it means that he has made up his mind to recruit him. They also know Earl Robert very well, and they know very well that in terms of means, the Earl is not the opponent of the Baron at all. So, this matter is very stable. The four of them looked at each other, and there was no need to discuss at all, because everyone had the same idea. Yope had one last worry. I am very honored to serve the Baron, but my family in Shire County. I will send someone to pick them up. After that, a large-scale construction project will be launched on the island immediately. You can live in Crescent City, or you can build your own manor on the plain. Which piece of land do you like? Non-agricultural land within 2 acres. I will grant it to you for free. For each of your soldiers, I will grant 300 square meters. Of course, I will not be responsible for the subsequent construction costs. I can only guarantee that the price of building materials on the island is only 10% more expensive than that in Shire County at most. Yop immediately had no worries. As for the cost of building a house, they didn't have to worry about it at all. Through these battles, each of them earned a lot of money, which was enough to build a good wooden manor. This was much better than their crowded little house in Xiaolin City. Yop immediately said, Baron, we have no problem. Very good, then take a good look at this employment contract of the Navy Department. Rosen took out a stack of documents, for copies, and distributed them to the commanders. The four of them looked carefully, and became happier and happier. Because not only was the treatment when they were in office much better than that of the Flame Corps, but after retiring, they would continue to receive a very decent lifetime salary every month. Even if they died in battle, the pension given to their families was very generous, and they didn't have to worry about their affairs after death. In other words, they didn't have to worry about their lives. Through their past interactions, they also fully believed in the Baron's ability and credibility. So after reading the contract, The four of them signed their names on the contract without hesitation. Rosen carefully put away the contract, stood up, and shook hands with each commander in turn. Dear island heroes, the construction of the island navy depends on your efforts. Don't worry, I will definitely give the greatest support and ensure that the Navy Department has warships within a year. The four were also very excited. Especially Yop. His frowning brows were completely relaxed, and his temperament became much more cheerful. At this point, the matter of the Flame Corps was basically resolved. There was no rush to report the situation to the Earl later, because he was on his island anyway, and the Earl couldn't do anything to him. Because of the relationship between the Mentor, Princess Jency, and the Countess, he was not worried that the Count would use force. I would find an opportunity to exchange a bargaining chip with the Count in the future to compensate him for the loss. After settling the commanders of the new Navy Department, the old butler Lifu immediately arrived with Marathi. This lavender merchant arrived yesterday, but for some reason, he came today and brought an extra guest. Although the situation was vaguely described in the letter, it was still necessary to read it to know what was going on. After the two guests sat down, Rosen first lit a mid-level blockade on the door to ensure the privacy of the study. Sir Maxim, Mr. Marathi, it's a great honor to meet you. Would you like some wine? Rosen welcomed very warmly. I heard that the island's specialty is frostfire wine. Give me a glass. This is Marathi. I just have a glass of light fruit wine. This is Sir Maxim. Rosen poured a glass for each of them, and specially sobered up the wine for the night. After sitting down, he looked at Sir Maxim first. Because this is a core member of the Nopton family, his father is the Marquis of Nopton, also known as the Marquis of Thorns, one of the 5 Marquises of Lavender. In addition, his father is currently one of the most trusted cabinet ministers of King Lavender Sheila, and is a real big shot. This time, Marathi was able to successfully transport so many goods, which is inseparable from the great help of the Nopton family. Sir, thank you very much for your help, and although I dare not make a complete guarantee for the difficulties you encounter, I will do my best to solve your problems. Maxim took a sip of light fruit wine, and a hint of pain appeared on his handsome and delicate face. I am very pleased with the Baron's words, but I am afraid that my problem is not simple. I even suspect that someone is cursing me maliciously. At this point, he turned his head and glanced at Marathi. Marathi immediately drank the frost and fire wine in one gulp. Well, I suddenly remembered that I haven't looked at the account book yet. Baron, I'm going to check the account with Kruber first. Go ahead. Rosen untied the barrier casually, and after he left, he quickly resealed it. After the two were alone, Maxim breathed a sigh of relief. Baron, my. It doesn't work. There was a phrase in the middle of the words, but because it was too fast and too light, Rosen didn't hear it clearly, and subconsciously asked, What's not working? Chapter 88. Study. Facing Rosen's questioning, Maxim's handsome face showed a strong struggle. Rosen knew that this matter was difficult to tell, so he did not urge him, and waited patiently. After waiting for 10 minutes, Maxim took a few deep breaths, and the embarrassment on his face subsided slightly. Baron, I don't know how to describe my problem, so you can see for yourself. As he spoke, he stood up, took off his gray leather windbreaker to keep warm, and showed a lavender-style black and white checkered vest and breeches. He took another deep breath, took a big step to the opposite side of the desk, and began to untie his belt in front of Rosen. When he did this, a tragic feeling of almost crying appeared on his face, which reminded Rosen of the scene where the young man's browser history was accidentally made public. Rosen was moved. It seems that this should be a very embarrassing secret. The other party looked very young, probably about the same age as himself, and must have lived in a pampered and flattering environment. Now it takes a lot of courage to expose your most private secrets to a stranger you meet for the first time. With some trembling movements, the belt was finally untied, but the pants were not taken off. At the last moment, the knight hesitated, and his hands froze on the belt. Rosen waited for a while, and seeing that the other party seemed to be inclined to give up, he gently encouraged him. Sir, everyone has this or that physical deficiency. It's not a big deal. I also fully understand your concerns, but I am a person of the highest credibility. If you need me to keep it a secret, then no third person will know about it. Seeing that the other party still had concerns, he gave evidence. When I was in Shire County, I had performed transformation services for many noble ladies. I believe you have heard about it, and it is probably this that prompted you to make the final decision. But I also want to say that in fact, I also did similar things in the morning light, but the secrets of these noble ladies have never been leaked because of me. These words had a good soothing effect, and Maxim's face was much calmer. I am hypocritical, Baron. He gritted his teeth and pulled all his pants down to his knees in one breath. Then he closed his eyes tightly, with a desperate expression on his face. "Baron, you can laugh at me now." Rosen took a look and was immediately shocked. He subconsciously leaned forward, stared again, and then sighed with sympathy. "Sir, this must have caused great damage to your self-esteem. Who would have thought that a tall, handsome, and prominent adult man would have toys smaller than those of a 6 or 7-year-old child? If Rosen hadn't had good eyesight, he wouldn't even have seen the chick hidden in the nest. Any normal man would have felt greatly embarrassed by this, not to mention the son of the Marquis, who was high up and flattered by countless people on weekdays. It is easy to imagine how much trouble this incident caused him. It is already precious that he was not forced into a twisted mind. The biggest secret has been exposed, and there was no ruthless ridicule in Rosen's eyes, which made Maxim's tense mind relax a lot. He sighed deeply. The Baron is right. Although it didn't hurt me directly, it deeply hurt me through the eyes of others, especially women. After saying this, it was like the gate of a reservoir was opened, and he started talking all at once. "It hasn't grown since I was 7 years old. It's okay in winter, but it's hot in lavender in summer. Others dare to swim in the sea and play in the bathing pool, but I can only stand by and watch with sweat all over my body. These are okay, and they will pass if you endure it, but I am also a normal man." The knight shouted in a venting manner. "When I see those young and beautiful women, I also dream of having sex with them. When I see my beloved girl, I also hope to make her happy. My good friends are also children of great nobles. They change their female companions one after another, and I can only live a miserable life like an ascetic monk." The young knight had tears in his eyes. "You know, I once had a beloved girl, and we once entered the marriage palace. But one time when we wanted to taste the forbidden fruit, as soon as I took off my pants, she cried and never paid attention to me again. At that moment, my heart was broken." Maxim talked about his past, and vented his frustration. Rosen did not stop him, just acted as a quiet listener. After a while, Maxim gradually calmed down and returned to the topic. "Baron, can you help me?" Rosen was not sure. After thinking for a while, he raised his hand and gestured, and asked carefully, "Besides peeing, does it have other uses? I mean, does it have ambition? If it doesn't have ambition, then the problem is a bit big, and he may be helpless. Not only does it have, but it also has a lot, and this is what makes me most painful." Maxim nodded with a bitter smile. Although he was young, he was also a mage. He probably devoted all his energy to practice, so he was still a senior mage. At this moment, he used a mage's hand in front of Rosen, fiddled with it for a while, and then the little thing stood up. It was like a small bean sprout with its teeth bared and claws waving. Rosen wanted to laugh, but he knew that if he laughed at this time, it would definitely greatly anger Maxim's sensitive heart. Even if he helped him solve the problem later, he would not be grateful. So he suppressed this smile with his supreme tenacity, so that his face did not show any expression that should not have from beginning to end, and even his eyes did not change at all. There was only the professional spirit of exploration of scholars, when they encountered unknown problems on his face. He commented, "It seems that at least there is no problem with its ability, and it can even be praised as ambitious." Maxim had been paying attention to Rosen's expression. Seeing his calm appearance, his sensitive mind suddenly relaxed a lot, and he was also somewhat grateful. Because in the past, even a loving father would not be able to control his disgust when seeing this look. He sighed dejectedly. "Yes, but ambitious ants can only make people laugh, and the tragedy is that the people who laugh at me are often the ones I love." "So does the Baron have a way to turn an ant into an elephant without reducing its ambition?" Rosen asked seriously. "Has the Lord found other shapeshifters? I am also a senior wizard. In order to solve this problem, I even studied the shape-shifting technique in depth, but in the end I gave up. Because I have neither the talent for shape-shifting nor the heart to shape-shift myself. So, I went to other transfigurators for help. I found at least hundreds of them, and even risked my life to try several times, but no one could really help me. At most, they gave me some false self-esteem." After saying this, Maxim was afraid that Rosen would not be sincere, so he began to promise. "Baron, I know your ambition, and I also believe that you have the ability to realize your ambition. As long as you..." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Rosen raising his hand. He said seriously, "Sir, let's not talk about these mundane things now. Now it's just a conversation between a pure transfigurator and a troubled customer. I also want to say that I was once ridiculed in Dawn City because of my identity, so I deeply understand the Sir's experience. So no matter the reward, as long as I am sure that I can help the Sir, I will do my best to help you solve the problem." These words touched Maxim greatly, and he had a great liking for Rosen in his heart, thinking that this Baron was really a rare good man. Considering what he had seen and heard in the territory over the past 2 days, he felt that this was a lord who was kind-hearted but also very resourceful. With only the former, he would be prone to weakness, but if he also had the latter, his future prospects would definitely not be low, and he might even grow into a towering tree and wail on. For a moment, he had a high opinion of this young Baron. He asked anxiously, "Baron, can you help me?" He was so concerned about the result that he forgot to pull up his pants. Fortunately, it was warm in the study, so he didn't have to worry about freezing. Facing the concerned look of the young knight, Rosen nodded simply. "I can," he answered decisively. Sigh. Maxim let out a long breath, and suddenly felt like he was rising from hell to heaven. Rosen added, "Sir, you can make it as big as you want, even bigger than a donkey, without losing function or harming your health." Over the years, he has specialized in the structure of the human body, and Lifu has a fine control ability far beyond the limits of ordinary people, so he has brought the deformation technique to its peak. And at his level, it is not just as simple as deformation, he will also use various treatments to assist, eliminating the side effects of deformation to a negligible level. In the end, the other party's request is not actually the most difficult, because his function is not impaired, so the essence is just a deformation problem. Maxim's eyebrows and eyes are relaxed, and the gloom between his eyebrows disappears by 90%. "Baron, you didn't lie to me?" Rosen directly started to talk about the detailed parameters. "Considering the dissipation of spell energy and the maintenance of fine functions, the sir must come to me for adjustment once a year, otherwise there may be uncontrollable accidents. 1 year, a little too often, but acceptable. Lavender is a little far from the island, and it takes more than 2 months to go back and forth, but considering that he is not busy every day in a year, it is not difficult to spare more than 2 months." Rosen continued to ask, "So how big does the sir need?" "I want this big." Maxim used transfiguration to change the wine glass to a specific size. Rosen smiled. "Sir, don't you dare to even think about it." Maxim was stunned. "What do you mean?" Rosen encouraged, "Be bold." Maxim enlarged it a little. "Is this about right?" Rosen raised his hand and gestured to continue. The latter cautiously grew a little bigger, but soon stopped. He humbly asked, "Baron, you are an expert, why don't you decide?" Rosen was waiting for this. He thought for a moment, first took out a stack of empty wine glasses, arranged them neatly in a row, and then asked Lai Fu to design the shape and size, a total of 20 samples. He transformed the 20 samples one by one, and placed them on the table for the knight to choose. "Choose one, sir." Maxim was dazzled by the sight, and said in surprise, "Baron, how can there be so many shapes? Is there any particularity in this?" Rosen thought for a moment, took out a bottle of ambergold maple wine, and then performed a transformation spell on the wine to simulate the shape of the container. Simulating putting the toy into the container, he began to explain at the same time. "Sir, please see that different shapes will lead to different squeezing touches, thus producing different pleasures. If you want to listen, I can also explain to you the specific effects of different shapes on both parties." Maxim was very curious and nodded repeatedly. "Please help me, Baron." He was so curious that he forgot to pull up his pants until now. Rosen did not remind him, and explained it to him in detail for a full half an hour. Maxim finally understood. "So, there is no perfect shape, only suitable shape?" Rosen nodded. "Yes, there is only suitable, not perfect. Because after all, this is not just your business, isn't it?" Maxim agreed with it, his face full of admiration. "Baron is indeed a rare master of transformation, and the mystery has been fully explained by you." It can be seen that he was completely convinced, and even used a respectful title for Rosen. After thinking for a while, he pointed to one of them and said, "Then I do this one first." Rosen nodded, motioned Maxim to lie flat on the sofa, and then began to help him release the transfiguration. Because it was a very delicate transformation, it took a full quarter of an hour. If the current system for evaluating the difficulty of casting spells is used, it will definitely get an incredible result, far exceeding the limit of mortals. If such a skill were placed in ancient times, it would definitely be a miracle, and Rosen would be revered as a god, but in modern times, people are open-minded, and the principle of transformation is clear, so it can only be respected as a master skill. After the transformation was completed, Rosen motioned for the other party to try it. Maxim tried it on the spot, and was stunned. This is exactly the same as the real thing." "No, this is the real thing. Although the general transfiguration can change the external form, it will make his things as dull as wood, and even swollen and painful after the deformation disappears. But the Baron's transfiguration was completely different. He could not feel the penetration of the transfiguration energy at all, and the skin surface was only slightly dull, and he could not feel any discomfort at all. It was as if he was born this way. This was really wonderful. Maxim felt that the past 20 years had been completely wasted, and he could not help thinking, now, I am a real man, but he soon became worried. Is it too big? Rosen shrugged. You don't have the final say on this matter, and neither do I. The girls have the final say. Sir, why don't you go to Crescent City to find a few enthusiastic girls to ask? Maxim nodded seriously. I have to ask carefully. If it doesn't work, I have to ask the Baron to adjust it. I am happy to serve you. The knight quickly added, when I come back from the test, let's talk about business issues. He was obviously very frustrated. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left the study without stopping for a moment. Chapter 89. 2 hours later, Sir Maxim appeared in the government study again with a refreshed spirit, and the gloom accumulated between his eyebrows disappeared completely. Rosen poured him a glass of Frostfire wine. Would you like to try the local specialty wine? Thank you. Maxim took a big sip, sighed with satisfaction, and then said, the girls like it very much, and even worship me because of it. This feeling is so wonderful, it is even better than being a king, and the subsequent eagle galloping in the sky made him deeply intoxicated. Maxim was deeply grateful to Rosen for bringing him all this, and even felt that he was more kind than his parents. After all, the body given by his parents made him experience many years of pain, but this Baron gave him a wonderful new life. Drinking the Frostfire wine sip by sip, Maxim couldn't help but recall the fiery passion just now in his mind, and he drank the wine unconsciously. He looked at Rosen eagerly. Baron, 80% of the materials shipped this time are actually mine. I originally planned to make some money while the new route was open, but now, I have decided to give them all to the Baron as my transformation fee for this life. Rosen was slightly shocked when he heard this. He is indeed a descendant of the famous Levender family, and he is so arrogant. According to his estimate, the total value of this batch of goods is more than 200,000 ogs, and 80% is 160,000 ogs. Even if he transforms once a year until he is 50 years old, the cost of transformation is as high as more than 5,000 ogs. Moreover, 30 years of service, paid in one lump sum, this is a great sincerity. Do you want to agree? Of course not. Because Maxim was in high spirits, he said too much and would definitely regret it later. If you want to have a long-term trade, both parties must feel that there is profit, and you can't think of making such a small profit. So, he said righteously, the Lord is really generous, but I can't abandon the principle of honest trading because of the Lord's generosity. Ah? Maxim was stunned and didn't understand. Rosen explained seriously. I use the fine transformation technique for the Lord. According to my own pricing, it is 2,000 ogs per time. Considering that a man's desire usually lasts until he is 60 years old, and then completely subsides. Once a year, the count needs 35 times. According to this calculation, even if the Lord buys out the transformation service for a lifetime, the total price is only 70,000 ogs. So the Lord gave too much. Maxim was just impulsive after drinking strong liquor, but now, he regretted it a little, because the money was really not enough, and he couldn't decide it alone. Seeing Rosen say this, he secretly felt lucky and hurried down the stairs. So that's the case? Then let's do what the Baron said, 70,000 og. After saying this, he felt very ashamed. He admired the other party's noble character, but also felt a little sorry for him. He secretly thought, I have to make up for it in other ways. So, he collected his mind and started to talk about business seriously. Baron, I shipped the goods to your island this time. I originally planned to go to Shire County to purchase goods after unloading the goods. But I found a good thing here. It looks like a square black box. People call it the lightning messenger. I also learned about it, and found that this thing is very good, much better than the current common telepathic communication. I want to ask, is this thing for sale? Rosen was waiting for this question, because since Maxim landed on the island, he has been paying attention to his every move through detection guard, and he has a good idea of his thoughts. At the same time, he also made corresponding preparations. He looked embarrassed. This is my latest research lightning communication magic weapon. It is one of the few good things on my island. I really don't want to sell it. After saying this, seeing Maxim's disappointment, he looked reluctant, gritted his teeth, and seemed to have made a difficult decision. If the Lord really wants it, I can certainly sell it, but I have spent a lot of energy and money to develop this magic weapon. So, only sell the finished product, not the refining book. A lightning messenger costs 1,000 OGs. Buy at least 2 at a time. Oh no, just 100 units. The lightning communication magic weapon he currently uses is one that he has carefully castrated. The reliable communication distance is only 50 kilometers. It does not have a battery, but uses the most common lightning lattice. It also has no sunlight charging ability. When in use, it must be charged by a magician. The performance is better than telepathy, but not much better, and there is no big step forward. It can also be expected that the other party will definitely think about cracking it after buying it, but Rosen is not afraid of cracking it all, because he added a very simple and crude spell lock to the core component of the magic weapon. There is no other way to crack it except using the supercomputing power of the transistor era. Such a magic weapon costs about 80 OGs, and he made a lot of money by selling it for 1,000 OGs. Maxim naturally didn't know the inside story. He saw Rosen's heartbroken look, and thought he understood his thoughts after a little thought. He probably thought that I would find someone to crack it after I returned, and he had no confidence in preventing the cracking, so he only planned to do a one-time deal with me. Of course, if it were someone else, he would definitely try his best to get the other party's refining book, but this Baron couldn't do that, because he still depended on the other party's help for his happiness in the second half of his life. Thinking of this, he simply nodded and agreed. 100 sets are too few, I will order 200 sets. It's not that he was generous, but he had carefully observed that this lightning messenger was indeed a rare good thing, and he would definitely have no trouble selling it. He bought 200 sets and returned to Lavender, and then sold them to the major magic academies and the lightning mage research in the mage tower. Not only would he not lose money, but he might even be able to make back the cost of transfiguration. 200 units is 200,000 OG, plus the 70,000 OG that was transformed before, it is 270,000 OG, wiping out the 170,000 OG of supplies, and still owes the Baron 100,000 OG. Maxim naturally brought cash, and he had no intention of using any tricks on Rosen. After the negotiation, he said to his servant Ade, "Pay." Ade took out a stack of anonymous bank deposits from the Dawn Bank, a total of 50, each with a face value of 2,000 OG. When he was about to hand the deposit to Rosen, Rosen raised his hand to stop him. "Wait." Maxim was startled. "What? Don't accept deposits?" Rosen didn't say anything, took a bank deposit from Abe's hand, and carefully felt the special magic seal on the deposit. This spell seal is essentially a high-ring constant spell lock, with 4 rings. The spell lock encryption method uses password encryption, and the password is digital and 28 bits long. Now, in this era, this password encryption method is safe enough, and no one has the ability to crack it. And the constant strength of the 4 rings also ensures that the spell lock can be effective for at least 30 years, which is enough for bank deposits. But for some reason, this batch of deposits in front of Rosen felt something was wrong, as if it was a little different from the Dawn Bank deposits he had seen before. He asked, "Sir, where did you get this batch of deposits?" At present, there were only him, Maxim, and Ade in the study, so he asked directly. Maxim was startled, but still answered truthfully, "For this business, I urgently exchanged it from a private bank in Lavender. After all, this thing is easy to carry." While he was talking, Rosen kept looking down at the deposit in his hand, without looking at Maxim. This was to relax his vigilance. In fact, he was carefully observing the micro-expressions on Maxim and Ade's faces through the perspective of detection guard. The observation results showed that Maxim did not lie. And there was really no need for him to lie to himself. 100,000 ogre was not a big sum for him, and he still had to ask for help from himself. But a trace of doubt flashed in the eyes of the servant Ade, as if he recalled something unusual. He did not hide it, and said it directly. "Master, this batch of deposits was exchanged from the Euler family bank. When I exchanged it, he asked me what the deposits were for. Of course, I didn't tell him, but in the middle of the exchange, a bank manager suddenly appeared and brought a batch of new Dawn deposit notes. The teller then gave me this batch of new deposit notes. Master, you know this is a normal operation in the bank. I also checked and confirmed that there was no problem with the deposit notes, so I took it back." While Ade was explaining, Maxim also took a deposit note and examined it carefully. But he didn't find any problems, and didn't think there was any problem. "This is exactly the same as the Dawn deposit note I used in the past, and there is no possibility of disguise for bank deposit notes. Not to mention the magic lock on the magic seal, this is also a mother and child bill. Even if someone really has the ability to forge a child note in circulation, it can't correspond to the mother note in the bank." Rosen smiled and nodded. "What the Lord said makes sense, and I have no doubt about the authenticity of this batch of deposit notes. I just want to know the details of the money and bill trade between our two countries. Because I thought the Lord would pay Lavender's gold sila coins. He said it very naturally, and Maxim did not doubt him. He smiled and took out a few beautiful gold coins from his pocket. I did bring some gold sira. Would you like to take it as a souvenir? Rosen nodded with interest. Thank you very much. Your country's gold coin casting skills are very superb, and the gold coins are extremely beautiful. I have always liked them very much, but unfortunately our two countries are too far apart, so it is rare to see them on weekdays. He took the gold coin and put it in his hand to appreciate it carefully. Gold sira, with a gold content of 99.9%, a single coin is 8.9 grams of gold, a little lighter than the 10-gram gold OG, but it is indeed much more beautiful than the gold OG. Next, Rosen simply put away the 52,000 denomination morning bank deposit slips handed over by Ade. The transaction was completed, but Maxim was not in a hurry to leave. He smiled and said, Baron, I see that you are short of people on your island. Do you need me to get you a batch? Rosen's heart moved. Why, sir, do you have a way? These days, every lord regards his subjects as sheep in his own sheepfold, watching them closely, and not letting people leave easily. But he does need people, because the current number of subjects is too small, far from enough to do big things. To realize his plan, at least 150,000 people must be added, and there must be more mages. Maxim nodded. There was a rare flood in the Principality of Basilia next to Lavender. There were countless refugees after the disaster, and the order in the disaster area almost collapsed completely. If the Baron wants it, I will find a way to ship it to you. Of course, the price will be higher because the new route bonus is gone, but an ordinary young and healthy man or woman under 30 years old will not exceed 50 og. Of course, those with special talents are counted separately. Human trafficking is actually a bit troublesome, but Maxim felt guilty and saw Rosen's ambition, so he planned to help him. It is an investment in the future. Rosen nodded without hesitation. Yes, just ship it over, as many as you want. So, the two began to discuss the details carefully. After confirming the complete details of the next transaction, the two conducted a handover by lightning messenger. After confirming that the goods were fine, Maxim did not stop for a moment, and quickly left the White Sturgeon Island. After he left, Rosen took out the 50 bank deposit slips he had received earlier and checked them one by one. His expression became more and more solemn, and then he stood up and sent the deposit slips to the magic laboratory and handed them over to his real body for a more in-depth inspection. Chapter 90. In the laboratory. Rosen was alone, holding a few of his own morning bank deposit slips. These were collected from the noble lady of Shire County, and had never been used. At this time, he put the old deposit slips together with the brand new deposit slips provided by Maxim, and used a high-power glass magnifying glass and a bottom projection light source to carefully compare the differences between the deposit slips. After looking at them one by one, he finally came to a conclusion. 3 of the deposit slips are fake. Although the material is exactly the same as that of the morning bank, it definitely does not belong to the morning bank. 50 deposit slips, 47 are real, 3 are fake, and 1 is 2,000 augur, which means 6,000 augur is gone. Rosen did not point it out to Maxim because he thought it was very complicated, so he did not intend to alarm the enemy. The production process of these 3 fake bills is almost perfect. Ordinary people can't tell the real from the fake at all, and even most people in the world can't tell the difference. The reason why Rosen could detect the abnormality at the first time was because he was extremely sensitive to the breath of mana. After any spell is released, most of the mana will be transformed into spell energy, but there will still be a very small trace of mana left. This tiny trace of mana is the unique soul breath left by the caster. The longer the time, the weaker the breath. As long as it exceeds half a month, it basically exceeds the perception limit of ordinary mages. But Rosen is a 10-ring mage. These 3 fake bills have been made for 2 months, and the residual mana is very, very weak. But he still feels that there is an extremely subtle difference between it and the real deposit. There are a total of 5 magic masters in Dawn City who participated in the production of deposits. I am very familiar with the breath of each magic master, but on these 3 deposits, there is a completely unfamiliar master's breath. This aura is lively and agile, and the owner should be no more than 30 years old. The youngest magic master who participated in the engraving of the banknotes in Dawn City was 40 years old. Therefore, the banknotes must be forged, and the tiny details of the paper craftsmanship of the banknotes also well proved Rosen's guess. Forging bank deposits is essentially stealing money from the bank. Dawn Bank belongs to the Duke of Dawn, so it is stealing the Duke's money. So who is stealing? Bank deposits use very special alchemical paper, which is extremely difficult to imitate. The difficulty of cracking the magic seal is also so high that it is almost impossible, and it is a mother and child certificate. To imitate to this degree of authenticity, first, the internal members of Dawn Bank and external personnel need to collude with each other. Second, extremely high alchemical technology is required. In the past, Rosen had the idea of forging Dawn Bank deposits to cash out, but later found that it was very difficult. He had to invest a lot of time and energy in research, and had to take great risks to launder money, so he finally gave up. Now someone has done it, and succeeded, and is not afraid of risks. It's most likely the Lavender royal family. The Lavender royal family used the most powerful force in a kingdom to forge bank deposits, and secretly took money out of the Duke of Dawn's purse. No, not only the Duke of Dawn's money, but the wealth of all the people of Varen, because after this batch of fake deposits flowed into the market, Lavender merchants naturally used them to buy resources from various counties in Varen. In essence, it was to use a bunch of low-value alchemical paper in exchange for a large number of real materials. After figuring it out, Rosen couldn't help cursing in his heart. I've always heard that the little king of Lavender loves to play. Now it seems that this old six is actually a big player. What are the consequences of this? In Whalon, or even in the entire Natural Alliance, credit currencies such as paper money have not yet emerged. This type of bearer banknotes are only used for large transactions, and ordinary transactions among the people still use metal currencies such as gold, silver and copper. The nobles and wealthy businessmen are the main users of this type of banknotes. Once the matter is exposed, the interests of the upper class such as the nobles and wealthy businessmen will be affected first. The credit of the banknotes will go bankrupt, and the Dawn Bank will be run to withdraw cash, which will inevitably cause a series of chaotic shocks in the entire Whalon. In the end, the consequences will be borne by all Whalon people. Everyone will become poor collectively. Real materials were cheated away by some tricks, so they are poor. The world is too dangerous, but I can't be robbed for nothing. We have to find a way to get the wealth back from Lavender. This wealth is not the currency used for circulation such as gold and silver, but a variety of physical materials used in all aspects of society. But how to take it out? This can be done. The lightning messenger he just sold is a kind of anti-pocket operation. But he can't do too much of this, because he is too weak now. If he reveals too many good things, people will be targeted. While thinking about specific measures, there was a knock on the door of the government study. It was Marathi who arrived. He and Sir Maxim were on the same road, but they were not in the same group. The Sir left, but he was still here, and his business with Rosen was not handed over. Baron, my goods are ready. When are you free? I'm free now. Wait for me to prepare. Soon, Rosen saw Marathi's goods. This batch of goods was placed in a newly built warehouse in Crescent City. There were 150 sheep, 120 ewes, and 30 rams. There were 60 people, 10 women, and 50 men. The common characteristics of this batch of goods are young, ordinary appearance, referring to people, but well-proportioned body, and excellent transformation potential. It is obvious that sheep go to the low-end market, people go to the high-end market, and both men and women's tastes are taken into account. Marathi is really a professional brothel owner. But there are also some difficult-to-understand characteristics. Rosen stood at the door of the warehouse, holding the goods list in his hand and looking at it carefully, and couldn't help asking, are male prostitutes so popular in Lavender? Among the 60 people who went to the high-end market, the number of men was 5 times that of women, which was really out of the norm. Marathi shrugged his shoulders, and said speechlessly, my queen mother likes handsome men very much, and a group of noble ladies follows suit. And they are often very generous. Specially generous? Rosen savored these 5 words carefully, and turned to look at Marathi. Can you give an example? The queen mother has a male favorite, who was born a commoner, but is now one of the cabinet ministers. I admit that this male favorite has good abilities, but if it weren't for the queen mother's favor, he would never have been in a high position, and even obtained a baronship. Marathi looked angry. Why is it not me? Rosen exclaimed, really generous. Suddenly, I had an idea. Since the demand market for noble ladies is so large, and what they need is not real materials, but empty services, isn't this exactly what I am good at? The queen mother's matter is essentially the extravagant style of the upper class. Extravagance is a thing that will ruin a family if it is used on an ordinary person, and it will ruin a country if it is used on a country. The effect is the same. So, he continued to look at the detailed transformation requirements, and while reading, he passed the requirements to Lai Fu. While waiting for Lai Fu to build the model, he said, Murati, I have a new idea about transformation. Do you want to listen to it? Murati nodded without hesitation, of course. He now admires Rosen's ability very much, especially the transformation ability, because the other party has just cured Sir Maxim's serious illness. You see, the foundation of these goods you have is actually very ordinary, especially the character. They are all ordinary people. I think you should get a group of smart people with good brains. Ah? Murati didn't understand. Rosen whispered in his mind. Study those noble ladies, who are really rich and powerful, and get to know their preferences in all aspects in depth, and then transform these smart people into what they need to do long-term trading. Murati understood it as soon as he heard it. His eyes lit up, and then he hesitated again. You can make a lot of money by doing this, but the risk is not small. After all, this is hateful, and the noble ladies who dare to keep male lovers usually have a powerful background. Rosen certainly understands the risks. How can there be no risk when using tricks to get money? But the risk is still controllable. As long as you are careful, you won't get into trouble. So he whispered, you can find a few pairs of white gloves. In terms of transformation, I will definitely support you 100%. Let me tell you, I have recently developed an extraordinary transformation technique. The effect is very secretive, and can avoid all the transformation detection methods currently popular on the market. Of course, this extraordinary transformation is also very expensive, but as long as you are willing to work, I will be responsible for the transformation to the end. Murati's face showed a struggle. But he is a very executive and adventurous person, otherwise he would not have come all the way to invest in Rosen because of some unfounded speculation. After a little hesitation, he nodded and agreed. I did it. Rosen grinned, that's right. I will only charge for the transformation. Of course, it will be more expensive. But as long as you choose the right target, I guarantee you won't lose money. He planned to be the person behind the scenes and get a stable salary. Murati was mentally prepared for this, and in fact, he had already thought of many ways to take money out of the noble lady's pocket, but he just couldn't find a handsome man. Now that the Baron has joined, the last link is made up. There was excitement in his eyes. Baron, I can't wait to start the action. Rosen smiled in his heart, but his face remained calm. At this time, Lai Fu had already built the model. He took out the arcane lattice that he had prepared long ago, and used the arcane deformation energy stored in it in advance to start fulfilling the previous transaction agreement between the two parties. This method of using the energy stored in the lattice for large-scale deformation is very expensive, and ordinary people cannot afford it, but it can amplify a person's mana effect by about 30 to 200 times. Rosen is now an intermediate wizard on the surface. He uses all his mana to control rather than transform deformation energy, and can barely transform all the people and sheep present. In the warehouse, there are handsome and masculine men and beautiful women, each with different charms, which dazzled Murati and made him more and more trusting of Rosen's ability. He immediately took this group of people back to Lavender, and promised to come back as soon as possible. Rosen was not idle either. The second batch of supplies has arrived, and he has to start the next step quickly. This step has a name, called the Island Guard Plan. As he made more and more money, no matter how hard he tried to avoid it, the White Sturgeon Island would definitely attract more and more attention. If there was no sufficient force to protect it, then he was helping others make money. Chapter 91. The island's underground magic center, the potion research room. I plan to build a warship, but I don't plan to build it with wood. Facing this potion master with a cute baby face, but a mature figure and a cold temperament, the current head of the island's magic department, Rosen said so. Wei Gu crossed one hand over her chest and supported her chin with the other hand. After thinking for a while, she asked back, "Are you planning to use Steel Lord?" Rosen was not surprised by this answer, because ironclad ships have already appeared in this world, and the feasibility of pure steel warships has begun to be demonstrated. Wei Gu is very knowledgeable, and is the most knowledgeable wizard under him. Naturally, she should know this. Rosen nodded, yes. Wei Gu immediately began to list the difficulties of steel shipbuilding. First, steel is naturally much stronger than wood, but once the quantity is increased, iron is not cheaper than wood. Not only is the material expensive, but the subsequent smelting and processing costs are also ridiculously expensive. There is currently no corresponding smelting technology, even if the transformation spell is used, because the scale is too large. Second, there is not enough power to push the steel warship forward quickly, because it is entirely predictable that a steel ship of the same size will be very heavy. Finally, seawater rust is also a headache. These are all very realistic problems. Rosen nodded in agreement one by one. So, from the beginning, I asked you to study the steel potion, with the idea of using magic steel to replace real steel. This sentence made Minister Wei Ji's face a little more cold. She blinked her dark blue eyes with long eyelashes, and looked at Rosen coldly, which was her normal state when discussing magic issues. Lord, your idea is not new. Many wizards have similar ideas, and some have even received strong support from the king and the great nobles. But none of them have succeeded so far because it goes against the current common sense of magic. I think you should know that the effect of the steel potion will never exceed 3 hours. Even if you use expensive constant spells on it, facing the constant erosion of sea water and the beating of waves, the power of the constant spell will be quickly exhausted. At present, the effect of the extraordinary improved advanced constant spell, and simply soaking in sea water, is no more than 2 months, not to mention the harsh use environment of the warship. In addition, what if the opponent dispels the effect of the potion? This is a very scary question. Bahat's steel lizard has just been dispelled. Rosen clapped his hands lightly, with admiration. Ms. Wei-gu, your extraordinary insight makes me full of respect, and you are worthy of being my most trusted magic manager. But he changed the subject. Regarding the spell of constancy, Chaos Constancy Master Walkerlawn proposed a concept of a spell fence. He said that the essence of the spell effect is to push a ball up the hillside, and the role of all constancy spells is to set up a fence around the ball to prevent the ball from rolling down the hill. He went on to say that the stronger and higher the fence, the safer the ball. This is common sense, and most of the mages who have formally graduated have heard of it, and Wei-gu has naturally heard of it. She fluttered her eyelashes and calmly reminded, the strength and height of a single fence are limited, Lord. Rosen nodded, indeed. But I wonder if we can add fences to fences, and then add fences to fences of fences, or even keep adding fences to form multi-level constancy. Wei-gu immediately said, this idea is a bit new, but many mages who have studied constancy have had similar ideas. I admit that the effect of multi-level constancy is extraordinary, but as the number of levels increases, the improvement of the constancy effect decreases. At most, level 6 does not have any mana economy. After all, constancy spells are expensive. Then, Rosen took out his real thing. He grinned slightly, showing a smug smile. My chief magician, that's because they haven't developed the lightning constancy spell, and they haven't developed the conjugate constancy spell technique. Wei-gu was shocked, and the coldness on his face instantly dissipated. I understand the former a little bit. What does the latter mean? Rosen likes to see Wei Ji's surprise, because such opportunities are rare. He explained, I have thought of a way to let one fence maintain another fence. At the same time, the fence being maintained is also maintaining its fence. The two fences are locked and maintained with each other, forming a kind of infinite constant. Wei-gu was completely overwhelmed. As soon as she heard the explanation, she knew that the Baron in front of her had probably come up with something amazing. She swallowed and asked, Lord, what is the specific effect? Rosen was also quite proud of this achievement. The reason why he brought it up to Wei-gu now was because the conditions were ripe, and the subsequent plan required Wei Ji's strong cooperation. Therefore, he began to explain in detail the effect of his original constant spell. My constant spell can increase the constant strength of certain specific element-enhancing spells by nearly 2 orders of magnitude, and it can also be recharged at any time to replenish the loss of the fence strength. A series of very professional and amazing words were thrown out by Rosen, which made the young female magic minister dizzy. She repeated with difficulty, the element-strengthening type improves the steel potion by at least 2 orders of magnitude. How much can it improve? Rosen pointed a finger. In a complex seawater environment, the best constant spell can maintain the steel effect for 60 days. If I use the quadruple conjugation, the concept of the so-called quadruple is very complicated. I can't explain it clearly. Anyway, it is to cooperate with the advanced magic skills based on conjugation. In the end, it can be improved to 20 years. If you add a lightning house and a specially trained lightning charging wizard, you can replenish the power consumed by the constant spell at any time, and it will not be a problem to maintain it for 100 years. Wei-gu took a breath of cold air and felt it was particularly outrageous. After a silence, she used the transformation spell to pick up a piece of solid clay from the ground, and then used the most common solid spell on it to make it very hard. Lord, show the anti-dispersion effect. Rosen did it happily. He pinched the fist-sized spherical clay block with both hands and then cast a spell. A faint blue electric light appeared around his hands. After a few minutes, he placed the clay block on the table. I just used the 16-fold conjugation of intermediate strength. You can dispel it at will. If you can dispel it, I will give up the idea of using the steel potion to build a ship. Humph, I know 12 kinds of dispel spells. Wei Gu was aroused by her competitive spirit. She picked up the staff and cast various types of dispel spells on the clay on the table. Not only the type, but also the quantity. She tested 26 dispel spells in a row, almost exhausting her high-level magic power. The solid clay block on the table was still as solid as before, but the surface luster was slightly dim. But after grinding off the surface layer, the inside was bright as new again. Wei Gu was completely convinced. She let out a long breath. I finally understand the original intention of the Lord to let me improve the steel potion. She looked at Rosen, and her dark blue eyes showed sincere admiration. As long as the improved steel potion can enhance enough types, we can choose the cheapest material from various materials to build ships, right? Click. Rosen snapped his fingers. That's right. But not only building ships, but also building houses, roads, and bridges. Wei Ji's heartbeat slightly accelerated when she heard it, because she saw a very grand picture from Rosen's words. But is this kind of constant spell expensive? Lightning constant, the lightning power comes from the lightning house, and the control power comes from the magician. Taking the most common double conjugate constant as an example, the consumption ratio of mana and lightning power is 1 to 260. Wei Gu was a little distracted when she heard it. The cost is less than 1% of the general constant spell. This already has the foundation for vigorous promotion, and it can be used to build ships, houses, bridges, and roads. So, the steel potion combined with the lightning constant contains the power to change the world. For a while, she felt a little dizzy. It took a while to recover. She also showed her recent research results. I have recently developed 10 improved steel potions, and the effects are all good. But the potential for improvement of the power of steel is very large. It is a brand new branch of magic. I feel that there is still a long way to go. Wei Gu obviously had a great interest in the power of steel. Rosen immediately assured, my general manager, you are open to research, and I will do my best to support you. But right now, you need a building potion and a shipbuilding potion. Which two do you think are suitable? Wei Gu picked out 2. This one can temper yellow clay, the potion cost is low, and it is suitable for large-scale construction. This one can temper black clay, the potion cost is slightly higher, but the tempering effect is good and the strength is high. If used for shipbuilding, it should be no problem for ships under 500 tons. Rosen was very happy. 500 tons, it is more than enough. I need these 2 potions to be mass-produced. Of course, I will also give the greatest support. Wei Gu was completely convinced, and she cooperated very well. I send 2 apprentices to help you build a potion factory. These 2 potions are very simple, they have mastered them completely. As long as there are enough raw materials and enough manpower, the output will increase very quickly. Very good, let's do it. He was about to leave the potion room, but when he turned around, he suddenly found that Wei Gu was hesitant to speak, as if she had something to say to him. In the end, she didn't speak. Rosen didn't urge her, because he already knew Wei Gu very well. When she thinks the time is right, she will naturally say it. After leaving the potion room, he went to Alonso's refining room. Alonso and dozens of apprentices were fiddling with some electrical equipment. Their expressions were very focused, like children who have found the most fun toy in the world. Master Alonso, do you think lightning is interesting? Alonso nodded without hesitation. Interesting, very interesting, more interesting than all other spells. After a pause, he added an exaggerated comment. I don't think this is a lowly power at all, it is the power of creation. Rosen smiled and took out a small electric motor. Look at this. He connected the motor to the positive and negative poles of the lightning house. The motor started to hum, and the wooden propeller on the head of the motor also turned rapidly, blowing out a stream of cool wind. Alonso's eyes widened, and he looked at it for a long time before saying, Oh, this little thing is really cleverly designed. He is a very studious person with a very strong learning ability. Under Rosen's guidance, he has a deep understanding of lightning. So, he quickly understood the principle of the small motor. Rosen smiled and said, I plan to use it to propel the warship forward, so that the warship can get rid of the restriction of the sail. Alonso's eyes, which had just returned to normal, immediately widened again after hearing this. Oh, this is a genius idea. No, this is an idea that can change the world. Rosen sighed, I need someone to enlarge its scale and power, the bigger the better, because the power of this little thing is far from enough to propel large ships. Leave it to me to study. Alonso took over the job without hesitation. Rosen was waiting for this sentence. I call it Hercules. This is Hercules' weapon refining book. You study it carefully. If you have any needs, just come to me. Okay, okay. Alonso responded perfunctorily, his eyes fixed on the refining book, unable to move away. Rosen didn't need him to produce results immediately, because he had already used the assembly line to make a batch of finished motors, which were enough for a short time. Alonso and his lightning apprentices were talents for the future. His refining house should probably be renamed the motor department in the future. Rosen stopped bothering him, and went to the weapons research room instead. 3 of you, the lightning torrent crossbow is already very powerful. Our warriors carrying these things are enough to crush any enemy that enters the island. Rosen was no longer afraid of the landing enemy. What could cause him great harm now was the opponent's blockade of his maritime trade line. He said seriously, the best defense is offense. So, I need a lightning torrent crossbow that can be carried on a warship. In addition, in the future, we should not only research stronger lightning crossbows, but also flame crossbows, or faster and stronger throwing torrent crossbows, or slightly slower but emphasizing the power of a single strike. In short, use your imagination, and I will do everything I can to support your research. The 3 mages' eyes almost glowed. Gatland thought for a moment, and immediately said, I have always had an idea, which is to build a spherical lightning house. When fighting, throw the lightning house at the enemy. Speaking of this, he looked at everyone. The lightning house contains huge power. Once it is broken, it will burn violently, and even water cannot put it out. It is absolutely suitable for dealing with wooden warships. Rosen gave a thumbs up when he heard it. Good idea, really good idea, but it's a bit expensive, haha. So, we still need talents, and Unity can make a city. After a pause, he made specific requirements. The lightning torrent crossbow for ships requires the range to be as far as possible, the power of a single strike to be strong, and the capacity of the crossbow disc to be increased. Is there any problem? Gatland said without hesitation. Just enlarge it a little. No problem. The finished product can be produced in 10 days at most. Very good. Just tell me if you have any needs. Then, the materials for making warships, the power to drive warships, and the weapons for ships have all begun to be put into preparation. Its subsequent research will definitely consume a huge amount of resources, and require a large number of talents as support. It is also impossible to build a giant ship and cannon in one fell swoop. It must be a process from nothing to something, from small to large, and from big to strong. A large part of this is an investment in the future, and he needs a batch of combat ships right now. It does not require ocean hegemony, but only requires nearshore denial, and the ability to deal with fishmen. What to do? Of course there is a way. In fact, Rosen already has a very mature idea. Chapter 92. Half a month later. In the sea east of the Sturgeon Island, there is a hidden bay hidden by trees. A boat about 15 meters long and 3 meters wide, with a shape similar to a modern speedboat, but with a strong alien style, slowly slid into the sea. Splash. After the black boat with a hint of blue entered the water, it swayed slightly in the seawater, and immediately regained its balance. It showed excellent stability of the hull. There were many people standing on the secret dock of the bay. There were senior officials of the Navy, the best local craftsmen and construction craftsmen of Sturgeon Island, Gatland, a weapons research wizard, Alonso who specialized in motors, and Wei Gu who studied steel potions. Of course, Rosen was there too. And this boat in the water was the creation that gathered the highest magic achievements of Sturgeon Island. The official name is Tempered Clay, Hybrid Power, Rune Combat Speedboat. A very strange name. Because it was the first test boat, and it might be the world's first lightning-driven speedboat, no one had the courage to control it. Rosen jumped on without hesitation. He was brave because he was driving a puppet. I will be responsible for driving the boat, but I need 3 companions, 1 to control the lightning torrent crossbow, 1 to defend, and 1 to light the stove. Why light the stove? Because although the boat is small, it is a warship, and warships have to consider all-weather combat. Although it is electrically driven, the energy absorbed by the light guide is not enough for the warship to speed, so it has to burn coal. Where does the coal come from? It is dug from the mountain next to Blackstone Town, and Blackstone Town even got its name from this. There is a coal mine on the mountain. The reserve is not much. Rosen estimated that it is less than 10 million tons, but it is enough for their island to use for a long time. In addition, there are many coal mines on the giant island of Whalon, especially in the northern county, so there will be no worries about burning in the future. Burning coal, changing the light to lightning to fire to lightning, charging the medium-sized lightning house, and then the lightning house drives the Hercules motor to drive the speedboat to run wildly on the sea. This is called hybrid power. Also because of the addition of mana, The utilization efficiency of the heat energy generated by the coal furnace after combustion is particularly high, reaching 65%, and this is because the test ship is relatively rough. Seeing that the Lord Rosen has gone up, Harry also jumped up. I will control the torrent crossbow. He jumped to the middle of the speedboat and grabbed the handle of the ship-used torrent crossbow. Wei-Ge thought for a moment, then jumped up and sat next to Rosen. I'm responsible for detecting underwater life and activating the lightning defense array. Alonso chuckled. I light the stove, this thing is fun. A speedboat has a total of 4 seats, which were soon filled and everyone took their seats. The people on the shore looked at it with a look of surprise and anxiety, fearing that something might go wrong. Yope reminded, Lord, please drive slowly, I always feel that this thing is not very reliable. He can rely on the Lord for his meals for the rest of his life. Rosen laughed. Don't worry, I control every technical detail of this small warship and have checked it many times. There will be absolutely no problem. While speaking, he raised his hand and pressed the power switch. Woo! The Hercules Rune motor produced by the assembly line immediately started to run, and the whole speedboat trembled slightly and began to vibrate slightly, like a beast ready to go. Rosen slowly turned the circular steering wheel, adjusted the underwater rudder, and stepped on the accelerator pedal with one foot to control the power, so that the boat turned in the water little by little, and then aimed at the direction of the sea. Although the speed was very slow, it was the first time in the world that there was a controllable power other than sailing and paddling. Everyone at the dock looked at it with a surprised look, and everyone on the boat was nervous and excited. Soon, Rosen adjusted the direction, and he shouted softly, Everyone sit tight. After the 3 of them were ready, he held the steering wheel firmly with both hands, and deepened the accelerator little by little. Woo, whirring whirring. The sound of the boat became louder, and the speed increased. The specially designed bow was slightly tilted, and the special windshield blocked the wind in front, but the wind on the side gradually became fiercer. Everyone's hair was blown wildly. So fast. Wei-Ge was a little panicked, holding the fixed handle tightly with one hand. Battle Mage Harry was not afraid, but very excited. He shouted loudly, Faster, faster. Rosen said, Alonso, make the fire burn harder. Alonso immediately threw more black coal into the stove and opened the specially designed air intake on the side. Whoosh whoosh. The coal burned fiercely, emitting a lot of heat, which was transformed into a fierce and orderly lightning force by the rune array. Woohoo whoosh whoosh. Clatter whoosh whoosh. The speed of the boat suddenly increased a lot, the bow was raised higher, and the water behind the boat splashed back crazily. The speed has reached 70 kilometers per hour, which is even faster than the average speedboat on Earth and far exceeds all the sailing warships in the world. The audience on the dock looked at the speedboat that was raging on the sea, and they couldn't help but show shock on their faces. No one expected that this small boat would run so impressively and so fast. Look at the big white waves behind the boat, and the triangular cone-shaped waves on both sides of the hull. It's just a beast, someone shouted. This is the charging knight on the sea. This description is vivid, and everyone nodded in approval. On the speedboat, Rosen controlled the boat steadily and shouted, Look, there are Murlocs over there, see them, on the left side of the ship, 300 meters away. Harry, shoot at them. Harry had wanted to try it for a long time, and immediately adjusted the torrent crossbow, aimed at the Murloc, and pulled the specially designed trigger. Swish, swish, swish. The special shipmade torrent crossbow has greatly increased its range, reaching the extreme 380 meters. The power of a single shot has also been greatly increased, reaching the strength of an intermediate spell. The firing rate was slightly reduced to 6 rounds per second. The crossbow was specially made with a large capacity of 1,000 rounds. I saw fist-sized lightning balls flying over the sea. After hitting the sea, they quickly exploded and turned into a large group of dark blue electric sparks. It was difficult to aim at high speed. It was Harry's first time, and he was a little unfamiliar with it, so the group of Murlocs were not hit directly. But seawater is a good conductor of electricity. After hitting a point, a large area of water was electrified. There was no escape at all. After a burst of lightning, more than a dozen Murloc corpses floated up in the sea. Refreshing, refreshing, ha-ha! Harry roared loudly, and his finger on the trigger never loosened. The fishmen were attacked suddenly. Of course they were not convinced, and immediately turned around to chase after them. After chasing for a while, they found that they could not catch up with the strange thing on the sea. This thing is too fast. If they can't catch up, they will block it from the side. There are many fishmen in the sea east of the White Sturgeon Island. They use biological ultrasonic waves to communicate with each other on the seabed, and their tactical coordination is quite powerful. Wei-Ge, The fishmen are coming, be ready to activate the lightning storm at any time. Okay. Wei Gu was a little scared, and at the same time felt a strong sense of stimulation, which made her response change. Feeling that Wei Gu was ready, Rosen turned around and rushed into the encirclement of the fishmen. A dozen fishmen immediately rushed over from the bottom of the water on both sides. When they approached about 30 meters, Wei Gu suddenly activated the lightning storm on the bottom of the ship. The lightning storm has a high intensity, and is charged by the shipborne lightning house. Without affecting the power, it can be launched once every 15 seconds. A ball of blue electric fire exploded on the sea surface with the boat as the center, but this was only the situation on the sea surface. Although it could not be seen on the seabed, it would only be more violent. More than a dozen murlocs stopped moving and floated up one after another. Harry laughed. Ha ha ha, it's simply a murloc killing ship. Feeling that it was almost done, Rosen turned around and returned to the hidden bay dock. He was not worried that the dock would be attacked by murlocs, because the dock was equipped with shore flood crossbows and a lightning storm array was installed under the dock. As long as the murlocs approached, there would be more than a dozen lightning flood crossbows to greet them. If they really couldn't stand it, they could also trap the murlocs and cook them all. Soon, the boat returned to the dock and slowly stopped under Rosen's control. The 4 people on the boat got up and landed, and saw a group of almost petrified spectators standing on the shore. Rosen smiled. The performance is unexpected, isn't it? Yop was the first to react. It's simply an invincible god of war. He had never seen such a fast and powerful boat, not even in his dreams, and probably couldn't find it in the kingdom of nature. Rosen shook his head. It's still far from being invincible. It can only bully the sea fish people, but it's hard to impress real naval warships. Although the sailing warship is currently bulky, its attack and defense are still quite fierce, and there are many strong people on the ship. A long-range curse attack with a joint spell can cause great trouble to the captain and his crew. Yop immediately said, as long as there are a large number of them, they can still fight like a pack of wolves. Harry also said, yes, not only the number should be large, but the lightning crossbow should also be stronger, and the range must be far. Although 380 meters is good now, it is still insufficient, because I heard that there are many deadly weapons on the southern fleet that can hit farther. This poses a challenge to weapon research mages such as Gatland. He frowned and said, 380 meters is already the limit of the lightning ball. If you want to go further, you can either use arcane magic or force-throwing weapons. Rosen smiled and said, we will discuss these and find ways to improve them when we go back. Although this speedboat is powerful, its endurance is poor. It can only show off its power near the White Sturgeon Island and achieve nearshore denial. Adding a large supply ship will greatly increase the endurance, but this is a plan for the future. The most important thing at present is to build more small warships, at least more than 100 ships, to establish a unique navy for our White Sturgeon Island. Although this small warship is easy to build, the cost is not low. The hard cost of one ship is about 1,500 ogs, and 100 ships are 150,000, which does not include the subsequent use and maintenance costs. But the people present were not very clear about this. They all thought that since the Lord had spoken, there must be no problem. Except Wei Gu. She turned her head and looked at Rosen. Seeing his heroic face, she did not say it on the spot. Rosen said again, everyone, give this little thing a name, everyone? Everyone immediately became interested and began to name it. What Sturgeon guessed, Wild Wolf Ship, Sea Flying Arrow, a lot of scattered, in the last discussion, unanimously decided to call it Fishman Nemesis. So, the Fishman Nemesis, which made the fishmen terrified, was officially born on the White Sturgeon Island. Next, of course, it was a big production. On the way back, Rosen suddenly heard Wei Ji's whisper, Lord, 100 Murloc Nemesis is not cheap, and other places on the island are also spending money quickly. In addition to researching warships, the island is also building a lot of buildings. Using yellow clay and steel potions to build a new magic laboratory, magic academy, and even build ports, roads, etc., the money is burned faster than burning firewood. In addition, various magic research is also a pit that cannot be filled. As the chief of the magic department, she has regarded herself as a part of the White Sturgeon Island, and she is worried that Rosen will spend too much money and cause the White Sturgeon Island to go bankrupt. Rosen felt her worry and smiled. My chief, interests that are not protected by force are ownerless gold mines. If you encounter an ownerless gold mine in the wild, will you occupy it? Wei Gu was startled, looked up at Rosen, and his dark blue eyes did not blink. Gold mine? Is there a gold mine on the island? I thought the island was very barren. Rosen turned to look at her, thinking back to the information about the characters collected by the detection guard seal, and knew that the other party was determined to follow him. In this case, it was time to give her some confidence. He whispered, "There are a lot of bird droppings in the mountains and forests, to an astonishing degree. And this is the best fertilizer. This Sturgeon Island, known as the Bird Shit Island, has always been a derogatory name, but only Rosen himself knows that in the era of chaos, it is more valuable than gold mines. Gold mines cannot be eaten or drunk, but the food production increased by using bird droppings can really feed people." According to his preliminary detection, the phosphate formed by the deposition of bird droppings in the forest for hundreds of millions of years is at least more than 150 million tons. 10 years ago, a ton of bird droppings sold for 2 orge, but in recent years, it has quietly risen to 4 orge. Don't look at the small base, this is doubled. 150 million tons of reserves, for odd per ton, may be even more expensive in the future. Rosen dared not even think about how explosive it would be when the news got out. Therefore, without sufficient military force to escort, he would never sell guano on a large scale, not even a ton. Wei-gu certainly knew the situation on the mainland, so she understood as soon as Rosen said it. Because she understood, her heartbeat and breathing accelerated significantly. After a few seconds of silence, she seemed to have made up her mind. "Lord, when I go back, I have to tell you something, a secret of my mentor and the royal family." Chapter 93. Royal Secrets? This is worth hearing, because the royal family is almost the top secular power in the Wick continent. Each royal family is guarded by at least 2 5-ring sages, and there may even be a terrifying wizard with a higher ring and unique skills. Although Rosen has 10-ring magic power, his mature magic achievement is only 4 rings, so his understanding of the royal secrets is not much different from that of ordinary magic masters. I thought that Wei-gu would tell him directly after returning to the government study in the Crescent Castle. Unexpectedly she whispered, "Lord, this secret is very important. I can't say it directly, and I can't even think deeply. Because the sage supported by the royal family has locked the relevant secrets with a powerful and mysterious destiny spell. Once you think deeply, the relevant thought fluctuations may trigger the destiny spell, thereby attracting the sage's prying, so you must be cautious and cautious." This sentence surprised Rosen a little, but he didn't doubt it, because he knew that there were indeed high-ring spells with similar functions. Even he himself would try a few tricks, of course, there are many loopholes. He asked softly, "How many sages are there in the royal family?" He knew there were 2, namely Frost Messenger Lafinga and Arcane Soul Fugilula, both of whom were powerful people with amazing magic achievements. "I don't know much, but there should be 3. One is said to be very old, and in order to ensure that he continues to live, he sleeps every day." After a pause, she whispered, "Lord, we must meet in a dream to safely tell the relevant secrets. The question is, how to meet in a dream. Meeting in a dream is a 3-ring mind spell, which is very unstable and requires both parties to have some very in-depth cooperation to ensure a stable encounter. That's fine, the key is that the true soul will definitely show up in the dream. Rosen's true soul will scare people. But the secret of the royal family really makes Rosen excited. Because looking at Wei Ji's attitude, this secret is likely to cause a huge shock to the royal family of Lavender. If such a secret falls into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, the effect it produces can simply overthrow a kingdom. So, the question now is to exchange your secret for the other party's secret. Exchange? While thinking, Wei-gu saw that Rosen was silent for a long time, thinking that he didn't dare to listen, so she sighed softly, "Lord, I'm embarrassing you." As she said that, she turned around and left. "Wait!" Rosen called her. "Why did you take such a huge risk, and tell me the secret?" Wei-gu said seriously, "Because I want to save my mentor. He is not only my mentor, but also the adoptive father who raised me. All my knowledge, even my life, was given to me by him. Even I was able to successfully escape from the palace, and escape the assassin's pursuit because of his protection. I must save him. This is the meaning of my life." Strangely, when Wei-gu said these words, her face was cold and indifferent, without any emotional fluctuations, as if she was simply stating a fact. But Rosen vaguely felt the fluctuations in her soul, and immediately understood the reason. The other party deliberately suppressed emotional fluctuations to avoid being detected by the sage's destiny spell. No wonder she always looked cold. "Lord, I was actually greedy, because I originally thought that there was no chance to save him, and being able to survive was already the limit of my ability. But now, I think you are able to help me, Lord." Rosen's eyes flashed. "I am just an intermediate wizard, Miss Wei-gu." Wei-gu pursed her lips, and said something surprising. "Based on my past experience, I have dealt with many real sages, and I know some secret manifestations of powerful souls. Lord, your disguise is indeed almost perfect, but it is impossible for one thing in this world to be perfectly disguised as another thing. If it was just the first time we met, I certainly couldn't see anything, but we have met almost every day for more than 2 months. At this point, it is very clear. Wei Ge, a genius potion master with extraordinary knowledge, saw through some of Rosen's disguises from some clues. As for the extent of the glimpse, it is definitely not much, but as the time spent together gets longer and longer, she will definitely know more and more. This is something that can never be completely avoided. If you want to borrow the power of the wise, you will definitely be spied on by the wise, and the reason why the wise is because they have a pair of wise eyes that can see through the true face of the world. In this case, Rosen also revealed some cards. Well, I do have good magic power, but I don't have a very high achievement in magic. Wei Ge nodded gently, not surprised at all. I understand. After all, the Lord is still young. Oh, what if my youth is a disguise? Soul breath cannot be disguised. Lord, maybe I am not as sharp as you, but you are in front of me every day, and you often show magic. I am not blind. Rosen shrugged. Then how old do you think I am? It should be 20 years old. Then how strong do you think my magic power is? It should be 5 rings. Probably the peak of the 5 rings, or even 6 rings. What's the basis? Sage Levin, he should be the magic puppet you created. Miss Akali and other black iron guards should be the same, even the one standing in front of me now. Sometimes, I even suspected that Princess Selena was the same, but later I found out that she was not. She was simply captured by you. Rosen grinned, thinking that this potion master was really sharp. Butler Wei Ge, sometimes people are too smart and get into big trouble. Yes, so I got into big trouble, but since it's already like this, I don't mind getting into one more. So Lord, do you still want to know the secret? Rosen pondered for a while, and said, to be honest, I have 6 rings of magic power. The absolute difference in magic power strength between 6 rings and 10 rings is actually not that big. The latter is probably less than 60% higher than the former. But the so-called strong ones are so strong that they have no limit. In the eyes of Wei Ge, who has achieved the 3rd ring, she naturally cannot tell the difference between the two. No matter how smart she is, it is useless because there is no reference to compare. But the 6th ring is enough to amaze Wei Ge. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, what an amazing achievement in magic! Rosen seriously corrected. It's not the achievement of magic, it's the cultivation of magic power. My magic achievement is not high. For example, I am not sure I can break the sage's destiny spell you just mentioned. Also, I also question the safety of the meeting and dream spell, because I know that some destiny spells can penetrate the dream barrier. This was obviously beyond Wei Ge's knowledge. She couldn't help frowning. What should we do? I have an absolutely safe way. What way? In order to save the mentor, I am willing to give everything, even my life. Wei Ge's tone showed a hint of urgency. She couldn't suppress her emotions. Rosen quickly raised his hand and pressed it down. Be quiet, be patient, don't be anxious. You go to the residence and wait for me now. Wei Ge did it without hesitation. A few minutes later, Rosen's puppet was still in the government study, while the real body walked out of the magic laboratory and entered the wooden house where Wei Ge lived invisibly. Wei Ge was sitting in the leather chair in the living room, looking uneasy. Rosen appeared beside her, which scared her, but she immediately forced herself to hold it back. After taking a closer look at Rosen, she whispered, "This is a real lord, not a puppet." Rosen sat down beside her and raised his hand to press her shoulder to stop her from standing up. Meeting in a dream is a superficial contact of souls, and information may escape in the middle. But if I wrap your soul with my soul and make a deep intersection, it can guarantee absolute safety. A 10-ring soul can almost completely block the fluctuations of low-ring souls. Wei Ge asked in a low voice, "What should I do?" "Close your eyes and listen to my instructions." Wei Ge did it immediately. Rosen lowered his head and pressed his forehead against the other's white and smooth forehead, while vibrating his magic power and uttering the true soul language. "Do you hear my voice, Miss Wei Ge? No need to answer. Close your eyes, follow my instructions, and move forward step by step." Wei Ge took a deep breath and followed the instructions step by step. After an unknown amount of time, she felt a black screen in front of her eyes, and entered an absolutely dark and quiet space. Then, there was another light, and a person appeared in this space. This person was wrapped in a dark purple mist, and the surface of the mist occasionally exploded with arcs of electricity. Looking closely, it turned out to be Rosen. Apart from the mist, there was no clothes on his body. She immediately looked down at herself, and found that she was the same. She also found that the light on her body was very faint, and almost invisible. Wei Gu stared at the other person's body, and a thought flashed through her mind. So this is the soul of the six-ring magic saint. It's so magnificent. Then she discovered some details of the body, subconsciously opened her eyes, and looked at it, and suddenly she understood. It's so great. No wonder he can capture the heart of the princess. Strangely enough, she was just thinking in her mind, but she actually heard her own voice. Your soul and I are facing each other. There is no secret. Your voice is the voice. Rosen smiled. It's absolutely safe here. You can tell secrets freely. Okay. Wei Gu smiled awkwardly, calmed down, and began to tell the secrets of the royal family. The Queen Mother is 33 years old this year. She is a greedy, romantic, and stupid woman. Many years ago, she had an affair with the frost messenger Lefengda, and gave birth to the current little king Shila. Rosen was shocked. Isn't the little king the child of the old king? Everyone thinks it is, but it's not. In order to conceal this, the Queen Mother needs the magic potion created by my mentor, but my mentor certainly disagrees, so he was controlled and forced to make the medicine for the Queen Mother. Tisk, interesting, really interesting. Old King Lavender was so upset, he was framed, and even his kingdom was usurped. These secrets are indeed amazing. If used well, Lavender can be turned into a puppet at best, or even fall apart at worst. In short, this is a king bomb, Rosen immediately promised. Wei Gu, if there is a chance, I will find a way to rescue your mentor, as long as he is still alive by then. He must be alive. They need his medicine. I understand. Rosen immediately exited the deep soul space, and patiently sat beside Wei Gu and waited. About 10 minutes later, Wei Gu woke up, and when he opened his eyes, he stared at Rosen closely. Lord, will you kill me to silence me? Rosen shook his head, of course not. But I have discovered your secret. Rosen smiled. This secret is used to deceive fools. I have never thought of deceiving a trusted wizard. After saying that, he stood up, and was about to leave, but before he could get up, the latter hugged his waist. A deep voice came from behind. Lord, a person is lonely. The clearer the mind, the lonelier, because there is no companion with whom one can truly communicate. Rosen was startled, and looked back at Wei Gu, and understood her thoughts. Are you going to prove your complete loyalty to me with actions? That's not necessary, you have already proved it. Wei Gu said, I know, but I am also a woman. I am ready to devote my life to magic, and I am not ready to marry any man, but that doesn't mean I don't need the comfort of a man. Rosen's eyes turned around the other's unusually mature body, and nodded in agreement. Okay, but when the new magic center is built, you will move out of the Crescent Castle immediately. He didn't want to have 2 women in one castle. I will. No words for an hour. Afterwards, Rosen quietly returned to the Lord's longhouse, thinking in his heart, this secret is really exciting, but I can't use it now, and it's even difficult to secretly lay out. Because Lavender is too far away, his power cannot be projected there. It is necessary to find a secret route that can quickly reach Lavender and place the chess pieces. Opportunities always come to those who are prepared. Chapter 94. There is less than a week left until the annual Wintervale Festival. As winter is fading, the temperature is warming up, and the rain is gradually increasing, often with continuous drizzle. Under the nourishment of the warm rain, strands of tender green fluff gradually emerge in the mountains and forests and on the plains. Outside the Crescent City, a total of 20 guard knights are guarding a carefully modified high-end travel carriage, slowly driving on a gravel-paved field path. Rosen sat alone in the carriage, his eyes slowly sliding over the sparsely distributed bitter winter wheat fields on the farmland on both sides of the road. Bitter winter wheat is cold-resistant. It is planted in early October of the previous year and harvested at the end of April of the following year. The wheat yield is okay, but the flour ground out tastes very bad, with a slight bitter taste, and can only be used for subsistence. But because of the rebellion at the end of last year, even these bitter winter wheats were not planted well. If he hadn't brought back a large amount of food, many people on the island would have starved to death this year. But even if the crops were planted, the grain production on the White Sturgeon Island was slightly insufficient, so some had to be imported from the Shire County every year to make up for the shortfall. But this year, Rosen didn't plan to do so. Wait until the first batch of fish killers form combat power, and then start to eliminate the fishmen in the East China Sea. The large sea area in the east is the intersection of the cold ocean current in the far north and the warm current in the south. It is extremely rich in various aquatic products, and is a huge golden fishing ground. With this fishing ground, the people of the White Sturgeon Island will have a large amount of seafood, sea fish, seaweed, lobsters, etc. on their dining tables, as well as pearls, corals, underwater minerals, etc., which will immediately increase the total amount of various resources in the territory by an order of magnitude. While daydreaming, the voice of the head of the guard, Alia, came from outside the carriage. "Lord, it seems to rain again." Rosen looked at the sky, which was gray and windy, but fortunately the temperature was not low and the wind was warm. So he said, "Speed up, don't let the instructors of the academy get wet in the rain." "Yes, Lord." The team immediately sped up, and the carriage suddenly became bumpy. The team went forward on the plain, and after about 2 kilometers, it drove onto a slightly higher, but very barren gravel slope. The slope has been roughly leveled, and a huge area of about 2,000 acres has been enclosed with the latest tempered yellow clay. Of course, due to the construction time problem, the retaining wall in most areas has only laid a foundation, and only one gate has been built. When the convoy drove closer, it saw a specially made black clay stone tablet erected in front of the gate, with the words "The First School of Magic" on the island written in golden font. There were already many people waiting at the door. These are all mages, and also the magic instructors of the academy. There are more than 400 of them in total, most of whom are civilian mages from the island, and a small number of them are formal civilian mages hired from Shire County. Although the magic achievements of these mages are very ordinary, only a few have reached advanced levels. But they have all been carefully selected. Each of them has a gentle and patient personality, a solid foundation in magic, and are perfect for being enlightenment instructors. Today, Rosen, the Minister of Education and the first Dean of the Academy, will conduct the last inspection before the start of school. When there were more than 100 meters left to the gate, Rosen got off the carriage and advanced to show his respect for the Academy instructors. When I got off the car, I found a long new red carpet on the ground. Although it was a red carpet of ordinary quality, it was quite dazzling compared to the half-worn and even patched clothes of many magic instructors. Rosen frowned and said to Alia, "Have someone put away the carpet. Don't use these nonsense things in the future. Just take the road that has it." "Yes, Lord." Alia had stayed in Dawn City with Rosen for 10 years, and lived a simple life for 10 years. She was not used to the noble's flashy style. Immediately sent someone to put away the red carpet. Without the red carpet, the uneven dirt road was exposed, which suddenly looked much quieter. Rosen put on a black wide-brimmed leather hat, put his hands in the pockets of his leather windbreaker, stepped on the slightly sticky mud road, and strode towards the gate of the academy. Probably because of the red carpet incident, the mages who greeted them at the gate were listless and lowered their heads slightly, as if they were afraid of being scolded. Rosen stood at the door, looked around at the mages, and said seriously with the voice of the second ring group mind, "All magic instructors, I need you to remember one thing. In my academy, there is only one standard for evaluating the achievements of a magic instructor, that is, who has taught excellent students. Whoever has powerful students, whose students have good magic grades, and whose students receive the best care and attention will get higher honors and higher treatment. As for everything else, I don't care at all, understand?" He spent a lot of money to build this academy to cultivate magic talents. What he needs is also a mentor who focuses on cultivating talents, not a flattering sycophant. "Yes, Lord." The instructors responded loudly. Rosen looked at the gray-haired, kind-faced female mage at the front of the line and warned her in a serious tone. "Mrs. Feixley, you, the executive vice president, must remember my words in particular. Never treat me the way that the nobles in Shire County are treated." The female mage's face showed deep fear, and her body even trembled slightly. "Yes, Lord, I will remember your teachings firmly." She wanted to bow and kneel, but she failed to do both, so she looked very embarrassed. Seeing that she had left a deep enough impression on the other party, Rosen's expression slowed down. "Okay, Mrs. Feixley, don't worry about these etiquettes. Take me to visit the new academy." The other party was a civilian senior mage, who was hired from Xiaolin City at a high salary of 200 AUG a year. She was a very famous magic enlightenment lady in the city. Perhaps her magic achievement was only average, but she was good-hearted and had rich teaching experience. Therefore, Rosen values her very much. There are more than 50 Shire County mages like her in the academy. Their level is obviously much higher than that of local island mages, and their salary is of course higher, starting at 50 AUGs a year, and providing free food and accommodation. As for the island mages, Rosen's average salary is only 30 AUGs, and only a small half of it is paid, and the other half is deducted with various materials. The local mages have no big objection to this. First, their level is indeed not as good as the other party. Second, the island is generally still in a natural economic model of goods for goods, and the importance of gold coins and other currencies is far less than that of real materials. In their eyes, if something goes wrong on the island, the materials can be eaten and used, but the gold and silver currency can only be used for viewing. However, Shire County has already developed a commodity economy model, with a developed market, and money can buy a lot of things. Rosen's salary is very high, even in Shire County, so the Shire County wizards are also very satisfied, and even secretly despise the island wizards, thinking that the other party is a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. Both sides' ideas come from their own living environment, and they are not wrong. What the Lord should do is to govern according to the people, and achieve the optimal allocation of resources. I understand, Lord. Mrs. Facielli finally restored the calm demeanor of a senior wizard. In the academy, just call me the dean. Yes, dean. So, under the leadership of this respectable vice dean, accompanied by hundreds of magic instructors, Rosen began to visit this island academy that was urgently built with a lot of manpower and material resources. As expected, the first batch of students in the academy will be very large, with a total of 22,000 people. This includes all teenagers under 20 years old, as well as a small group of young people under 30 years old who have been proven to have excellent magic talents but have missed their youth. After the start of school, a full-time teaching model will be adopted. In addition to laying the foundation for meditation, specific skills are directly instilled, and time is not wasted on pondering deep principles, striving to produce a group of magicians with professional skills in the fastest time. As for new ideas such as freedom and democracy, there is no mention of that, but the traditional idea of loyal lord, loyal island is instilled. It is very similar to the vocational school in the previous life. Walking in this rushed college, Rosen saw a series of simple single-storied bungalows. This is because it is the first time to use the new material of tempered yellow clay, and there is not much experience in using it. Dean, this is the teaching area. With a total of 100 classrooms, each classroom can accommodate 100 students. Because there are many students and few classrooms, we will temporarily adopt a rotation mode of classes. Rosen stood at the door and observed that the classroom was empty. There were no tables, only small benches, and a writing board made of tempered black clay on the top. Fortunately, the lighting conditions are good. First, because the windows are relatively large, and second, there is a room lighting lamp hanging on the roof that is always on. It is enough to be able to do this in a short time, and even if many things are produced on the island, it has cost Rosen more than 40,000 OGs of funds. Of course, it will gradually improve in the future. How are the books distributed to students? Mrs. Fisher immediately reported. The clay board book Island Enlightenment volume has been distributed to 3 people. It is expected that everyone will have 1 book within a month. The book was compiled by Rosen himself. It contains the most basic but also the most effective knowledge, which is guaranteed to be suitable for everyone. The clay book is used because paper books are too expensive. Rosen can't afford to buy more than 20,000 books at once. So currently only the magic instructor has paper books. Naturally, the students' pens are charcoal pencils, and the paper is blank clay boards, or simply mud. After visiting the classroom, the next thing is the cafeteria. Currently, there are 100 large pots in the cafeteria, using black stones as firewood. The students' daily staple food is salt-boiled potatoes, and the supplementary food is various vegetable stews with meat soups, mainly vegetables, and as much meat as possible. Because they knew the Lord was coming to inspect, the canteen had prepared food samples. Rosen looked at them one by one, and after Alia confirmed that the food was fine, she asked someone to scoop him a small bowl of vegetable soup. He looked at the food and saw some meat oil floating on the soup, some minced meat, and some food aroma. Under the terrified eyes of the crowd, he took a few bites and felt that the taste was not delicious, but it was still edible, clean, and could taste some meat. It's okay. Do it this way in the future, it can only be better, not worse. Most students are growing up. They must be able to eat a lot, and the amount must be enough. After saying that, he drank the remaining vegetable stew soup in the bowl in a few mouthfuls. After handing the small bowl back, he could see Mrs. Fisher looking at him with a surprised look. Not to mention the big noble families in Shire County. Even the wealthy civilians would disdain to eat such a big pot of stewed food. Rosen knew why she was surprised, and he could understand it completely, because the living standard in Shire County was indeed much higher than that on the island. He seized the opportunity and said loudly, "Remember, every student in the academy is an island citizen. My duty as a lord is to ensure that every island citizen can eat enough, and on the basis of being full, eat as well as possible. So, I will come to the academy cafeteria at least 1 day a month in the future, and eat the same food as the students. I will come randomly, so don't think of dealing with me specifically. Mrs. Fisher was not surprised but respectful, kneeling and saluted. Yes, Dean. She originally thought that the Baron was setting up this academy to follow the trend of reforming new academies on the mainland. Even if he was willing to do it, he would be limited by his vision and attitude, and eventually become superficial. But now, she is not worried anymore. Afterwards, under the guidance of Mrs. Fisher, Rosen visited the students' dormitories, drinking water wells, and even toilets. Finally, more than 400 magic instructors gathered and gave a speech on the requirements of running a school, which ended the first inspection of the academy. It was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon when he got on the carriage again and left. The rain that had been held back for a whole morning finally began to fall, but it was just a drizzle and had no major impact. In the carriage, Rosen took out clean leather boots and put them on. The pair of leather boots covered with mud were naturally hung on the shelf outside the carriage. Lord, the academy's daily expenses are not small. Alia's voice came in from the window. It is quite a lot, but if you invest $1 now, you will get at least $10 back in the future. It even accounts for more than 30% of the total expenditure of the island, and because a large number of young people are off duty to learn new skills, the labor force of the entire island has been reduced a lot. In order to squeeze out more resources for the academy, he and Selena both announced to cut daily expenses and set an example for the upper class of the archipelago. Anyway, save as much as you can, because high-quality citizens are the foundation of modern countries. If you don't do it, others will do it. In the future, you will be beaten up, and you and your citizens will have to work like cows and horses for others. Therefore, he will not only do this on the White Sturgeon Island, but also do it in Whalon if he can successfully take over Whalon in the future. If Whalon wants to quickly catch up with the national quality of the kingdoms in the Wick continent, it must tighten its belt, and take this dose of strong medicine to strengthen the foundation. Lord, there seems to be a person standing under the tree in front. Rosen was stretching, and heard the words, "This is not a wilderness, it is not normal to have a person here." He had already noticed that person, and he looked normal from a distance. She seems to have twisted her ankle, and is sitting on the side of the road rubbing her ankle. As Alia said this, Rosen's heart suddenly moved slightly, and he had a strange feeling, which was the sensitivity unique to high-level mages. No, not an ordinary person. She was able to escape his ordinary observation, and he didn't feel abnormal until she was more than 200 meters away. This person must be very extraordinary. He came out in his original form this time, so he couldn't be careless. He immediately said to Lai Fu, "Release the fortune-telling technique 20 times, and check the good and bad luck." The magician from another world predicts the fate, but his soul comes from the earth, so he asks about the good and bad luck. A few seconds later, GPT Lai Fu, who was trained by the Earthlings, gave feedback. Most of the divination results show that meeting a noble person on the road is very auspicious. Chapter 95. Destiny divination was invented by Rosen himself, and it uses a very mysterious power of destiny. This mysterious power is very profound, and requires the magician to reach the 5th ring of magic power to have the sensitivity to control the power of destiny. But destiny is changing all the time, and there is a huge butterfly effect. Therefore, destiny divination is only roughly correct at the moment when the divination is completed. A moment later, the divination result itself becomes a butterfly that affects the subsequent destiny, so the divination result of the previous moment will quickly deviate from the true destiny trajectory. In short, the spell result is for reference only. Stop. After the carriage came to the tree, Rosen pulled down the window and looked at the woman sitting under the tree. "Miss, do you need help?" At first glance, it was a young farm lady of 23 or 24 years old, about the same age as his wife Selena, just the intersection of a girl and a woman. But she was born in a peasant family, and her pretty face had begun to show a lot of vicissitudes of life. Her messy hair was casually fixed behind her head with a wooden hairpin. She was wearing a patched coarse cloth skirt and a pair of muddy cloth shoes. In short, she was a very ordinary peasant woman. But Rosen knew that this was a very clever disguise. Even he could only feel the existence of the disguise, but could not see through the truth. After seeing Rosen, the other party looked around at the guards in front and behind the carriage, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. "Lord, there is no trouble, just a sprained foot." Rosen often appeared in public, and it was normal for the islanders to know the Lord. He asked, "Where do you live? I will give you a ride, or I will let a guard take you back." There was a special seat for servants at the back of the carriage. If it weren't for the previous divination result, he would at most call for a guard to help, and there would be no first half of the sentence. The other party said, "Then I trouble you, Lord. I live nearby, less than 2 kilometers away. Just drop me off at the fork in the road ahead." She limped over, pulled down the small bench attached to the back seat of the carriage and sat down. "Keep going." The carriage started again. In everyone's eyes, this was a very ordinary little thing, a small manifestation of the Lord's kindness. But in the carriage, as the other party got closer, Rosen was completely sure that the other party was coming for him, but most likely had no ill intentions. He guessed, there must be something he wanted to say to me, right? Wheels, wheels. The carriage drove steadily on the gravel road. After about 100 meters, Rosen's patience was responded to. A voice sounded in his mind, "Baron, do you remember me?" Rosen recognized the owner of the voice as soon as he heard it. "Oh, Snow Peak Goddess Melchelina, you are so good at disguise." The voice smiled lightly, but then sighed. "I have to disguise myself because I have been in trouble recently and am being hunted down." "Huh?" Rosen was shocked. "Who dares to hunt down the six-ring mage? The Emerald Battle Angel of Mother Nature. But you don't have to worry at all, it has nothing to do with you, because you have the blood of the natural gods in your body." This made Rosen's heart move slightly, and he immediately remembered the genealogy of world nobility that he had read well. Among them, the genealogical records of all the lords of the Natural Alliance trace back all the way to a certain natural god, or the godly father, or Mother Nature, or other natural gods. In other words, the reason why the Natural Alliance is called the Natural Alliance is because the lords are all descendants of natural gods. He smiled and said, "It seems that the whereabouts of the Emerald War Angels are so secretive that I have never felt their existence. War Angels are not lives, but magic puppets, the same as the mountain tyrants created by my ancestors, so it is difficult to feel them." After a pause, the goddess outside the carriage said again, "However, compared with 200 years ago, the number of Emerald War Angels has greatly decreased, and there are probably less than 3 on the entire Whalon Island. This shows that whether it is me or the natural gods, the glory of our ancestors is constantly dimming. But I am very unlucky. I met one not long after leaving the island, so I haven't been able to completely get rid of the pursuit now." Rosen listened silently, and felt in his heart, "Fortunately my flesh is a descendant of natural gods, otherwise my fate might be worse than that of the goddess. After all, the goddess is the direct descendant of the Iron Dragon, and he is only a collateral descendant. He has no access to the high-level knowledge left by his ancestors. So what do you want to tell me? I want to remind you that the sea area east of the White Sturgeon Island is not as simple as you think. Those sea fishmen are just a group of slaves. There are powerful masters behind them." Rosen was slightly startled. Has the goddess been paying attention to my actions? The Fishman Killer plan has only been started for a short time. He asked himself that he has been doing it in secret. Unless someone pays special attention to him, he will know. Of course I am paying attention. I have seen all the big things you have done on the island recently. Of course, I am mainly bored, not having any intentions towards you. Well, I do have a reason, which is to use your protection to avoid the pursuit of the Emerald War Angel." Rosen felt strange again. Why, the Emerald Battle Angel is hiding from me? It will try to avoid the attention of all lords. After all, they cannot harm the lords of the natural gods, and most of the lords have forgotten the glory of their ancestors. After they mobilize their troops, they can easily destroy these battle angels. Rosen listened to these words, savored them carefully, and recalled his experience in the past 10 years. Suddenly he said, "Have you been to Dawn City?" "Ah? How do you know?" The goddess' voice was full of surprise. Obviously, she did not expect Rosen to ask this question. Rosen smiled. "Because of an unexpected opportunity, I once found a very special nun in the Cathedral of St. Whalon in Dawn City. I felt that she was extraordinarily powerful at the time, so I always respected the Temple of Nature. Now I think that none should be the Emerald Battle Angel you mentioned." Even though there were only 3 priests in the Temple of Nature on the White Sturgeon Island, Rosen still respected them, and spent a little money to repair the dilapidated temple for them. "So I guess you must have offended that scary nun." The goddess sighed. "Okay, you guessed right." After a pause, she said, "I went to Dawn City to investigate your past, because I want to see how you got such a high level of magic power." Rosen smiled and said, "This is the favor of Mother Nature. Come on, Zigralana is always sleeping. She can sleep more than me. She doesn't have time to favor the direct descendants on the Wick continent. How can she have time to favor you, a small island lord of the side branch?" Rosen was stunned. "I thought the princess was sent to me by Mother Nature." This was actually his deepest and most secret consideration for taking the risk of accepting the princess. The goddess laughed. "I thought so at first, so I went to Dawn City to investigate. But the investigation results show that this is an accident, because Zigralana is in a deep sleep, and it will be at least 10 years before she wakes up again. Rosen was a little surprised. Why does she sleep all the time? Is she too old? According to the natural calendar, the Mother of Nature has lived for at least 1,500 years, which is far beyond the natural lifespan of mortals. Even if this mortal is a high-level wizard. Not too old, probably around 30 years old. Because she sleeps a lot, a cycle of 50 years, and she wakes up for less than a year each time. She sleeps because she has lived too long, and there is nothing new in the world, so she wants to live longer, so that she can wake up and help her descendants when they encounter difficulties. After a pause, the goddess continued, but this time, she will really miss a lot of exciting events, haha. After laughing, she returned to the topic of fishmen. The fishmen in the east are servants of the deep-sea siren, and the deep-sea siren is the master of the North Golden Ocean. This is knowledge that Rosen does not know. Are the deep-sea sirens a race in myths and legends that can sing to confuse sailors, swim at high speeds in the seabed, and fly in the sky? Almost. Although they are far from as strong as described in myths, they are indeed a bit difficult to deal with, especially in the ocean, and are simply a nightmare for ocean-going ships. And the sirens loyal to the fishmen in the east of the White Sturgeon Island should be a strong person with 7 rings of power. By the way, she has lived for a long time, so she is still sleeping. But her descendants are active. If you attack the Murlocs, they will definitely awaken the Banshee King. Rosen heard this, and felt murderous. The goddess felt it, and said bluntly, "You are definitely not her opponent in the ocean. The fleet you built may not be able to threaten the targets hidden in the deep sea. In addition, although the Murlocs are stupid, the Banshees are very smart. They can easily form a terrible navy with the Murlocs. So, unless you are fully prepared, it is better not to act on your own." Rosen's murderous intention disappeared very quickly, because in a short period of time, he really couldn't make a combat submarine that could dive into the depths of the ocean to hunt down the Banshees. This is much more difficult than a small speedboat. Also, a 7-ring-old monster is really not easy to mess with. Since the goddess notified me and said so much, she must have something to teach me, right? Hee hee. The goddess laughed. Today's conversation is very pleasant. I'm at the end of the field. Let's talk again next time. After that, she jumped off the back seat of the carriage and limped away. Rosen looked at her through the window, and saw that she just turned her head. After noticing his gaze, she grinned, showing 2 rows of white teeth as distinct as pearls. After she walked away, Alia said, "Lord, I think that peasant woman is weird." Rosen smiled lightly. "It's a bit weird." The carriage continued to move forward. He thought about the goddess's reminder all the way, and then began to query the information in LiveFoo's database. While checking, he suddenly found a record from Adventures in the Deep Sea written by Kusk, a famous sailor adventurer from Kau. It describes a record of dealing with a deep sea witch. A person on the water, a fish under the water, and a bird in the sky. Isn't this a transfiguration? Her singing voice is beautiful and melodious, her face is beautiful, and her skin is as white and tender as a girl's. This is not surprising. If you soak in water every day, your skin will be tender. Once your skin is tender, your appearance will naturally improve. Even in the swimming pool in the previous life, the proportion of beauties is relatively high. She loves pleasure very much and has excellent endurance, but she can seek pleasure all day long, which is unbearable for human men. Isn't this a dolphin from another world? Rosen felt that maybe there is no need for fighting, but a literary fight. But what creatures in the world can satisfy dolphins, who seek pleasure all day long? There is still too little relevant information, and he really can't think of it. While thinking, the carriage returned to the Crescent Castle. As soon as I got off the car and returned to the inner room of the Lord's Longhouse, I saw Serena coming over with a letter in her hand, and a hint of embarrassment on her face. "Dear, Anna has written." Chapter 96. As a princess, Selena is always graceful and generous. There are not many things in the world that can embarrass her. Now it is related to Anna, so Rosen knows that the mentor should have returned to Shire County. Then he must not delay the matter of keeping the Flame War Core. Because the Earl wrote him several letters before, he was vague and perfunctory, and now the Earl must have told the mentor about this. He took the letter handed over by Selena, and sat on the bench in the inner warm room. Selena leaned on his shoulder, and the two read the letter together. The spell mark on the letter was still sealed, which meant that Selena had not read it yet. He took out the letter paper, and opened the envelope. Suddenly, a faint and soft fragrance spread out. It was the alchemical perfume called Ocean Dream that the mentor liked the most. Selena sniffed and commented, The smell is slightly different from the past. It seems that the Ocean Dream of Lockwood Perfume Shop has a new model. Is there any change? Rosen carefully distinguished it and nodded in agreement. It seems to be a little different. I will send someone to buy a few models. Selina immediately shook her head. There is no need to spend this money. Business is more important. She always remembered the future picture that Rosen had described in the Blue Whale Mansion. Rosen gently rubbed his wife's cheek, opened the letter and read, "My dearest friend Selina, and the apprentice, who likes to take advantage of the men the most, say hello to you." Hearing this, Selina breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest gently. Anna really understands me, and knows that those bad ideas are not my idea. Rosen smiled and continued to read. Winter is about to end, and I return to my hometown with joy, planning to spend a wonderful Wintervale festival with my brother and sister-in-law. I also miss my dearest friend Selina, and wonder if my apprentice has taken good care of her, but now it seems that I should be worrying too much. Oh, I can't wait to see Anna. Selina clasped her hands in front of her chest, looking forward to it. After arriving home, I met my sister-in-law, who praised me for teaching me a good apprentice, and just when I was secretly proud of myself, my brother said that the little bastard you taught played with me. I was surprised, and then I carefully learned about the incident from my brother, and found that the incident was really beyond my expectations. Now, Baron White Island, my naughty apprentice, should you come to Shire County as soon as possible to explain the incident to your mentor and his family? There is not much content, so it ends here. After reading, Rosen and Selina looked at each other. Serena dodged his gaze, and looked embarrassed. They did this together, and Rosen led her to cooperate. If she was facing anyone else instead of Anna, she would have done it with a clear conscience. But Anna couldn't do that. She really couldn't face it. Without her saying anything, Rosen knew what she was thinking and spread his hands. Dear, all the bad ideas are my own. You just cooperate with me, and now that you are being questioned by the tutor, it is natural for me to solve it. He raised his hand, and took Serena into his arms, comforting her in a gentle voice. Don't worry, dear, I won't let you face this embarrassing situation. I go to Shire County first, and when you meet my tutor, I will definitely solve the problem perfectly. Selina's embarrassment was relieved a lot, and she began to worry about her husband again. Are you sure it's okay for you to go alone? Rosen smiled. If the mentor is not here, it will be a bit of a problem. But if the mentor is here, the most you will get is a few words of blame from the Earl. He deliberately delayed the matter until now, just to wait for the mentor to come back. Selina asked, Are you going now? Tomorrow, there are still some affairs to be arranged in the territory, and I have to prepare well. He carefully put away the letter, and handed it to Selina for safekeeping, and activated the puppet to go to the government affairs study, and sent an order to Yope, who was training at the seaside, to act cautiously, and stop provoking the fishmen. Finally, he made some arrangements for various affairs in the territory. His real body went to the magic laboratory, and packed the latest batch of low-end magic tools one by one. This batch of magic tools is very, very low-end, almost low to the dust, so that the most ordinary people can afford and use them. But the magic knowledge contained in the magic weapon is not low-end at all. Some secret arts are even the most advanced among all the magic weapons he has sold in the past. The strategy he adopted is naturally the usual: follow the grassroots mass line, and surround the city from the countryside. He packed about 5 large boxes, 4 of which were handed over to his wife Selina along with a letter and a list, and asked her to hand them over when the merchant Aji came. He took a separate box, but it was intended to be taken to Shire County. He went to Shire County this time to persuade the Earl to support him. At the same time, there was another important purpose, which was to go to the Earl's family library and check the historical materials to see if there was any knowledge related to banshees and fishmen. In addition to low-end magic tools, he also took some high-level induced arcane defense magic tools, but these things were used as gifts to give favors. After preparation, everything was normal. When resting at night, he hugged his wife's warm and soft body, and was about to relax, but was stopped by her. No! Ah! The little bad guys are here. Rosen understood as soon as he heard it, and put his hand on his wife's lower abdomen to feel it. He felt 2 very secret breaths, one lively and jumping, and the other quiet as water, but both faintly echoed with his power. This sense of resonance is very subtle, and it is the sensitivity of magicians above the 5th ring, and it can easily confirm whether it is his blood. Of course, Selina is pregnant with his blood, because the 2 of them have been working whenever they have free time during this period, and they are very diligent. Rosen leaned behind Selina's ear and said with joy, A boy and a girl, so good. With the twins, he will be qualified to compete for the Duke's position. Selina shrank her neck and was a little uneasy. It came too fast. I thought it would take at least 1 or 2 years. In this world, it is not difficult for mages to get pregnant, but because of the magic power, both sides need to work together. So usually, there will be no children for 1 to 3 years at the beginning, and then one after another. As a result, Selena came before 3 months. Anna and her husband have been married for 3 years, and still have no children. Rosen needs it to be fast, and the reason why it is so fast is inseparable from his secret efforts. Because these days, the infant mortality rate is relatively high, and it is high for ordinary families, and not low for lords. Under the age of 3, it is gone, so in the general public's concept, an heir under the age of 3 can only be considered half at most. If she can live to be over 3 years old and still be plump and healthy, then as long as she is well taken care of, and does not commit suicide, she can basically live to adulthood. Therefore, the child must come early, which can greatly stabilize the people's hearts at a critical moment. He comforted softly, "Dear madam, this just shows the harmony of our magic power. The child will definitely be very healthy after it is born." "Well, you are right." Selena was greatly comforted, turned around and hugged Rosen and said, "I knew I didn't choose the wrong person at the beginning." Rosen thought for a while, and then said, "Don't announce this for the time being. I will also raise the alert level of the Black Iron Guard to the highest level. In addition, Alia will stay with you." Seeing that Selena was about to object, he whispered, "Alia's fighting spirit has been promoted to the 4th level combat master, and she is also alert. I feel at ease with her by your side." Of course, it was not a natural promotion, but he quietly assisted. Intelligence Officer Stannard should also be used well. He is good at gathering intelligence, and is absolutely loyal. I will also ask him to raise the castle's alert level to the highest level. Now, I am not in danger, but you are, because there must be many people who don't want our child to be born. But don't worry, as long as the news is not leaked, it is not dangerous. Because the child came early, and avoided the dangerous period. It is almost an iron rule that wizard couples will have children after a year, and there are few exceptions, so it has become a blind spot in thinking. Now, he has not yet risen and has received little attention. It is the perfect time to have children. Selena understood. "Dear, I understand. But this is not enough." Rosen also plans to secretly cast some destiny blessing spells on Selena and the surrounding areas of Crescent Castle to completely hide the matter of the child, and avoid being spied on by interested people to the greatest extent. There was no conversation that night. Early the next morning, Rosen, who was fully prepared, put on a leather windbreaker, picked up a box, got on a carriage, and left the Crescent Castle under the eyes of his wife. The Lord was naturally escorted by guards when he traveled, but at the same time, Rosen also brought a newly built number 3 puppet. As for the number 2 puppet, it stayed in the Crescent Castle. In case of any special incident, Selena could control the rescue scene on his behalf. Along the way, Rosen hid in the dark, and the number 3 puppet came forward. The road from Crescent City to Sturgeon Wharf has been tempered, wide and flat, and the carriage runs very fast. It didn't take long to reach the wharf. A total of 10 senior knights and 20 intermediate knights formed the bearing guard, boarded a small and medium-sized wooden cargo ship over 40 meters long, and set off from the port. It was a favorable wind, and the ship was not big, so the speed was very fast. We set off at 7 a.m., crossed the windbreak strait at 9:30 a.m., and arrived at the broken gold wharf in Xiaolin City. Because it was a public mission that required us to show our identity, we immediately went to the wharf management office after landing and asked one of the guards to report our identity. The wharf manager was a middle-aged man with a big belly and a half-bald head. Rosen's database had information about this guy, named Goldrin, who was a bully. He chatted with the guards for a few words, and then walked towards Rosen with a smile on his face. When he arrived in front of him, he smiled before he spoke. "Baron, the Earl ordered me to wait for your arrival here. He said that as soon as you come, go directly to Maple Leaf Castle. By the way, the Earl has also prepared a carriage for you and a horse for your guards." He nodded and pointed to the warehouse next to the dock management office. His attitude was extremely good. Things are different now. Everyone in Xiaolin City knows that the White Sturgeon Baron across the sea received a generous dowry from the princess, and he is very rich. He has recruited many people from Xiaolin City at a high price. Goldlin has a relative who makes a living on the White Sturgeon Island, and the salary is very generous, even he is a little envious. Rosen nodded calmly. Then I trouble the supervisor. Ordinary people are like this, their hearts are as ethereal as duckweed, they will feel inexplicable contempt for strangers because of some rumors, and they will feel unsourced respect for the same reason. As for Rosen, The Ten-Ring Soul gave him an extremely tough heart. He would not get angry because of others' arrogance, nor would he be complacent because of others' respect. But the proper etiquette still needs to be observed. Because there are few gentlemen in the world and many villains. And he also needs to create the image of the rich White Sturgeon Island to reverse the general contempt of the world for the White Sturgeon Island. Because only when people are yearning for him, more people will be willing to join him. Considering that the dock manager seems to be glamorous, but in fact his annual salary is only more than 80 augurs, he handed over a bounty of 5 augurs. Sure enough, Goldrun was so happy that he couldn't find the north. His waist was bent and his chin was about to touch the ground. He got on the carriage, and the guard knight rode on the horse, rushing all the way to Maple Leaf Castle. Along the way, you can see that his guard knights looked around, their eyes full of surprise, obviously dazzled by the scenery of the big city. Although this countryman's performance is a bit embarrassing, it doesn't matter, just take him out a few more times. Soon arrived at Maple Leaf Castle. Maple Leaf Castle also got the news early, and the butler Abreu was waiting at the drawbridge door outside the castle early. As soon as he saw the carriage, he immediately walked up to greet him, and said respectfully, "Baron, the Earl has ordered that you go directly to see him when you arrive." Compared with the last time, this treatment is really much higher. Rosen smiled. "Then please lead the way, Mr. Abreu." He looked calm on the surface, but he was still a little nervous. Because he was about to meet his mentor, he was a little worried about being scolded by his mentor. Chapter 97. Click, click. Rosen walked in the spacious corridor of the castle, with the butler Mr. Abreu in front of him and 2 servants carrying his bag behind him. This time, he would rest directly in the inner court VIP room of Maple Leaf Castle. "Mr. Abreu, is my mentor, Mrs. Agnet, here too?" "No, Mrs. Agnet happened to be out for something, but she should be back soon." "Oh, how is the Earl feeling?" "I can't tell, but at least he's not angry." Abreu was as tight-lipped as ever, and the detection guard that Rosen had previously set up in the castle had already expired. "Thank you very much." When he arrived at the inner court VIP room, while the 2 servants were putting his suitcase away, Rosen found a suitable opportunity, took out an AO gold coin with a face value of 100 aug, and quietly stuffed it into the coat pocket of butler Abreu. The action was natural and secretive, and no one except Abreu could see it. "Thank you very much for the news, sir." Abreu was shocked by a ray of blue light, raised his hand, and touched it slightly, and his heartbeat began to accelerate. This was equivalent to his income for half a year. The most important thing was that the other party gave it secretly, and it was in cash, so he could use it directly. The Baron was really generous. Although it was true that his family was a loyal servant of the Earl for generations, the servants also had their own small families and needed money to improve their lives. As long as it did not violate the principles, it would not be a big deal to give them some convenience. Besides, this Baron was the chief apprentice of Princess Anna, and was also highly valued by the Countess. He could only be considered a half-outsider. Thinking of this, he quickly looked around and saw that no one was paying attention, so he returned the favor. The Earl was very dissatisfied and even broke a cup. It was not only because of the flame war core, but also partly because of the smuggling at the dock. "It's really worth it to buy such important information for 100 augs." Rosen nodded gently to show that he understood. "Fortunately, I got through the Countess's relationship, otherwise, with the Earl's temper, he would have made trouble before the tutor came back." Although he was not afraid of the Earl's trouble because of the geographical advantage of the island, unless there was a life-and-death feud between the neighboring lords, it was better to fight but not break. It was never a good thing to fall out. As for now, the best way is naturally to delay, and wait for the tutor to come back. But if he did so, the Earl would think that he was fearless, which would only make him more angry, and he couldn't always rely on the tutor. It's best to solve your own problems by yourself. After thinking about it, Rosen went back to the room, opened the box, took out a few prepared items, and took them with him, and then continued to follow Abulu and walk towards Earl Robert's government study. Just when I was halfway there, I heard a crisp and tender voice coming from the corner. "Where are you? Where are you? Where are you?" As she spoke, a charming figure in a sky-blue dress came out from behind the corner. It was Princess Alice. When she saw Rosen, her pale face, which was confused a moment ago, showed a sincere joy. "Baron Rosen, you came so fast. My mother told me this morning that you wouldn't come so soon. Because you are already a lord, and there are many things to do in the territory." Rosen smiled and said, "Princess Alice, your aunt is my most respected mentor besides my parents. My mentor asked me to come quickly, and I dare not delay for a moment." Alice giggled. "Then you have to be careful," and told father that she must scold you severely. After saying that, she immediately changed the subject. But no matter what, things will always pass. Come on, help me see my original food recipe. What I made this time is fun. It can be seen that the young princess is still a playful girl. Butler Abra had to remind carefully, Princess, your father is waiting for the Baron. Upon hearing this, Alice immediately lost her temper. Okay, then I will come to ask for advice after dinner. After getting rid of this playful princess, Rosen knew that the tutor was not a big deal. The harsh reprimand must be said to the Earl. If the tutor said nothing, he would be really angry. Soon he arrived at the door of the Earl's study and knocked gently. Uncle, I'm here. Come in. The voice was very calm, but the suppressed anger could be felt faintly. This is human nature. How can you be happy when you are being plotted against? Pushing the door and walking in, closing the study door, I saw the Earl sitting behind a large starwood desk, his upper body leaning back on a high-back chair with thick leather cushions. His violet eyes, slightly lighter than the tutor's, stared at Rosen with a sneer on his face. There is no black iron ore on the island at all, but you made up a lie, right? My father said there is in the letter. If you don't believe it, I can show you the letter. Rosen looked apologetic and really took out an old envelope. Of course, you have to make up a complete lie. There are many things in this world that can be done, but not said. If no one knows about the bad things you have done, it is the same as not doing them. If you tell it out and let the whole world know, you will fall into a very unfavorable moral dilemma. Therefore, a smart lord should be a moral saint. As for the Earl, he had to apologize and take out his pocket. On the other side, the Earl was startled. He didn't expect this to happen. He looked at Rosen's face carefully, but he only saw sincere apologies. This made him lose the handle to vent his anger. But the anger was still there. Show me the letter. Rosen immediately handed over the letter. The Earl looked carefully and found that the paper was old, the font was rough, and the tone of the father's teaching to his son was adopted. Ted had been his guard for many years, and he knew Ted, so he knew that it was indeed Ted's letter as soon as he saw the letter, and the letter did talk about the black iron ore. So Rosen didn't lie to him. This made the Earl's anger dissipate a lot, because he hated people lying to him the most, especially after the incident with Master Cow. Well, at least you didn't lie to me. Then let's talk about the flame core. Since there is no black iron ore, and the island has been pacified, why did you keep my elite warriors privately? Rosen immediately apologized sincerely. Uncle, I know what I did was not very authentic, so I brought you compensation this time. Compensation? That's more like it. The Earl's tone was slower. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? Let me tell you in advance that the flame core is very expensive, not only including armor equipment, but also daily training, plus the military supplies I prepared this time, which adds up to a lot of money. He decided to blackmail Rosen and get back all the money he made from smuggling. And no one can persuade him. Rosen observed the expression and took out the wooden box he had prepared long ago. Uncle, the compensation is naturally enough. But wait a minute, I brought you some gifts this time. He put the wooden box on the table, opened the lid, and found a row of exquisite magic tools made of hardened mithril. The high-level arcane amulet made by your highness, and I. You, your uncle, the princess, and the young master, and the mentor, each prepared one. The Earl was stunned. Oh, your gift is quite generous. The high-level amulet is still quite valuable. He leaned over and looked at the wooden box, and found that the magic tool in the box was very exquisite in appearance, and the maple leaf element of the Robert family was specially added, which was very beautiful. He resisted for a while, trying to remain reserved, because he had not forgiven this cunning little baron. But in the end, he couldn't help it, leaned over and took an amulet, and looked at it carefully. It feels very warm in the hand. It is obviously metal, but it has a hint of warmth, which is very comfortable to touch in winter. Looking at the details, not only is the shape exquisite, but the craftsmanship is also amazingly high. There is no flaw at all, and there is a rare flawless beauty. It is completely conceivable that the weapon refiner must have devoted a lot of effort to it. Well, this thing looks really good. You and Her Royal Highness the Princess are thoughtful. Most of the anger in his heart dissipated. After all, he has a full 10 flame war groups. If one is missing, he can just reorganize another one. As long as the compensation is enough, with 1 million people in Shire County, and the foundation of countless combat talents, he can quickly reorganize one. This gift is good, I accept it, but the compensation cannot be less. Although he said so, the Earl's expression was much more relaxed. Rosen smiled and said, Uncle, you know I don't have much cash on hand. The Earl was angry again. Huh, you lied? I think you are very rich. Rosen knew that the other party was referring to smuggling, and he immediately cried, Poor Uncle, It's really not much. All my transactions outside the island are hard work. The limited cash on hand is also spent on hiring talents from Shire County. And all this money will eventually stay in Shire County. This is similar to the news the Earl got. He laughed and said, "Okay, then tell me your compensation proposal." Rosen immediately brought out the plan he had prepared long ago. "My idea is that I will open a business with you. I will be responsible for refining the weapon, and I will also provide the materials. You are only responsible for sales, and the profit will be divided 46:4. We will get 4, and you will get 6. Because it is a small magic weapon, there is no need to worry about being discovered by the Duke." The Earl was not satisfied with this plan. He shrugged. "I admit that your refining skills are superb, but the cost of making these magic tools is definitely not low. You can't sell them as well as Aaron's products. It's hard to break even, let alone make money." Rosen immediately said, "Of course we know this, so we don't sell high-end products, but low-end ones." The Earl sneered. "How much money can you make from low-end products?" Rosen took out a sample magic tool he had prepared long ago. "Uncle, look at this. This magic tool is a bracelet made of a lightweight unknown transparent material, and many mithril filaments are embedded inside. You can see that the filament structure is very complex, making the whole bracelet look very mysterious." "What is this?" "Beautiful girl bracelet. It doesn't have much effect. After wearing it, you don't have to worry about anything. It will continuously transform the pure water power that nourishes the body, making the body healthier and the skin more hydrated and smooth." The Earl felt more and more unreliable. Who would like this kind of nonsense? "And how much do you plan to sell it for?" 3 ogs per piece, and the cost is 3 krones, and the mithril thread inside is less than 3 grams in total." The Earl was a little surprised. "Well, the cost is very low. I'm just afraid that it won't sell." Rosen asked back, "Uncle, whose money do you think is the easiest to make?" "Of course, the money of the rich is the easiest to make." "No, Uncle, it's women's money that is the easiest to make." "Well, that's true. After all, women are the best at spending money. They don't feel bad at all when they spend money. They don't know how hard it is for men to make money. It doesn't matter whether it's big or small. When you see something, you must buy the best, the latest perfume, and the latest skirt." As he spoke, the Earl actually began to complain to Rosen. Rosen stopped the Earl's complaints in time. "Now, you can make yourself more beautiful with only 3 ogs. Do you think women will be unwilling to pay?" "Well, it seems to make sense." Rosen immediately said, "There are more than 1 million people in Shire County, half of whom are women, which means 500,000. As long as 1/10 of them buy it, it will be 150,000 ogs, and after deducting the cost, it will be more than 130,000. The Earl felt a little dizzy after hearing this, and it took him a while to come back to his senses. "Wait, even if so many people buy it, you can't make so many, right?" Rosen smiled. "Uncle, of course I can't make it by myself, but I have invented a new refining process that can greatly lower the threshold for making bracelets. At present, our island can make 5,000 similar bracelets a month. There are not so many at present, because the underground secret production line is too small, and the production capacity is limited. There are also many high-end tasks, and they can't all be used to make this little thing. But it is only temporary. The island public magic tool factory is already under construction, and a large number of dedicated low-end production lines will be installed. A few months later, when the first batch of students from the island college are trained, the factory will be able to start production, and the bracelet production capacity will explode immediately. But this matter cannot be said too much, for fear of scaring the Earl." Seeing that the Earl was somewhat persuaded, Rosen continued, "In order to make the bracelet easier to sell, in addition to calling it the beautiful girl bracelet, you can also call it the happy woman, the delicate flower, which is guaranteed to make people fall in love with it as soon as they hear it. In addition, I have also developed other types of low-end magic tools, such as the disease immunity necklace, the stallion belt, the fast-stepping leather boots, and the heart-piece hat." The Earl felt that his knowledge was not enough, because the young Baron's ideas were too jumpy. Although his words were clear, his speed was too fast, and he felt that he could not keep up. Wait. The Earl raised his hand to stop Rosen from talking. "Don't keep talking, slow down, let me slow down." Before he finished speaking, he heard Jill's chuckle from outside the door, and then a word with a teasing smile came in. "Rosen, stop talking. If you continue talking, our distinguished Earl will not be able to tell which is north and which is south." Click. The door of the study was pushed open, and a plump and graceful figure walked in. It was none other than Rosen's magic mentor, senior magician, oh no, now the magic master Anna Robert, Mrs. Agnet. Chapter 98. Mrs. Agnet does not have the dazzling beauty of Selina, but she has bright eyes, soft features, and a graceful figure, like a white tulip quietly blooming. No matter who she stands with, she will not look abrupt, nor will she be ignored. Now that her magic power has been promoted to the 4th ring, this trait is even more prominent. When she walked into the government study in a lavender dress, Rosen immediately put down the bracelet sample in his hand, raised his hand across his chest to perform the apprentice salute, and said salute to the mentor. The Earl, who was dizzy by Rosen, breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had met a savior. Sister, you came back at the right time. You are a little apprentice with a lot of tricks in your belly, and I am really no match for him. Mrs. Agnet walked to the desk to check the bracelet Rosen brought. Rosen immediately stepped aside to make room for the mentor. She picked up the light and delicate bracelet, looked at it carefully, and even injected magic power into it to carefully examine its internal structure. As she looked at it, Mrs. Agnet showed a hint of surprise on her face. Rosen, for such a small thing, you set such a complicated spell lock? For a moment, she couldn't crack it. Rosen squinted and smiled. Teacher, don't look at the smallness of the thing, but it has the power to collect ordinary people's expectations. Please allow me to name this subtle power that has been ignored. It refers to the weak magic power that naturally exists in the soul of every ordinary person. When ordinary people pay special attention to an item, this very weak magic power will follow and entangle it. Mrs. Agnet looked interested. Continue. For example, this bracelet is named Beautiful Girl, so this word is a hint. When the buyer takes it home and wears it every day, he will naturally put the expectation of Beautiful Girl on the bracelet. When the bracelet is stimulated, it can produce a kind of micro-magic, which gives the wearer the moisture of water element, thus producing a beautiful effect. It's really interesting, and it is indeed effective. Although the effect is very weak, it will be felt by the wearer after a while, right? Rosen nodded. If the expectation is strong, you can feel the effect after wearing it for 10 days. Mrs. Agnet looked down at the bracelet again. The craftsmanship is very exquisite, not inferior to the magic tools imported by Aaron, and the material is also unique. I have never seen it before. She looked up at Rosen, and her bright violet eyes once again revealed an inquiring light. Rosen, it seems that you have done a lot of groundbreaking research in the magic laboratory that I don't know about. Rosen nodded very straightforwardly. Yes, mentor, I have done a lot. I have no doubt that it has a huge market, but since you plan to sell it in Shire County, how do you and my brother plan to divide the profits? There are 2 ways to divide it. One is 3 ogres, and the profit is 64%. Or the Earl can set the price by himself, and buy it from me at a price of 20 crones each. It sounds good. You just said that there are other types of small magic tools? Yes, there are many. I am still developing them. The approach is similar to this bracelet. It is developed for the daily needs of ordinary people, so that every ordinary person can use magic tools. Very good idea. How high can the output be raised? I have been training craftsmen with similar skills. Within 3 months, the output can be raised to at least 10,000 per month. Very good. Mrs. Agnet praised sincerely, and turned to look at the Earl. Brother, I think this is a very good way. If it develops well, the monthly income may be tens of thousands of og, which means hundreds of thousands of og per year. This made Rosen slightly stunned. Teacher, you are so optimistic, which is not in line with your cautious character. And he could also think that the teacher's words directly reduced the difficulty of reaching a cooperation by an order of magnitude. Sure enough, the Earl said excitedly, Sister, since even you think it is reliable, it seems to be a good business. Sister was promoted to a master of magic at a young age, which is the pride of the family. Maybe the Earl would not listen to her in other aspects, but he trusted her without reservation in the field of magic. So when she said this, the Earl immediately decided to cooperate with Rosen. Since it was such a large-scale cooperation, the matter of the Flame War group would naturally pass. But there was one more thing he had to clarify with the little baron. So he coughed lightly, sat back in the thick leather chair, and said, Rosen, my nephew, the smuggling activities at Broken Gold Wharf have been rampant recently. What do you think about this? If they took the normal route, these smuggled goods should have paid taxes to him. But now they sneaked through without paying, which was taking advantage of him. Although the amount is not large at present, in the past month or so, at least his wharf has lost several thousand ogs in income. The port tax of Broken Gold Wharf is the largest source of income in Shire County, and it is an inexhaustible family gold mine, which cannot be sloppy at all. Speaking of this, Rosen's face became serious. After obtaining the consent of his mentor, he released a blockade barrier towards the study and the window. Then, he whispered, Uncle, mentor, The princess and I have found a group of secret supporters in the south. Robert and his sister were shocked when he said this. Mrs. Agnet felt that her apprentice's blockade barrier was too weak, so she immediately added a fourth ring arcane secret wall that she had just learned recently, covering the entire study. She then said, "Supporters support what?" Rosen whispered, "Support the princess and oppose the current duke." Upon hearing this, the earl jumped up from his chair in shock. This is a conspiracy. Well, this news is really shocking. He wanted to say treason, but after thinking carefully, the princess is also a member of the Adrian family, and the natural divine blood in her body is not thinner than the current duke, and may even be thicker. Because the Adrian family started with Saint Waelon, and Saint Waelon's bloodline is more fully reflected in women. The princess's amazingly pure emerald eyes reflect this point very well. In fact, if the princess had not been too young, the position of duke would have definitely gone to Ryder, Adrian. If Ryder did a good job, that would be fine, and no one would have any objections, but Ryder is a softed, and all the earls in the northern counties look down on him. Shire is also a northern county, and all goods from the Wick continent must be scraped at Dawn Stormport. Although it has always been scraped before, it has become more severe after the new duke took office. The problem is that when Dawn City raises taxes, Shire County cannot follow suit because it is connected to other northern counties on land. Northerners have a bad temper. If the price increases too much, Shire will be beaten. As a result, Shire, the northern trade center, was hit the hardest. Count Robert had long been very dissatisfied with this. He was even more furious about the new route. Lady Agnet thought more, but she didn't say anything. Her big, soft eyes stared at her young apprentice. After looking for a long time, she said, "Rosen, Selina can't be a good duke. Although she has a tough character, her mind is too shallow. She has a very good relationship with Selina, and they are very familiar with each other, and she knows Selina's character well." Rosen certainly knew that he couldn't hide this from his mentor, and he didn't intend to hide it. "I will assist her. If the matter is successful, I will become the regent." Mrs. Agnet nodded. "That's quite reliable." After returning to the Shire County these few days, she heard a lot of rumors about the White Sturgeon Island. She also went to inquire about it, and found that her young apprentice was actually a very outstanding lord. In terms of being a lord, anyone in his position could not do better than him. The earl was a little shocked at first, but after careful consideration, he agreed with this point. He thought a lot. First of all, Rosen's ability and insight are unquestionable. Secondly, Rosen is a northerner, and both he and his wife have a very good relationship with their own family. Especially, Rosen is the first apprentice of his sister, and he respects his sister very much. After his sister sent a letter, he came the next day. When he becomes the regent, he will definitely take great care of the interests of the Shire County. When he and the princess have a child, the child will have half northerner's blood. His father is a northern baron. When the child succeeds to become the new duke, he will definitely be good to the north. But he also had concerns. The blood-sucking earls in the southern county will definitely not agree, but our warriors in the northern county can beat them to a pulp. But what about the Arryn people? Although they were reluctant, everyone knew that the current Duke Waelon was actually supported by the Arryn people. Even if he was not a puppet, he would greatly take care of the interests of the Arryn people. The Arryn people would never watch him being overthrown. Once there was a change in Dawn City, the Lion fleet cruising in the Gilded Strait would immediately come north. Maybe they still had a lead on the land with the Arryn people, but the strait would definitely be blocked, and all the sea trade routes between Waelon and the Wick continent would be cut off, and even food would not be imported. High-end magic products would be fine, it would just mean a hard life. But food was the lifeline, and they would be panicked if they didn't eat a meal. They in the northern county were not worried about having no food, but those short-sighted idiots in the southern county planted cotton, sugarcane, tobacco, and other messy things in the farmland. Without the food supply from the Wick continent, it would be a tragedy. Besides, there are many people in the south, and even if the north wants to save them, there is not enough food. So the two words Arryn are a huge stone weighing on the hearts of every Earl of Waelon. In fact, Rosen has a countermeasure for this, but it is not the time to propose and implement the countermeasure yet. He whispered. So, we have to accumulate strength year by year, not only to store more food, but also to develop our own magic industry in Waelon and achieve independence. Independence? Robert and his sister savored the word carefully, and their faces showed a complicated look. Welland has never achieved true independence. Even in the era of Saint Baron, it was only with the strong support of the Arryn people that they were able to successfully gain a foothold on the Varan giant island. After a long time, Earl Robert came back to his senses and asked, "So, What is the purpose of these smuggling? White Sturgeon Island needs to develop strength to prove that Princess Selena has enough ability to lead Varen. At the same time, I will be the regent minister in the future, and I also need some of my own financial resources. But the Duke has a trade ban, so I have to smuggle. Ban? The Earl wanted to let the ban die, but he quickly remembered the Government Affairs Department of Xiaolin City. Char County is the richest county in the north, and naturally it is also the county that the Duke watches most closely, and its autonomy is far less than other counties. A little bit of movement here will be heard by the Duke in a short while. At this time, Lady Agnet spoke. Brother, the trade between other northern counties and the White Sturgeon Island is additional, and will not affect the current trade volume of Broken Gold Wharf. Can't you just close your eyes? The Earl thought about it carefully, and felt that it was not wrong. Moreover, even if this batch of smuggling was included in the jurisdiction, it would only collect an extra 10,000 or 20,000 OGS a year. The cooperation between him and Rosen in magic tools has already made up for this loss. Okay, but Rosen, remember to make a little less noise, and it's best not to go through the Broken Gold River. County Magistrate Xiao Lin is a good dog of Reed, and he is keeping a close eye on it. Rosen nodded. I will develop a more secret smuggling route, Uncle. The Broken Gold River is the largest river in the north. If we don't go through the Broken Gold River, the transportation costs will be greatly increased. He thought secretly. It seems that we have to develop a special smuggling ship. That's good. Everything that should be discussed was discussed, and the tense minds of the three people were relaxed a lot. The Count asked with a relaxed look, how many days do you plan to stay this time? I want to go back tomorrow. Princess Serena is lonely on the island alone. Hearing this, Lady Agnet suddenly felt heartbroken. Oh, my poor princess. Brother, I want to spend this Wintervale festival on the White Sturgeon Island. The Count shrugged. Okay. He was happy to see his sister and the princess get along well. Rosen said again, Uncle, I want to go to your library to check some information related to the Murlocs, because the Murlocs outside the island are really annoying. What do you think? Go ahead, sister, you are familiar with this matter, take Rosen with you. Lady Agnet smiled slightly. That's what I was thinking. Chapter 99. The latest number of books in the Robert family library is 23,127. Every book is a masterpiece. This number is marked on the gold plaque at the door of the library as the honor of the Robert family. Passing by this exquisite dark blue plaque, Rosen subconsciously stopped and stared. Mrs. Agnet did not urge him, but stood beside him and waited patiently. Rosen whispered, books are condensed souls, witnesses of historical heritage, and guardians of mortal wisdom. Mrs. Agnet whispered the next sentence. Every book shines with the glory of divinity, which is the most essential difference between mortals like us and birds, beasts, fish and insects in the mountains and fields. After speaking, the master and apprentice looked at each other and smiled. Teacher, this is what you said to me when you had your first lesson. I didn't say that, Saint Varen said that. But in my heart, it was the teacher who said that. You are so sweet, but I am not Grant. I will not be easily fooled by sweet words. As they talked and laughed, the two entered the library. The library is spacious, tall, and bright, with rows of heavy yet exquisite black teak bookshelves neatly arranged, like silent giants guarding knowledge. The bookshelves are also sealed with high-quality transparent glass to prevent dust, moisture and insects from damaging the books. If an outsider enters and wants to read a book, he must notify the librarian specifically, and the librarian will take it out with the same special magic key. Of course, the situation today is a bit special. The librarian wanted to come forward to serve, but was waved away by Mrs. Agnet. I am much more familiar with this library than you are. Go and do your own thing. Yes, princess. The administrator retreated respectfully. This detail made Rosen's heart move slightly. The mentor seemed to have something to say to me alone. He was a little curious, but he knew that he would know the answer soon, so he just had to wait patiently. Then, Rosen followed Mrs. Agnet to stroll between the rows of bookshelves, and he also whispered his real needs. Teacher, I not only want to know the knowledge of fishmen, but also the knowledge of deep-sea sirens, and the latter is more urgent. Mrs. Agnet was startled. Why, did you find deep-sea sirens in the sea? I haven't really seen them yet, but I found some suspicious traces. You know, the deep-sea sirens in ancient mythology are powerful characters. You are right. Mrs. Agnet put one hand on the bookshelf and pinched the braids hanging by her cheek with the other hand. After thinking carefully, she waved to Rosen, "Follow me." She turned and walked towards the depths of the library. Through the glass, it can be seen that the deeper the collection is, the older the books are, and naturally the longer the time has passed. Therefore, what Mrs. Agnet is about to show should be a real ancient book, maybe the only one in the whole continent. Rosen was immediately very excited. Soon, the two arrived at a row of old bookshelves. The nameplate on the bookshelf reads Collection of Shire Coast Observation Logs and Navigation Logs of Surrounding Seas. Looking inside the bookshelf, there are stacks of books similar to observation records, more than 1,000 in total, and from the color of the books, it can be seen that these things have been recorded all the way. Considering the history of Shire, the first log should be 488 years old. Rosen was delighted, because this collection of diaries was the most precious, almost a reproduction of real history. These are the most authentic first-hand materials. I loved reading these diaries when I was a child. I vaguely remember that there were materials about deep-sea sirens in them. While speaking, Mrs. Agnet brought 2 pairs of silk gloves, put them on. She also explained, "These are all ancient books. It is strictly forbidden to use the hands of a wizard. The movements should be as gentle as possible." Rosen did as he was told, but he was a little puzzled. "Teacher, these are precious historical materials. Why don't you find someone to recopy them with the best paper currently available?" Mrs. Agnet shrugged helplessly. "That's what I suggested to the Earl, but he obviously didn't listen to me. Of course, I can understand him. After all, it's very expensive to do so, and recopying doesn't produce obvious economic value." Clatter. She gently opened the glass bookcase, move the standing table over there, and read the book here after you get it, and return it immediately after reading it. "Yes, tutor." Rosen moved a high-legged square table from the wall, and Mrs. Agnet carefully took out 5 books, put them on the table, and began to read them carefully. "It should be among these 5 books. Let me look for it carefully." She began to look carefully, while Rosen stood aside and waited patiently. Clatter, clatter. For a while, there was only the slight sound of turning pages, and the thin breathing of the 2 people in the library. About half an hour later, Mrs. Agnet waved to Rosen. "Found it. It's the logbook of an adventurous captain 362 years ago. Come and see it." Rosen was delighted, and immediately went to his mentor to read carefully. On the old yellow pages, the past events that were sealed by time were written in a very beautiful font for the nobles of Berlanti. This was a logbook of a noble captain named Alan Carter. Rosen knew him, and he was a captain with a strong spirit of adventure, because it was he who first discovered the Sturgeon Island when exploring the sea east of the Shire County, and later he also discovered Hank Island and St. Ann Island. The logbook reads, July 27th, 1322 of the natural god calendar, fierce north wind, clouds in the sky are thicker than mountains, darker than black stones, and a fierce storm is brewing. We have just experienced a terrible fishman attack, a big hole in the hull, serious water leakage. 7 crew members died in the battle. I saw a fishman bite off the neck of a crew member with my own eyes, and the screams of exhaustion tortured my soul like a sharp knife. The ship was slowly sinking, and it was estimated that it could not hold on. Everyone on board was desperate. Although we were trying our best to repair the hull, we had all heard the call of Mother Nature. Yes, I really heard someone singing, and then I saw something in the sky. They were naked women with wings. They were very beautiful, with dark blue feathers and crystal clear skin. They flew very fast, definitely not slower than the falconer's eagle. I counted them. There were about 13 women. They flew about 100 meters high, above our deck, circling around us. My first mate wanted the sailors to shoot arrows at them, but I stopped them. I thought that since these flying women were singing instead of attacking us, there was no need for us to cause new troubles. We were already in enough trouble. Perhaps it was because of our kindness that the women gradually lowered their altitude and began to land on the sail mast, and finally even on the deck. After they landed, their bodies changed rapidly. Their wings became white arms, their dark blue feathers became dark blue hair, and their eyes showed a dreamy blue glow. In short, they looked no different from normal women. No, it should be said that they were all as beautiful as fairies. The sailors were all stunned, and even the brutal first mate had no intention of killing. It was the first time in my life that I had seen so many beautiful women. What happened next was beyond the expectations of each of us. As a responsible and professional captain, I will record every detail in detail. Perhaps these details will make you feel that I am immoral, but I insist that it is necessary, because the truth is the first element of the logbook. After seeing this sentence, Rosen felt a little bad. He continued to read on, and indeed found that the captain actually wrote about Uncle Huang in the rigorous logbook. One by one, the details are rich, the characters are vivid, and even quite literary, but we have to admit that the log records vividly and specifically show the characteristics of the deep-sea blue-haired woman, which is quite worth studying. As he read, Rosen heard the breathing around him become heavier. He turned around and saw that Mrs. Agnet's cheeks were flushed. Seeing Rosen looking over, she complained a little unnaturally. This captain is really a romantic maniac. Indeed, Rosen agreed, and he continued to read on. Fortunately, the immoral part did not last forever. These flying women can talk, and their voices are very pleasant. They told me that if we come with good intentions, they will warmly entertain us, but if we come with malice, they will make us pay a heavy price. We agreed with this, because in the ocean, these women are the masters. During the conversation, I also learned that the women have a very powerful leader named Lertris. They call her the Queen, and say that the Queen has the great power to overturn all the ships on the continent. The enthusiastic women flew away. After a rest, we also recovered a little and began to repair the ship, but when we just plugged the holes in the ship, the women came again. I think I began to hate them. Although they brought many pearls, seaweed and delicious sea fish, they were not satisfied. As long as we recovered a little, they would be asked for it. They also controlled the ship and prevented us from sailing. Without the sail, we naturally couldn't leave. I think we might die miserably at sea. After reading this, Rosen was a little curious. If so, how did these people escape back? Just as he was about to read on, he suddenly heard the voice of the Minor. I heard that Selena also touched the fourth ring of mana. The Minor's state also returned to normal, but her tone was a little strange, which reminded Rosen of the scene of their separation outside Dawn City last time. A bad thought suddenly popped up in his mind. The Mentor seems to be still obsessed with exploring my mana. He bit the bullet and answered, yes. And you have been promoted to the second ring? Yes. You don't need to hide your unusual speed, because I have carefully calculated that even with the soul gem, you are not so fast. So there is only one reasonable explanation, that is, you have concealed your true mana cultivation before. Speaking of this, Rosen suddenly felt a wave of mana coming from the Mentor's fingertips, and this wave slowly approached his body. He also felt that this was not an ordinary mana wave, but a powerful fourth ring detection technique insight into the mystery. If the detection is done remotely, Rosen can defend against it, but if the spell is cast against the skin, he will definitely be seen through. Previously, he could be seen through by Wei Ge because Wei Ge was his trusted subordinate, and was only a high-level magician. But the Mentor is a four-ring master, knowing many secrets that only the nobles are qualified to know, which is something Wei Ge cannot compare to. Now, she also uses the insight into the mystery spell, which may directly see through the truth that his magic power is higher than the sixth ring. The sixth ring is already terrifying enough, and being higher than the sixth ring will definitely cause a tsunami-like movement in the Wit continent, and if this person is only 20 years old, it is estimated that it can even alarm the mother of nature. But if he refuses to detect, it will indirectly confirm the Mentor's guess. Rosen immediately understood. So this is the purpose of the Mentor wanting to be alone with me. Chapter 100. After a little hesitation, Rosen chose to dodge. Simple suspicion is better than clear revelation. More importantly, he didn't understand what the Mentor's intention was, because in his opinion, the Mentor was not a person who would lose his sense of propriety because of curiosity. So, he took a step back and avoided the Mentor's finger. Mrs. Agnet did not chase Rosen to investigate. Her finger stopped less than half a meter away from Rosen, and her fingertips shone with a faint lavender glow. She asked softly, "Is it a secret that can't be known to the Mentor?" Rosen stared into the other's beautiful violet eyes. "Teacher, why are you curious?" "I just want to know what achievements my apprentice has made, not to be kept in the dark." Rosen shook his head. "This reason is not enough." Mrs. Agnet was silent for more than 10 seconds, and then whispered in her heart, "You don't want to be the regent minister. What you really want to be is the Duke of Whalon, right?" Rosen was not surprised by this, because Mrs. Agnet is the person who has had the most contact with him in the past 10 years, much more than anyone else. She is also such a smart person. At first, she might not notice it because she looked down on it, but when she paid attention to it and began to investigate carefully, she would naturally find a lot of clues. After all, Rosen has been in the Blue Manor for 10 years, and the biggest protection for him is not the magic itself, but the word Loki. Mrs. Agnet continued, "Legally, as long as you guarantee that the next Duke is your child with Selena, you can be the Duke. But things are not that simple. If you want to be truly successful, it is not enough to rely on secular efforts alone. You also need the protection of high-level power to ensure that the key links are not destroyed by high-level power. Apart from other things, if you do not have enough high-level defense capabilities, your child will not be able to survive, and it will even be difficult for him to be born, because the natural divine blood in your body is not pure enough." This sentence really touched Rosen's soul. "Teacher?" Mrs. Agnet opened her arms. I have stayed in this library since I was a child. My family's learning has allowed me to know countless secrets that many people do not know. In this regard, my brother is just the other extreme. Of course, he is still a qualified lord, and someone has to do the trivial things of managing the territory. So, if my apprentice needs knowledge of high-level power, I will certainly find a way to find it for him in the pile of old papers to fulfill my duties as a mentor. To be able to say this means that Mrs. Agnet has highly suspected that Rosen has high-level magic power, and her previous detection was just to confirm this suspicion. Rosen asked back, "Teacher, why do you choose to support me? The country is a big ship sailing on the sea, and the sea is about to usher in a terrible storm. Without the great captain to guide the direction of travel, the big ship will surely capsize, and every passenger on the ship will be swallowed by the sea." Mrs. Agnet's voice was very firm. "Obviously, Duke Reed is an incompetent captain, and I now think that you should be able to lead Whalon through the storm." Listening to these words, Rosen understood. The mentor intends to help me. If the mentor joins the island, the help will be as great as a big kick to the small football of the island. She is the princess of the Shire County. She was promoted to senior at the age of 18. She has made many outstanding achievements in the field of magic, and has a high reputation in magic. Now she has been promoted to a magic master. She is kind and generous, beautiful and charming, and has a high reputation in the secular world. In a hidden way, she is already a leader among the northern magicians. And now she wants to know her magic power, which is probably the last step to confirm whether she is worthy of following. Such a great sage, Rosen is eager to find. So, he took the initiative to extend his fingers, and a trace of pure magic power gathered at his fingertips. Mrs. Agnet also extended her fingers again. The two touched their fingertips lightly. At this moment, the magic light shone, illuminating the depths of the library slightly, and then disappeared immediately, making this ancient corner return to peace again. Mrs. Agnet's eyes suddenly flashed with a deep shock, so that her body began to tremble slightly. She looked at Rosen with incredible eyes. "I have made many guesses, but I really didn't expect it to be so high. How many rings is this?" "Forget it, don't tell me. Don't tell anyone. Don't even tell Selina easily, she can't keep secrets." Mrs. Agnet turned around excitedly for a few times, suddenly stopped and stared at Rosen again. "Oh, you are so young, and you have such great achievements. You really should be the Lord of Erin. If you don't, no one else will be qualified. You still have such outstanding Lord talent and such ambition. You are simply the savior sent by the Creator to the mortal world to save Erin. I'm afraid only you can make Whalon completely free from Erin's control. If one day, you really make up for the shortcomings of high-level magic achievements, you can even make the loose. Forget it, I think too far, this is unrealistic. But the Lord of Whalon is realistic, and it is a goal that can be achieved in the near future. I never thought that the child I watched grow up since childhood, my first apprentice, would be such a miracle wizard. I have always dreamed that someone could save Whalon, but I didn't expect that this person would always be by my side. Ah, fate is so wonderful." Mrs. Agnet was so excited that she was even a little incoherent. Rosen listened to her words, but he didn't expect that the mentor had so many thoughts in his heart. He originally thought that the mentor was a talented female wizard who was comfortable and elegant, but he didn't expect that there was such a side that was concerned about the country and the people. Perhaps he felt his own excitement, or perhaps he felt that the apprentice in front of him always remained calm, which seemed a bit strange. She asked, "Is this the benefit of a strong soul? No matter what situation you are in, your soul will not be disturbed." Rosen shook his head. "All mortal souls have disturbances, mentor. I am a mortal, of course I have too. It's just that the disturbances are relatively small." "That's true. After I was promoted to the 4th ring, I obviously felt that my mind was much more stable, and you are naturally more stable." Mrs. Agnet said, "Wait, I will bring you 2 spell books now. They are 2 high-level spell books collected by the Robert family. Both are 6 rings. I always thought they would be sealed until they turned into ashes. Now they are finally useful." She turned around and went to get the spell book. Rosen was also slightly shocked. He didn't expect that this data search would bring such a huge income. He thought to himself, "Oh, I really can't repay the favor I owe to the mentor now." Most of the other people were purely trading, but the mentor was different. The relationship was entangled, and it was hard to sort out. After a while, Mrs. Agnet came over carefully holding 2 very old spell books that seemed to be broken at the next moment. She smiled and said, "Guess who left them?" Rosen thought for a while, and said, "Saint Whalon is a 6-ring magic saint. The high-ring spell books she left behind should all be in Dawn City. If it weren't for the creation of Whalon, a comfortable life, and sleeping from time to delay time, the saint could easily live to the modern era. Unfortunately, 498 years ago, she was besieged by the 3 sages of Uzit in the north. Although she killed all the 3 sages, she was also seriously injured. She died in the 5th year after returning to the south. And this is the price to pay for changing the world. According to the genealogy of the world nobility, this book is either the dowry of Violin's 3rd daughter, the magic master Ravna, who married the last Prince Robert of the Kingdom of Uzit 480 years ago, or it is the ancestral book of Prince Robert. Mrs. Agnet sighed, with some distress on her face. Originally, I was too mediocre, which made me worry about my future. Now I am too knowledgeable, but I have no sense of accomplishment as a mentor. It's really not good at all. Put the 2 spell books on the table gently, and then took out the copying tools. The book can't be taken out for too long, you copy it quickly. As for this logbook, there is still a long section, I will sort it out for you. Thank you, master. Rosen was not polite, took the banknote, and began to copy it carefully. Of course, this was just a superficial job. In fact, all the knowledge in the spell book was included in Lai Fu's database. 2 6-ring spell books. One is called Natural Gift, which is a very powerful healing spell. According to the effect description, as long as the soul is not scattered, even if the head is lost, it is possible to save the person. But even with such a powerful spell, mortals still cannot escape death. Why? Because the natural lifespan of a hiring mage is determined by the soul. The soul is also a very complex power dissipation structure. As time goes by, various difficult to repair soul damage will occur until it collapses. Looking at the detailed explanation of the spellbook, Rosen's heart suddenly moved slightly. This hiring knowledge seems to be able to greatly improve my transfiguration. In the past, he did not dare to easily change delicate organs. One of the main reasons was that the damage was too great, but with this, it seems that it can be done. But how to improve it specifically still needs careful research. Next, let's look at the second 6-ring spell, called Flawless Steel Dragon Body. His mind was moved, and he immediately remembered the steel body and powerful spell resistance brought by the dragon's blessing potion, which was just like turning on a small invincible. At this time, he carefully examined this spell, and sighed in his heart. It turned out to be the application of hiring steel power. Wow, this application is really clever. The wizard who created this spell is really a peerless genius. Rosen didn't dare to say that he was very smart. Especially in the way of magic, he would never dare to call himself a genius. The reason why he had so many clever ideas was mainly inspired by the knowledge of the earth. The knowledge on earth was created by countless geniuses on earth, not his ability. Now, he really read the high-level spells that the geniuses in other worlds spent countless years polishing, and that feeling was so refreshing. Although these 2 are ancient spells, the way to control the power of spells is not quite the same as modern ones. But this is just a small difference in form, and he just needs to modify it slightly. Copying the second book, Rosen felt much more at ease. When I fully master this spell, I don't have to live like walking on a tightrope. I can take a little risk. In addition to greatly enhancing the defensibility, the understanding of the power of steel is also becoming more and more in-depth, and more applications should be developed in the future. Soon, after he finished copying the spell book, the instructor immediately put the spell book back. After coming back again, she smiled and asked, "Guess, how did Captain Alan Carter return to land in the end?" Rosen really couldn't guess, because the most outrageous thing in the world is the real world, and there is no thread of speculation at all. But he found that the instructor's cheeks were red and his eyes were watery, and he felt that the captain would definitely write about Uncle Huang again. Mrs. Agnet's cheeks were even more red. It's simple, the witches are satisfied. Rosen was stunned, still puzzled. The witches are not seeking pleasure aimlessly, but for reproduction. Of course, they are also for pleasure to a large extent, just like us land people, always trying to find ways to pursue pleasure. At this point, her cheeks became even redder. Rosen immediately understood, if this is the case, then this problem may have a solution. Because what my island lacks the least is energetic young men. Mrs. Agnes shrugged, indeed, even the Lord is full of energy. Cough, Serena should be very happy recently? The last sentence, her voice became much lighter, obviously knowing that she shouldn't ask, but she still couldn't help asking. Rosen's heart moved slightly, raised his head and looked, and saw the woman standing opposite the small square table, less than half a meter away from him, with moist eyes. He smiled slightly. "Teacher, are you concerned about the happiness of the apprentice's life?" Mrs. Agnes seemed to be awakened by the word mentor. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes, and she patted her forehead in annoyance. Oh, I was affected by this damn logbook. Rosen's heart moved slightly, raised his hand, and grabbed Mrs. Agnet's other hand on the desk, only to feel the touch soft and smooth. I could feel the hand tremble slightly, but it didn't pull it back from Rosen's hand. Neither of them moved, just stared at each other quietly. After a while, Rosen turned from the opposite side of the square table to the same side as Mrs. Agnet, still looking at each other, but with a slight movement of his arm, the other fell into his arms. No one spoke, nor did they make any extra movements, just quietly hugged each other. After a long time, Mrs. Agnet whispered, I never thought that the child back then would grow up so tall and strong. Rosen also whispered, Teacher, I am very grateful for the high-level spells you gave me today. This is far more than just knowledge. It is more likely to save my life, and the lives of my unborn children in the future journey of life. I simply don't know how to repay you. Repay me? Mrs. Agnet raised her head in Rosen's arms, looked up at Rosen from below, and said in a concentrated voice, If you want to repay me, then do your best to save Waylon. Rosen nodded. You don't need to tell me, I will do it. Even if I don't want to, I have to do it. Because I feel that King Danger is only temporarily patient, and he will retaliate against me sooner or later. Mrs. Agnet sighed with satisfaction. Hearing you say this, I am completely relieved, and everything I do is worth it. But she did not leave Rosen's arms, and even hugged him tighter. I know it's wrong for me to do this now, so you stand still and don't move. Just lend me your arms. Let me feel the feeling of being cared for again. But don't move your hands. Just put them on my waist. Don't go down. Rosen knew the Minter's character very well, knew that she was speaking the truth, and also knew that if he went too far, the other party would definitely turn hostile on the spot, so he stood still. After a long time, Mrs. Agnet reluctantly left Rosen's arms, gently lifted a strand of hair from her temples, and smiled. I really envy Serena. But business is important. Continue to find information. So, the two continued to look for more relevant information about the fishmen and banshees. Teacher, I hope you can stay on the island for a longer time. Ah? Mrs. Agnet was a little confused. Serena. Rosen pointed to his belly and continued, I hope someone familiar can accompany her. Mrs. Agnet was slightly startled. Why so fast? But she immediately said without hesitation, I will write a letter to arrange things in Dawn City. I will stay on the White Sturgeon Island for the next year. Chapter 101. Early in the morning of the next day, Rosen got on the carriage and left Maple Leaf Castle with Lady Agnet. Princess Alice was reluctant to leave because she had just played a few games of winning chess with Rosen and had only briefly discussed the food-making magic she had just studied. She even wanted to go to the White Sturgeon Island with her aunt. But she was stopped by the Countess. The nobles in the northern county are still conservative. A young girl who is not married cannot easily leave her parents. On the spacious Maple Avenue, Rosen looked at the maple trees that were constantly retreating outside the car window, and discussed the issue of magic practice with Lady Agnet beside him in his heart. Lady Agnet sighed, In this regard, I am not your mentor, you are my mentor. After thinking about it, I felt that it was wrong. I certainly can't be your mentor in terms of magic achievement. After all, you are extremely talented and have worked hard for 10 years, while I have wasted too much time and energy on worldly matters in the past 10 years. Although I want to comfort you, I know it will not work for you because it is contrary to the facts. Mrs. Agnet laughed and scolded, You little rascal, can't you say something sweet? Then she sighed again. However, I tried the practice techniques you mentioned yesterday, and they are indeed very effective, which has improved my practice efficiency by at least 10%. Rosen asserted, With your talent for magic, if you can achieve perfection, I estimate that you can improve it by another 10%. This means that if you practice diligently and use the soul gem to assist, it will only take about 5 years, that is, when you are 33 years old, you should have the opportunity to be promoted to a 5-ring sage. Mrs. Agnet was moved by what she heard, and she had the urge to put everything aside and practice with all her strength. Because after reaching the 5th ring at the age of 33, the natural lifespan will increase greatly. In her case, it is estimated that she can live to 200 years old, and if she breaks through the 6th ring, she can even live longer. Rosen guessed her thoughts by observing her words and expressions. Teacher, practice is just a personal achievement. I personally think that changing the world is more interesting. Personal practice is very attractive to mortals, but in terms of absolute strength, it is actually not outstanding in nature. Just like the 100-meter race in the previous life, running 100 meters in less than 10 seconds is simply a genius of the human race, but it is meaningless to the cheetah, not to mention various artificial aircraft and even spacecraft. Therefore, You still have to be good at controlling external objects. Mrs. Agnew glanced at him. You are wearing pants and telling people who don't have pants that it doesn't matter whether they wear pants or not. You little rascal is even more evil than Silger 9. Silger 9, the king of cow, is the grandfather of the contemporary cow king. His famous saying is to persuade people to live frugally, but he himself has lived a life of luxury and debauchery all his life. He even filled the bathtub with milk every day for a year. So he was regarded as a model of hypocrisy by the All-Natural Alliance. Rosen had nothing to say and could only laugh. It takes more than half an hour to walk from Maple Leaf Castle to Broken Gold Pier. After sitting for a while, Mrs. Agnew suddenly said, Rosen, before you see Serena, lend me your arms again. She missed the feeling of being in the library yesterday. Rosen thought for a moment, raised his hand, and created a magical illusion on the car window, then put his arms around Mrs. Agnew's slender waist, and with a little force, he lifted her up to sit sideways on his thighs. Mrs. Agnew was surprised. Rosen, this won't work, it's too intimate. A simple hug can be said to be a deep affection between master and apprentice, but it's really unacceptable now. Rosen didn't say anything, opened his arms, and hugged Mrs. Agnew's relatively petite upper body deeply in his arms. The latter immediately stopped talking, and her body was tense because of tension. But after seeing that Rosen had not made any abnormal movements, she gradually relaxed and leaned on Rosen's chest. After that, there was no conversation all the way. When they arrived at the Swagine Wharf, they rented a medium-sized cargo ship, set off at 9 in the morning, and successfully docked at the wharf at 12 noon. After getting off the ship, Mrs. Agnew was shocked to see the newly built wharf. I remember that Sturgeon Wharf was very small, but now it is almost half the size of Broken Gold Wharf. Where did you get so many stones? Are they produced locally on the island? Rosen smiled. Teacher, guess. Mrs. Agnew quickly discovered the secret. It is the soil solidified by magic. It was all stabilized by the constant spell. Are you crazy? How much does it cost? She saw that the whole wharf was in this situation. Soon, the two got on the carriage that came to greet them, and drove briskly along the only solidified wide avenue on the island to the Crescent Castle. When they were halfway there, Mrs. Agnew had figured it out. You created a cheap constant spell, right? Yes, teacher. How cheap? If I were to rebuild the headquarters of the Mage Guild in Dawn City, I might only need 1/30th of the cost. Oh, this world is really crazy, and new spells are being created everywhere. Rosen moved slightly. Teacher, have you heard any news about new spells in Dawn City? Yes, Aaron told me that he has created a fire and thunder weapon that can blast boulders into pieces from more than 1,000 meters away, and he also said that he is going to use it on warships. This sounds really scary. Mrs. Agnew's eyes showed an unconcealable shock. Rosen's hand, which was originally resting on the edge of the car window, also subconsciously flicked the window. This news is really scary. This must be the application of the Land of Fire. King Danger is indeed worthy of the title of Lion King. In less than a year, he has developed an alien artillery. It can be guessed that this Lion King is so focused on the war application of new magic results that he must be preparing for war with all his strength, and if the cannon is on the warship, it will be the giant ship cannon that opens the sail era. Even the sailing warship may not last too long, and will soon turn into a spell power. Because war is the biggest catalyst for new power. The three kingdoms on the continent have been competing secretly. Now that Aaron has a new thing, Cal and Lavender will definitely try their best to catch up. Of course, I can't fall behind. Since someone has taken the lead, I should also catch up with him. But even so, there is still some pressure in my heart. Because the three kingdoms are all big countries, with a population of over 100 million and amazing comprehensive national strength, it will be absolutely crazy if they really switch to war mode and start to explode troops. Even if Rosen can really master the weapons of the generation gap, if the number is insufficient, he will still not be able to fight. What's more, it may not really create a big generation gap in weapons. After all, no matter how creative he is, it is difficult to compare with a country with millions of formal mages and tens of millions of informal mages. He secretly thought, only by controlling Whalon as soon as possible, obtaining a population of more than 30 million and nearly 500,000 square kilometers of land, can we be truly qualified to sit at the table. At this time, Mrs. Agnew's voice came again. What are those buildings over there? It's a newly built magic center, currently under construction and not yet completed. What about over there? The one with rows of bungalows. A refugee shelter, intended to accommodate refugees from the Duchy of Bohemia. The people haven't arrived yet, but the first batch should be here soon. You set your sights on the Duchy of Bohemia? Mrs. Agnet was obviously shocked many times, but she was still shocked by the apprentice's methods again. What's that over there? That large building complex? The magic school on the island? I'm training a group of basic mages. Do you have enough money to do so many things at once? Not bad, because the labor on the island is basically free, as long as they are well fed. It's mainly the consumption of various magic materials and external employees. But with the smuggling business, it can barely hold on. When the carriage drove up the hillside of Crescent City, Mrs. Agnet saw another new building complex on the other side of Crescent City. The building complex looked inconspicuous, half on the plain and half hidden in the mountains. What is that? It was a secret, but Rosen didn't hide it from his mentor. The magic factory area under construction. Most of it is still under construction, because there is not enough manpower. When the first batch of students from the academy are trained, they will be sent to work and mass-produce cheap magic items. After listening to this, Mrs. Agnet fell into deep thought again. A few minutes later, she suddenly said, Rosen, even if there are refugees from the Principality of Basilia, there will still be a shortage of people, right? How do you want to solve this problem? Find a way to encourage people to have more children. Mrs. Agnet couldn't help but raise her hand and hit Rosen on the shoulder, saying with a smile, Children are not weeds. How can they grow up so quickly? She thought for a while, and said, My brother is also a prominent figure in the northern county. I will ask him to come forward and unite with other earls in the northern county to quietly send a group of people to your island. After thinking for a while, he said, Send those mountain people who live in the mountains, who are difficult to manage and cannot be taxed. Let the earls sell them to you and exchange some money for them. They will definitely be willing. Rosen thought about it, and felt that this was a good idea. The living pattern of the residents in the mountains is similar to that of the island natives. They can perfectly integrate with the island natives when they come here. Then I trouble you, master. Anyway, I want as many as you can get, and the price will definitely not let the earls suffer a loss. Of course, I can't pay in cash, so I can only pay with various magic tools. Mrs. Agnet nodded. That's no problem. The north is short of magic tools, and the magic tools you produce are very exquisite. She continued, I can see that you must be short of talents, especially high-end magic talents. Coincidentally, I have some reputation in the Whalon magic world. I will write to various magic schools and famous magic teachers to recommend your Sturgeon Island to them. At the same time, you should also try to offer a competitive salary level. In this way, you can attract a group of newly graduated magicians. Rosen was very happy. Thank you, master. Mrs. Agnet smiled and said, Don't be happy in a hurry. Your Sturgeon Island is too small, and has a bad reputation in the past. At the beginning, there won't be many good talents coming. Rosen smiled, but it's much better than nothing. Mrs. Agnet was concerned about Rosen's financial problems. You can't pay all with materials. There will always be people who need cash. Do you have enough money? Rosen immediately thought of the 2 tons of gold buried in the mountains, and nodded. It should be enough. Mrs. Agnet didn't believe it. I knew you were just holding on. Fortunately, I have saved a lot of money over the years, about 200,000 ogs. Instead of depositing it in the Dawn Bank for the Duke to lend, it's better to use it to support you. Don't be too happy too soon. I'm lending it to you, not giving it to you. Rosen laughed. Of course I'm lending it. How can I take advantage of my mentor so much and have to pay interest? Of course, the more cash, the better. Forget about the interest. I'm a mage, not a Garmo who lives on lending. Garmo refers to the Garmo Principality, one of the 6 principalities of the Natural Alliance. The Duke took the lead in lending money, especially liked usury, and was very hateful. At this time, the carriage drove into the Crescent Castle. Selina had already received the telegram notification, and knew that Lady Agnet had arrived, so she was waiting at the door of the Lord's Longhouse. When Lady Agnet got off the carriage, she trotted over and hugged her close friend tightly. Anna, I finally see you again. Lady Agnet was also very excited. She hugged tightly for a while, and then carefully looked at Selina's face, and then commented, The face has become rounder, the eyes are brighter, the body has more flesh, and even the chest is more bulging. It seems that you have not lived a hard life. Selina giggled. My life is very good. Except for being a little bored. Everything is very good. But now you are here, even the disadvantage of being bored is gone. She led Lady Agnet into the house. Anna, are you really going to live on the White Sturgeon Island for a long time? Of course, I don't feel comfortable with you going through this alone. Oh, that's great, but you don't seem to have experienced this either. But I've heard and seen much more than you." As they chatted and laughed, the two young and beautiful girls walked into the inner room of the Lord's longhouse. When Rosen settled everything and returned to the warm hall in the inner room, the tutor was already checking his sister Evelyn's basic magic class. She resumed her stern tutoring look and calmed down her little sister, who was gradually becoming naughty. And her mother, Mrs. Saxon, was not much better than her sister. She obviously didn't expect the noble princess of the Charles County to come to the castle as a guest. Seeing Rosen come in, Selina told him a piece of news. "My dear, I have to inform you of a piece of news. I want to have a good chat with Anna tonight, so you have to spend the night alone in the guest room." Rosen shrugged. "No problem, but don't chat too late. In addition, Master Alonso came to see you this morning and said he had some brilliant ideas to discuss with you." Rosen was delighted when he heard the news, poured a glass of water, and took a big sip, and immediately turned around and went out. I go and take a look now. Chapter 102. Alonso already has more than 30 apprentices, ranging in age from 15 to 25, both male and female. The common feature is that they are all civilians, and they have a strong nerdy vibe. They often stare straight, like to mutter to themselves, and often say some strange words that no one can understand. It's quite scary to meet them suddenly. When Rosen arrived, Alonso pushed out a male apprentice in his early 20s. "Lord, this guy is called Bell, with intermediate-level magic power, and is the most intelligent young man I have ever seen. When he read your Transfiguration Alchemy, he had a lot of inspiration and created several interesting new spells." Rosen looked at this apprentice, who was almost the same age as him. He was very short, about 1.6 meters, and looked very ordinary. He also looked very shy, and didn't dare to look at people for a long time with his eyes. Once he did, his eyes would droop involuntarily. In short, he is a guy who will disappear in a crowd. But these are just manifestations of social attributes. Nobles are best at socializing and often ignore other attributes of people, thinking that commoners are useless. But Rosen knows that people have many other attributes, such as logical intelligence, such as magic sensitivity, and imagination and creativity. And Rosen knew that this guy was a very talented person as soon as he saw Bell's eyes. "Master Bell, tell me what you think." Bell lowered his head and spoke his thoughts in the common language with a strong northern accent, stuttering and even nagging. "Lord, it is like this. You said that the world is made up of various elements, and these natural elements are combined by the power of lightning. You also said that the lightning power in the clouds is the overflow of the elemental lightning power. I think this statement is very beautiful and extremely correct, because I have verified this in the magic experiment." At first he stuttered, but he became more and more fluent, and his eyes began to shine. Based on this premise, I thought that since the power of lightning can combine elements together, removing this power will naturally cause the elemental creation to fall apart. Based on the alchemy of transformation, I tried many experiments and created some lightning disintegration techniques for specific elements. Rosen nodded repeatedly and encouraged, "Very good, then what?" Immediately afterwards, I discovered that when natural elements are combined, there is a natural lightning constant effect. Once this constant effect is destroyed, the lightning power in it will be released. Some release processes are very gentle, just slightly hot, but some are very terrible, and will explode violently with a bang, producing a devastating lightning frenzy. While speaking, Bell's face showed a complex expression of fear and excitement. I suddenly thought, can we use magic to strengthen this natural constant effect of lightning, so as to temporarily store the huge power in the natural elements, and when needed, release the power? Rosen explained, "It's a wonderful idea, but my intuition tells me that you have some wonderful discoveries." "Yes, Lord." Bell was excited and even danced with joy. "I found that lightning is the flame of order, and flame is lightning in extreme chaos. The power of light is strange, but it must be closely related to lightning. But I haven't figured out what the specific connection is, but there must be a close connection, because they always appear together." Hearing this, Rosen immediately made a decision. "Master Bell, in the newly built Magic Center, you can set up an independent magic laboratory. This laboratory is completely yours. You can study whatever you want. If you want any support, just come and tell me. Let your imagination run wild in the magic world. Don't be bound by anything, but be sure to pay attention to your own safety. In terms of the ability to explore new knowledge, a genius can be worth countless mediocre people. This Bell is a top genius. Investing $1 in him now will definitely return countless dollars in the future, and even rewrite the fate of the country." Rosen not only invests money in him, but also feeds him various new ideas to help him grow quickly. Bell's eyes glowed brightly. "Yes, Lord. Rosen did what he said, and immediately called the Chief Administrative Officer Kruber to connect with Bell, invest resources in him, and let him build a laboratory. Afterwards, he found Alonso. Alonso, I am very happy to find this genius, and I can't do without your guidance. I have to reward you well. Alonso smiled with emotion. I am actually reluctant to let Bell leave, because this guy is really an excellent assistant. But he is too outstanding. It is a waste for him to stay under my hands. After a pause, he laughed again, but I am not idle either. Regarding motors, I thought of an application. As he was talking, he asked several apprentices to bring a device that looked strange in this world, but looked very familiar to Rosen. Rosen took one look and said, "This thing should run very fast, right? Because this is a four-wheeled electric vehicle full of alien style." Alonso nodded, "Very fast. Of course, if it runs open, no one dares to run open, because it is so amazingly fast that no one dares to drive it." Rosen smiled and said, "Those brave warriors must dare to drive it." Alonso shook his head repeatedly, "Not necessarily, because as long as the road is flat enough, its speed can be 50% to 60% faster than the best horse. And this is only the limit of this car, not the limit of this idea. Of course, I personally think that there is no need to let it run too fast, but to slow it down so that it can use more strength to pull the goods." Rosen agreed deeply. "That's right," he said. "There are many mountains and forests on the island, which makes transportation inconvenient. Bell has just developed the disintegration technique, which may be used to cut the mountains and turn the mountains and forests into smooth roads." Alonso laughed when he heard it. "Lord, I knew you would think so. Of course I think so too. Because in this way, the mountains and forests will no longer be obstacles, and the land of the entire island can be used, far more than the current Crescent River Valley. The Crescent River Valley is 200 square kilometers, which is really small, but the entire Sturgeon Island is more than 3,000 square kilometers, which is more than 10 times larger." Speaking of this, Alonso sighed with emotion, but to achieve such a huge transformation, there is still a shortage of people on the island. There are too few people. Rosen smiled. "It's a little small, but someone will come soon, don't worry." After that, he didn't explain much and pointed to the sample electric car. "I can see a lot of defects. If you want to transport goods, the light guy can only assist. You must burn black stone to provide power, right?" Alonso nodded. "In fact, I think you can also burn charcoal, the smell will be less." Rosen agreed. "Because the quality of the coal produced in Blackstone Town is not very good, it is a bit pungent when burned. It is okay to use it for the Fishman Nemesis. After all, it is a warship, and performance comes first. If such things are used for civilian transportation, air pollution will soon be very serious, especially since the river valley is still a small basin. Pollution is particularly easy to accumulate. But charcoal is not very good either. Although charcoal is good, it is very troublesome to make charcoal, and the cost will be very high. In addition, although there are many trees on the island, they will be cut down quickly if they are really cut down. The trees on the small island are very precious, and they cannot be cut down easily unless necessary." Alonso immediately became worried. There is really no good way to obtain the huge power of fire. Rosen smiled and said, "Let's use black stone. Since it smells, wash it with water, and then find a way to purify it to remove the smell as much as possible." Of course, he can use various alchemical methods to create better quality fuels, and there are countless types, but the current cost is very high, and it is highly dependent on the magic power of the mage. But coal is different. This thing is particularly large in quantity, and the mining cost is also low, so it is easy to scale up. Even if an additional purification process is added, it is much cheaper than other fuels. It can be said that this is the best fuel in the initial stage. Of course, Rosen will not always use coal. This is just a stopgap measure at present. He will continue to invest in the exploration of new energy, combining magic and past life experience, until he finds a new fuel that is cheap, clean, and has high energy density. I will set up a factory as soon as possible to build clean black stone. I will also provide you with a batch of clean black stone samples as soon as possible, so that you can research the corresponding transport electric vehicles. But Alonso, don't forget your research on Super Hercules. He needs a super powerful motor. The greater the power, the better, and there is no end. Because with this power source, you can do many things based on it." Alonso laughed. "I will never forget this." Then, he clapped his hands and said loudly to the apprentices behind him, "Okay, young people, think hard and continue to change the world." Chapter 103. Night. The Lord's Bedroom. Although the construction techniques of the Lord's Longhouse are far behind the times, due to the large-scale application of tempered clay, the Longhouse has also been transformed and is much more comfortable to live in than before. On the brand new large cage bed, in the middle of the bedroom, in the secret space separated by the heavy bed curtains, Selina once again lay face to face with her best friend. Oh, I feel like I'm dreaming now. 3 months ago, I was full of hesitation and didn't know where the future would go. 3 months later, my heart is more stable than ever, and everything is thriving. Selina said softly, her tone a little hazy. Mrs. Anna Agnet looked at the satisfied Selina, but she felt a sense of inexplicable bitterness in her heart. Of course, it was not because of jealousy, but because she remembered her own life. This made her sigh softly, and a trace of loneliness appeared on her face. Serena felt it, and immediately knew that she had touched her friend's sore spot. She immediately said, Anna, I'm sorry. I was so happy that I ignored your feelings. Anna shook her head. No need to apologize. This is my own problem. After sorting out her emotions, she whispered, Serena, did Rosen tell you about his plans? He said a little and often communicated with me. Although the territory is not large, the affairs are very complicated. I even think that there are more things here than in Dawn City. And there are countless new things and new situations. I often feel dizzy when I hear them, so I just don't bother to care. I'm not talking about this. What I mean is, did he tell you why he did all this? Selina was startled, and after thinking about it carefully, a look of uncertainty appeared on her face. He should want to defeat my brother. Although he never said it clearly, and it sounds quite outrageous, I certainly know what he thinks, because I think so too. After a pause, Selina's face showed anger. I am very disappointed with my brother. I think he only knows how to play with people's hearts and power, but he doesn't know how to use these powers to change Waylon's fate. He has an indescribable flattery towards Aaron. He always says that Aaron is powerful and Waylon is weak and can't compete. He always says that Aaron is beautiful, the capital of magic and wisdom, the source of civilization, and the leader of the Alliance. He thinks it is natural for Waylon to be manipulated by Aaron. But everyone has the same brain and hands, and the magic power obtained from the magic ring is also equally pure. Why is it that Aaron's farts are fragrant, but Waylon is guilty of even speaking loudly? Anyway, he is not worthy of being the Lord of Waylon. Anna understood and agreed with it. She asked back, so you plan to be the Lord of Aaron? Selina was startled by the question, but then shook her head. A trace of frustration appeared on her beautiful and delicate face. Obviously, I can't do it well either. The world has changed, and it has changed very quickly. I can't keep up. I used to think that the fourth ring master would have a strong enough soul to cope with such drastic changes, but when I really promoted to the fourth ring, I found that the fourth ring is still immortal. It's like an ant nest. I changed from a small ant to a big ant with a bigger head, but I'm still an ant. Anna nodded slightly. I feel the same as you. Not to mention the power of nature, even the power of the kingdom, or even the power of a powerful baron, the power of magic is not worth mentioning. After a pause, she whispered, so, magic is just a personal practice. Only by becoming a lord can you have real power. Selina sighed softly. But how can it be so easy to be a lord? It's okay to be a lord who inherits the glory of the ancestors. Even if you don't have the ability, you can still be a lord like your parents. But in this era, it's too difficult to be a lord. If you don't have enough ability, you will definitely end up miserably, and the bankruptcy of the family is considered a light punishment. When saying this, Selina thought of Earl Robert. If her husband hadn't happened to save him once, he would definitely have a very hard time now. Anna listened quietly, and then said, so you know in your heart that if you continue like this, he will be the one who will become the Duke of Waylon, not you. Of course, he can be your regent, but I'm afraid this won't really satisfy him, because the regent has many constraints in name, and can't do really big things. Selina was silent for a long time, and then nodded gently. Yes, I am mentally prepared. Speaking of this, she reached out and gently covered her belly, feeling the breath of life growing in her belly, and her face showed the soft light of motherhood. Since he likes it, and has enough ability, let him, as a father, create great achievements for future generations to emulate. A wise idea. Anna raised her hand, and gently stroked her close friend's face. You have grown up a lot. You used to be a reserved girl, but now you are a mature woman. Selina smiled and raised her hand to touch Anna's cheek, feeling that it was smoother and warmer than before. Anna, the power of the magic master is still useful after all. You look much younger and more beautiful than before. Anna smiled sadly. What's the use of beauty? No one appreciates it. Selina suddenly had an outrageous idea in her mind. At first, she was shocked, but soon, she felt that this idea was not so outrageous. After all, this is just their private matter, don't let outsiders know. So, she leaned close to Anna's ear and whispered her thoughts, but she was already shocked when she was halfway through. Selina, why do you have such an idea? No, 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 absolutely not, this won't work. Anna shook her head repeatedly. Serena was very familiar with her best friend, especially since she had experienced all the major events in her life. When she looked at Anna, she felt like she was looking down on her. This was completely the opposite of the past. At the same time, the magic power of the magic master also gave her enough sensitivity. So she felt that this best friend was not as resistant as she said. The reason why she refused was mainly due to the constraints of secular morality, not the disgust from the bottom of her heart. So she smiled and said, Anna, you have to think about it. This is my most generous time. If you refuse now, you can't regret it later. Anna's cheeks flushed and her heartbeat accelerated, but the darkness hid her secret change as well. Selina, I don't know what to say. For a moment, she was a little incoherent. Selina understood and smiled softly. Wait, I go and call him over quietly. Don't. Anna hurriedly reached out and grabbed Selina's hand. Huh? Selina turned her head and looked at her best friend teasingly. Even with the cover of darkness, she still felt the other's somewhat hot body, so she leaned close to the other's ear again and chuckled. You taught me in the Blue Whale Mansion. Now, it's my turn to repay you, Anna. As she said, she gently pried open Anna's fingers, and the latter did not use any force, allowing her fingers to be moved one by one. At some point, Selina left. After an unknown amount of time, footsteps were heard outside the bed curtain, and then Selina came in again, but she didn't see Rosen's tall figure. Just when Anna was a little disappointed, Rosen's voice came from outside the curtain. Anna, I come in if you agree. The other party didn't call them in her, but called the name. Anna didn't say anything, just lay quietly, but didn't object. Selina lay down next to her best friend again, reached out, and touched her under her nightgown, causing the latter to let out a low cry. She giggled. Rosen, come in, Anna is ready. Anna felt that her best friend had completely changed. She was not so unrestrained before. Selina felt it and smiled. Anna, I'm going to be a mother. How can I always be as reserved as a little girl? As these words were spoken, the bed curtain was opened, and a tall and strong figure rushed in, but he did not act rudely, but laid down gently beside Anna. The latter sighed softly. Fate is really wonderful. Thinking carefully, it seems that the three of us have experienced many gatherings, right? After saying this, the two women were slightly startled, and then found that it was really the case. In the past, they were apprentices, mentors, and princesses, and then gradually became what they are now. Anna relaxed a lot. She suddenly remembered some past events, and then found a clue. Selina, I suddenly realized that you have been interested in Rosen for a long time, right? Otherwise, why do you come to visit Azure Manor every time Rosen encounters difficulties? Selina giggled. You found out. I not only pay attention to him, but also fantasize about marrying him. I have also carefully learned about the situation of his territory, but for well-known reasons, I naturally dare not say it. It was the matter of Dongay that made me make the final decision. Rosen also suddenly realized. No wonder. No wonder he often feels that the princess is a little familiar with him, and no wonder she can refuse the marriage at any time, but she has to wait until she is canonized to quarrel with the Duke. Selina said again, Okay, we will have plenty of opportunities to chat in the future. Let's get down to business first. Anyway, I can't be happy now, and it's also a fun thing to watch you happy next. While speaking, she deliberately lit a zero-ring magic lamp. Rosen, you and I know that Anna's life is not good. She always receives a lot of criticism, and is harassed by many self-righteous bastards. Since you have already endured a bad reputation, why should you keep a meaningless innocence? Really, Anna? Anna's mentality was also much more relaxed, and she smiled blushingly. Selina, you have become bad. After saying that, she took a deep breath and turned to look at Rosen. Since Selina doesn't care, then I don't care either. Rosen didn't care even more. He flicked the whip and galloped on the fertile field. No words were spoken all night. The next morning, Rosen got up early, and went to the underground magic laboratory to focus on studying the two newly acquired six-ring spells. This research almost forgot to eat and sleep, but it also achieved remarkable results. On the fifth day, news came from Sturgeon Wharf. Sir Maxim's ship has arrived, a large number of ships, 15 large Eagle-beak cargo ships. Rosen was shocked. This is a big scale. He was worried that he would not have enough money. But then he thought, Maxim is a very considerate person, and he also understands his own financial ability. Since he has already brought the refugees here, he must have thought of a way to pay for himself. So, he just needs to wait patiently and take a rest. These days, he has been studying magic during the day and reclaiming wasteland at night, which has exhausted him. Chapter 104. Ha! Take a sip of maple wine, let the mellow and smooth northern wine flow between your lips and teeth, and then go down your throat all the way to your stomach, which immediately relieves Rosen's mental fatigue from being busy for many days. He leaned lazily on the bench, with his legs on the desk, watching the sun spot slowly move on the boots. When the warmth brought by the sun moved from the ankles to the toes, the study door was knocked. Maxim's lavender common language, with a slight tongue-twisting sound, came from outside the door. Baron, I haven't seen you for more than a month, and your territory has changed a lot again. Rosen had an idea, and the magician's hand opened the door, poured a glass of maple wine and handed it over, and sat up straight. Sir, please take a seat, and please forgive my impoliteness. Maxim shrugged indifferently. It can be seen that the Baron must have been very busy recently, and it is only right for him to take a break occasionally. He took a sip of the wine glass, and couldn't help but praise, good wine. Rosen smiled and said, I received a report that every ship was full of refugees, and the total number might be 12,000. This is far beyond my expectations. Maxim sighed, and began to explain the reason. The lightning messenger is so powerful. After I brought this thing back to China, many telepathic mages lost their jobs. Even His Majesty was very interested in it. After a pause, Maxim sighed again, but I have to say that the spell lock set by the Baron is really powerful. For more than a month, our mages have never been able to successfully crack it. He directly stated the cracking matter. Because it could not be cracked at all, he could only continue to import finished products from the White Sturgeon Island. Of course, the research on lightning and lavender is not completely blank. In fact, the emergence of the lightning messenger has greatly inspired the lightning mages in lavender. These mages have also explored and created some lightning messengers, and have also realized some remote communication functions, but the functions are still a long way from mature applications. Rosen also roughly understands the level of lightning research in lavender, so he asked directly, how many do you want this time? 400? Maxim reported an astonishing number, and explained with emotion. To be honest, Our Majesty Sheila is very dissatisfied with the current situation, and issued an order requiring major magic schools in the country to complete the imitation of the lightning messenger as soon as possible. Whoever completes it first will receive a huge reward. But to do this, it is inevitable that the finished magic tools will be damaged, so the major magic schools raise funds for me to buy more samples. Rosen understood that it is normal to spend money to study new things. At the same time, he was a little frightened. He felt that the Kingdom of Lavender was particularly willing to spend money on new knowledge and new technologies. His current technological advantage would not last long before it would be equaled or even surpassed by them. It seems that I have to squeeze the toothpaste bit by bit, so as not to let these fat guys from the Wick continent learn all my special skills. He is now a small man of more than 10 pounds, and the opponent is a fat man of hundreds of pounds. If the opponent mastered all his unique skills and hit him back, he would be able to knock him down 18 times. These thoughts flashed quickly, and he smiled and said, even if it is 400 units, the cost is only 400,000 og, which seems not enough to offset the cost of all refugees. This batch of refugees is estimated to cost more than 500,000 og. Maxim nodded, indeed. So, I also brought a group of customers, who need fine transfiguration this time. I believe the Baron will like it. There are about 50 of them, all nobles of our country, both men and women, and they are willing to pay a high price. They are currently staying in the Crescent Hotel. Rosen raised his eyebrows. Oh, sir, you really helped me a lot. He immediately returned the favor. Sir, I have made new progress in the way of fine transfiguration recently. Not only did it completely offset the side effects, but it also greatly enhanced the knight's ability to gallop across fertile fields. If sir needs it, I can help you upgrade it for free. This is naturally a byproduct of studying the 6-ring spell Natural Gift. Of course, what is shown is not the power of the 6 rings, but a weakened version that is downgraded to the 2nd ring. After the transformation, it was named the basic version of God Gun by Rosen. It has both form and spirit, and it is called a magic gun, of course, because it is a 2nd ring power. The effect is good, but the duration is limited, ranging from 1 to 6 months depending on the frequency of use. This means that he has to find him to strengthen it again in half a year at most. Maxim's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course it is necessary. He has tasted the marrow and tasted the taste for more than a month, and he has let out all the anger he has been holding back for the past few years. He even secretly found his first love girlfriend, who is now married, and gave her a big shock. Seeing the other party being incoherent and crying when he was violently conquered by him, he felt so refreshed in his heart. But more than a month of wild galloping also made him overdraw his physical strength, and he felt a little powerless. Now Rosen's words just corresponded to his most urgent needs. Baron, the stronger the ability, the better. Rosen shook his head and advised, Sir, you still need to be restrained. After all, life is far more than the pleasure between the bed and the bed. There should be higher pursuits. Of course, Sir is my customer, and I also respect the personal needs of customers, so I will still try my best to improve Sir's ability. Good words of persuasion should be said in advance, so as not to blame him in the future. There is no need to worry that the other party will stop at the brink of the cliff because of these good words, because once this thing is addictive, as long as the body can still hold on, there is absolutely no turning back. So, after persuading, he closed the study door and upgraded Maxim. About a quarter of an hour later, the upgrade was completed. Maxim felt it, and he felt that the condition of backache and leg weakness really disappeared without a trace. Thinking of the beauty in his mind, his good toy was immediately ready, and it was even better than before. It was so good that it was even a little scary. Baron, will this consume too much life? Rosen shook his head. Simply transforming will not consume too much, and it is even good for the body of the knight. What really causes excessive consumption is the knight's lack of restraint. So, you must restrain your desires. He looked earnest. Maxim immediately felt that this baron was the best man in the world, even better than his father. He nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 you must restrain yourself, you must restrain yourself, I will try my best to restrain myself. Then, he made a small request. Baron, many male nobles in the Crescent Hotel hope to have a magic gun to win the favor of the Queen Mother. After a pause, he lowered his voice and said in a very embarrassed tone, To be honest, I have similar ideas, so I hope the Baron will not upgrade their abilities too high. After that, he quickly added, I know this will cause economic losses to the Baron. Don't worry, I will give extra compensation. Next time I transport refugees, I will give you an extra 5,000 refugees. How about it? Rosen understood, looked up and looked at Maxim's handsome face. Your Queen Mother also likes you, right? That's right. Maxim smiled proudly. Rosen's heart moved slightly, and many thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. He immediately said, If you can give me 10,000 refugees for free, I will promise to only transform them, not upgrade them. In addition, I will continue to upgrade this ability. As my strength increases, the effect of the ability will become stronger and stronger. But no matter how I upgrade it, I will give it to you for free, and I will never use it on your competitors in Lavender. Finally, if you really get the favor of the Queen Mother in the future, you report the Queen Mother's size to me, and I will tailor it for you, and make sure that the Queen Mother can't leave you in the future. Maxim's eyes lit up. Deal. Since it was still early, Rosen said, Let's go directly to the Crescent Inn to transform. No problem. On the way to the hotel, Maxim became more attentive to Rosen in order to ensure that he had a unique competitive advantage. He carefully introduced the details of the nobles in the carriage. Not only men, but also women. 52 nobles came, 42 male nobles, and 10 female nobles. The male nobles all had similar goals. They just wanted the magic gun, and nothing else mattered. As for the female nobles, they naturally wanted beauty, and it would be best if they could be beautiful in every way. The different characteristics of male and female thinking were fully demonstrated. Maxim whispered, But there is a woman with a special situation. Oh! Is there a special need? Not really, it's just that her identity is special. Maxim whispered, She is the trusted maid of Princess Lavender. Because of her sensitive identity, she deliberately used transfiguration to hide her true appearance. If you find anything unusual later, just pretend you don't know, and never point out the other person's true identity. Rosen was moved when he heard this, and asked, Why does the maid of the princess need transfiguration service? As far as he knew, the appearance of such sensitive members needed to be recognizable, and they couldn't be changed randomly. Maxim shrugged, I don't know the reason. I'm only responsible for matchmaking, and I'm never curious about exploring the secrets of big shots. After saying that, he looked around and lowered his voice. In Lavender, this is the most important way to protect yourself. This subconscious reaction made Rosen's heart move slightly. It seems that the political pressure in Lavender is not small, and this must be closely related to His Majesty Sheila's bloodline. So, he looked at a respectful distance. I don't want to get involved in your domestic troubles, and I will keep my mouth shut later to avoid getting into trouble. Maxim was completely convinced of this, and even if the other party wanted to get involved, they couldn't. After all, Rosen's territory was a month's sail away from Lavender. What he didn't know was that Rosen had the exact opposite in mind. He would be very careful, because with his current status, he was far from the royal princess, and even far from the minister of the kingdom. Why did he say that? Based on the resources he could mobilize. The resources he could mobilize at present were less than 1/10 of those in the neighboring Shire County, not to mention that a decree could affect the king's ministers of the entire kingdom. Once the other party was alarmed and struck by thunder, it would be very troublesome. However, although he was a small fish, he had a clear mind and agile body, while Lavender, the big fish, was dizzy. It would be a pity not to take the opportunity to bite a large piece of meat from the big fish. Chapter 105. The Crescent Hotel should be called a mansion. Because it nominally belongs to all citizens of the island, the hotel's income will be collected by the island's citizen bank and eventually used for the development of the island. This is also the best hotel in Crescent City. The exterior wall is made of tempered yellow clay, and all the interior decoration materials are all imported from the northern county. Its main guests are naturally wealthy people from other places, who come to the island. When Rosen arrived, he was led by the hotel attendant to a separate courtyard, which was also the most luxurious courtyard in the entire hotel. But even so, the Lavender nobles in the courtyard still felt that it was not very good. They all stood in the spacious and bright courtyard, evaluating various unsatisfactory details with very picky eyes. This building material looks very new. It is said that it uses a new constant technique. I doubt its stability. The overall decoration style is too simple. Although it is quite spacious, it is too much and looks shabby. Don't be too demanding. This is not the big city of Lavender, but a baronial territory on a remote island. Amid the discussions, Maxim appeared in the yard with Rosen. Maxim clapped his hands lightly and said loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, it is not a decent move to talk about the master behind his back." After everyone stopped talking, he began to introduce Rosen beside him. This is the owner of Crescent City, Baron Rosen Saxon, who is also an outstanding master of transfiguration and has the best transfiguration skills in the entire Natural Alliance. Clap, clap. The nobles all applauded. This Baron may not be outstanding in other aspects, but his transformation skills are indeed first class. This point has been widely recognized in the upper noble circles of Lavender, because Maxim's personal experience has undoubtedly verified this point. This former hidden gunman has now become one of the best sharpshooters in Platinum City, the capital of Lavender. So, just for this amazing transformation skill, he deserves respect. After the applause ended, Rosen stepped forward and smiled. Through Sir Maxim's introduction, I have learned about your purpose. Whether as a Baron Lord or a Master of Transformation, I value credibility very much. Please rest assured that I have always marked the price, and the transaction is voluntary. While speaking, he raised his hand to Alia, who was following him, and Alia immediately stepped forward and presented each Lavender noble with a beautifully bound transformation price list. Please look, the price of each transformation service is listed above. It is a little more expensive than the usual transformation in the continent, but I think my skills are worth it. The nobles looked at the price list and found that it was indeed so. Although it was expensive, it was not outrageous. It was generally 2 to 3 times the market price. Considering the other party's lord status and superb skills, this price was what he deserved. At the same time, there was a unique transformation service on the price list, which was even the only one in the entire alliance, that is, fine transformation. The price was clearly marked, 2,000 odd per time. This price was quite expensive, but who let the other party have this ability? While the nobles of Lavender were looking at the price list, Rosen was also observing them carefully. After looking around, he soon found the maid of the eldest princess of Lavender mentioned by Maxim in the corner. She looked like a very ordinary woman, about 34 or 35 years old. She wore a thick wig and a pair of black crystal glasses that covered her eyes. She deliberately kept a low profile, so she had no sense of presence in the crowd. Rosen didn't look at him anymore. After patiently waiting for everyone to discuss, he continued, "I brought a lot of high-level arcane lattices this time, storing enough deformation energy, so I can fully meet your deformation needs. So who will come first?" Before he finished speaking, a strong man stepped forward. "Baron, I want a magic gun." Rosen was not surprised by this answer, but the other party's next sentence was a bit shocking. The man looked around the whole place and said loudly, The magic gun I want is more powerful than the magic guns of others present. For this, I have prepared sufficient gold coins. Clang. He pulled out a stack of bank deposit certificates of Dawn Bank. When Rosen saw the bank deposit certificate, his eyes flashed slightly, and he thought to himself, "Great, you actually brought fake deposit certificates to me for free." Of course, it's not so rampant that all the certificates are fake. Probably 5 are real and 1 is fake. Considering that the transformation technique has almost no cost, it is profitable anyway. Rosen decided to pretend that he didn't know and continued to accept fake deposit certificates. Of course, this fake deposit certificate can't be wasted, and someone can be said to secretly take it to Dawn Bank to cash it out. Anyway, as long as you can get the gold, who cares whether the deposit certificate is real or fake? However, the service of this first magic gun cannot be satisfied, because it harms the interests of other customers. Transfiguration is his long-term business, and taking care of the interests of all customers is his top priority. So he smiled and said, "Sir, I'm sorry I can't meet your request." "Why?" The tall noble looked dissatisfied. Rosen felt that the other party seemed to want to destroy his place. After a little estimation, he guessed that the other party might have received the secret instructions of His Majesty Sheila. After all, no one likes someone to hit their mother, but the mother just likes men, so he can only secretly block it from the source. Unfortunately, this is the White Sturgeon Island, not Lavender. More importantly, His Majesty Sheila's wish runs counter to the Queen Mother and the nobles of the kingdom. As the saying goes, the king will have many supporters if he is right, and few supporters if he is wrong. The king cannot escape this. Rosen was prepared for this. He explained with a smile, "Because I only try my best to meet the needs of customers while ensuring their health. But the physical condition of each customer is different, and the limit of magic that can be tolerated is also different. So, whether you can be the first or not depends not on me, but on the favor of Mother Nature." This explanation is impeccable. The male noble was a little discouraged. "Okay, then try to make it bigger for me, the bigger the better." This attitude made Rosen's heart move again. Okay, I thought too much. It seems that His Majesty Sheila doesn't care about these details at all, and the guy in front of him simply wants the first magic gun. This is naturally the best, but no matter whether His Majesty Sheila cares or not, he has to be careful. After all, the reputation is getting louder and the business is getting bigger. It is inevitable to arouse jealousy. So he nodded and said, "I will try my best." The scene was much more harmonious afterwards. A noble walked up to him, said what he wanted paid, and then Rosen took him to the small room to transform. It would take about a quarter of an hour, and then the next one. This cycle repeated. Excluding the time for rest and sleep, it was already the afternoon of the next day, when all 50 nobles had completed their transformation. Rosen received 140,000 ogre gold coins, all of which were bank deposits, of which 20,000 were fake. It can be seen that the nobles of Lavender were also very satisfied with his transformation service. Finally, it was the turn of Lavender's eldest princess Maid. At this time, all the other nobles were gone, leaving only her. The other party followed Rosen alone to the small room for transformation. After entering the door, she directly released a 4th ring arcane wall of secrets on the wall. She was actually a 4th ring magic master. She did not remove her transfiguration spell, and directly said, "Baron, you must be very surprised by my arrival, right?" Rosen nodded. "Yes, curiosity is human nature, but my reason can always restrain nature well." He could not feel it before, but after learning the spell of natural gift, he had a deep understanding of natural power, and vaguely sensed that the other party had a strong fluctuation of natural power. And this level of fluctuation is even stronger than his wife Selena. So the master of magic in front of him is most likely not a maid, but the eldest princess herself. She was obviously very satisfied with Rosen's answer, and nodded indifferently. "Very good." After a pause, she started to get to the point. "The experience of the past 2 days has confirmed that you are indeed the top master of transformation skills in the Alliance. Not only do you have unparalleled transformation skills, but you also have a very in-depth study of human structure and healing spells. Then I want to ask you, is there a way to make a person perfectly transformed into another person? Even the closest people can't find the difference?" Rosen's heart moved slightly, and he had guessed something, but he naturally knew that this matter could not be said, and he couldn't even show any special performance. So, he said in the tone of a professional shapeshifter, "Madam, the body is almost okay, but the soul is not." "Are you sure?" "Madam, although I am only an intermediate wizard, perfect disguise is the ultimate pursuit of any shapeshifter, and I am naturally the same. I have studied the human body in depth, not only absorbing the wisdom of my ancestors, but also personally conducting various practices. I can only say that the complexity of the soul is far greater than that of the body. At present, there is no safe and controllable soul transformation spell, and it is estimated that there will be no such spell in the future. Why? There is no reason. This is the result of countless practical tests. If you want to know the reason, you have to ask the creator. The eldest princess showed a trace of contemplation on her face. After a long time, she took out a stack of bank deposit slips and handed them to Rosen. I understand, and I hope the Baron will keep today's conversation confidential. This is the reward. Rosen looked at the deposit slips and found that there were as many as 20,000 ogres, and they were all real deposit slips. This discovery made him feel a little moved. Either the princess's maid had no idea that the deposit slips were forged, and the forger deliberately avoided her, or she knew about the forgery, so she deliberately used the real deposit slips to show her sincerity. After a little consideration, Rosen thought the former was more likely. Because the forgery process was so perfect, and he was only an intermediate magician, he had no ability to recognize the fake slips, and the other party had no need to avoid the fake deposit slips. That is to say, to some extent, the eldest princess was guarded against by the royal family of Lavender, and was squeezed out of the core affairs area. And for some reason, the eldest princess also began to have some doubts about the true identity of the current king of Sheila, even serious doubts. Otherwise, she would not have come to him in person to ask for advice on magic. And it can be imagined that this eldest princess would not only ask herself, she would definitely try her best to verify from multiple parties. And once the seeds of doubt are planted in the heart, they will definitely grow, and grow until they bloom and bear fruit. Because there is no perfect disguise in the world, Rosen can't do it. He has never seen relevant records in history or even mythology. It seems that the situation at the top of Lavender is evolving very quickly. My strategy must also speed up. As for the royal princess in front of her, she is very active, but her experience in struggle seems to be not rich enough, and she is too reckless, which is easy to alarm the enemy and make the bomb explode early. In this regard, he can only interfere to a limited extent. So, he reminded in a reproachful way, "Your Highness, your transfiguration is still too poor." The eldest princess was surprised, but calmed down immediately. "You are indeed a master of transfiguration, but you won't say too much, right?" "Absolutely not. I just remind your Highness to be careful and pay attention to your own safety. After all, the world is not peaceful." The eldest princess nodded slightly. "Thank you for the reminder. I will pay attention, but no one in the Natural Alliance dares to attack me." Rosen believed this, because the royal family of Lavender has pure natural divine blood and is the direct bloodline of the godly father, and the consequences of unnatural death are very serious. He believed that the Frust messenger Lothling was not so stupid. But if he was forced into a desperate situation, it was hard to say. He also didn't want the princess to get into trouble, because in his latest continental strategy adjusted according to the situation, the princess was a very important chess piece. At this time, the princess asked, "So, the Baron has the ability to see through the disguise of the soul?" Rosen looked embarrassed. "Your Highness, I have some related research, but after all, I am only an intermediate wizard, so my ability is limited." The princess smiled faintly. "The ability can be improved. I believe that with the Baron's insight talent, he will soon be able to improve the relevant ability to a certain extreme, right?" Rosen nodded confidently. "Yes, as long as you give me 3 years, I can definitely see through all the disguises in the world." 3 years? It's not long. The princess fell into deep thought. A few minutes later, she suddenly asked back. The Baron married Princess Chinsi and vigorously developed the territory. His plan is extraordinary. Rosen smiled slightly. "Your Highness, you are joking. It's just a simple development of the territory. After all, the princess married me, and I can't let her live a hard life." "That's right." The eldest princess stared at Rosen, wanting to say something, but she hesitated and finally sighed. "Forget it, let's stop here." Rosen immediately knew that the other party felt that he was too weak and looked down on him. Of course, he didn't argue, because he was indeed very weak now. At present, he could only persuade to this extent. "Your Highness, I wish you a safe journey back." Chapter 106. Don't fight, line up. There is enough water and food, don't fight. Breastfeeding women, pregnant women, patients, children line up first, yes, those who are strong move back. Behind the Sturgeon Wharf, the guards shouted until their voices were hoarse, but they could only barely maintain order. The refugees who had just got off the ship smelled the aroma of cooked food, and they were like hungry wolves, with green eyes, trying their best to squeeze forward, just hoping to fill their stomachs as soon as possible. Knight Frodo was one of the refugees. Yes, he was once a noble knight, and a senior knight. But the flood did not recognize this, and washed his fief into a muddy land, and washed away all his subjects. All his property was gone, equipment, weapons, war horses, even his family, and the most precious lord's enthronement book were all washed away in front of him. But it didn't matter. Because the baron he appointed was even more unlucky. The castle made of earth and stone collapsed directly by the heavy rain, burying the baron's family inside. With strong fighting spirit and good luck, Frodo used all his strength to hold the trunk of a big tree and trapped on the tree for 5 days and 5 nights before the flood subsided. He saved his life and encountered the slave-catching team while struggling to survive in a muddy field. Tired and hungry, he had no power to resist at all, and even didn't want to resist, because being captured as a slave would at least give him something to eat. He was knocked unconscious. When he woke up, he was lying on the shaking board, eating insufficient rotten food on the boat, drinking water with a smell of urine, and after more than a month of wandering, he came to such a completely unfamiliar place. They said that this was the Sturgeon Island of Varin, an island barren. He had vaguely heard of this place name, and only knew that it was a small place, but judging from the size of the port not far behind him, this place should not be poor, and should be much richer than his original Baron Lord. This made Frodo secretly relieved. All his family members were gone, and it didn't matter where he lived. Living on a wealthy island was not bad. At least, he didn't have to fight with the knights of the neighboring territory. He didn't despise Varin. As a principality of the Natural Alliance, Basilia was not much richer than Varin. Although there were many shield warriors to maintain order, the order was still not very good. Many men were dishonest and acted recklessly with a little strength. Frodo looked at this scene and thought to himself, why are the Baron's soldiers so soft? In this case, they should be whipped hard. But he didn't see the whip holder from beginning to end. However, the troublemakers didn't stay arrogant for long, and soon strong soldiers pulled them out separately. But they still didn't teach them a lesson, they just used shields to isolate them, and marked their faces with a unique oil paint. Frodo thought to himself, well, it seems that he should be a kind lord. There was indeed a lot of food, and everyone did receive enough food and drink clean water. The anxious mood gradually calmed down, and the team gradually became orderly. After a while, Frodo received his share of food. The food was placed in a ceramic bowl, and a wooden spoon was given. The bowl contained a sufficient amount of salted potatoes, a wheat cake, and finally a spoonful of thick seaweed soup. Eat the food quickly. After eating, keep moving forward. Do you see a big puddle in front? Wash yourself when you pass the puddle. There was a sound coming into his ears, but Frodo had no time to listen. He hadn't eaten fresh food for almost 2 months, and the rich aroma of the food in his hand made his stomach growl. He found a corner, and ate it in big mouthfuls. The potatoes tasted good, and the vegetable soup tasted good too. When he ate the wheat cake, Frodo was surprised to find that there was stuffing in the cake. He took a bite, and it was greasy, with the strong aroma of bacon and fat. It's still a meat pie. Frodo didn't know how long he hadn't eaten meat. He thought this little meat pie was the most delicious delicacy in the world. He ate it voraciously, and the people around him were also consuming it voraciously. After eating the meat pie, Frodo even put his fingers that were stained with meat into his mouth and sucked them clean. The food was not small, but he only ate 40% full. His appetite was naturally much larger than others. But no matter what, the burning feeling in his stomach had been greatly relieved. Finally, I am living like a human being. The Baron is so kind and generous. They are just refugees. If they were in other territories, they would definitely be treated like cattle and horses, but here, they were not even whipped. Although it was less than an hour after getting off the ship, Frodo was already planning to start over on this island. I am only 23 years old, still young enough. With my fighting spirit and martial arts, I will definitely have no problem joining the army. There seem to be murlocs around this island. If I kill murlocs diligently, I should be able to be knighted soon. While he was thinking, he saw several young men in clean and decent clothes walking into the crowd, shouting as they walked. Keep going forward. There are several large pools in front of you. The pools are filled with potions for cleaning the body and repelling bedbugs and fleas. Clean your bodies in the pool, and when you get to the other side of the pool, report your names and abilities, and receive a new set of clothes. Frodo was happy to hear this. Hey, you can soak in potion and get new clothes. It seems that this lord loves cleanliness. He had been itching all over for a long time, and he had strength in his body. He immediately stood up and followed the instructions and strode forward. Sure enough, He saw two huge pools 50 meters long and 5 or 6 meters wide. The pool on the left was open to the sky, for men. The pool on the right was surrounded by a wooden fence more than 1 person high, for women. The potion in the pool was light green, with a strong bitter smell of plants and trees. Frodo didn't care and jumped into the pool. Watch while walking, don't block the road. Frodo did it immediately. The potion smelled a bit strong, but it didn't irritate the eyes. When it was applied to the affected area bitten by fleas, it felt cool and comfortable. Frodo simply buried his whole body in the water, and then walked forward in the water with his eyes closed. Soon he reached the end and encountered another checkpoint. Behind the checkpoint were many stone counters that were half a person's height. Behind each counter sat an island official dressed as a clerk. Someone beside him instructed, "Young man, continue forward and report your name, age, and ability." Frodo strode up and stood in front of a cabinet. "Frodo, 23 years old, I used to be a knight of the Principality of Basilia, and I practiced advanced fighting spirit, horsemanship, swordsmanship, spearmanship, and shieldmanship." The clerk behind the cabinet showed surprise in his eyes, raised his head, and looked at Frodo carefully. Then he waved to a man dressed as an officer behind him. "Sir, there is a very outstanding warrior here." The officer walked over quickly, looked Frodo up and down, and said, "Since you are a knight, why don't you go find your lord? The Baron I am loyal to is dead." The foundation of the castle was directly washed away by the flood, burying the Baron's family inside. I saw it with my own eyes. "Well, it's a rare flood. Come with me." The officer waved to Frodo. Frodo followed with brisk steps, knowing that his life would soon get better. The officer took Frodo to a spacious room and said to a man dressed as a barber waiting inside, "Shave his whole body hair to make sure there is no little blood-sucking thing." He said to Frodo, "Take off your clothes." Frodo did it. As a man, he didn't mind exposing his body, but he felt that the officer's eyes were a little strange because he kept looking him up and down. The officer's voice sounded again, "Although you are a little thin, you used to be quite strong and good-looking." Frodo smiled awkwardly. "Yes, sir. Now, you have 3 choices. The first is to return to the team, and go to the refugee shelter with everyone to work for the Baron." Frodo shook his head very simply. "No, sir, I won't go to the shelter." "Very good, then the second choice is to join the island army and become a warrior guarding the island." "What about the third one?" "Join the island's navy, participate in the Sun Warrior plan, and become a Sun Warrior. As long as this task is completed well, you should be able to get rid of the identity of a recruit soon." Frodo said without hesitation, "I choose the third one." A wise choice. The barber was very skilled and moved very quickly. He shaved Frodo's whole body clean, and the officer also brought a set of clean clothes. New recruit's leather armor, put it on. Frodo took a look at the leather armor and found that it was brand new and of good quality. As he was getting dressed, he asked, "Baron, oh no, the Lord seems to be very wealthy." The officer smiled slightly. "You guessed it right, he is very wealthy and of noble status." "Noble status? The Lord is indeed of noble status." "No, you haven't understood yet. I said noble status because our Lord married Princess Waylon. It's just like your dead Baron Lord married the daughter of the Grand Duke of Basilia." Hiss. Frodo took a breath, and then suddenly remembered the outrageous rumors he heard some time ago. Wait, I remember. Is the Lord the Baron who robbed the princess with King Danger?" "Yes, that's it." "Oh." Frodo suddenly felt that his future life might be very exciting. Soon, he found that the officer was taking him to a house. "What are you doing now? Enjoy lunch, or are you full?" "Of course not." Frodo's saliva began to secrete faster. His biggest characteristic is that he can eat a lot. Because of his ability to eat, he can eat as much as 3 or 4 people, so he can never save money. We soon arrived at the restaurant. This restaurant is much better than the previous one. It is spacious and bright, and there are rows of rounded tables and chairs made of topaz-like stones. The restaurant was divided into 2 rooms. The inner one was the officer's restaurant, and the outer one was for ordinary soldiers. You eat here. There are clean plates over there. Take the plates to the window to find the chef. Order whatever you like, make sure you are full, but don't waste it." "Yes, sir." Finally, no matter what happens, private fighting is prohibited in the army. Disobeying orders will result in being put in a confinement room at the least, or expelled from the army at the worst. Frodo didn't quite understand, and he asked based on past experience, "Who is my direct superior, knight?" "You are directly affiliated with the East China Sea Fleet, and are a fleet recruit. The highest commander of the fleet is Major Harry." "Harry, Major?" "It is a new type of army that has been reformed. Just like the kingdom of Lavender, right? Frodo still had some knowledge. It is somewhat similar to Lavender, but there are also many differences. I know you must be confused now, but there will be someone to teach you. Frodo was indeed confused, but the aroma of food drove away all the questions in his mind. Who cares? As long as there are delicious food and drinks, that's enough. He followed the other soldiers and took his plate to line up in front of the window. Soon it was his turn. Through the small glass window, he saw many kinds of food inside, more than a dozen kinds, including vegetables, meat, and soup. Not only did they look good, but they also smelled very rich. He remembered what the officer said before, pointed to the big piece of stewed meat and said, "I want that, full." The chef glanced at him and reminded him, "It's okay to full, but you be in trouble if you can't finish it." Well, then have 5 more meat patties, and a bowl of seaweed. Finally, he took a full plate of food back and started to eat it in big mouthfuls. The food tasted very good, much better than the food in his previous territory. He couldn't help thinking, if there were days like this every day, I wouldn't go back to my previous territory even if I was asked to. And from the surrounding situation, it was obvious that there were days like this every day, because those soldiers were all very strong. While eating, Frodo saw an officer with a few confused, thin, bald recruits coming in. He knew at first glance that they were refugees. He could also see that although they were thin, they were strong, young, and handsome, just like himself. He soon discovered that all the recruits in the restaurant were young and good-looking. Frodo immediately wondered, do you have to look good to be a soldier these days? Or is this the Lord's personal hobby? He couldn't figure it out, so he simply gave up. He buried his head in the stew, and the delicious taste made him forget all his troubles. Chapter 107. It was a sunny day. At the secret pier east of the White Sturgeon Island, there was a flat-bottomed clay electric boat that was more than 20 meters long and more than 10 meters wide, with 20 young men sitting on it. Each young man was strong and handsome, wearing only a pair of leather shorts, revealing his muscular bronze upper body. When the sun shone on them, the smooth bronze skin reflected a faint metallic feeling, making the already bulging muscles appear more explosive. It felt like the boat was not a group of mortals, but 20 sun gods descended to the mortal world. This group of young people were the core members of the Sun Warrior Project, and Rosen had spent a lot of money to cultivate them. There were also 10 fish killer speedboats surrounding the flat-bottomed electric boat, and Rosen was sitting on one of the speedboats. This time it was not a puppet, but a real body. Because the puppet's maximum control distance is 40 kilometers, and this time he will be at least 100 kilometers away from the island, which is far beyond the control distance. It's a bit risky, but not completely risky. He not only brought guards, but also brought many powerful magic tools, and has mastered the 6-ring flawless steel dragon body spell, which greatly improves the defense power than before. Seeing that everything is ready, he shouted, go at a medium speed. If you encounter fishmen blocking you along the way, attack directly without any hesitation. It's true that fishmen are slaves of deep-sea banshees, but fishmen are different from fishmen. The Fishman Society is somewhat similar to the ant colony on Earth. There is a fishman queen in each tribe. The queen does 2 things, eat and give birth. After the eggs hatch, they will be raised by merman maids. According to their different qualifications, they are fed with different queen milks to grow into mermen with different uses. Among them, ordinary mermen are the most numerous, accounting for 90% of the merman tribe. They are fed with the least queen milk and grow the fastest. They are pure consumables. Therefore, as long as there is no deliberate slaughter and no harm to high-level mermen, they will not be regarded as an unforgivable serious provocation by the deep-sea banshee. Woo! The speedboat and flat-bottomed boats slowly started and sailed to the depths of the Merman Sea at a moderate speed. Harry, the commander of the East China Sea Fleet, was also on the speedboat where Rosen was, and he felt very guilty. Lord, is this reliable? He had never seen anyone use seduction to expand territory. If Rosen had not quoted classics, he would never agree to such a ridiculous plan. Rosen was also a little bit unconfident. After all the information came from ancient books. Although there is evidence from many sources, times have changed. Who knows what the deep-sea siren looks like now? But as a lord, he must never show weakness. Even if he is slapped in the face by the facts, he must ignore the facts and fight back. Not to mention the current situation where no one can be sure. He looked as calm as usual, and looked calm. Harry, you must remember that only stories and novels need to be reasonable. The real world does not need any logic. As long as it exists, it is reasonable. Harry was really scared. Well, the Lord is right. He has been a warrior for so many years, and he has indeed encountered many strange things that are enough to shatter his worldview. He knows that this world is indeed outrageous. The speed of the speedboat was not slow. Even if it was only medium speed, it was still 30 to 40 kilometers per hour. It soon drove more than 100 kilometers and arrived at the central area of the Triangular Sea area. This is the place with the highest frequency of encounters with deep-sea banshees in the logbook. In more than 300 years, a total of about 24 encounters were recorded, and the most recent one was about 20 years ago. Slowed down. After the fleet slowed down, Rosen took out a special lightning loudspeaker, turned on the power, adjusted the power to the maximum, and began to shout on the sea. Loutress, loutress. The power of this loudspeaker was really large, and the sea was really empty. Rosen's shouting spread far away on the sea. Those warriors who were 50 to 60 meters away even felt that it was very deafening, and many people couldn't help but cover their ears tightly. On the way, Rosen kept shouting, not only shouting the name, but also some words to show the sincerity of communication. We are neighbors of the nearby White Sturgeon Island, and we come with good intentions. Beautiful girls, we hope to have a good talk with you, and do some maritime trade that is beneficial to both sides. After shouting like this for more than half an hour, Rosen suddenly felt a group of looming mana fluctuations appearing on the sea's surface ahead. The distance was about 1,000 meters. If there were rocks blocking it, Rosen would not be able to feel it, but the sea surface was empty, so he felt it clearly. He felt a group of mana fluctuation sources entering the sea, moving at a very high speed in the shallow sea water, and constantly approaching the fleet. Rosen estimated that it was the deep-sea banshee coming, and immediately raised his hand to issue an order: stop moving forward, but maintain power supply and maintain the highest alert. The fleet stopped and floated slowly on the sea, leaving only the humming sound of the motor at low speed. After a while, Rosen saw 15 or 16 black shadows rushing out of the sea in the distance. After reaching the sky, the wings quickly spread, and then flapped violently, rushing towards him. The whole transformation process was smooth, and the fluctuations of mana were harmonious and beautiful, showing a natural beauty. Rosen secretly sighed in his heart. This should be a natural talent for transformation. It's very strong, but it can be felt that this transformation talent is still just a simple transformation of muscles and bones, and does not involve important organs of the whole body. The crew members were shocked when they saw the woman rushing out of the sea, and they subconsciously exclaimed in horror. Even the senior wizard Harry could not avoid it. Quiet! Rosen shouted. It's not a monster, but a group of sea dwellers who are good at transformation. The Lord was so calm, and the warriors all found their backbones, and their minds were much calmer. Soon, the shadow flew closer. Its appearance was just as described in the logbook. It had no clothes on its body, and was stretched straight in the sky. The outer thighs, arms, head, and belly were all covered with feathers. Most of the banshee's feathers were dark blue, but there was one exception. Among them, there was a banshee whose mana fluctuations were obviously stronger. Although the base color of her feathers was also blue, under the sunlight, many pearl-like colorful lusters could be seen. The banshees hovered over the fleet for a while. The banshee with pearl blue feathers shouted to the fleet, "You rude intruders, you shouted our queen's name without permission, apologize to us immediately." The language used was the common language of the Natural Alliance, or more accurately, the ancient common language. Rosen apologized without hesitation. "I apologize to you. I offended the Queen's Majesty because I didn't understand the rules of the deep sea. I was wrong." The banshees looked much calmer. The previous banshee continued to shout, "Follow us forward. There is a reef exposed above the sea in front. We will talk there." Rosen raised his hand. "Go forward, keep a low speed, and be careful of the reefs in the sea." The fleet started again, and followed the flying banshees slowly. Harry whispered, "Lord, will these banshees harm us?" Rosen shook his head. "Don't worry, they have no reason to harm us." With the sensitivity of the Ten Rings mage and Lai Fu's fine observation of expressions, he did not detect any malice. After following all the way for about 10 minutes, they saw a reef of considerable size. The area of the reef exposed above the sea is about 100 square meters, and the surface is very uneven, like the smallest island mountain. The banshees flapped their wings and landed on the reefs one after another. As they fell, all the feathers on their bodies turned into thick long hair at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dark blue long hair covered the snow-white skin, like a combination of blue waves and white waves, which was so beautiful that it immediately attracted the attention of the warriors. The leader of the banshees looked down at the fleet. "Okay, you just stop 30 meters away, and don't get any closer." Rosen immediately ordered the fleet to do so. At the same time, he carefully observed the banshees and found that according to the aesthetic standards of the human race, most of the banshees were only considered above average in appearance. But perhaps because of the long-term high-intensity activities in the sea, the banshees have very graceful figures, and their skin is indeed very moist, as smooth and white as if it was smeared with oil. Because they have no clothes on, a group of crew members can't control themselves, and pairs of eyes are focused on the banshees like spotlights. The banshee leader didn't care about the eyes of the crowd. She stood on the reef slope with her arms around her chest, one leg higher than the other, and said to Rosen from a high position, "You are the leader, right?" "Yes, I am." "I ask you, what kind of ship is this?" "Rune lightning ship, a magical weapon." "Oh, it runs quite fast." The banshee leader turned his head and looked at the 20 Sun warriors sitting on the flat-bottomed boat, staring at them for a long time before slowly moving away. "You just said that you want to trade with us?" "Yes, trade, and the bigger the better. If you can't make the decision, I hope to meet with your queen." "Our queen is not available at the moment. You might as well talk about the content of the trade first." Rosen took out the prepared trade items. "We need fish, seaweed, pearls, corals, and various seabed minerals in the sea. And we can at least provide you with sharp rust-proof knives. This is a very handy tool, especially for cutting fish. Look, this is it." While speaking, Rosen gently threw the tempered clay dagger as a sample. The clay used in this thing is a relatively rare gray-white clay. After tempering, the material is very similar to the ceramic knife in the previous life, very, very sharp. The banshee leader took the dagger, pulled the weapon out of the scabbard and carefully examined it, with a satisfied look on her face. "It is indeed a very good weapon. How much do you plan to exchange for it?" This question is difficult for Rosen. It would be bad to report too high or too low. So he said, "We spent a lot of money to make these weapons. They are very precious to us, but only to us. After all, this is a transaction between the two parties, so it must be how much you think it is worth." The banshee played with the dagger and said, "We don't trade with foreigners easily unless the foreigners can prove their sincerity." Rosen asked knowingly, "How to show sincerity?" The banshee leader pointed to the Sun warriors on the flat-bottomed boat. "We like them, and want to have fun with them. If they can satisfy us, we will trade, otherwise you can go back." Rosen immediately looked at the Sun warriors on the flat-bottomed boat, and pointed out 16, according to the number of banshees. "No, we want all of them, and I want that one." "Yes, the tallest and strongest one with blue eyes and blonde hair. We play on this reef. The rest of you stay back and wait." Since that's the case, Rosen ordered the boys. "Go, warriors of the White Sturgeon Island, show them your greatest sincerity. These boys have a very good foundation, and they are real men picked from thousands of miles away." Rosen also cooperated with his mentor Anna to bless them all with a master version of the God Gun technique, which directly raised their strength to several levels. At this moment, they were all as excited as hungry wolves. When they heard Rosen's order, they jumped off the flat-bottomed boat one after another, and swam quickly to the reef. Rosen waved his hand. "Retreat 100 meters." The fleet retreated and waited patiently. Time passed by, but the battle on the reef continued. Harry was excited at first, even envious, but as he watched, he shuddered, and his face became more and more solemn. "Lord, these deep-sea banshees are really powerful. It has been half an hour, and some banshees even fought 1 against 2, and they were still not at a disadvantage. If he were to go up, he would probably be defeated in a few minutes." However, the Sun warriors were not completely at a disadvantage, and there were also top masters among them. The tall and strong warrior chosen by the banshee leader was particularly powerful. He actually beat the banshee leader, who should have been the strongest, to retreat step by step, and even to the point of almost fainting. Rosen secretly admired. "What's the name of that young man?" "Frodo. He was originally a senior knight. No wonder he is so brave. When we go back this time, I will give him a promotion and a raise in salary." "Yes, Lord." Harry also felt that Frodo was really powerful. Others fought 2 against 1, but after he defeated the Banshee Lord, he actually faced the second one. He suspected that this guy could even poke a hole in the reef below. After 2 hours of fierce fighting, the Sun Warriors completely defeated their opponents and won the final victory. Rosen waved his hand. "Almost done, get closer." As the fleet approached, the Sun Warriors immediately returned to the flat-bottomed boat, each with a satisfied and tired smile on their face. Look at the reef again. Since the Banshees had been defeated, they were in a worse state than the Sun God Warriors, and they fell on the rocks one by one, motionless. After a long while, the Banshee leader regained some strength. She said weakly, "Lord, you have proved your sincerity very well. For this dagger, we will give you 10 thumb-sized pearls, or a fresh fish as heavy as an ordinary murloc, or 3 times the weight of seaweed. Rosen's heart lit up when he heard it. This is a big profit. Then, the Banshee leader pointed at the Sun Warriors. But every time you trade, you must bring strong guys like this, the more the better. Because other sisters also need to feel your sincerity. Rosen immediately looked embarrassed. Madam, can I say 3 conditions? You say, but I hope you won't be too greedy. First, we hope to change the trading location to the reef near the island, or just on the edge of the island. Because the reef is too hard, you see that our guy's skin has been rubbed. The Banshee leader nodded. That's right, then you decide on a location. Rosen continued with the second one. Look at these strong guys of ours, who have paid a lot of physical strength and energy to show their sincerity. This requires an extra price for our human race. The Banshee leader was stunned, looked down at the Sun Warriors on the flat boat, turned around and whispered to the sisters, and then nodded. I agree with this. After all, such a strong and masculine guy is rare. After thinking for a while, she was about to quote the price. Then Rosen immediately said, Madam, let the boys and your sisters negotiate the price themselves? After all, they are the ones who pay and enjoy. It's a very reasonable statement. Okay, let them negotiate it themselves. Rosen said the last condition. Leader, our ship wants to borrow the deep sea to go to the East Golden Cape in the south. After speaking, he immediately added, We know the rules and will attach a full toll. But how much is it? I hope to find a formal occasion and a formal time to discuss it in detail. The leader of the Banshee was silent for a while, then shook her head. Don't rush this matter. After all, we are not familiar with you yet. Let's trade for a while first. If we think you are trustworthy, then we can talk about the next step. In the first contact, Rosen didn't think of negotiating everything at once. And his ultimate goal was not to do business with the Banshees, but to take charge of this sea area. Just as the Banshee needs to understand them, he also needs to use trade to get to know the Banshee better. Whether it is war or peace, intelligence comes first. Madam, you are right, then let's trade first. Chapter 108. At noon half a month later. Crescent Castle, back room. The Rosen family is enjoying lunch. The main course is a stewed turtle soup. A turtle weighing more than 30 kilograms was cut open, the thickest and tenderest parts of the meat were removed, mixed with ham, potatoes, vegetables, and various spices, and stewed into a pot of fresh soup as thick as milk. Of course, the rest of the turtle was not wasted, and all were given to the servants as rewards. Anna sipped the delicious soup and said, I received a reply from my brother today. He said that he contacted the earls of the northern county, and everyone agreed to my proposal. It is estimated that more than 50,000 mountain people will be transported to the island one after another, and the average price of each one is 10 to 25 og. Rosen made a slight estimate. This is really a huge expense, but fortunately it can be paid with magic tools. If it is paid in cash, all the cash on the island combined is estimated to be far from enough to pay. After a pause, he was somewhat relieved. Fortunately, we have reached a deal with the deep-sea Banshees, otherwise there would not be enough food on the island. Although the trade with the deep-sea Banshees has just begun, the Banshees are very enthusiastic about trade. They not only need Sun Warriors, but also Clay Nyas. They are very interested in everything on land. In just 10 days, at least 200 tons of various seafood have been brought to the island. But Rosen still thinks that the trade volume is too small. If he controls this triangular sea area, he will immediately start various seawater aquaculture, which can not only ensure the food for the entire island, but also export a large amount. Of course, this is just his idea for the time being. Anna talked about the second piece of news. I have received responses to the letters I wrote to various magic schools and famous magicians. Among them, the responses from the northern schools were very positive, and they all said that they would add the option of the White Sturgeon Island to the students' graduation recommendation list, and most of them would add it to the first page. Rosen and Selena raised their glasses to celebrate and smiled. This is really good. Anna spread her hands. It is indeed good, which shows that the White Sturgeon Island has made a name for itself in the north. She changed the subject, but there are not many responses from the south, and they are not even willing to pay attention to me. Even if I care, yes, but politely refused. I summarized the reasons, and found that there are many aspects. When Rosen heard this, he said, Is it mainly political or economic reasons? Half and half. The South is full of mainlanders, and we have offended Aaron. The South is rich, and formal mages have many opportunities and high salaries after graduation. At the same time, they look down on us in the North from the bottom of their hearts. But to be honest, even if the Southern mages are willing to come, I am afraid we can't afford their salaries. Rosen and Selina both nodded in agreement. The southern county is much richer than the northern county, and the salaried level of formal mages is more than doubled. Just like a small town in the west of the earth going to Shanghai to work, the gap is huge. But Rosen is unwilling to miss any opportunity to expand his power. Some of the informal mages in the south may come. The salary of informal mages is only 1/5 or even 1/10 of that of formal mages. These people are seriously exploited. It's about the same as 3,000 college students. Anna smiled slightly. Of course I know what you think, so I also asked someone to ask about the situation of informal mages. The situation is that it is difficult. Because most of them look down on the White Sturgeon Island and feel that there is no hope for the future. Most people are willing to come to the White Sturgeon Island to take risks, even if they work hard to make a career in the big cities in the south. Mrs. Saxon spread her hands when she heard this. It's the same idea as when I was young. I wanted to stay in the prosperous Xiaolin city for the rest of my life. When Ted took me back to the island, I was still unwilling. In other words, even with the princess's halo, the influence of the White Sturgeon Island is still far from enough to cause a siphon effect on ordinary mages in the south. To reverse this impression, the White Sturgeon Island must do another big thing to prove its strength. Of course, it's still early, and the White Sturgeon Island is not ready yet. But there are a few things that must be done right now. Rosen swallowed a mouthful of fresh turtle meat, and said, more and more people have come to the island recently. Some come to seek opportunities, and some come to make money. With nearly 80,000 residents on the main island, the permanent population is almost 90,000, and the island market has begun to take shape. Because of Rosen's strong intervention, the island is rapidly changing from a natural economic model of barter to a commodity economic model. The scale of the private free market is rapidly expanding. As the market grows, ordinary people pay more and more attention to money, because money can buy more and more things. The good news is that with the developed market, the speed of goods circulation is getting faster and faster, which can greatly stimulate the development of island productivity. The bad news is that the island market is still too small. Small means fragile and poor risk resistance. A large influx or withdrawal of materials and currency in the market will cause huge turbulence in the market. This will make the lives of island citizens as exciting as a roller coaster. Today, 1 kilogram can buy 5 kilograms of flour. Tomorrow it may only buy 1 kilogram, and the day after tomorrow it can buy 10 kilograms. That's fine, but I'm afraid of encountering bad-intentioned foreign merchants who secretly manipulate the market and plunder the wealth in the pockets of the people. Then life will be unbearable. As a lord, if you want to maintain the foundation of your rule, you must help the people hold their money bags tightly, and not let outsiders easily empty their pockets. Selina asked, so what are you going to do? Rosen snapped his fingers. 2 things. First, open an island price balance bureau. Selina didn't quite understand. Huh? Rosen began to explain in detail. Through this bureau, the prices of various necessities of life on the island, especially food, will be kept in a relatively stable range and will not fluctuate violently. I will declare that private hoarding of key materials is illegal, and only official warehouses on the island can legally hoard them. The market cannot be completely free, especially food. Otherwise, an oligarchy will quickly form. This will greatly weaken the lord's control over the territory. Therefore, the only legal oligarchy can only belong to the lord. Rosen continued to introduce the operation of the balance bureau. For example, when the market price of food rises rapidly, it means that the market is short of food, and the grain depot will distribute food to the market to ensure that ordinary citizens can always buy cheap food. On the contrary, when the grain price is cheap, it means that there is a lot of surplus grain in the market, so the grain depot will buy grain at a slightly higher market price to protect those grain suppliers from going bankrupt. Anna listened carefully for a while, and said, it can also prevent people from maliciously interfering with the market grain price and causing chaos on the island. That's right. At present, the island is small, there are not many people, and it is surrounded by the sea. There will not be rapid input and output of goods, so this price balance bureau can do a good job without many people. But when the scale is large in the future, this balance bureau will be very important, and even the key to maintaining the lifeline of the country. The so-called large-scale word, Selina and Anna can naturally understand. Rosen continued, second, the Island Citizen Bank should also be officially established. The Price Balance Bureau is to regulate from the supply side of materials. The establishment of a bank is to control the amount of currency circulating in the market. This is also very important. If this matter is not done well, let alone ordinary people, the lords will be robbed. In the future, Rosen will need a group of professional banking talents to fight currency wars with enemy countries. Anna frowned and reminded seriously, Rosen, local lords cannot open banks freely, they must have the approval of the Duke. The Duke usually agrees, because local banks must pay him management fees. However, in order to prevent local lords from messing around, auditors will be sent from the Adrian clan to conduct strict supervision. These auditors are members of the Adrian family's collateral line. Except for himself, the whole family is in Dawn City, so it is extremely difficult to bribe them. The bank issue can be big or small. In a small way, it is a matter of money. In a big way, it is a matter of coinage rights, which involves the foundation of the Duke's rule. Once it goes too far, the Duke will definitely declare it a rebellion and send troops to suppress it. Rosen was prepared. He smiled slightly. Other lords can't do it, but we can, and the Duke can't control it even if he wants to. As he said that, he turned his head and looked at Selina. Selina was stunned and didn't react for a while. Rosen reminded softly, My dear lady, as a direct member of Adrian's royal family, have you forgotten the legitimate rights you should enjoy? Selina finally remembered. Oh, I remember. I do have the right to open a bank, and Reed really can't control me. Huh? Anna still didn't understand. Selina smiled and said, Article 7 of the Whalon clan decree states that members of the Adri family have the right to open private banks affiliated with the Dawn Bank. If you are a direct member, as long as the bank's capital is less than 1 million OG, it can operate independently without being supervised by the Duke. In short, this is for members of the clan to make pocket money by lending money. The creator of this clan decree is the first Duchess, Saint Whalon. Ryder can't find any reason to abolish this decree because many clan members are opening private banks. Of course, because they are collateral, the capital scale cannot exceed 200,000 OG. But even if the direct line has a capital scale of 1 million OG, it is only a small bank in a Whalon capital like Dawn City, but it is more than enough for the current White Sturgeon Island. Rosen smiled and said, I suggest calling this bank Princess Dawn Bank. Once people hear it, they will know that it is opened by Princess Selina, and the credit will be established immediately. Okay, let's call it this name. Now that there are professional guardians on both the supply side and the currency side, there should be no major problems in the island market. As for the Duke's seigniorage, there is no need to worry too much. Because credit currency is not yet popular, the gold and silver currencies circulating in the market are basically full valued, and the seigniorage is not much. In addition, even if the Duke wants to mix gold coins with substances to collect more seigniorage, he still has to ask the earls of each county whether they agree. So, 2 major events were decided at the dinner table. There will definitely be many bumps in the specific implementation, but it doesn't matter. The island is small in scale, and has the natural barrier of the sea. If there is no major problem, it will be used as a training staff. After lunch, Rosen went to the underground magic laboratory to study magic. After a while, Anna also joined in. She was very interested in the lightning assembly line in the laboratory. It just so happened that Rosen was also in need of a helper in the magic factory, and Anna had been staying in the castle all the time, feeling bored every day. So Rosen carefully taught the relevant knowledge. As for government affairs, there were puppets in charge. I thought nothing big would happen this afternoon, but soon, his chief intelligence officer Stannard came. Lord, there is a sun warrior named Frodo, who kidnapped a witch wife from the sea. The other party voluntarily went ashore with him, and was unwilling to go back to the sea. Rosen was very happy. Aha, there is a defector so quickly. Now you have a complete understanding of the deep sea situation? Then why doesn't he worry about being discovered by the other side? Because he can see at a glance that the islands and land have a high civilization advantage over the deep sea banshees. If the other side can find out everything at will, they will yearn for the islands rather than the sea. Of course, it is not enough to rely on Frodo alone. The Sun Warrior plan must continue to work hard to bring as many banshees as possible ashore. After passing this order to Stannard, he asked, Any other news? Stannard nodded. Because of the obstruction of trade routes, our smuggling trade with the northern county has encountered obstacles. The smuggling efficiency has dropped a lot compared to the past, and some of them have even been blocked by the Earl of Shire County. Rosen knew that Count Robert's interception was just a show, for the people in the Shire County government department to see. After all, whether to intercept or not is a matter of attitude, and how much to intercept is a matter of ability, and the former is much more serious than the latter. But this incident also reminded him to find a new route quickly. Fortunately, Rosen never puts all his eggs in one basket. Since he started trading with the smuggler Aji, or even earlier, he has been preparing for this matter. Recently, These preparations should have taken shape. Chapter 109. North of the Sturgeon Island. There is a deep-water bay called the Fishman Bay. The name has not changed, but the fishmen have been driven away, and the bay has been turned into a secret port. Crash, crash. A dry dock was filled with seawater. As the seawater rose, a 38-meter-long and 15-meter-wide square-headed flat-bottomed boat parked in the dock slowly floated up. This boat was naturally made of tempered black clay, which is almost the maximum size that tempered black clay can bear. Next to the dock, the person in charge of supervising the construction of the new ship is a mid-level wizard named Beltel, 28 years old, one of the 8 Call wizards left in the past. This wizard is not very interested in making weapons, but has a fanatical hobby for shipbuilding. However, he also made it clear that although he likes shipbuilding and has been studying hard recently, he does not have much shipbuilding ability at present. In order not to delay the Lord's important affairs, he has written to Master Lucavato, who has returned to Cal, begging for help in finding a group of shipbuilding wizards. And the master has already replied, saying that he is looking for talents everywhere. For this matter, Rosen will naturally not let the master suffer a loss, and directly sent a sum of 1,000 ogs of action funds. And he stated that for every one found, he would give the master a generous reward. As for this Beladle wizard, if nothing goes wrong, Rosen plans to let him be the head of the shipbuilding department. After all, passion is the greatest motivation for progress. Back to the topic. Master Beladle stood beside Rosen and carefully introduced the situation of the new ship. Lord, the empty displacement of this ship is about 300 tons. The full load displacement is 1,000 tons. The maximum speed is 13 knots, and the ability to withstand wind and waves is average, so it is only suitable for offshore sailing. How is the range? It depends on how much clean black stone is loaded. If it is loaded with more, it can travel farther. The maximum distance should be 5,000 kilometers. Of course, it can't carry any cargo at all. Rosen looked at the cargo hold that was as large as possible, and the power components that were as small as possible on the hull, and knew that it was almost the limit. This ship has basically no technical content to speak of. The power is very poor, the appearance is not beautiful at all, and it can't withstand any wind and waves, but it can still carry a lot of cargo. In terms of absolute speed, it is not worse than a sailing cargo ship at all. The most important thing is that the speed of this cargo ship is very stable, and does not pick the wind direction. It is enough for the time being. When this ugly big square ship slowly drove out of the dock, Rosen nodded gently, then build a few ships like this first, and use them to load large cargo. Then improve it little by little according to actual use. As for small cargo, just modify the existing speedboat. Yes, Lord. After talking with Master Bellatier about the design ideas of the hull structure for a while, Rosen returned to the nearby dock management department. This place is divided into 2 parts. One part belongs to the Ministry of Commerce, and Rosen is temporarily serving as the general manager. There are some secretarial officials, who are good at maritime trade. The other part belongs to the Navy Department. If you want to do smuggling safely, you can't do it without the protection of the Navy. There is a command room in the Navy Department, and a sea map of the North Whale Sea, and the coastline is placed in the middle of the room. The so-called North Whale Sea is the northern sea area of Whale Giant Island, bounded by the Wind Breath Strait. This sea area has many underwater reefs, and there are no economically developed coastal cities on the coastline. Conducting cross-sea trade in this sea area not only involves huge risks, but also has little profit, so it has become a barren land for maritime trade. But because of this place will not be noticed by powerful external forces, and there are no strong competitors inside, which is the perfect sea area for smuggling. The command room is Rosen's destination. In the command room, some officers from the Navy Department were sitting or standing. When they saw Rosen coming, they all stood up straight and saluted, calling him Lord. Rosen pressed his hand down, signaling everyone to continue working. He took off another cold-proof leather glove, took a cup of hot tea from Alia in a round-ear crystal cup, drank a sip, and asked, "How is the precision chart of the North Whale Sea?" The so-called precision chart is the most advanced concept of chart drawing at present, requiring the highest possible precision and marking all the factors that may affect navigation safety in a sea area. Obviously, this is a treasure that is necessary for navigation. And this kind of treasure is already quite complete in the current busy trade sea area, but the North Whale Sea is still blank. As Rosen asked, an officer in charge of drawing stood up and reported, "Lord, we have only completed a quarter of the work, but judging from the current progress, it will be completely completed in about 4 months. Rosen nodded. 4 months is still too slow. I will continue to allocate funds and personnel, increase support for the Chart Bureau, and strive to complete it within 2 months. At present, the smuggling trade with the northern county is the top priority of the White Sturgeon Island. It is not only the only stable source of materials for the island, but also part of the interest-bundling strategy with the northern county. Only when both parties have huge common interests can they advance and retreat together when doing big things in the future. After a pause, Rosen handed the cup back to Alia, and then looked at the highest-ranking officer present, Major Alex. There is another thing you need to pay special attention to. Alex was originally the deputy commander of the Shield Guard of the Flame Regiment. Now he no longer carries a shield, and even a sword is no longer used. He uses a lightning crossbow. He is now the supreme commander of the North Sea Fleet. When the Lord called him, he immediately stood up and listened to the instructions. I heard that there are many pirates in the North Sea. When you meet pirates, don't rush to kill them, try your best to recruit them. We are in great need of skilled sailors now. The predecessors of the North Sea pirates were actually fishermen. Why become pirates? Because the North County is poor. Once the place is poor, many lords have no bottom line, start to do nothing, and greatly increase the exploitation of civilians, causing many civilians in the North County to have a hard time and have to become bandits. And because there is no trade in the North Sea, there are no merchant ships to rob. Therefore, these pirates are just pirates in the official mouth, and they are essentially a group of fierce fishermen who do not obey the Lord's management. Alex nodded immediately. Understood, Lord. Rosen continued, my request is very simple, that is, to develop the estuaries of all rivers in the north of Whalon into our trade routes. And on the surface of the North Whalon Sea, the only one who has the final say is our navy. Alex was shocked. Lord, what if the Lord of the Northern County disagrees? Just relying on their few broken ships? If they don't agree, we will fight them until they agree. In the popular sea areas, there are navies of big countries cruising, and of course, he can't touch them with his current speedboat, but in this trade desert, he is currently the strongest maritime force. As for the subsequent impact, we will talk about it after we win the battle. Yes, Lord. Alex responded loudly. He is a pure soldier, but he doesn't care about any political impact. If the Lord says to fight, then he will fight. Seeing him like this, Rosen was a little worried that he would fight too much, and hurriedly reminded him, warn first, and then fight if the warning is ineffective. Don't sink the opponent's ship as soon as you go up. Thinking about it makes me feel uneasy. After all, these soldiers are thinking about military merits, and the ship is on the sea, and no one is watching. Who knows what will happen? He thought to himself. I have to get a military police to set rules for these unrestrained soldiers. Military police are not only needed now, but also in the future. It can prevent the soldiers from getting too excited and doing stupid things that affect the overall strategy. After staying in the harbor command for a while, Rosen set off to return to Crescent Castle. This time, the transportation he used was not a carriage, nor the latest coal-fired electric car, because the mountain forest road had not been repaired yet. But this situation will not last too long. Because there was a narrow mountain path as the foundation. With the help of Bell's disintegration spell and Rosen's strong support, the road construction progress was very fast. According to the current progress, it will take about 2 months to build the mountain road from Huron Bay to Crescent Valley, and the first batch of electric trucks will be used. In the future, when the mountain road network is improved, it will become a transportation blood vessel, transporting the smuggled resources of the northern county to every corner of the White Sturgeon Island. At present, Rosen is riding a specially built mountain steel puppet, which is an upgraded version of the combat puppet built by Bahat. The main changes are the appearance and control system. The internal structure is basically unchanged, the power source is unchanged, and the mana used is mana. Mana is expensive. It cannot be converted by ordinary means. It is very expensive to use. It takes a lot of mages to help charge it once. Sitting on the bumpy steel puppet, Rosen thought secretly. For this kind of complex mountain terrain, the most suitable fast transportation tool is still the helicopter. It's a pity that the power source is not very powerful at present, and there are no special aircraft design talents. Aircraft are still needed. When the funds are sufficient, I will go back to set up a project, make a start, provide an idea, and then gather a group of talents to build a laboratory deep in the mountains, and do it secretly. Of course, a killer weapon like an aircraft cannot be easily leaked. It must be secretly made, and then used when it is really needed. In addition to airplanes, Rosen has all kinds of ideas from the Earth in his mind. Aircraft, rockets, satellites, computers, and so on. But these ideas have one thing in common, that is, they are all very complex system engineering products, products of the Earth's technology tree. And Rosen only knows the most basic principles. The basic principles are obviously far from enough. Everyone knows that fission nuclear bombs are based on chain reactions, but who can make nuclear bombs with this little knowledge? Since it is a technology tree, it is naturally impossible to grow a crown without roots. It is necessary to invest massive resources, introduce massive talents, explore little by little in practice, from nothing to something, from simple to complex, and light up key technologies one by one, so that it can grow. Rosen's knowledge of the Earth can only play a guiding role, and avoid detours as much as possible. Even if he gave instructions, he had to be very cautious, because the situation in the alien world was different from that on Earth, and it was easy to get acclimatized. So, Rosen encountered a problem. At present, the problem of material shortage has gradually eased, and some low-level talents have accumulated, but there are still too few high-level talents, and even strategic talents who can take the lead. While thinking, the iron puppet had already carried him and a group of guards through the mountains of about 40 kilometers and entered the Crescent River Valley. Rosen did not return to the Crescent Castle immediately, but turned around and went to the newly built Magic Center. As the source of the new productivity of the island, the Magic Center is firstly heavily guarded and has a very tight protection network to ensure that the highest magic secrets of the island are not leaked. The second is large. There are a total of 10,000 acres of land, and there are 20 magic laboratories built in it, but only 6 of them are actually put into use. The reason is that there are no talents who can take the lead. In addition to the magic laboratory, the center also has various supporting buildings built specifically for these scientific research mages, including residential buildings, restaurants, taverns, walking parks, and even a brothel hidden in the dark. Anyway, as long as the mages enter the Magic Center, they can enjoy the highest quality of life on the island here, and even better than the Lord Rosen in some aspects. After entering the Magic Center, Rosen asked his mages to drive the steel puppets to charge, and he went straight to the recruitment building. Seeing what talents are recruited every day, and what new magic ideas are obtained has almost become Rosen's daily life habit. As a lord, he went directly into the recruitment building from the back door, and prepared to check the recruitment list directly. I was walking in the corridor on the second floor, when I suddenly heard a noise coming from the front yard of the building. I was curious, and went to the window to check the situation. The front yard has always been very lively, because many mages are summoned every day. Most of them are young civilian mages, most of whom are informal mages, and occasionally a few formal mages can be seen. But they are basically from the northern counties, and it is rare in the south. But today it seems to be particularly noisy. After observing for a while, Rosen found the source of the noise, and was slightly surprised. Because the person who came to find a job turned out to be a 4th ring magic master, and from the faint fluctuations of magic power, he is still a 4th ring peak master. Looking at his clothes, dark green vertical striped robes, pointed wide-brimmed hats, 3/4 wide leg pants and tight cotton socks, a very typical cow magician style of clothing. This magic master is probably just over 50 years old, with gray hair, tall stature, very capable face, and a pair of leopard eyes that are majestic without anger. He doesn't look like a magic master, but a charging general. He didn't come alone, and there were 2 young men following him. One was younger, about 23 or 24 years old, and was a senior magician. The other was older, 25 or 26 years old, and was also a magic master. Judging from their faces, these 2 young men should be the sons of the old magician. In other words, a family of 3 came, and 2 of them were magic masters. Rosen was slightly surprised. Is my reputation so good that it can attract the magic master Chow? I suspect that Loakato helped recruit them, but the other party didn't write to inform him. Moreover, this kind of magic family that has a heritage is very stable. It seems that Loakato can't recruit them with his mediocre magic achievements and reputation. Chapter 110. In the front yard of the recruitment building, there was some conflict between the old wizard cow and the recruiters. Rosen listened for a while, and understood the reason. It turned out that the magic master wanted to see him directly, and although the recruiter did not refuse, he was confused and hinted that he would report quickly if he gave him some money. The old wizard had a very hot temper. He flew into a rage when he heard it. He turned around and left without saying anything. This frightened the recruiter, and he hurried to keep him, but the other party was extremely stubborn and didn't care. No matter how he persuaded, it didn't work. He just wanted to leave. So, the 2 sides got entangled in the yard. In the yard, the noise kept coming up. The main targets of the quarrel were the old wizard himself and the recruiter. "Let go! Master, we can talk it over." The recruiter was about to cry. "What? You won't let me go?" No, 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 master, I was wrong, can't I apologize to you? The recruiter almost knelt down. Although he didn't know the magic power of these three call wizards, he knew from their expressions and temperament that they were famous wizards. If they left the island because of him, his job as a recruiter would be over. But the old wizard was going to leave with a dark face, and even his two sons tried to persuade him, but it was useless. The old wizard's voice resounded throughout the courtyard. There is no human relationship in the magic world, only strict rules. If you bring worldly bad habits into the magic center, then this magic center will not have much future. You, a recruiter, what's the point of asking me for money? If you have the ability, go to the creator to ask for money? I thought there was something different about the Baron, but it turns out that he is the same as the lords of the call. Let go! Otherwise I will be rude. Rosen was amazed. This master is so old, but he still has such a hot temper. He is still strong and must be a person with real skills. People without real skills can still shout a few words with their youthful blood when they are young, but they lose their confidence when they get older and immediately become weak. As for what the old wizard said, Rosen also felt that it made a lot of sense. Magic must be rigorous, and so should the wizards who study magic. Rosen secretly decided to make a fuss about this matter and take advantage of the opportunity to hold a national discussion on the entire island to sort out the atmosphere and correct the thoughts, especially the thoughts of the wizards. Not to mention other places, at least the magic center should be kept away from the bad habit of picking pockets. Although it is said that if the water is too clear, there will be no fish, but if the water is not clear, there will be no real dragon. Seeing that the magic master was really about to leave, he hurried downstairs, strode to meet him, and shouted, "Salute to you, master." Seeing that the lord had arrived, the recruiting officers present hurriedly saluted, and the recruiting officer who did something bad almost turned pale. The magic master who was pulled snorted coldly, shook his torn sleeves, and although he did not respond, he did not turn around and leave. Fortunately, his two sons were still very good-tempered, and they immediately returned the salute to Rosen. Rosen walked up to the magic master and asked with a smile, "Master, I am Rosen, the lord of the island. May I ask your name?" "Gauze." The magic master responded coldly. Rosen searched the relevant data in the database for a while, and was immediately surprised, so he asked, "Master Gauze, you are the magic consultant of Marquis Henry. How do you have time to visit my small island?" Gauze, a 4th ring 32-star flame mage, was born in a civilian family. He showed his talent, since he was young and showed amazing achievements in fire magic. He was called the Ash Maker. He was also one of the magic consultants that Marquis Henry valued the most. Now he ran to his own territory. Did he have a falling out with the Marquis? Master Gauze stared at Rosen with his shining brown leopard eyes. "I originally wanted to visit the Lord, but now I don't want to, so this matter has nothing to do with the Baron." After that, he waved to his two sons beside him. "Let's go." The sensitivity of the 10th ring mage told Rosen that this master really wanted to leave, not just to pretend to raise his status. Come to think of it, it makes sense. With his status and position, he would be treated well immediately if he went to Whalon to seek refuge with any earl, or even to seek refuge with the Duke of Dawn. There was no need to come to his own small island. Although he didn't know why he chose to come to his own island. Since he was here, he must try his best to fight for it. In a blink of an eye, the other party walked more than 10 meters away, and was about to get on the carriage parked at the door. What should I do? Rosen looked at the backs of the three mages, his mind raced, and he immediately came up with a solution. He walked up quickly, and got on the coachman's seat directly, smiling. "Since the master is determined to leave, I can't force you to stay. But no matter what, I have disappointed the master and wasted the master's precious time. Why don't I drive the car myself and send the master to the port to express my apology?" Master Gauze was stunned for a moment. He had never seen a lord driving a carriage for a commoner in his life. Although the other party was only a baron, he was still the husband of Princess Jency. He couldn't bear it. He immediately refused. "You don't have to do this. As the lord of the island, I must have a lot of things to do. I have decided to leave, and the Baron should not waste time on me." His face, which looked very stubborn at first glance, was slightly less angry, and his tone was also a little softer than before. Seeing that the strategy was effective, Rosen continued to work hard. As long as he could retain talents, what was the big deal about driving the carriage? He insisted. "It's not a waste of time. I was going to the port anyway. Besides, I am an intermediate wizard, and it is an honor to drive for the master of magic. Please, master." He opened the door of the carriage. Gauze knew Rosen's intention, but still refused. "Lord, there is no need to do this. The reason I left was not because of the little matter of the recruiter. I just wanted to come and see the situation. Now I have basically seen the situation, and I don't want to think about it anymore. Lord, there is really no need to waste your time on me. He said that he didn't take the carriage anymore, and waved to his two sons. It's not far to the port anyway, let's walk there. He turned and left. The two sons were very obedient to their father. After bowing to Rosen and apologizing, they followed closely. Rosen sighed in his heart. This old man has a stubborn temper. He is worthy of being a master of flames. He was really envious of these three talents. Since the people have come to his island, he will never give up until the last step. Even if the other party really leaves this time, he has to do his best to entertain them as a host, and the main idea is to be eager to seek talents. So, he drove slowly beside the three people, while Alia and other guards followed far behind, watching eagerly. Master, what brings you all the way north to the White Sturgeon Island? Goss's anger has subsided, and he no longer has any opinion on the Lord Rosen. After all, such a humble lord is rare. He told the truth. I heard about Ruakato, and heard that he was treated well by you. I thought, if he can be treated well with his little ability, I am sure it will be okay for me. Now I have also seen the Lord's humility, I guess the rumors are right. Rosen nodded repeatedly. Then why did the master insist on leaving again? He was secretly happy. I spent a lot of money to buy bones, and now it really attracted a 1,000-mile horse. I felt that the money I spent was very worthwhile. Goss strode forward without looking back. Because I have observed all along, I feel that you cannot help me achieve the goal I want to achieve. And the goal I want to achieve will not help your career in the short term, but will greatly cost the Lord's money. In this case, I think it is unnecessary to waste each other's time. The more Rosen listened, the more curious he became. Master, what kind of goal is it that you value so much and must achieve? Seeing that Goss didn't say anything, he didn't urge him, and drove the carriage and followed him silently. Goss walked all the way with his head down, with no intention of saying anything at all. Fortunately, he still has two sons, who seem to have good tempers. Rosen waited for a while, but didn't wait, so he asked his sons, "What are your names, gentlemen?" "Cavendi," said the eldest son. "Alshut," said the youngest son. Rosen asked, "Oh, two mages, can I have the honor to know your goals?" The two young wizards looked at each other. Finally, the youngest son, Alshut, whispered, "Father, what did I say?" "You can say whatever you want. Why are you asking me?" Goss's voice was cold, but he did not refuse. Obviously, he did not want to say it, but he had said it too much before, and could not turn it back. This kind of hard and stubborn temper is almost a common problem among scholar-type wizards, who have studied magic for many years, because they are completely accustomed to dealing with the cold rules of the Creator. Alshut said to Rosen, "Baron, my elder brother Cavendish has discovered a conversion array that can convert the power of flames into pure force." This sentence is simple, but in the ears of Rosen, a 10-ring wizard, it was like a thunderbolt with the silent midnight, and almost shook him off the carriage. He asked quickly, "When was it discovered? How effective is it? Have you shared the results with other mages?" Mage Cavendish on the side answered, "About 4 months ago. As for the effect, it is very general, with a conversion efficiency of less than 0.01%. If you don't observe carefully, you won't even notice it." Alshut then answered, "We discussed the relevant results with some mages, and it also caused some repercussions in the local area. But in the end, due to the low conversion efficiency and the high cost of reproducing the experiment, it ultimately failed to attract enough attention." "But my father..." Alshut looked at the old mage with some awe. He insisted that this conversion array had very important magical significance, and he said he must persist in researching it. Because of this matter, he and the Marquis had a complete falling out because the Marquis was unwilling to pay to support the experiment. Rosen immediately asked, "Master Cavendish, can I have the honor to see your conversion array?" Cavendish is his father. The old wizard felt it. "Look, it's no secret in Cow anyway." Cavendish took out a huge blueprint from his bag and handed it to Rosen. While controlling the carriage, Rosen opened the blueprint with the wizard's hand and looked at it carefully. At first glance, the array seemed very complex and very exquisite. It didn't seem to be a matter of luck, but a result of gradual accumulation and optimization through exploration. If you try your luck with the Creator, you may be able to pick up gold nuggets in the wild, but you can't pick up CPUs. In other words, this Cavendish may have mastered a relatively mature conversion theory. This discovery made Rosen's heart beat slightly faster. He continued to look closely, and asked Lai Fu to assist in the analysis. Soon, Lai Fu came to the conclusion first. The array is very likely to be true, and may involve the discussion of the basic laws of the world. This conclusion made Rosen's heart beat faster. After entering the contents of the array into LiveFoo's database, he respectfully handed the drawing back. Master Cavendish, this is really one of the most exquisite arrays I have ever seen. If the conversion efficiency can be improved, it doesn't need to be much, just increase it to 5%, even if it is only 1%, it will be enough to change the world. Why? Because force energy, the full name is pure force energy, is a kind of precious energy. Why is it precious? It's precious because of the word pure. Because it can exert a completely uniform force on all mass materials, like gravity. This is something that has never been achieved by Earth technology, and it has only appeared in science fiction. If this thing can produce practical results, any one of them will be a heaven-defying thing.